problem is that you get ASON is the time you get all sorts of compendium of problems. It's in between the end of election and the time for collation. So it's the most sensitive period in election year. And that is a time when I always say national interest should come on board to play over above any other decision. It is the time when teamwork is needed between the electoral officers, between the security officers, and at the same time among the entirety of the whosoever is having responsibility there. It is the time when your agents should open up their minds to be sure that what has been displayed at the polling unit is actually the totality of which that will go for collation. It is that time when you allow, you are defeated, because that is the time when anything can happen. If you don't have a sincere agent, if you don't have a committed patriot as a security officer, if you don't have discipline of mind in the mind of the election officer, this is the most intricate time in between the election and the collation. And we expect to see national interest playing its game there, so that at the end of it, we'll be able to have successful election based on the way the decision is done in tandem with the motto of Nigeria. Unity and faith. We should have faithfulness in the unity with which we will work, so that peace and progress will come in. Section 15, subsection 1 of the Constitution. Unity and faith, peace and progress. We should be united. We should take it as a veritable opportunity we have to partake in nation building, so that we will do it peacefully, so that we will not allow any disruption of peace during that time. That is the most critical moment in between the end of the election and the collation period.
All right. Would you want to add anything to what you said in terms of, you know, the logistics and, of course, the time? You know, this time between the, you know, the lag. We keep on waiting for results to be collated and all that, and it begins to perhaps raise tension.
Yeah, it's a teaching problem, really, and I'm happy that INEC officials are already working on it. I had one of the commissioners, I think in Guinea of Akwa Ibom, saying somewhere yesterday that for today, their plan is to have the officials waiting for voters, not the other way around. So it means that they are becoming sensitive to matters around time, you know, because time, of course, like we say, in ordinary terms, is money. Times can be very precious, and it makes a lot of sense if we're concerned about punctuality, the timeliness of processes, and effective delivery at the end of the day, you know. So we appreciate that there will be problems of topography, there will be problems of terrain in some areas, and it is the reason why it's also good for the electoral body to have prepared much earlier, you know, to prepare early enough so that they will not have some of these basic logistical or procedural issues, procedural problems, as it were.
Okay, let's you know, look at the issue of, you know, we've spoken about youth and all that, youths and, you know, not just used as cannon fodder in this process, being part of the process, not just as voters, but this time, you know, perhaps candidates. But I understand that Jennifer Igwe has moved to another center in Lagos. Jennifer, can you tell us what is happening? I can see two boxes. One is State House of Assembly. I want to believe the other one is governorship. Very good. Jennifer, tell us what is happening in your zone.
Yes, right now I am at St. George's Primary School on Awolowo Road, Ikoyi 1. And unlike the presidential elections where we had a large turnout by this time, we just have one or two people here already voting. There's a voter here already casting his ballot. And before he came, officials who had already set up as early as 7:45 or so, because by 8 o'clock when we came here, they were already set, waiting for the voters to turn out. We see there's one person here already casting his ballot and another person the other end. And earlier on, we saw the party officials walk around the area and also inspect the materials that were brought out here for the voting and the card reader to ensure that they are functional.
Jennifer, is there, you've shown us that there's not too many people there, but looking at it, do you expect perhaps maybe more, maybe later on coming in, or do you think perhaps events of 2 weeks ago might have discouraged your voters from coming in?
Or maybe later there'll be a large turnout because Ikoyi is a highbrow area and we have a lot of elitist people around here. Maybe they're just taking their time. But it's just that it's interesting that unlike the presidential elections, by 8 o'clock a.m. in the morning when we came here, this old place, we had a large crowd waiting to vote. But we just have 1 or 2 people trickling in to vote. There's another voter here who has come to cast his ballot. And I spoke to 1 or 2 people earlier on before we were live, and they were talking about the fact that maybe it's not seriousness on the part of the voters, but maybe in the course of the day, most people will come out to cast their votes. But right now, the place is virtually empty, except for 1 or 2 people, and the officials are already waiting for people to come out to cast their ballot.
Thank you very much, the hardworking Jennifer Igwe out there, second center already you have given us this morning. Thank you very much for your effort. We will be expecting, of course, to still see you in the course of the day. It's as if our guys are first taking their breakfast. The president is earlier than most people this morning to cast the ballot. Maybe they want to just get their breakfast before going to the polls.
It's quite early, really, and like we said, you know, you expect the president to have his own come out in a very clean way. You expect him to show the way, to do things in an ideal fashion, as a model, as an example for the rest of the population. And that's probably what we witnessed. You know, he was very prompt, he was timely, and under 5 minutes he had voted, you know. But that might be you know, because he's a president, so he wouldn't be expected to stay on the queue and all of that, you know. And in other states too, it might be too early for us to make judgments, you know, on turnout. It's just 8:15, you know.
But that can be an indication for enthusiasm.
And you know,
it can.
You know, you have
it
to
can be, you know, but in a place like Lagos, for instance, you expect the enthusiasm to be very high, you know. So prospects are there that more voters will come out in Lagos, and if by 9-10 the population is still very low like this, then we can start getting worried. But I don't see Lagos being lethargic, you know, in terms of turnout of voters.
You wanted to add the comment?
Yes, what I wanted to say is I wanted to take into cognizance the peculiarity of Ikoyi as an elitist enclave.
Yes.
Probably.
It's elitist, yes.
Which will be different from...
Elites like you. Let's leave Lagos briefly. We've gone to Port Harcourt, River State. We've gone to Daura this morning. Let's join Gombe. And we understand that Zara Umar Adamu is ready with the situation report out there in Gombe.
Video. This is Ajia polling unit in Malan City Ward, Kwame local government, Gombe North Senatorial District, Northeast Nigeria. All is now set for the commencement of election, while electorates are yet to arrive. Few of them are here. I have here with me an electorate to tell us how anxious he is to cast his vote, his ballot.
So we come here early in the morning, around 7 o'clock, and the polling unit is yet to be opened until 8 o'clock. So now we are in the queue. We are just waiting for the time to exercise our rights by voting our votes.
We'll keep you updated as voting commences in other polling units.
Thank you very much, Sarah Umar Adamu. There we also expect more from Gombe. We expect, of course, the Nigerian Television Authority has its footprints in every state of the Federation. In some cases, 2 to 3 stations. So we'll be giving you updates from different zones to see how Nigerians are, you know, casting their ballot, and of course the mood in many of those locations. Now, you were talking about the issue of the the masses and the elite.
Yes.
Perhaps if that report was from Moshi area, maybe
exactly, or from my own constituent, Ajegule, for example, or if it's from Ajeje or from any of such areas, you will not see the
you once lived there.
Yes. So that area you will see normally wherever you have concentration of middle and lower income earning population, you will discover that they wake up, especially in Lagos, some people wake up as early as 2 a.m. to go into dealing with their normal businesses. Some people wake up as early as 3 a.m. In fact, when you wake up around 5 or 6 in Lagos, the real place where there is huge domination of the people, it is not even an early waking up. So such type of places, when you go, you will see that appreciable number of people have come out to vote. But when you take places like Lekki, Victoria Island, Ikoyi, where is an enclave of Mr. Who and Who, you understand? So you discover that so many of them will be waiting until from that 10 o'clock down to 12 o'clock.
After watching Nigeria decide.
Yes, bearing in mind that after 2 o'clock, whosoever is the last person at the queue, the security officers and the electoral officers will rule a line. And so in that respect, I'm calling on voters to drop out en masse. Anytime from 2 o'clock, the line will be ruled. And then whosoever is in the queue will now have the authority to go and vote, and whosoever is coming after 2 o'clock will not be allowed to join the queue. So this is an opportunity for the citizenry to come and partake. Section 23 of the Constitution talks about the ethics of discipline, the ethics of punctuality, the ethics of respect to labor and constituted authorities, and Section 24 talks about duties of the citizen. One of the duties is you to discharge your civic obligation. You have the duty to determine who should be your leader for the next 4 years. That is the beauty of democracy, as we have in Section 14.1 of the Constitution. Participate so that you will not come and talk about any of this thing. Be part of history. Come out and vote whosoever you want. If you are comfortable with the way you are being governed in the last 4 years, come and revalidate the mandate. If you are not comfortable, come and change, because you have variety of alternatives. That is the beauty of democracy. All citizens are encouraged to come out within a very good time and then discharge your destiny and
so that the process can be rounded up. All right, let's leave the situation in Lagos and go quickly to the coal city, Enugu, where James Okpara is ready with a situation report.
This is the office of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, here in Enugu. As you can see in the office, there are no activities going on. The reason is very simple. Actions have shifted from here to the various local governments, wards, and polling units where the election proper will be taking place. Just by the side of the road is the police armored tank that has blocked that part of the road there in readiness for any eventuality. The Enugu State Police Command has really done a great job here in Enugu State, making sure that no security hitches of any type. Of course, just down the road also, aside the police people you are seeing, there's also the police dogs, ready for action. Just down the road there is a fire service vehicle, ready for any eventuality. As you can see over the period, some INEC offices have been touched by fire, but here in Enugu, they are not ready to take such chances. And so action moves to the words, and in the next few minutes, accreditation and voting will start simultaneously by 8 a.m. in the morning. We do hope this election will be freer, fairer, and better in terms of incident-free, like what happened the last time with pockets of violence all over the place. But here in Enugu, we do not have such cases, as Enugu has always remained a coal city, a very peaceful place. Back to the studio.
Thank you, James. James sent in that report a couple of minutes earlier, where we tried to join him, but of course he has... he spoke about action, and perhaps we'll be sending some reports from the action points, as he rightly said, in the course of this program. Naturally, the INEC office now is largely empty, Doctor. It's, because they have deployed their staff, they are at the zones, but action will resume later in the day when the ballot boxes begin to return.
Obviously, yeah, it's very interesting for us to see those images of empty streets, people getting ready. Even the atmosphere is aware of what's going on. It's exciting, really, and it's a thing to be delighted about, and you can only wish that at the end of the day it should come out smoothly and successfully, like we largely witnessed during the presidential election. And we also need to be a little more patient, and let's not use isolated cases to make judgment on the whole. There are still isolated cases of voter apathy, isolated cases of people not coming on time, of INEC officials not reporting on time. Those are just 1, 2, 3. I mean, Nigeria is a very huge country. At the end of the day, we should be able to take a more helicopter approach, a more general overview, instead of making judgment based on 1 or 2 cases. We still have a lot of time, and it's still early in the day, really. Our destination is still far, and we should keep hopes high. We should be optimistic that it's going to be good all over.
Thank you very much, especially for giving us the benefit of your knowledge as far as this process is concerned. But let's go to the fountain of knowledge. That is Ekiti State. Ayodeji Ogunshakin standing by with his report.
This is Ikere Ekiti in Ekiti South Central District of Ekiti State. Presently, people have been coming out from their various homes to the various polling units to exercise their civic responsibility. As early as 7 o'clock in the morning, electoral officers have arrived with the election materials to conduct the election. And when the election starts, people will be having the opportunity to cast their ballots to elect the candidates of their choice. That's the situation for now.
Thank you, Ayodeji Ogunshakin from Ekiti State. I could see perhaps a backdrop of the hills there, Orole and Olusunta. That's very good. And of course, I also heard at the background the cock crowing out there in Ikere Ekiti to show that
the cock is aware of what is happening.
It's time to vote.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the general mood we have seen. It's as if there is the resolve that, yes, we are seeing the finishing line. We've started the cycle. Of course, there was 1 week postponement before the presidential election and the National Assembly election. Now, this is the home run. Once this is done, we can now focus on governance.
Yes.
And there seems to be this resolve that the people are saying, yes, let's just get this over and done with, and then the process of development will begin.
Yes. In talking about process of development, that is post-election, the number 1 point I want to make is the need for national cohesion. That is very, very important. It is democracy that we shall celebrate, and we should take democracy as a system for moving the nation to the next level. In other words, movement for progression. Once you are declared winner, you should not just be congratulated. It is the country that should be congratulated first for doing it in decorum, for doing it in tandem with the universal expectations of the Nigerian people, the expectation of the international observers. Remember, a lot of things happened even before the 2 weeks ago election, before the presidential election. The whole world came with their representatives trying to see how would Nigeria do it. So the congratulations should go to Nigerians first. And then whenever you have succeeded in winning, try to go into building cohesion. Carry along whosoever has failed, bring him on board, and then entrench especially going by the type of electioneering campaign we have seen. We didn't see electioneering campaign based on issues. A lot of sentimental things were brought in. Try to use your position as an elected person to cement a bond of national unity, bond of national integration, and at the same time to try as much as possible to get qualitative people into the helms of affairs of the governors. As a governor, you should be able to have your lieutenants to be people that are mirrors of your own reflection. How disciplined are you? Are you a model of moral rectitude? Are you a model of nationalism, patriotism, discipline, and popular democracy? If you are, then get competent people. Get people with character, people with capacity, people with knowledge, people with competence, people with acceptability by the citizenry. Get this type of people on board as your lieutenants, either as a commissioner or at the federal level as ministers. Get these people on board, and they should come with clearly articulated and defined policies and programs they would like to discharge on your behalf for the next 4 years. Not somebody that will come and be looking at you during meetings. The moment you are attempting to smile, they will begin to clap hands without even knowing what you are trying to smile for. Get people with articulated, in-depth intellect in them, people that really can entrench development into your cabinet that will add value to the quantum of the quality of governance you want to entrench, not people that will just add numbers. Yes.
Yes, I wanted to say that perhaps Jennifer Igwe, our reporter in Lagos, heard you when you complained about Ikoyi people not coming out on time. She's standing by. Perhaps she's at a zone where more people have come out early. She's not ready yet to join us, but of course we are seeing pictures from our venue. When she's ready, she will give us that report. We are standing by, of course. We would also still hear from different parts of Lagos. But, you know, Menasura made a valid point about, you know, the selection processes for governors in terms of the lieutenants, to quote him. You know, perhaps that is even to a reasonable extent, even more important even than the governor perhaps himself, because those are the ones who will discharge, you know, his policies and programs.
Very well, because contesting and winning election is a political process. You know, is a governor or any political office holder, for instance, is probably not even the best in terms of competence, in terms of ability and capability. But what defines them is the caliber of people that they put around them. Really, it can be very helpful. And it can add some potency, you know, add some traction to the administration and their performance. So it's very good for administrators, for leaders to be sensitive to this and to be dispassionate, you know. It doesn't matter where the person should come from. People should have a very people should be broad-minded in selection processes. And in the past, we've had reasons to complain about sectionalism. Going forward, I think we'll begin to look away from these and be much more concerned about competence. And we knew how some past administration, present and past administration, have been concerned about this. Some are actually sensitive to it, and it has brought them progress, you know. We are actually at a time where we need to be concerned about people who are passionate about the country, not people who will be self-aggrandizing. And that has been our bane over the years, and it's high time we looked away from it. You know, it's leadership is very key if we want to propel ourselves as a people. Leadership is very key. It's number one, number two, and number three, a factor in the determination of our progress. You know, you do not just lead by mouthing one or two ideals. You also lead by showing good example through your actions. You know, because we will take a cue, they will take a lead from the things that you do, not necessarily from the things that you say. If they see that there's a disparity between what you're saying and what you're doing, it could be a problem really in terms for mobilization and for your ability to galvanize them towards your vision and your mission.
All right, let me, before I come to Menasura, let me stay with you. Yeah. And that is on the fact that, you know, the State Assembly and the role they play. But before you take that, Jennifer is ready now. Jennifer, can you tell us where you are in Lagos and the situation there?
Yeah, I'm still in Ikoyi, and voters have started coming out, and we have one of the voter ready to cast his ballot, and he's also a candidate for the State House of Assembly. So unlike the presidential election where we had a large turnout by this time, this place is not as full. Why do you think so? Can you turn to the camera, please?
You don't want me to cast my vote?
You cast your vote after that. You cast your ballot after that.
Okay. Well, I expect people to still come out, because now everybody, maybe from the experience of the last time, believing that you're not going to start on time, but I mean, INEC is not going to start on time, so they're still going to come out.
But think hasn't.
I'm sure they will come out.
Okay, and there are other people too who are here to cast their ballot. And sir, can we talk to you?
Hello.
Okay, like for instance, this man has an issue. This is not his center. He came to the wrong center. So the officials are redirecting him to where he should rightly vote. And so that's the situation right now, still in Ikoyi.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. While you stay in that place, perhaps you will also let us see one of two of the women who will come in and tell us about their experiences. It seems to me as if one of the voters who had an issue probably didn't vote during the last round of elections. By now, he should know his center. Jennifer.
We don't know exactly what happened, but he walked boldly to cast his ballot, and when he got to the table, they told him he was at the wrong center. So, and he has just walked away, so I can't even ask him why he ended up in the wrong center. Okay, he's here. Excuse me, sir. Didn't you vote at the last presidential elections?
No, I didn't vote because I was not well.
Oh, but didn't you also check before the elections to find out the appropriate place for you to vote?
I didn't check.
Okay. Okay, so now where have they redirected you?
Then at the McQueen, the primary school.
Okay.
Please drive.
Please drive. Okay, like I just explained, he didn't vote because he wasn't feeling fine at the last presidential elections, but they've redirected him to somewhere, another center in Ikoyi where he should cast his ballot.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. We thank you. You are in the right polling center, giving us.
Madam. Okay, I'm talking to the first. Are we still on?
Yes, you're on. You're on. You're on. Go ahead.
This is the first female to cast her ballot at this center. Madam, you came so early. You're the first female here. Why do you come so early?
It's because I came here to vote.
But the last presidential election, did you come out to vote?
Yes. We sleep here because we want to vote in this booth.
Okay, you slept here?
Yes.
Okay, where do you stay?
Lagos Island.
Okay, she says she stays Lagos Island, and Lagos Island to Ikoyi is quite a distance, but why is that so?
Because I like to vote. So my choice.
Okay. Do you sell around here? Do you do business around here?
I've retired. I'm a pensioner.
Okay. But you used to walk around here?
Before, I'm a pensioner.
Okay. I'm just wondering why you didn't register. Okay. Okay, like she's explaining, she used to walk around this area, and that's why she registered in this vicinity. But she lives Lagos Island, which is quite a distance from here, but she's already here early this morning to cast her ballot.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. We leave Ikoyi on that gender-sensitive note. Let's come back to Abuja very quickly. And this is one of the, things you think about, especially on, election day like this, where you registered, and then perhaps if it was not a permanent center for you, that's not where you live, and you get posted out and all that. These are some of the, vagaries of logistics that one should begin to put into consideration that perhaps technology could solve.
Yes, no, even apart from technology, one of the responsibilities of the INEC officers there is to take care of this. And there is provision regarding you transferring your a polling center to a particular period. There was that window given by INEC. For example, if you go to transfer to a different place, you can just go and reconfigure your voter's card, for example, and then they customize it to the new place you want to. There is that provision. And then regarding the other person too that went there, they told him that wasn't his polling something. That is the very place whereby the INEC officers should discharge their responsibilities. On every ballot, voter's card, PBC, there's a particular code that will designate and show you where is your ideal place where you go. And the moment you go there from the voters list, you will be able to identify your number, so number. That is all. So that the moment you go there, you tell them the number, they open, they see, they tick, they give you the papers, you go ahead and vote. So INEC officers should really be meticulous in handling such type of things. Otherwise, you will discover that we will be losing very serious and willing voters that will be coming as a result of one thing or the other. They are unable to detect their polling centers.
All right, let's, before I go to my left, let me travel back to Ekiti. And Tayo Osho is ready with the situation report from Aramoko, Ekiti.
This is polling unit Aramoko Ekiti in Ekiti West government area of Edo State. And here voting started exactly 8 o'clock in the morning as electoral officers were ready on ground before then to commence the exercise. The card reader is working perfectly and people are already in the queue waiting to exercise their franchise. And that is the situation here in Aramoko Ekiti.
Thank you, Tayo Osho from Aramoko, Ekiti. Ladi Bala is standing by in Adamawa now. We're moving from Aramoko to Adamawa. Ladi Bala, please tell us what is happening there.
Anambra State, northeastern Nigeria, has gathered and also observed is peaceful, is calm and peaceful at the time, at this moment.
All right, we have Ladi Bala on, but I'm not sure she's ready at the moment. We will try to reestablish contact with her. But what I can see from the shots from Aramoko Ekiti and Adamawa is that already the voters are fully ready. The numbers are impressive. Unlike the eyebrow areas that we have gone.
Very well.
You want to say something?
Yeah, I think it's very impressive to see the determination on the faces of voters. You know, how committed they are, how determined. Look at the guy in the Koyi who couldn't vote. You can see the anger in him. You can feel the people feeling a good sense of citizenship and coming out to exercise their responsibility. And it's actually tragic, actually unfortunate when leaders turn around again to take these people for a ride, you know. They're exercising faith in the system by coming out to vote the way they are doing, and it's just very okay if leaders can reciprocate this kind gesture, this faith that they are investing in the system by being up and doing in terms of service delivery, because this is the only way they can justify their citizenship, the only way they can express themselves.
All right. Let me pause you there. Ladi Bala is ready for us now in Adamawa. Go ahead.
The atmosphere generally in Ola, Adamawa State capital, particularly the metropolitan city, has gathered and also observed is calm and peaceful as the people, as said, are already on their way to the polls. Interestingly, one will expect that being the governorship and House of Assembly election, the people will be more eager to come out in mass to exercise their franchise. But the reverse is the case. Judging by what happened during the presidential and National Assembly election, where people came out early, in fact, earlier than some of the INEC officials to polling unit. Today, we notice low turnout of people. And as you can see, it's already after 8. During the presidential and National Assembly election, this place was already crowded. The people came out with enthusiasm and they were eager to exercise their franchise. But the story is not the same today. We're just wondering what could be responsible for the low turnout. However, the INEC officials were here early enough. We have the security operatives on ground. The people are already here and voting has already commenced at this polling unit. This is 012 Ajua Ward, where the PDP presidential candidate is expected to come and exercise his franchise in few hours to come. However, I want to speak with some of the electorate who are here to tell me their impression about today's election. Hello, sir. Hello. Yeah. Okay.
Hey.
Sorry. How would you assess today's turnout of people?
It's very low.
And what do you think could be responsible for the low turnout?
There are a lot of factors concerned. One, if you look at the past election, is presidential election, which there is national interest. A lot of people have to travel far and large to come to make sure that they cast their vote. Unlike this of the state governors. A lot of people feel it's a state affairs, so they will not even have time to do that. Secondly, another factor that contributes to the turnout is that for the first time, we have somebody of our own from the northeast vying for the post of the president. You understand? That is what led to the turnout in the last election, unlike this one. So a lot of people have to move to their various locality to do this. It's just like an inside election, in-house.
Thank you very much. Sir, what's your assessment of the turnout?
Talk to someone else.
Why do you think the turnout is low?
No comment, ma.
Hello, sir. Can I hear your view? What's your assessment of the exercise so far?
Well, the turnout is a bit low. It's not as that of the presidential election. This one is low. The turnout is very low.
Why do you think so?
So maybe, most of the people, sometimes they normally try to get their voters card. Sometimes it's not because of voting. It's just for them to have the ownership of the voters card. Maybe they will use it either in the bank or any of their businesses at times, but not really for the votes. But today the turnout is very, very low.
Thank you. I also speak with some women that are already here on queue. Last time we have a large turnout of women to exercise their franchise, but today their queue is very, very, we have few of them on the queue. Mark, can you assess the situation?
Ni ba abin da zan iya faɗa, ina roƙon Allah ya zaɓa mana nagari, shine nawa magana. Ubangijin Allah ya bamu mai imani da mai tausayi.
Ya kika gan zaben yau nan?
To gashi zaben yau kan ba mutane, jama'a ba su fito ba.
Kina ga me yasa ma ba jama'a?
To zan iya ce ga abin da ya sa ba. Sai dai muna fata Allah ya sa a yi lafiya, a gama lafiya. Wanda aka zaba kuma a bamu abin da muka zaba shine kawai magana.
The electorate are just hoping that the election will be peaceful and that their vote will count at the end of the day. I also speak with one of the agents of the political parties that are already on ground. So what's your assessment of the situation so far?
The situation is good. The election has provided the level playground for the electorate. But I say the situation is good.
Your assessment, please.
We are the same. Anything is passing good.
For the agents of some of this political party, they say they are comfortable with the ongoing exercise. I will now speak with the presiding officer. Amaka. You are the presiding officer at this polling unit. How will you assess the exercise so far, and judging by the previous election that you conducted here?
It's going on well, but if you want to rate the numbers of persons that came the last time, I think the last time was more, and today it's less.
So how will the conduct of the people?
Okay. Okay.
Last time I noticed that there are more security operatives here, but today I'm only seeing 2 security officers. What informed the change?
I don't know. We were told that they will be coming.
Okay. All right. That's the situation here, studio. Back to you.
Thank you very much from Adawa. From that report, she's saying, and they're saying that that's a low turnout. That's one of the higher ones we've seen this morning. So I stand corrected. Let's go to Edo State. David Ire is ready with the situation report in Edo State. David, it's over to you.
We are at Obe Primary School in Fuga, Esako Central Local Government Area. This is Ward 2 of the local government, and this primary school accommodates 6 polling units. That is units 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. In keeping to his works, INEC has supplied electoral materials to all the units here, and voting has actually commenced. As you can see behind, the exercise is going on. The people are already on the queue, taking turn to cast their ballot. We have somebody with us who has just cast his ballot. Let's hear from him. Good morning. Yeah, what's your name?
My name is Alhaji Brahma Ubaja. I'm for Ward 2. Then we did Obe Primary School. Now there we vote. I don't vote finish now. So Unit 4.
Okay, so how is this here?
Yes, as a sport, no charity, no argument, nothing like argue at all to create the fashion or anything.
Okay.
So the voting is moving.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, that is the situation here in Esako Central Local Government. Electoral materials have arrived all the units, and the exercise, as we have seen, is already in progress across the local government.
Thank you, David Aire from Esako Central. Of course, several, Edo State is unique. Several several tribes are making up the 3 Central zone. Esako is one. You have Onwan, you have Kokwedo, you have Esan, and of course the Benin-speaking areas of the state. But what we can see is from the countryside, the enthusiasm is a bit more.
Yes, it's a bit more because you have the concentration of the larger citizenry there. That is one. And then secondly, this election has more stake at the lowest level than the previous election, which is at the top level. Because this is where you have governors, this is where you have elected legislatures that will represent the various citizenry to make laws at the state level. You understand? By virtue of the position of the hierarchy of structure in Nigeria's governance, you cannot have development at the top level alone. Development should transcend to the state level and then by down to the local government level. So people are seeing contestants that are from their own extraction, rather than just seeing one person as presidential candidate or senatorial candidate. So it is rarely expected because that is where the chunk of the population is. High density areas are there in the localities, and that is the reason why you see more number of people at the polling centers at the state level. So it's highly impressive. It is still there are still more hours ahead from now to 2 o'clock. You will see appreciable increase in the quantum of people that will be coming out to vote because they have the spirit, they have the enthusiasm. Everybody would like to be part of history making.
Very shortly, we'll be joining Kano. Once they are ready, we'll join them. We understand we have Yahanasu online, but once we get Yahanasu, we're going to Kano. Of course, we know Kano and how serious they are when it comes to the votes. In terms of numbers, they performed very well in the last elections and the last round of elections. Looking at it, I just pose the question to Menasera in terms of the numbers. In the countryside, people are out early, getting themselves sorted out, and then many of them have even voted.
It's always like expected anyway. And, the electoral process itself, we've said it, is a little bit cumbersome for the average elite. We're not justifying the fact that elites are a little bit apathetic, but just to say that some of the procedures, they might find it inconveniencing. They might find it difficult to abide by. You have to go there, you queue, you card reader, accreditation and all of that. Some of them find this too laborious to go through. And yes, somebody alluded to it that some people just take the card reader as an identity. I mean, the PVC as an identity, not necessarily to vote. And again, some people may just feel that, well, at the end of the day, their vote may not count. So maybe we need some more orientation to do. We need to do some more orientation, really, to get people more interested going forward in the future. But it is so far so good. There are balances, minuses, and pluses. You know, from the images we have seen, it is more impressive. The areas where turnout is more impressive is far higher than the area where turnout is less impressive. And apart from Ikoyi, maybe more reports will come, but apart from Ikoyi, I've not seen any other area where turnout is not impressive. Every other area, you see determination on the faces of the people, and they are trying to lead their own destiny. They want to take possession of their own destiny by making sure they have a voice, they have a say through their vote in who leads them, you know. And this is very, very interesting. This is a demonstration of their citizenship and of their enthusiasm as stakeholders in the nation-building process, you know.
For a candidate, you can't be everywhere, especially, for instance, the gubernatorial candidates. Yes. You can't be everywhere. You just cast your ballot, you move. Now it is in hands of the agents. What should they be doing instead of just perhaps, what should they be doing on a day like this?
The agents, first of all, should be men of optimum conscience, should be men of conscience, first of all. You should know that you have onerous responsibility, do not just to protect the interests of your principal, but most especially to enrich the quality of the power play, quality of the election. You should play by the rules, you should show impartiality. Because when you are there, you are not there to portray party preference. You are there as a stakeholder to ensure peaceful, free, and acceptable conduct of election. That is your fundamental duty. When you are there, you play the interests of your political party aside, except where there is seeming action that will jeopardize illegally the interests of your party. Then that is where you will now come in to really speak or protect the interests of your party. But essentially, you are there as a stakeholder to ensure good conduct of the elections.
Okay, and you just spoke about, the party agents, and, you know, they do the monitoring, they give feedback and all that. Apart from the two two main political parties, have you seen that, especially in all the other parties, seeing their agents up and about?
It's partly also about what we've been saying. Building a political party is not a day job. It's not a tea party. It's very, very expensive. You know, how many parties can afford to hire agents? You have to take care of them. You have to remunerate them, give them allowances, house them, and all of that. Only the PDP and the APC, you know, has been able to do that around this time. And some of them too, even these two big parties, sometimes shy away from doing it in areas where they think they don't have chances. They are concerned about doing it where they have chances because they know what it involves in terms of costs.
We understand Kano is ready. Yohanasu is ready for us in Kano. Can you give us the situation report? We can see you in blue. Yohanasu, tell us exactly what is happening in Kano. Thank you very much, Anasu. Of course, there's a huge home there from Kano, but of course, it's indicative of the sheer number in that particular polling center. Let me also commend Anasu for bravely guarding a microphone in that center. Let's look at the numbers. One would have expected, in terms of perhaps what you said earlier when we began the program, that you expect more turnout, because these elections are, they're closer to the people.
Very well.
State houses of assembly and the governorship, candidates. There are people you see in the mosque, in church, on your street, and all that. That's right. But that enthusiasm is supposed to be more than the, far removed, presidential National Assembly elections. But according to what we've gotten from the field so far, that is not the case.
And I also argued eventually that it might be too early for us to come to judgment, Nigeria is a very huge country. If we want to look at the sample of what we have, we're still less than 20%. So we cannot use 20% to draw conclusion on 80, 90, or 100%. We may still have to be patient. It's still 9 o'clock. But I will start getting concerned if by 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, voters are still apathetic. But irrespective of whatever turnout we are going to have at the end of the day, do not forget that governors will be decided today. Victors will be decided. And those will be. We also know those who are going to lose. So it's not about turnout really. It's about interest, about the passion, and it's about the outcome. And the quality of the outcome. Is it credible? Is it fair? Is it transparent? Much as we are concerned about voter apathy, we can work on this on a long-term basis, but in the short term, we should also be concerned about the quality of election in terms of credibility, fairness, and how free it is at the end of the day.
Okay. From yesterday, we've talked about flashpoints and all that, but a state came up that perhaps a lot of us did not think about before. That's Akwa Ibom, where INEC building was raised down, and now we have a situation report from Ukanafun local government area of Akwa Ibom State. If we have that, we can take it, and then we'll continue with the discussion.
This is Ward 6, Unit 2 in Atanaford, Uyo local government area. As you can see, voters are queuing up to cast their ballot. And of course, you see the INEC officials and of course the POs are doing their work. With me here is the PO of the unit who will tell us the situation of things.
Okay, the situation is good. As you can see, everything is in order. There is no rowdiness, there is no chaos, there is no problem. They do understand the reason why they are here for, because they really want to decide for Akwa Ibom, and that's the reason why they are here. And they really want their vote to count and for the betterment of Akwa Ibom land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, the voters who said they came out very early in the morning, about 6 a.m., are ready to cast their ballot. And with me is one of them who will tell us his impression of the exercise. What's the impression of the exercise?
The impression is that it's going to be very peaceful and calm. All the officers are around, the police, the civil defense, and every other force is around, apart from the army. So it's going to be peaceful.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, we said the officials are here, the police are also here, other security agents, to ensure that there is orderliness for the exercise.
Thank you very much. That's from Akanafun local government area of Akwa Ibom State. We will move from Akwa Ibom and go to Abeokuta soon, but that will be when the signal is clear. Yes, Anyila Balogun is ready for us. It's the state of Olumo out there. Let's know what's happening exactly in Abeokuta and what is happening in the background there. Anyila Balogun, is over to you.
Of the gate. We are here at Lantoro. Accreditation and voting has started. Enthusiasm among voters here is pretty high. As early as 7 a.m. in the morning, people have trooped out of their homes to cast their ballots. Ogun State is divided into 3 senatorial districts: Ogun Central, Ogun West, and Ogun East. There are 236 electoral wards, and we have 526 candidates vying for the 26 seats in the State Assembly.
With me here, I have one of the electorates, Mrs. Irene Olajesu. Now, how would you describe the voting exercise?
Very peaceful. Very peaceful.
Materials of voting, what would you say about it? The card readers, the INEC officials, the ad hoc, the security. What would you say about that?
The card reader. I don't have problem with the card reader because initially I didn't register here. I relocated, but with my number, I thumbprint, so I'm allowed to vote without the card reader because initially I was not there. I relocated to this place.
Okay, thank you very much. That is the submission of one of the electorates here. Like I tell you, we have 41 governorship candidates, vying for the governorship seats. 526 candidates vying for 26 seats in the State Assembly. With me here, I have a domestic observer, Pastor Victor Alade. Pastor Victor Alade, how would you describe the exercise so far?
The exercise so far is very peaceful. The electoral, the people casting their votes, they are also in good condition. No tension, no pandemonium. Everybody is doing their duty as according to the law. The police officers, the security officers, they are at hand to attend to every issue. As against the panic created in the heart of people concerning the Ogun State, I want to believe that there is peace. Concerning this area where I am monitoring the election, there is peace. No chaos, no pandemonium. And about 4 polling units in this place, only one has a challenge, which the officers are trying to correct. And I believe if out of 4, we have 3 that are functioning, the one that is having error, they are trying to put it in order. So it's a sign that the election in Ogun State is peaceful and is going to be stress-free to the glory of God. Thank you.
We want to thank you very much. That's the situation on ground in Abeokuta, Lantero area. As events unfold, we'll get you updated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ayinla Balogun, all the way from Lantero in Abeokuta. Of course, Lantero known for the hospital there. But something to note quickly is that 26 seats and then only 526 people are contesting. That means 500 people will go home disappointed and will not get their seats in the State House of Assembly. Abdullahi Mohammed is set for us. I understand he's coming in from Kaduna. Abdullahi Mohammed, please let us know exactly what is happening in your center.
Polling Unit 004 Shaba Ward 1 in the central area of Kaduna. Voting is in progress. You can see so many people are out here on queue, taking their chances to cast their ballot. Let me speak to this person here who has been standing by, and I think he's been here since morning before 8 o'clock, to tell us exactly when voting started this polling unit. First of all, tell me your name.
My name is Faisal.
Okay, tell us when it started here.
Voting started at around those minutes after.
Okay, and you had no problem with the card reader?
There's no any problem. Everything is moving smoothly.
Okay, okay. He said everything is moving smoothly. Let's also talk to some of the people here that are on queue to cast their ballot and then hear what they will say. Hello, good morning, sir. Tell me your name, sir. All right. You have been here since what time? Okay, and then how would you describe the process of voting here? Okay, and you're going to take your chance? All right. Yes, he has confirmed to us that everything is moving on smoothly here. So you can see by this way also security personnel are all on ground to ensure that the process continues as it is going. And this way also, let me also speak to another person to tell us exactly how, his impression about the process of voting here. Good morning, sir.
Hello, good morning.
Tell me your name, sir.
My name is Anambra.
Okay, you're here to cast your ballot? How would you describe the process this morning?
As a matter of fact, we are highly enlightened, and I thought it's quite orderly, like you can see.
Okay.
Everybody is anxious to cast a vote, and those who've casted already, you can see everybody living.
Okay.
And everything is quite orderly.
All right, thank you very much. And this way, we are seeing also a number of women also queuing up at the other side, taking chances to cast their ballot one after the other. Hello, good morning, ma'am. What's your name, ma'am? All right, you're here to cast your ballot?
Yes.
How would you describe the process so far?
It's okay. It's good. To me, I think it's good and it's very quick this morning. Much better than the presidential one.
All right, thank you very much. You've heard from a lot of people who are here to cast their ballot. They say the process is smooth. That tell you that the assurances that the Independent National Electoral Commission has given that its machines, the card reader machines, will work perfectly and it will start at 8 a.m. has been confirmed at this polling unit.
Thank you very much, Mohamed Abdullahi from Kaduna Network Center. I don't have a card reader, but I have a population reader, and it shows to me that there's a lot of people there already. That is Nigeria Decide, the first part of it. I'm done here, but my colleagues, Kingsley Sadolo and Cecil Egbele will be taking over right after this short break. We'll be back.
Country in Africa, and it's important to show to Africa that democracy is something really important.
Democracy has come, it has come to stay.
We are going to have a very peaceful, fast, transparent and free and fair election.
We have a good hope for Nigeria.
It's a matter of transparency.
We need to vote our future.
I'm voting. I have my card here already.
I'm sure this is going to be a success at the end of the day by the special grace of God.
Just advise everyone to take it easy, be calm. It's a game.
No violence.
When we embrace peace, all of us will enjoy. We will enjoy the dividends of democracy.
I'm at Unit 6, Ward 4, Obanla in Akwa South, local government area of Ondo State.
This is polling Unit 18 at Ungwardania with the local government area, Kano South.
With the distribution of these sensitive materials to all the polling units in Anambra State.
This is Ward 10, Unit 3 of Ijon, in going local government area of Ekiti South Central District.
Ward 8 in Calabar Municipality of Oyo State.
Election has commenced here in Lagos State.
In Herogara, with the local government.
in the coastal region of the South-South geopolitical zone. Cross River State occupies 20,156 square kilometers of the Niger Delta region. Cross River State was created on the 27th of May, 1967, from the eastern region of Nigeria by General Yakubu Gowon's regime. Its capital, Calabar, has the richest history in sub-Sahara Africa, as it is said to have played host to early international traders, colonialists and missionaries, amongst whom is the female Scottish missionary Mary Slessor, who brought an end to the killing of twins. With its rich cultural heritage, hospitable people, mouth-watering cuisines, and captivating sceneries, Cross River State has carved a niche for itself as a tourist destination and an investor's paradise. This feat the state has achieved with one of its tourism tools, Carnival Calabar, considered the biggest street party in Africa, which has continued to enchant visitors from far and wide to the states. Governors that have occupied the government house in Cross River State are Clement Isong, Donald Etiebet, Clement Ebri, Donald Duke, Leo Imoke, and the sitting governor Ben Ayade. Cross River State has a population of 3,737,517, with a total number of 1,527,289 registered voters, while 1,387,314 persons who have collected their permanent voters card expected to participate in the gubernatorial and State House of Assembly elections. Also, a total of 268 candidates from various political parties are contesting for 25 seats in the Cross River House of Assembly, while 26 political parties are also contesting in the gubernatorial election.
In 1967, Kano State is one of the 36 federating units of the country. It is second most populous state with more than 10 million people who are predominantly farmers. Kano State remains a center for commerce, not only in North but in West Africa. The state produced two former head of state, late General Murtala Ramat Muhammad and late General Sani Abacha, as well as late Malam Aminu Kano, renowned radical politician.
This is Mumbai House, where Malam Aminu Kano lived and died, a radical politician who fought for the emancipation of the Talakawas. Radicalism in Kano started right from where I'm standing, the house of Malam Aminu Kano. And as at today, the politics of Kano still remains unpredictable.
They say emperor comes, emperor goes, but Rome remains. In any human society which is governed by reasoning, there should be standards of value system that over the years have to be sustained, because that is the essence of the society. When we started as young people participating in politics, we had some principles that cut across some differences but have to be harmonized in the interest of the society.
Kano State was governed by 18 military and civilian governors. The state has remained consistent in keeping faith with development of successive regimes put in their best to improve the level of development.
Before, there is a lot of misunderstanding between one political party to the other political party. The members within the same family, they are not even in talking terms because of their political differences. But now they sit down, they talk. They can only argue. They can only talk in the radios and all that. But eventually, they are still one people.
There is strong agitation among the people of Kano for anyone elected to pilot the affairs of the state to sustain the ongoing revolution in infrastructure, agriculture, education and health. This, they believe, will put Kano on the of social, economic, and political development.
You're still watching Nigeria. Besides on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority, I'd like to thank my colleague Fisayo Gofuye, who of course opened the studios at 6 o'clock with two guests. The two guests are still with us, and it's the second phase of the 2019 general elections. Today, the 9th of March, we're having the subnational elections. That is to say, elections into 29 governorship positions, as well as all of the seats available in the 36-state House of Assembly. Plus, of course, the FCT area council elections. You're having councillors as well as chairmen being elected at the 6 area councils of the Federal Capital Territory. There are also supplementary elections to complete the processes for the National Assembly elections that took place 2 weeks ago. That's on the 23rd of February. I'd like to once again appreciate the two guests who have been with us since the program began this morning. First, Dr. Abiodun Adeniyi, Senior Lecturer in Mass Communication at Base University in Abuja. Dr. Adeniyi, good morning, and thank you for being with us for the past 3 hours or so.
Always a pleasure, sir. All
right. I'd also like to appreciate Benasera Kogoma, of course, who's been analyzing relevant issues pertaining to today's election. We've, of course, brought you several reports from several of our correspondents across the country, including President Muhammadu Buhari's voting at Daura, which took place about an hour or so ago. We'll continue to bring you updates from our various correspondents, upland, riverine, of course, lowlands in the country, as the polling booths commenced official business nearly about an hour and a half ago. Well, gentlemen, of course, you've listened to the reports from our various correspondents with regard to the conduct of the election. Still pretty early in the day, but what do you make of the reports that you are getting from our correspondents? Let's begin now with Dr. Abiodun Adeniyi.
Yeah, I think we cannot overstate the fact that we're in an exciting moment, an interesting moment, where citizens have the opportunity to reassert their citizenship, where their self-esteem will have to be highlighted and re-emphasized again, and where they have to feel again a greater sense of belonging, a sense of integration, because they are participating in the process of deciding who leads them, you know. And from the reports we have seen all over the country, the enthusiasm is palpable, even though voting seems to be, even if they seem to be apathetic in very few areas. But like we also argued earlier, it is still too early in the day to make a rounded judgment on what the overall picture is going to be, you know. But what we're seeing in some places is quite heartening, and it just shows how passionate the average Nigerian citizen could be, you know. And hopes are high. The optimism will have to be kept alive, that at the end of the day we're going to register success, just like we did in the presidential election, even though there are still issues that we'll still have to deal with.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Adeniyi. Menasera, what are your thoughts with regard to the early reports filed by our correspondents from different locations?
Yes, so far so good. The only thing is we have seen a reverse of what happened a fortnight ago. A fortnight ago, the citizenry trooped into the polling centers waiting for the election officers. But this time around, you see the electoral officers clearly on their duty post as early as 8 o'clock. In almost all parts of the country, they are there, and then the citizens are trooping in troopers. We've seen orderly conduct so far. We've not seen anywhere there is any incident of indiscipline or any act of disobedience to the constituted authorities. People are going on their activities very well. The only thing is low turnout of voters vis-a-vis the experience 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, you can attribute it to the character personnel of the contestant then, especially the charisma and popularity of the two presidential candidates and that happened to be at the uppermost. It played a very important role in galvanizing the citizenry to come out en masse to vote that time around. And apart from that too, even the quantum of education entrenched by the political parties. They were more of educating the citizenry regarding to come out and vote for the president, which is different from now. In most of the states, you'll discover that the governors are left at the mercy of campaigning, different even from the parties of their this. So, but on a general overview, it is impressive the orderly conduct and then the way the election officials, the electoral officials, especially INEC, are helping to sort out one or two issues that has to do with the discrepancy of tracing the particular polling unit of some candidates, I mean some electorates.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Adeniyi, is there a sense of burnout following from what happened 2 weeks ago? I mean, it's pretty too early in the day to start making that kind of assertion, but people have a saying that the coloration of the day shows itself in the early hours. Yes.
Yeah, but you see, it's also very difficult for us to be absolute, you know, for us to reach a conclusion with this kind of attitudinal disposition, especially we know how difficult it can be for us to be definite about social processes, you know. But it's also understandable that, you know, we are existing at the moment in terms of governorship election at the subnational level, like you said in your introduction. And the expectation from the beginning was that because politics, like political scientists will say, is local, we're expecting that there will be greater enthusiasm, you know. But again, I want to say for the up-10 time that perhaps we should wait a little more time and see how we can perfectly gauge the situation. But we cannot rule out burnout, you know, postponed presidential election. We're still recovering for the post-presidential electoral stage with litigation and all of that still playing out, you know, and there is possible lethargy on the part of the average citizen at the level of the state too, that will my vote count at the end of the day? Perhaps that's why we say we need some more orientation going forward, you know. It's not just about you possessing the PVC. We need to know that it's our right, you know, it's an opportunity for us to express our belonging, to show how patriotic, how nationalistic, and how much of a Nigerian we are. Okay, consciousness is rising. All hopes are not lost. We believe that, yes, this could be an issue, really, burnout or no burnout. But I'm gratified that at the end of the day, you know, we're going to have governors elected. We're going to have deputy governors, you know, and the process will have moved on, you know. Then we can continue the conversation, as it were.
All right, thank you very much. We have another report coming in from our correspondent, this time from Kontangora in Niger State, and is Mukhtar Abubakar.
Good to join you again in the studio. We are still at the Hada polling unit in Kontangora, the headquarters of Niger North Senatorial District. With me here is another voter. How will you describe the process?
I think the process of this election is different even from the previous election that we had. Due to the first elections, due to the ad hoc staff, it's new to them. For them to start operating, it took us about 9 o'clock.
Are you telling us that there are some improvements compared with the presidential and national elections?
Quite sure there is improvement, seriously.
In what aspect?
In the aspect of even the process of the ad hoc staff, implementation of their duties. Because the previous one is the first one, which is finding them very difficult. You know the situation. But this one, even before the time, they are already ready. So even the process of the identifying by the card reader, which we have it, because we have 2 card readers here, which I think took us about 11 o'clock before the other one started last week. You get it? But this one, they've started at the same time, and then all the process is taken, and then the voters. As I'm talking to you, I think it's more than 50 people who have already casted their vote now. See, there is improvement, which is about 9 o'clock last 2 weeks, we've never started the election. So I think there is more and much improvement on this.
Thank you very much. Back to you in the studio as we move to another polling unit.
All right, thank you very much, Mukhtar Abubakar, reporting from Kotangora in Niger State. Of course, we'll expect more reports from our correspondents in different parts of the country. Now, let's come back to our guests in the studios here, Benasara, as well as Dr. Abiodun Adeneye. Well, you talked about why perhaps we are having this initial low voter turnout at the various polling stations versus what we saw 2 weeks ago when bright and early we saw voters all trooping out to the various polling units. What, again, could be responsible for this? Some analysts have suggested perhaps the schedule of the elections tends to create an anticlimax, whereas we ought to build up from the sub-national to the crescendo at the national level, which is to say the presidential election. What are your thoughts?
Yes, normally the pattern, quality, and the nature of the presidential election is organized determines the subsequent pattern of the elections in Nigeria's tradition. In the Second Republic, for example, when we had all the elections same day, you discover that that fatigue on the side of the electors to say we are not interested in coming out for the second time, or the first time we've come out, we witness some pockets of violence, we don't want to be victims in this particular thing or the other, did not happen. But essentially, if you look at the pattern of the electioneering campaign, greater dominance was on presidential by the political parties. So that one contributed. And then secondly, most people are having a greater of their expectations of democratic dividends from the federal rather than from the states, owing to the fact that so many of the state governors who even collected, bailout funds, Paris Club and the rest, are still having outstanding indebtedness to settle their workers. And they find it difficult to even settle the basic necessity, talk less of the other entitlements. So that has made people to be disenchanted in even showing interest regarding, because most of them are coming for the second time. So most people are saying that what should they even go and vote for again to renew the decision? Had it been you see emergence of new different political contestants, I'm sure it will elicit a lot of enthusiasm on the part of the voters to come out, if not for anything, but at least to have the variety of interests they will be able to lend their votes on.
All right, Vanessa, thank you very much. We're getting a special report presently. It will be coming from Doyin Dia, who is reporting from Dutsen Alhaji. After that report, of course, we'll turn over to Abiodun Adeneye to give us his own contributions with regard to whether or not the schedule of elections is impacting on the turnout that we are seeing today.
Thank you, studio. This is Dutse, not too far away from the Dutse Alhaji Central Market, also not too far away from one of the local council development areas where election will be taking place. Here, restriction of movement is not total, as we can cite some individuals moving vehicles and some bikes moving about doing their business at a very low tempo. And it is interesting to know that earlier before now we cited some vehicles moving INEC ad hoc staff and some sensitive materials into the nooks and crannies of this area. Of course, this is a neighboring town to Kubwa. So we're talking about Dutse Alhaji and Kubwa in this area, and it is one of the areas in the Federal Capital Territory where you have large turnout of registered and accredited voters. Any moment from now, elections will kick off here at full-fledged, and we're hopeful that as this exercise continues around this area, our reporters will file in more reports from this end of the FCT.
Thank you very much, Doyin Dia, there for your report from Dutse Alhaji, which is on the outskirts of Abuja. That's the city of the capital. Now, Dr. Abiodun Adeneye, let's turn to you. I would say the question I asked earlier, whether or not the schedule of the elections beginning from the climax to what some would say is the anticlimax, is responsible for what we see as the initial low voter turnout, compared, for instance, to what we saw 2 weeks ago when the electoral officials appear to have been overwhelmed by the surge of voters?
Yeah, but there shouldn't actually be a correlation, really. I don't see any reason why one should lead to the other if we are saying that our awareness has grown in terms of interest in political process, you know. Yes, that we have increased awareness as a result of gains in communication, where information is much more fluid, where orientation is active, you know, and where sensitization is continuing. It should actually be at the same level. So what we're witnessing is rather a shock to me. But again, yes, we're saying that we shouldn't be too early in coming to judgment. At the end of the day, we'll be able to design properly what the problem is, you know. But ordinarily, we expect the populace to be much more interested about lower-level elections at the subnational lower levels, because those are the levels that are closer to them. Those are the levels that impact more directly on their lives. Those are the levels that should be active and responsible at the level of provision of infrastructure, utilities, social services, that is, you know. So it would be surprising if what we're seeing now continues through the end of the day. That's why I'll keep saying that we'll be able to come to proper judgment much later in the day. But again, I also don't want to be too worried about sequence of election, you know. Interest, you know, passion, and appreciation of the electoral process shouldn't be a subject of timing, when one comes, whether one is coming before the other or this one is coming after the other. You know, it should be something that should be sustainable, that should remain and flow on the same plane. Ordinarily, given the level of awareness that we reckon is in place at the moment, you know.
Well, is it so much? Let me interject. Is this so much the level of awareness? There are a number of factors, if you recall, that were considered when the schedule of elections was being proposed in the first instance. The so-called bandwagon effect. Oh, they say that once you have, you know, a major election, and considering the tendency of our politicians to seek to align with the center, then every other thing else will be on the basis of a domino effect. But some of us also say, listen, why don't you begin with the lower-ranking elections, or in terms of the offices, and make whatever corrections that you need to make on the basis of observed lapses, and then you go on to considering also the powers that the President of the Federal Republic wields, along with, of course, the National Assembly.
Editor, you see, the problem is we are in a system where issues matter less in the electionary process. We vote largely on the basis of emotions and sentiments, you know, and judgments, decisions from the National Assembly to everywhere are often made on the basis of interest, as personal or party interest, you know. So some of those conditions, of those reasons advanced were actually hardly empirical. You know, they were just arguments made because one party or one group of people are thinking that they will benefit from this more than the other, you know. But at the end of the day, the ideal situation is for us to have all the elections in the same day. So the kind of staggered arrangement we're having now, president now, governorship later, shouldn't be ideal, really. Shouldn't be the ideal. We are doing this for reasons around logistics and for reasons around organization. So by the time we're able to perfect logistics and organization, we expect to have all our elections on the same day. So some of these issues will not be arising. So ordinarily, there shouldn't be any correlation. It shouldn't be about bandwagon, about fashionability, or about an interest in people to be sheepish, to just follow a set resolve because the president is powerful or the governor is less so. That shouldn't be the case, sir, in my own candid opinion.
All right, Dr. Abiodun, thank you very much. We will pause, Menasara, and then go over to our correspondent, Jide Onifade. You can see him there on our screen. He's reporting from Victoria Garden City, that's VGC in Lekki Peninsula in Lagos. We understand that the Vice President of the Federal Republic, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, is about to cast his vote. Jide, give us a sense of what is playing out where you are covering the Vice President at VGC in Lagos.
Well, really, the Vice President is not yet here. Reason being that the INEC officials came very, very late. They came in just about 10 minutes ago, and they are still setting up the stand. And but the people are waiting patiently, and the Vice President has sent messages here twice now to come and ask if they are ready for him, and we are expecting him say, as soon as the INEC officials are ready, sure, Edo will be ready. Talking of attendance this time around, about a fortnight ago, the whole of this place, was filled up with people. But now we just have few of them sitting down waiting. But that's not just to say that they are not coming out, because as early as 5:30 in the morning, some of them, we met them here around that time. They came in to register, then go back home. We're expecting that as soon as it kicks off, the people will come out again, and the Vice President will come out as well to vote. But I have here with me Tunji Ogunwusi, who is resident, is here, and I want to ask him, Tunji, why is it that the INEC officials are coming late? 2 weeks ago, it was
first of all, let me say good morning, and thank you for taking our time to be here. It's very important that at last they are here. That's the most critical and most important thing. Whether late by 1 hour or 2 hours or whatever the point is they are here, and they've announced to the whole populace that is here that they are ready for the process to begin. And we envisage that the process will get going, and as more people come in, the the voting process will be much more faster and much more rapid than 2 weeks ago. So we expect a beautiful turnout, and much more people will cast their votes today. Thank you.
Because that's the determination of the people here, of Nigerians, to say, because they are just ready to cast their vote. Back to you in the studio.
Just before we let you go, what explanation have you received from the INEC officials or the electoral officials as to why they are just turning up now, nearly 2 hours after polls were supposed to have opened?
You see, one thing, I think transportation. I think the problem last week, you remember the FEDECO period. I think INEC needs to go back to that time where they have their own vehicles. Last week they came in here with a vehicle that is not even good for pigs. I'm sorry to use that word. But they just need to acquire their own vehicles to make things faster. Because they will have to wait, to go to all other areas before coming down here. And probably what they have is just one vehicle for the whole of the Lekki Peninsula. And this takes time. I think we need to, INEC just really need to go back to that time, to those days of FEDECO, to have their own vehicles that will move their materials and officials around.
Well, Jide, that's still the issue of logistics, which was one of the reasons why the elections got shifted by a week from the 16th to the 23rd of February. But well, of course, we'll get our guests to drill into the issues of the logistic challenges that are arising now. In terms of the turnout of voters, you said that 2 weeks ago, apparently, where you are standing now was jammed by potential voters. What reasons are you learning as to why there appears to be just only a small number?
Well, I would not say small number. It's just that people here just felt they should take things easy. Because, this elite community, so all they did was to come out, register, then back to their homes. And when the INEC official comes around, they too we show up. I think the turnout is still going to be here because over 200 have registered so far in this unit. So the turnout is impressive.
All right, so let's clarify this. Registration, of course, is different from accreditation. If the INEC officials arrived late, who then did the accreditation?
Exactly.
All right, we're saying...
No.
All right, Jide, go ahead.
It is the arrangement by the people here, just to make things go smoothly. You register, you put down your names. So when the voting is about to start, they'll start calling those names. Then, for you to come over and queue, for the INEC officials to now do their job.
All right, Jide, from what you are saying, roundabout when is accreditation and voting likely to begin if they are still setting up?
Well, it seems now they're about ready to go on because, all
right, Jide, if you can hear us, the camera apparently is frozen.
Yeah, I don't. In the next 10 minutes, I think the voting.
Okay, our correspondent, Jide Onifade, will come back to you.
I can hear. Please repeat that again.
Yeah, we'll come back to you when, of course, accreditation and voting begins, and then we have visuals of the Vice President about to cast his vote. Jide Onifade, our correspondent, reporting to us from Victoria Garden City in Lagos. Thank you very much. All right, so let's return to our guests in the studios, Madam Sarah and Dr. Abiodun Adeniyi. Well, one issue that we left on hold with regard to the schedule of the elections, we'll have to leapfrog that now and go straight to what appears to be a recurrent challenge of logistics at VGC, which is, of course, an elite neighborhood on the Lekki Peninsula. It's just about now setting up because apparently they have issues with transportation, as our correspondent told us.
Well, I believe that is an unacceptable explanation. We should have the culture of respect to our constitutional dictates. Section 23 talks about national ethics. The number one item there is discipline. It is a clear case of lackadaisical ineffectiveness. There is no reason why Lekki, you talk about inability to deliver materials up to this moment. If places with challenging terrains have already gotten their materials, the election officers are there as early as 8 o'clock. This is the only place we have gotten an adverse report among all the reports we've been getting from across the country. So INEC should really take into cognizance, should take note of this. This is not a matter of convenience. You have a fundamental duty as a citizen, as enshrined in Section 24 of the Constitution, to really serve the nation, especially as you have been contracted by INEC. And then most embarrassing side of it is where the number two citizen in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we must cultivate the culture of respect to sanctity of seniority of our leaders. He has been there twice. He couldn't get any election officers. He has gone back, and he is now expected to come back for the third time. And then the INEC officials are just going there. Probably that may be the factor as to why you see voter apathy there. Probably the electors have been coming out without seeing any election officer there to give them any guide, and so many other reasons. So I'm really disappointed, and I think INEC should take into cognizance these kind of things, and then should meet indiscipline with appropriate sanctions after the election.
Okay, Sarah, thanks. You've referenced provisions of the Constitution copiously with regard to your response to what has just been observed as a logistic challenge at VGC, the voting area of Vice President Yemi Osinbajo. But I'll come back to you to drill down whether or not this is more of a question of contract rather than obedience to the Constitution. The Constitution, of course, the provisions are there, but contract, how they got into this contract, whom they contracted, and why they contracted such persons. These are matters, of course, that both of you guys will have the opportunity of responding to. But just before we do that, we're going again to one of our correspondents, this time from Owerri in Imo State, and that's Chuma Nwekere. Chuma Nwekere is our correspondent. Imo State, of course, has a reputation of presenting the highest number of governorship candidates, 70. All right. All right, we apologize. We're having some audio challenges with our correspondent in Owerri. Once our engineers clear that up, we'll be back to Chuma Uwakere to give us a situation report from Igbo, once again having the highest number of governorship candidates. Let's bring in Dr. Abiodun Adeniyi. Dr. Abiodun Adeniyi, the logistic challenge again. It's like the bad coin turning up in the INEC pie.
Yeah, very well. But it's also, there's also a silver lining. It's slightly heartening, slightly gratifying, just an isolated case. It's only Lagos that we have witnessed this so far from all the reports that we have seen. So it's not really terrible. It's nothing to be too worried about. Yeah, one is bad, you know, but it would have been more worrisome if we had more cases of these delayed turnout, you know. And 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock is not too... It's not outrageously bad, you know, even if we're not saying that it is satisfactory. But at least it's slightly pleasing that it's not the general case. But again, logistics problem. And I'm not going to ask INEC to start buying vehicles to solve this problem. No, that shouldn't be the right approach, because it's just a one-off thing. How many elections do they conduct, you know, in 4 years, just one general election? So if it's all right for them to continue to contract some of these things out, maybe the question we should be asking is, who did they contract it to? You know, and how efficient, you know, was the person in delivering, in carrying out the responsibility that he or she will have been paid for? Those are the questions you'll be asking. These things can be better done. They can be much more, we can register more efficiency, more productivity in these processes, really. So it's not really something about injecting more money. It's already too expensive for a developing economy like ours to be spending over about 200 billion every 4 years to do elections. That kind of money can be diverted somewhere else. But if we perfect the process, of course, these costs can start climbing down. So we should think about reducing the cost instead of increasing it by asking us to acquire infrastructures, facilities like more vehicles that at the end of the day we'll find very difficult to maintain. You know, the contracting process can continue, but we can perfect the process. Nigerians are very active, they are very productive. Private sector is can be very efficient, you know. If you bring the right people in, they can deliver, really. So whatever the problem is can be dealt with through better thinking, better logistic planning, and like many have said, better project management attitude. That's the problem that we have in Lagos, and I think it can be resolved, really.
Dr. Abiodun Adeniyi, thank you very much. Is it so easy to resolve a matter of this nature, Sarah? I'm asking this question against the background of the various analyses that we have had the opportunity of listening to by experts who, of course, deal with logistics. Yes. We had, for instance, the Chartered Institute of Logistics, you know, trying to explain what went on. Earlier in the program, you had a report from our correspondent in Lagos, who was showing you, know, where materials were being moved out to the various locations, and you saw the kind of bus that was there. Jide Odefade a while ago also told us that, look, 2 weeks ago, the bus that came seemed quite unfit for purpose. Yeah. So, back again to the issue of contract rather than the constitutional provision. Yes. Is there diligent adherence to the MOU signed with the transporters and INEC itself to ensure that, first, if you are asking you to perform this very critical function, because it is time-bound, yes, that the vehicles that you are providing for the service you are rendering must be in top shape. Yes. And the numbers must be sufficient.
Yes. In this case, for example, the Lekki case, nobody says that there was vehicle breakdowns. Nobody said there was vehicle breakdown. That is the reason why I call it clear case of indiscipline. And then memorandum of understanding is not a contract. They go normally into memorandum of understanding. For you to have contractual relationship, there must be penalties for failure. There must be penalties for failure. You discover that most of what they signed with this transportation company did not embody penalties. So it's not really a contract in the strict sense of it. And that is the reason why, you know, there were incidents of delay in logistics delivery at the last presidential election, especially what led to even the shifting of the election by a week, both the presidential and the state assemblies election. Those that caused the logistic problem, has any of them been penalized today? So it's a clear case of indiscipline. People are perpetrating acts of sabotage, and then you are not penalizing anybody. In a situation whereby we don't have respect to the sanctity of the office of the number 2 most senior person in the country, for him to come out twice, he will not be coming out for the 3rd time in order to discharge his civic obligation. No. I believe we should begin to really see things from the correct perspective, say, we call a spade a spade. There is indiscipline. INEC has not penalized anybody based on the first logistic problem we got that led to even the shifting of the election in the first place. We should begin to be seeing people penalized on account of inefficiency or sabotage.
Well, there is, in fact, another dimension to all of this, because we've had opportunity of also speaking to persons who are associated with the transport. And they said that, fine, if the union was supposed to provide, say, just give you an example, 50 vehicles for a local government, there seemed to have been a situation where fewer vehicles were requisitioned by the agency. You had our correspondent, Jide Onifade, talking a moment ago about the challenge of one vehicle having to do several runs into several polling units. But, all right, let's, of course, go over now to one of our correspondents, is Suleiman Iyaji, who will be reporting from the Kuje Area Council.
According to information from the resident electoral officer for Kuje Area Council, Mrs. Zainab Kwefi, about 80 candidates are vying for the councillorship seats in this election, and additional 15 are contesting to become chairman of the council. So far, the process has been smooth, and security men alongside other stakeholders are on top of their game to ensure that the process is free, fair, and credible. Behind me, you can see some of them putting their heads together to perfect strategies that will ensure the safety of voters and materials.
Well, Suleiman, if you can hear me, can you tell us what the turnout is at this time? Just about 2 hours now since polling was supposed to have started where you are. All right, we understand that you can't pick out what I'm saying. Suleiman Iyaji, our correspondent from Kuje Area Council, of course, which is one of the 6 area councils in Nigeria's federal capital territory. Let's come back to Dr. Abiodun Adeniyi. Dr. Abiodun Adeniyi, we're talking about the issue of contract and adherence to contract. In terms of getting the right numbers of vehicles to be deployed and getting those vehicles to move. The vehicles, of course, must be roadworthy in the first instance.
Very well. You know, I don't know if you remember the time when Abuja Airport was being fixed, and a transport company was contracted to move people between Abuja and Kaduna.
That's correct.
You know, it lasted for like 1 month or so. You could see how productive, how efficient it was. You know, there were private companies that handled this thing. You know, and there was no case of use of old rickety vehicles. We never had any case of breakdown on the road. We never had any case of security challenge on the road because the process was perfected, probably led by Kaduna State government and the Federal Ministry of Transportation and Aviation, so to say. So if that example, if that incident, or that exercise happened successfully, took place successfully, then what's wrong with us expanding the space of perfection, the space of efficiency onto our next processes? Okay, so it's just a case of lethargy somewhere, and probably a case of corruption, you know, trickling down. So those who are supposed to be up to the mark, who are supposed to be up and doing, who are supposed to be speak and span in their area of responsibility. You know, I think that's just what the case is. And sometimes it's also saddening when you see low-income earners, middle-class people blaming only the leaders for corruption. Corruption is a general thing in this country, and of course we know how much it contributes to inefficiency. So if 50 vehicles are supposed to be hired, for instance, why will you take 25? And if 25 clean, efficient vehicles are supposed to be hired, why will you take 30 rickety vehicles that are actually eyesores, like the correspondent in Lagos said. So all these things are about choices, they're about decision, and it comes from the absence of commitment, the absence of conscientiousness, So, and how do we trigger this process? How do we trigger it? It could start from somewhere at the level of leadership and permeating down the circle. The person who was supposed to carry out the contract actually failed at some level. Perhaps, we don't know yet, trying to cut some corners. But we need to get these things right at the general level before it could trickle down, because to go down to the minor level, sir.
All right, Dr. Abiodun Adeniyi, thank you very much. We have another of our correspondents this time reporting from Badanawa suburb in Kaduna. Is Suleiman Ajingi. He has an update with regard to accreditation and voting in the locality.
I'm at Ogun State, Kano North local government area at the polling unit of His Excellency Malam Nasir Ahmed El-Rufai. If you recall, just during the presidential election, he decided to join the queue where he spent almost 4 hours waiting patiently to exercise his franchise. The same thing is going to happen today. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
As you are still joining the queue again, just like you did during the presidential?
Yes, I always join the queue. That's the right way.
People will say this is the beauty of democracy. You see the people rubbing shoulders with you on the queue. If not because of democracy, they couldn't have gotten this opportunity. What will you say?
Not quite. I mix a lot with people. I go to the mosques and pray with them. I go to the market. So I mix with people all the time. This is not the only occasion in which I mix with people. You have to mix with those that you lead so that you know what they feel and give them the opportunity to interact with you. I try to do that all the time, as much as the work permits.
As the executive governor, you say you might have had some information what is happening in other polling units across the state. What is the information you've received so far?
Well, all the information I've received so far indicates that the logistics have improved. Most polling units have opened and people are trooping in to cast their votes. Everything has been orderly. The security arrangement has been quite robust all over the state. We have better security in every polling unit than we had the last time. So there is a significant improvement both on the part of the security agencies as well as INEC, and that is commendable.
Thank you very much, sir. Our studio, as you can hear from the governor, everything is fine here. The place is calm, but the young and older women are all out, queuing patiently to cast their ballot this morning.
All right, Suleiman Ajingi, of course, reporting from Kaduna. We're not quite sure if that is the Badanawa suburb of the city, but you saw the governor there giving an impression of what he has seen in and around the locations where he is at. Suleiman Ajingi, our correspondent, reporting from Kaduna. Well, going back again to our correspondent at Owerri, that's Chuma Nwekere. We tried to connect with him earlier, but we had an audio glitch. Let's see if that is cleared up now. Well, again, we have to apologize. From Owerri, we're still having the audio challenge. We do hope that we're able to overcome that. Well, gentlemen, you've already talked about what needs to be done with regard to adherence to the terms of contract, so as to facilitate the logistics for INEC. But just a few points to also note. In terms of the numbers of the political parties that we now have and the numbers that are also taking part in the elections, today we have Imo recording 70 candidates for the governorship. Of course, during the presidential election, we had 73 candidates of the 91 registered political parties. Just a few corrections to make. INEC no longer provides subventions to the political parties. So the incentive for getting registered, of course, isn't necessarily for them to have access to INEC subvention. But INEC, of course, has newer powers which are now enshrined in the Constitution by way of amendment that came along with the 4th alteration modification to the Constitution. There are various grounds upon which a political party, of course, could be deregistered. Some of those ones, of course, we'll get into in the course of the conversation. It's on that note, we would like to thank our two guests who've been with us since the studios opened at 6 o'clock. Ben Asara Kogoma, thank you very much for your contributions to our discussion on Nigeria Decides today. We also would like to appreciate Dr. Abiodun Adeneye, who's a senior lecturer in mass communication at Bayes University in Abuja. Dr. Adeneye, thanks a lot for being with us on the program.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
All right, so we're taking a short break. Of course, when we return, Nigeria Decides continues. We'll be having a new set of guests. We'll also be having more issues to raise and to discuss as Nigerians participate in the second phase of the 2019 general elections.
In Africa, and it's important to show to Africa that democracy is something really important.
Democracy has come. It has come to stay.
We are going to have a very peaceful, fast, transparent, and free and fair election.
We have a good hope for Nigeria.
It's a matter of transparency.
We need to vote our future.
I'm voting. I have my card here already.
I'm sure this is going to be a success at the end of the day.
Just advise everyone to take it easy, be calm. It's a game.
No violence.
When we embrace peace, all of us will enjoy. We will enjoy the dividends of democracy.
I'm at Unit 6, Ward 4, Obanla in Akwa South, local government area of Ondo State.
This is polling Unit 18 at Ungwardania with the local government area, Kano South.
With the distribution of these sensitive materials to all the polling units in Anambra State.
This is Ward 10, Unit 3 of Ijon, in Going local government area of Ekiti South Turnout district.
Ward 8 in Calabar Municipality of Kwara State.
Election has commenced here in Lagos State.
In Herogana, in the local government.
All right, welcome back. And it's still Nigeria Decides on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. We earlier signed off two guests who opened the studios with us at 6 o'clock this morning. We have a new set of guests, of course, coming in from the Independent National Electoral Commission. We have a Director of Voter Education and Publicity. It's a very well-known face, and of course, today is in his uniform. Oluwole Osaze-Oze. Pleasure to have you on Nigeria Decides.
Thank you for having me.
All right. And we also have with us the studios Niyi Akinsijo. Niyi Akinsijo is of the Buhari Media Organization. Thank you very much.
A pleasure. Always.
Of course, he's also an economist, by the way. He discusses economic issues. And we also have with us at the studios AIG, that is Assistant Inspector General of Police, Peter Ogunyawo. AIG Ogunyawo, pleasure to have you with us on Nigeria Decides. Oh, okay. Now, that's one point on the table right away that I would like Osaze-Oze to clear up. And it has to do with a report that we got from our correspondent at VGC, which is on the Lekki Peninsula in Lagos. That's where the Vice President is expected to be accredited and to cast his vote. Up until about 15 minutes or more ago, the electoral officers were still setting up. They arrived late, we understand, apparently because of some logistic hiccup, and our last two guests were discussing that. Do you have any information as to what may have happened?
Thank you. No, I don't have the faintest idea about that particular polling unit. All polling units are treated equally, and we don't have preferences regardless of who the registered voters in that particular unit are. I think each unit contains a cross-section of Nigerians, all those who turned out to register to vote. So whether they're the president of the country or anybody on the street, it's such that we just ask you for your occupation, we don't ask for your position or anything like that. So for today, everybody is treated equally as a voter. We don't recognize president, vice president, governor, or any such person. But as to the logistics issue there, I really don't know. But I've just come from a situation room. I had a good look at an overview of what all that has been happening. And fortunately, almost all polling units opened on time, except where we had particular challenges, which are very, very few. In the Ebonyi, for example, overnight, 3 of our rack centers were burnt down by hoodlums. Armed men came, drove all the officials away, and burnt down, or asked that the material be stacked, and they burnt down the whole thing. So obviously, in some wards in Ogun State today, there will be no election because materials were burnt down. A similar thing happened in Guber East local government area. Umbalom ward will not be voting as I speak because of a similar incident at the RCM primary school in Aya, where hoodlums came, fired into the air, drove our staff away, and burned down all election materials. Fortunately, no one was hurt in any of these incidents, and so obviously there'll be delays in those polling units, and some will just not have elections today as a result.
That's right. We're talking about the incident in Ebonyi. That is in addition to what happened in Akwa Ibom.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Akwa Ibom happened on the eve of the election. We were able to replace the materials destroyed.
Okay, but in the case of Ebonyi, it happened overnight.
It happened overnight, in the early hours of this morning.
Early hours of this morning. Yes. And so 3 rack centers. Do we have a sense of how many polling units or wards or perhaps local government areas?
A couple of wards. One local government is a North local government. There are about 36, just over, a shade over 36,000 registered voters in the units affected. So regrettably, that will impact on the State Assembly election in that locality.
All right, Luwalozi, thank you very much. Let's bring in now AIG Ogunyanwo. Give us a situation report with regard to what your men have found on the field before you respond to the particular issue of the apparent arson in Ebonyi.
Thank you very much. So far, so good. I've spoken to all the 37 commissioners of police across Nigeria, including FCT, and voting has commenced in every place. At least in all the 37 states and Abuja. It has been peaceful generally, with fewer incidents. As he said, we have an overnight incident in Ebonyi, in Oposi, Orizo, and Eka. All these are in Eza North, in Ebonyi Central, Senatorial District.
What is the extent of the damage that your men have found out, for instance, in what happened at Ebonyi Central? And has there been any arrest, by the way?
No arrest so far. I think from what we gathered, the notice overnight that the generator was off. And by the time they tried to react, there was sporadic shooting and the materials were burned down. So we are still trying to investigate because there must probably an insider who have given us some information. So we are trying to investigate how such a thing should occur to happen because we have armed policemen there. So we are trying to find out what they were doing at that time.
What other security reports do you have with regard to what is playing out on polling day today?
Well, in Cross River, for example, in Odupani, we have some materials hijacked there. He has mentioned the incident in Benue, where materials were burnt. We have other incident in Enugu too, where there was stealing of 2 bags containing sensitive materials like ballot papers and resource sheets. Presently, 7 police officers have been interrogated, and a presiding officer too of INEC, the statement has been taken. So as soon as we get any inquiry to the incident, we will definitely brief. In Imo, for example, too, there was an incident in INEC office. It has to do with an issue of some outdoor staff that were used last time and who felt they should be used again. But I think the situation is under control there. In Abambise, Okuboro Ward 1, there was snatching of some materials too. But from the information I gathered by the time I was coming in here, I learned it's like the material have been recovered. So those are the incidents we have so far. Yesterday we had an incident where some of our men who are going to Issa division were ambushed and an ASP was killed. But that is not going to disrupt the election in the area.
Oh, where is that?
That's Issa division is in Sokoto East.
And what?
Issa is in Sokoto East.
That is Sokoto State. That's in northwest.
It's in Sokoto State. That's Sokoto East senatorial zone.
All right. AIG Guyawo and the other guests, we're going to take a pause in the studios and return to one of our correspondents, this time Mohammed Rabi Ali, who is reporting from Bauchi in Kano North.
All is calm here at Hagagawa, one of the polling units in Bauchi, Kano North, as we are witnessing yet another governorship and state assembly election. Electorates, INEC officials and ad hoc staff have turned out early before the stipulated time given by the electoral umpire. And it is pertinent to know that electorates have queued and certain of materials have since been carried out and election has since commenced. But let's hear from the presiding officer and electorates on the situation here at Hagagawa polling unit.
No problem. They have been following due instructions. There have been no problem at all so far.
The process is okay, alhamdulillah. But doing it good, no any hammer, no any embarrassing of our people.
This is the situation so far here at Hagagawa polling unit in Bauchi, Kano North. We give you more situation reports as we move on.
All right, thank you very much. We have another report this time from Guber South, and our correspondent is Talatu Liman.
This is Ore 1, Baganja, Ilim local government area, Guber South Senatorial District, Guber South, Nigeria. We are at one of the polling units here, and the voting has commenced in earnest since the early hours of today. We have one of the electorates who just cast her ballot. Can we know you?
I'm Ruth Samuela Baini.
Okay. Have you cast your ballot?
Yes, I have.
How is the procedure going on here?
It's going on well and smooth as expected.
Since when did the Akwa staff arrive to this polling unit?
They came here around 6 p.m. this morning, and I've been here around just 5 minutes. I spent 5 minutes and I've casted my vote already.
Thank you so much. Well, you've heard it from one of the electorates that things are going on as expected here.
And joining us from Yobe is Mohammed Issa.
I am right now at the polling unit 002 in Gashua Bade local government, Yobe State, Northeast Nigeria. Election here started as early as 8 o'clock in the morning, and voters were on the queue since 7 o'clock in the morning, and everything is going on smoothly. As it is now, voting has already started. Voters have already started casting their ballots, and everything is going on smoothly. Join me is one of the voters who has already cast his ballot. How do you see the process?
Well, the process is very simple. It's not all that rigorous. Precisely, there is no any challenge here.
Now, what I observe here is there is very low turnout of voters, especially as people are not willing to come out to cast their ballot, especially when compared with last election. I will continue to keep you updated as things unfold.
All right, thank you very much, Mohammed Issa reporting from Yobe. Let's go over now to the Nasarawa State capital, Lafia, where our correspondent Hamza Musa McCarthy has a report.
Say Lafia, the Nasarawa State capital, can be like this. It will almost be an impossible dream, but it is a day of national election. People are distributed across the 147 electoral wards to cast their ballot. And indeed, there is a lot of security even within the township. I have seen quite a number of police checkpoints where the movement of the people is actually restricted. Everything for now is very peaceful in Latvia, the Niger State capital. And of course, people that are not doing the ballot are doing some other things else.
Thank you, Hamza Musa Makarfi. Let's go over also to the northwest, this time from Kebbi, where our correspondent Nura Tanko is joining us live.
I am now at the polling unit 002, Dola Makaranta in the local government area of Edo State, where voting commences are scheduled by 8 a.m. And one important aspect about this particular polling unit is the turnout of our female voters who are in their numbers, waiting patiently until to exercise their franchise. I have with me a voter from this particular polling unit in person of Malam Samaila Abdullahi, who is here to exercise his franchise.
The INEC official bring all the necessary materials that to aid them to conducting the election successfully. So the people are already in line and casting their votes.
One interesting thing about this particular polling unit also, we are told the INEC ad hoc staff, the election materials as well as security personnel has denied at this particular polling unit for them to be able to commence the exercise as scheduled. That is the situation from here. Is back to the studio.
All right, from one of the suburbs of the Federal Capital Territory, we're being joined by Adebola Brookslyn Sunday.
Here at the Presidential Villa polling units, here we have two polling units, 021 and 022. Both polling units have accredited voters of 6,994, and you know, the Federal Capital Territory is so unique in the sense that there is no anybody contesting for the position of the governor as the states or the territory is being structured, and we only have the councillorship and chairmanship elections. I have with me the Federal Capital Territory resident electoral commissioner of INEC in the person of Alhaji Yaya Bello. Can you tell us what you've observed so far, talking about the difference in what we had in the last elections?
But to me, there's no difference, because last election we started as we should. We started 8 o'clock. So I've observed that our own, personnel, the APOs and every other personnel and their materials are already on ground, and they have started by 8 o'clock. Accreditation and simultaneous voting.
What would be your word? What should Nigerians, especially the FCT residents, expect from this exercise?
In fact, the only thing is they should go out, and vote for people of their choice. That's what they are doing. Our own is to provide the conducive atmosphere, the personnel, the materials, the security. The place is secured. So that is all we are looking for. So that is what the only expectation we have for them is to go and vote peacefully. All the reports that I have received from the area councils, they have started voting, and people have been there. Personnel and their materials have been there since 7 o'clock. They have set up their own shop. By 8 o'clock, they were voting. That's all. And people are coming.
As a PO, can you tell me how prepared you are that will make it different from what happened? I mean, surmounting the challenges of last elections.
Well, I learned very well from my last election, and this election, you always learn your lessons. So I'm more prepared, I'm more ready to face any challenge. And as of last time, I was even able to tackle challenges. So this will be better. I'll act as a professional right now.
You are one of the early voters here. Can you tell us how the process went?
Well, actually, the process is quite interesting. Secondly, I can see from the presidential election, it happened the same, that the card reader is not reading well. So it's my name and everything is there, but when I put my hand, it doesn't read. It doesn't read. It's only that they just screen me manually, not through the card reader. So this problem happened in the presidential, and it happened the same today.
Like I told you, there's no governorship candidates, but there are 28 candidates contesting for the position of the chairmanship slots and 18 of them for the position of the councillorship.
All right, thank you very much, Adebola Brookslyn Sunday, reporting to us there from the Sokoto suburb of the Federal Capital Territory. One of our other correspondents, Chibobi Watanaje, is also at Gariki, another suburb of the FCT.
All right, so we are here at Unit 2, Ward 2 in Gariki, inside the Abuja Municipal Area Council. And this is about 8:30 in the morning, and we're yet to see any of the voting activities started, though we can see the presiding officer and all his officers around trying to put things in place to start up the accreditation and voting exercise. And then, of course, behind me you can see the security officials who are already here waiting to ensure that there is serious security around this polling unit. But we have the presiding officer here who will tell us why the voting activities are yet to start in this polling unit. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Can you tell us exactly what the delay is?
Well, the delay was just with the chairs and tables, which have already arrived. So we are starting, as you can see behind me, the tables and chairs are already here, and we should commence accreditation immediately.
Okay, so you're telling me that all the essential and non-essential materials are already in place?
All the essential and non-essential materials were here almost an hour ago. They are still here. The ballot paper, the ballot boxes, as you can see, the ballot boxes are here, the card reader, everything is here, pen, marker. So we're just waiting for the table. The person that was supposed to bring the table had a little bit of delay.
Okay, so what would you say about the voter turnout that you see here compared to what you had in the presidential and National Assembly elections?
Well, the turnout, to be sincere, is poor because during the presidential, we came and people were already here since around 4 a.m. waiting to vote. About 50 to 70 people, but now the turnout is a little bit slow, and they are not, except if they stepped out to pray or something, it's not encouraging compared to that of the presidential election.
Well, quite unfortunately, the turnout here is really, really low, and you can see that there's a kind of a big voter apathy that is happening here in this ward. And right over my shoulder by my left, you would see that business activities are seriously ongoing. You would see people who have come out to go about their normal businesses. But yet again, there are people who have come out here actually to cast their ballot and ensure that their vote counts. And I have one of them here. Can you tell us why exactly this voter turnout here is quite low this morning?
Well, to my greatest surprise, my coming out this morning, I never expected that this turnout would be very low compared to what happened the last time, 2 weeks ago, the other election. This place was chocked up, but I'm surprised that the turnout is very, very low.
All right, thank you very much. Of course, considering the voting strength of this polling unit, it would be a thing of surprise to see that what we have here is less than 20 to 30 people already seated here in different places waiting to cast their ballots. Well, we'll look around and see what happens as the day goes by.
All right, thank you very much, Chimobi Watanaje. You can see just one of the parts that you showed us there. People are already pounding yam and also preparing whether begri soup or egusi soup, we're not quite sure. But the INEC Director of Voter Publicity is here with us. He will explain whether there are infractions of extant regulations as to how to behave on election day. But before then, let's join Kunle Adeyeye, who is also in the Federal Capital Territory, Area 3 in particular.
We're at Unit 001B in Area 3 in the Federal Capital Territory. And from what we have gathered, there are 5 voting points.
All right, that report there was abbreviated. But Lydia Sampson, our correspondent, is also on the line.
We're at FHA Gate 014 polling unit in Lugbe, Amak Area Council. And already there are some voters here who are eager to cast their ballot. And we want to speak with them and hear from them. So, in a nutshell, how early did you come here today?
I was here before 7.
So, why that early?
I just came to cast my vote so that I can leave this place.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. And I noticed that we don't have too much voters here at the moment. Is it that people are not coming, or you are optimistic that they would come late?
They will come late. They came to write their name and went back. It will be much. It will be much.
Thank you very much. And do you believe your vote will count?
Yes, of course. Yeah. Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, I would also leave you because I saw both of you seated. Yo, but if you saw, okay, láti gbà wo lẹ ti wá bí láàárọ̀ yìí.
Àmọ́ ti dá mi pé aago mẹ́rin sí kí kó tó lù.
Kí ló dé tètè kánjú wá báyẹn?
Àkálẹ̀ tèrè níbi fóòtì ká ti fi lọ lé ni.
We report the situation. We are only allowed to report to the situation.
Okay. Why is that? So that there won't be contradictions or what?
That's the orientation we got.
Security is critical to the conduct of elections, and for the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, it's not just about deploying human personnel, but also deployment of sniffer dogs like this. So we'll continue to keep you updated.
That's our correspondent, Lydia Sampson, reporting from Lugbe, also in the Federal Capital Territory. Of course, we'll be going shortly to our various network centers to join them to get wider reports from what's happening elsewhere in the country. But before then, let's return to our three guests. We still have with us AIG Ogunyanwo, Niya Kinsuju, as well as Wole Osazeuzi. But let's bring in Niya Kinsuju, who hasn't had the opportunity of making his opening statement. We're getting a sense from our reporters. This is a little over 2.5 hours now since the polling stations of. There appears to be an apparent low turnout. We do not know whether there might be a surge later on in the day. But what, in your opinion, is probably playing out? Is it voter fatigue, just burnout, or what?
I think it will also have a direct connection to the learning process. It's a learning curve. The voters were exposed to a certain form of voting, voting pattern and the process on February 23rd, away from what we used to have, where you come, get accredited, then wait, until you vote. Sometimes back then, you get accredited and you go back home. And afterwards, you come back, I think at 12 o'clock or something. But now, voters will come in, simultaneously get accredited and vote. Now, that would lead, going forward, to a form of attitudinal adaptation to this new method. So I don't think we should take a conclusion now. Going forward, you may have some voters that may just target, is it not 12 o'clock? We have until 2 o'clock. In the normal Nigerian tradition, between 12 and 2 o'clock, I will not be surprised if there's a surge, in the numbers of voters. But again, if you also look at the character of the campaign, for this, for the March 9 election compared to the February 23rd election, there is a huge difference. Campaign principally conscientize people, and of course motivate into driving voters out. The presidential campaign was huge in terms of exposure. If you did the content analysis of even media exposures, to advertisement, promotions of parties and all that, candidates, in the last 5 days, hardly would you see insertions of governorship contest aspirants, the candidates, insertions of even House of Assembly candidates. And of course, there's a need to continue to remind the voters. Nigerian voters are yet to build up to a level where they have taken the office of the citizen as a serious office of state. Of course, we expect that as we go, we would evolve into that. So the need to continue to conscientize the Nigerian voters is important. The tempo of campaign in these last 2 weeks had been so low, and I was not expecting so much surge, unlike before February 23rd, where everywhere was more or less permeated with news, songs, talks, all manners of things that had to do with the election. And even at that,
we still had what you call low voters turnout compared to what we used to have. So, but I am hopeful. Perhaps it's still an adaptation. If we do the final tallies by 2 o'clock, then we should be able to arrive at a certain conclusion.
Okay. Well, Niyi, but just before we go over to one of our network centers, which will be Jos this time, that's the capital of Plateau State, I would like you to also respond to what has become something like a proposition that the subnational elections are turning out to be an anticlimax on account of the scheduling of the elections, that if you had gone from the lowest to the highest, perhaps the enthusiasm might have been sustained. Again, we're bearing in mind that the numbers aren't in fully yet as to what the turnout has been today, or will be today.
Yeah. It depends. If you also look at some states, Lagos, for instance, till the eve of the election yesterday, the campaign tempo was huge, either on television, on ground report, and all that. So I think for a number of what you call the contentious zones, the contentious states, you have high voters turnout. There are some states that are given. Don't also forget that we are coming from an election result already in some states that are already given. there are some states from the character of the results given out on February 23rd that you can say, oh, this state is definitely this party. That other state is definitely this party. Activists in those states may not even go out of their way to move out people, into the polling booths. So, but there are still some war zones, as it were. And for those war zones, I expect huge turnout.
Okay, Niyi, thanks. I mean, you're talking about battleground states. My colleague, Cecily Gbele, will be joining us shortly to give us a rundown of course, where the battleground states are and what the other relevant numbers are with regard to the number of candidates, which ordinarily would expect to be a driver of promotional and advertorial campaigns ahead of the elections. But things aren't panning out that way exactly. But our colleague Cecil Gbele will do that for us. That will be after we go to our correspondent, our anchor in Jos, Femi Okewo. Femi Okewo is right there on the screen. Femi, good morning. Tell us what's happening around the plateau.
Thank you, Kingsley. The picture, the impressions we developed during the presidential and National Assembly elections, the impressions that the citizenry, the voters gave us, have not changed, and that should be pleasant news to people watching us. It means that largely we are having a replay of the situation we had during the presidential and National Assembly elections. But this is one election, that is this weekend's election, the governorship and State House of Assembly election, is one election that is closer to the people. And so we should expect some little dynamics to play out in an election that touches the people more closely. And that is what we are going to be doing from the Nigeria Decides studio here in Jos. Thank you for staying with us, and we're going to be giving you a picture of what is on the ground today. Joining me to do that in the studio is Professor Danladi Atu. We have met him before during the presidential and National Assembly election. He is the Director, Institute for Peace Studies and Social Rehabilitation, University of Jos. Professor Atu, Professor University of Abuja. Yes, I would normally automatically think that it is Jos, but he came all the way from Abuja to assess the situation here. Professor Danladi Atu, you're welcome.
Thank you, and good morning, viewers.
And we have with us the first, she is the first lady I am hosting since this Nigeria Decides studio opened in Jos, and she falls squarely into the issues we would want to discuss today. She is Mrs. Bridget Dakes. Executive Director, Women and Girl Child Rescue and Development Initiative. Mrs. Dakes, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
We have reporters on the field, and let's have them give us a direct instruction as to what they have noticed on the ground. Paul Dama, for instance, reports that voting commenced almost simultaneously at most polling units in the southern part of Plateau State, as the NTA crew observed that materials arrived early with virtually no complaint of card reader malfunction. The process, he also says, has been orderly and peaceful. Here's Paul Dama with his story.
Dispatcher 2 in Lantan North local government area, where one of the gubernatorial aspirants is expected to cast his ballot. In all the places we have visited so far, we have observed that electoral materials arrived on time and voting commenced at 8 a.m. on the dot. This is certainly an improvement on the side of INEC.
Thank you, Paul. We'll now move to Mangu, where Ekemeren Kaneng Ladoja says voting has commenced at the Angwam Madaki polling unit 1 and 2 of Mangu Ward and Ward 2, with a high turnout of voters.
Ward Mangu Ward 2 at Angwam Madaki polling unit 2. A bit of voters' education has taken place this morning, where people have been informed to show up their polling units and to ensure that they have their PVCs. Also, it was agreed upon that the sick, pregnant, and elderly will be given priority, and voting has commenced, and all seems smooth to roll.
Now, and Ashiazi Gopep reports from just east that the Speaker of the Plateau State House of Assembly, Joshua Madaki, has described the conduct of the governorship and House of Assembly elections as impressive. The Speaker stated this after casting his ballot at the Zagam polling unit in Megemu district. Her report.
From the exercise of last time, because last time there were a lot of delays occasioned by the card readers operations. But this morning we did not witness such lapses. So, and the timeliness in commencement of voting this time have improved better than last exercise. I think that is wonderful for me.
Now let's take our guests, even though we have kept them in the studio for a few minutes before now. They really have been on the field. Indeed, I spoke to one of them, if not the two of them. They have actually voted. And so they have a first-hand knowledge of what is happening on the field. Let me start with Bridget Dakes and ask her what her impression is of the turnout generally.
All right, for me, this morning I was out to cast my vote, and turnout is a bit low, even though I was at my unit very early this morning because I knew I had an appointment here in the studio. So I cannot give a conclusion to say that people eventually will not turn out, because I went out to vote as early as possible. And while I was voting, voters were still coming in, and electorates were coming in.
You voted during the presidential election?
Yes, very well.
Compare the time you voted in this election and the time you were able to cast your vote during the presidential election. Which one came earlier?
The presidential election, we had people who, it started earlier because people were anxious to vote. And I think at my polling unit, people were out as early as 6 a.m. Some were even out before 6 a.m. to write their names down on the list, and then they went home to come back. And so it's also early today.
The reason I asked that question is if the materials arrived earlier in this election, or they came at the same time?
Materials arrived early this election. Okay. Yeah, because already any other challenge that electoral officers had, probably they had them because that was the first one they had to go through, you know. But this morning at my polling unit, INEC officials were already there, ad hoc staffs were already there, the table was set, the card reader was there, electorates were out on time, you know, so this was quite earlier for me.
Let me get his impression, Professor Danladi.
Yeah, I think this election seemed to be significantly different in approach than the previous one. One, the expectation of the electorate were informed with the experiences of the last election. Okay. The anxiety was there.
All right. Well, we're taking a short break now from our Jos studios, where we still have Femi Okewo conducting the interviews there with two of our guests in Jos, and going back to Jide Onifade, our correspondent at Victoria Garden City on Lekki Peninsula in Lagos. Earlier we had him on, and of course he did indicate that there was a delay in the arrival of the INEC officials and materials, and that's the polling unit where we have the Vice President of the Federal Republic and of course other voters who are there at that particular polling unit at VGC. Now, those are the visuals. So you see that our correspondent, of course, is right at the edge of your screen there. Vice President, of course, going through the process of accreditation and voting. You see one other voter on the left side of your screen, who is obviously seeking to thumbprint his ballot paper before All right, so you are seeing live pictures coming to you from Victoria Garden City on Lekki Peninsula in Lagos, where voting was delayed for about 2 hours on account of the late arrival of materials and men. That's the polling unit where we have the Vice President and indeed other voters who are registered to vote. We're not sure yet if our correspondent will get an interview with the Vice President after he casts his vote, but we're hoping that that will be possible so that he gives us his impression of what has happened. All right, that's the Vice President. You see him there. Of course, our correspondent is trying to have some access so that he gets a better visual capture of the Vice President as he goes there thumbprinting his ballot papers. And well, of course, we'll expect the Vice President to say a few words to the media crew that are around him at the voting center. All right. So on the opposite side of the cubicle is the wife of the Vice President. You can see her there, even though her face is slightly obscured. And just while we are waiting the Vice President to complete his process, maybe at this time, I would like to ask the INEC Director of Voter Education and Publicity, Mr. Oluwole Osaze-Ozie. Mr. Ozie, of course, we are saying earlier, we told you that our reporter gave us a report that voting commenced late on account of the late arrival of materials. But this is coming from Lagos. Yeah, that's where we said, you say our reporter, Jide Onifade, of course, is live now.
That is it. The wife just completed casting his vote, our vote now, and the president also is about doing that right now. And shortly after doing this, we would like to have a word with them. Well, Your Excellency is here now. Your Excellency, sir, I'm on NTA, largest network in Africa.
A few moments ago, and I voted quite easily. I think it's a quite an orderly process. I'm quite pleased with what I'm seeing. Quite pleased. The testimony seems to be good. Well, I'm in no position to say, especially because I just came. So I really don't know whether it's low or not. I can't really make a judgment. I don't have enough facts to decide that one. But I hope that as many people as possible turn out to vote.
Your Excellency, I need to congratulate you on the 62nd birthday. And what's the greatest gift you want Nigerians to give you for this birthday?
Well, for the birthday, one thing I'd like very, very much is for all of us government achieve the very best we can.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Thank you very much.
You can see some challenge there with the audio and part of the visuals from Victoria Garden City on Lekki Peninsula, where the Vice President and his wife have both been accredited, and have also had the opportunity of casting their votes. Of course, they had a 3-hour delay in doing that. The polling was supposed to have opened at 8 o'clock, but apparently they didn't set up until 2 hours later. But just before we go over to Jos, I don't know whether I'll have the opportunity of asking our correspondent, before we go over to Jos, our guest in the studios here, that's Wole Osaze-Ozie. In Lagos, there have been some issues with regard to whether or not elections will take place in all constituencies for all the elections scheduled for today. They were supposed to be make good, or if you like, supplementary elections. What is the status in Lagos?
Yes, indeed. I think that was announced earlier in the week that we will do supplementary National Assembly elections for places where elections were inconclusive. Elections conducted on the 23rd of February were inconclusive. You're aware, and you did see on social media, for example, of burning of ballot papers in certain areas and certain disputes, violence in other areas. Yesterday, for example, the commission had to sit as late as 8 p.m. sorting out, because so many court orders were served on the commission between Thursday and Friday on the eve of the election. And of course, we have always said we will obey our court orders. We don't want to run foul of court orders. We have to study these court orders. And another one that was served on the commission was regarding Ajeromi Felodun federal constituency in Lagos State. And Honorable Rita Oji got secured an order against the commission from going ahead with the supplementary election regarding the federal constituency seat of Jeremy Felodun in the belief that she had won the election and there's no need for a supplementary election. And these are just part of the hazards, part of the things we have to deal with, and the uncertainty it creates. So there are so many constituencies where they said substitutes even for the concluded elections. We had several court orders. It affected 4 constituencies, for example, and senatorial districts, where the court said the person who we declared winner is not the owner. Don't give him a certificate of return. We have given certificates on Thursday. Don't give him a certificate of return. Substitute this one. And there are some that came on the eve of elections involving, I think, more than 10 federal state constituencies and governorship, saying this is not the kind of give it to somebody else or stay action on it regarding the declaration. So it's part of the challenges and the judicial intervention causes in the administration of electoral justice.
Well, you're a lawyer as well, and you know that our electoral jurisprudence is in a thicket right now, sure. And how to cut our way through that thicket is a matter, of course, we'll continue to engage. Let's pause our guests in the Abuja studios and return to Femi Okewo in Jos. Femi, we had to take a break from Jos to go to Lagos and back here to Abuja. Back to you in Jos, and we'll give you some 10 minutes to wrap up with your guest.
Thank you. That's the power of the network of Nigerian television. We can cut from one place to the other as easily as possible. But allow me to ask Mr. Oluwole Osazeuzi. We were just talking before we went to Lagos about how things have improved in terms of delivery of electoral materials, which affected the starting of the election earlier this time around. How come in a very well-known Victoria Garden city there, we had a repeat of what happened in the presidential election during this election for the vice president? Will INEC take a particular interest in asking questions why for that polling center election materials were not still delivered on time this time around?
Thank you, Femi. By the way, we do miss you here in the Abuja studios, but you're doing a good job over there in Jos. I commend you. No, I don't think we are going to take particular interest in any polling unit. We are taking interest in all polling units that did not start on time. So when I say that we take particular interest in Victoria Garden City, as we all know, is an affluent suburb of Lagos, and the current vice president is registered there. So we will not take special interest in it. We'll take it in exactly the same way as we take all polling units. A post-mortem will be undertaken, and before the course of the day, I'll find out what specifically occasioned the late start in that particular unit. But as you're aware, in most polling units, I've gotten a lot of photographs and evidence from Plateau State, just in particular, to show that polling units there started on time, for example. In other areas of Lagos, it did. In some other areas of Lagos, Ikeja, and that particular area, I don't know, it didn't start. When the Ikeja one, when I investigated, I found out that there were some issues of misunderstanding with some of the core members, saying some of them are getting alerts and some of them are not getting alerts, and how much exactly they were to be paid. So I think that fortunately was resolved. That may have affected VGC. I really quite honestly do not know, but I know it affected some units in the Ikeja when things were explained to them. 1 or 2 people did not get their alerts because they have probably filled in wrong account numbers or account details. There are issues. But all polling units where things did not start on time will find out. Because quite honestly, if there's no excuse, then some of our officials, they are going to run foul of the law. Section 123 of the Electoral Act says, look, where there's dereliction of duty and late commencement without good reason, then you will run being prosecuted for an offense, and you can be jailed or fined heavily for that. So it's a postmortem that we will carry undertaking after the elections. I give examples of some other units in places like Ebonyi and some parts of Benue State, where, of course, the people could not go out because they were scared away by gunmen and materials burned, so they could not conduct the election. So obviously, some people might not have gotten that notice and might be waiting in the polling units there. I don't know the reasons, but we'll find out in due course.
All right.
Now let's come back to our studio here and have Prof conclude his thoughts. Particularly now, let's combine it with the fact that card readers generally, again now, not specifically, generally seem to be functioning better this time around.
Yeah, generally, there's much improvement by INEC. I think we must commend INEC on this. Their postmortem of the last elections have given them the room to improve. Okay. I think that improvement, we've seen it on ground. So we must commend them on that.
All this may, at the end of it, we are possibly hopeful that the fact that things are working better may not necessarily. During the presidential election, you could go to a polling center and see heads, seas of heads.
Yeah.
It gives the impression there is a high turnout. This time, it's being spaced out.
Yeah, Femi, you see, it's too early for us to say whether there's voter apathy on the Plateau or not. Okay. As I told you earlier, you see, the expectation of the electorate has been that, well, maybe it will take time for these materials to arrive. Yes. So let's hold a while. Mm-hmm. And so I think for us now to say there's voter apathy, I think it's too early for us to pass that assessment.
Bridget, you are into women functions other than general electoral functions. What is the attitude of women now? Not only in terms of voting, they have always turned out for voting, but in terms of participation in the election.
Women have always participated in elections right from time immemorial, and we must commend women for this. And before the 23rd February election, we embarked on social media engagement, and we're encouraging women to come out to vote. And women are instrument of success in every society. They bring about development. And so we have been encouraging women to talk to their husbands and their sons, to their children, those who are above 18, to come out to vote. And women have been instrumental in that. And so for this election, particularly the presidential and for this morning, I tell you, when I went out to vote this morning, most of the people who went out to vote were women. And so women have always come out to vote because they know that their vote speaks volume. And they know that have needs that the government need to meet up. And who is the government? The government are these people that have been elected into that seat. And if we cannot vote for people who we think should attend to our needs, I think we have not done anything. So women have been united when it comes to electoral processes, when it comes to pre and post elections. Women have been instrumental. And so we want to say a big well done to women, because I know that women are preparing, still coming out. And it's fun to see that women are out. Most elections, you will see women carrying their babies on their backs. You will see even those women who have special needs come out to vote.
Now, apart from them deciding people who come into government, are they making themselves available to come into government? Do you have statistics on the Plateau, for instance, of the number of women contesting?
We have statistics, but we still have this disparity. You know, men are still more in their numbers. And never has it happened that women have in their numbers been more than men when it comes to election or participation or trying to vote or trying to participate to be voted for. This electoral season or this election season or this political season, so to say, women in Plateau State came out in their numbers to be voted for. They participated, they vied for different positions. But sadly enough, we have not gotten any woman who has been voted for.
At least from the National Assembly and of course.
And the one that disturbs us more is even the only one that was at the National State House of Assembly who had lost her elections.
Okay. At the primaries?
At the primaries.
Okay.
No, she was previously the one who women were beating their chests with. Women said, we have her there, Alice Dimlaw, we have her there, she speaks on behalf of women. And unfortunately, she didn't make it to her primaries. And so it's so saddened to record such incidences in the Plateau. But then again, we're still calling on to women, because women cannot fold their arms and say that because it has happened this way, so we should just sit down and just keep voting because we need the government to act on our behalf. We must continue to push on. We must continue to call upon women to be there to vie for several leadership positions. And we're also asking that in this government, whoever is going to come up on board to be the next government in our state, please, we are advocating that women should be given appointments. Women should be there at key positions to make also their decisions and policies that concern the well-being of women on the plateau.
Professor Atu, we have to wind up in a moment and hand over to another center, but let's have your impression. This is an election that involves states' House of Assemblies and state governors. Do you think that the politicians at the local level have been close enough, have mobilized enough the citizenry for this voting?
Yes, what has played out in the last 10 days or so is not the usual jamboree rallies and the rest. It's house to house. Because this is an election that is close to the people. And be that as it may, you find out that issues come to play. Some value clarifications come to play. They will require the candidates to come and clarify some values, some actions or inactions of the candidates. And then they are pedigree too. Now, don't forget, Femi, too, that we have a national election too, early on the Plateau here in Jos. And the anxiety, that's why the political anxiety is more in Jos North. Because Tudunwada ward,
that's for the federal
House of Reps. Now there's going to be a real one there too. And so the anxiety, you find the anxiety, all the heat is just because of this area of elections that are taking place.
Thank you very much. In other sessions, when you come back to us, the issue of women participation and let's say minority participation in elections will be another issue we'll be looking at when you return to us. But we know that we need to go around the country and give the kind of picture we have painted here on the plateau. And so, Kingsley, I hand the baton back to you.
Thank you very much, Femi. Once again, we're back to our Abuja studios and we still have all our guests. Just before we went first time to Femi, we did say that we're going to go on a map of the country to show the battleground states for the election. My colleague, Cecily Bele, of course, she'll be doing that for us, indicating also the numbers that we are looking at in terms of those who are contesting the elections today. We have 29 states where there are governorship elections, but throughout the 36 states of the Federation, you have state houses of assembly elections. And in the Federal Capital Territory, you have area council elections to elect the chairman of the area councils as well as councillors. If Cecil, my colleague, is ready, maybe we'll get her to just run through the numbers, telling us, the number of candidates and the date where the battleground states are. Cecil, let's come to you and then you give us some rundown.
Yes, Kingsley, I just listened to Jos and I heard a woman talk about female participation. Just yesterday was International Women's Day, and it's common knowledge that women pose more voters during the election. I think this year we have about 47% this year, and I hear at about 8% of the over 1,000 candidates who vied for positions were actually cleared at their parties, and it's not pretty encouraging for female voters, I must say. Kingsley, I guess you agree with me.
Well, that's right. There's some patriarchal consideration in our politics still, and I'm sure that at some point we'll continue to break the glass ceiling.
All right, so quickly, we have 29 states going to the polls for governorship election today, and I'll just run through some which I'll call the battleground state. Let me start with a very interesting one, Imo State, where we have about 70 candidates vying for the governorship seats, and of this we have just 5 female, I must say. And it's interesting to know that Imo State is interesting because they have very strong candidates in this state, 5 strong candidates in this state, I must say. We have the APC, Senator Hope Uzodinma. There we have the PDP, Right Honorable Emeka Ihedioha. We have the AA, Uche Nwosu, ABGA, Ifeanyi Ararume, and Accord Party, Ikedio Hakim. Now, that's very strong. I really, like many people, wonder what will the turnout be in this state. I was hoping that I will get to ask some of you analysts some of these questions, and let's see how that pulls out. Sokoto State, Kingsley, is another interesting one. Of course, 51 candidates are running for different positions in the state. And what's interesting about Sokoto State is the fact that the present governor is running against his former deputy governor. You know, when Governor Tambawa moved from the ruling party to the PDP, his deputy remained in the APC, and now he's running the ticket of the party. So many are wondering how that will turn out. Of course, we know Rivers State with 64 persons running for the candidacy for the seat of the governor of Rivers State is also another interesting one. Though the APC didn't end up getting a candidate in Rivers State, but they are embracing the candidacy of the AAC. That may give the PDP a run for it. Lagos State, of course, has always been a very interesting one to look out for. Oyo State is another state I would like us to really zoom our lenses. In Oyo State, it's an APC state. The president at the last election lost there, but there is a lot of coalition, many other parties that have endorsed the candidacy of the APC, and that may give the PDP a tough one there in Oyo State. We have Kwara, Kaduna, and a couple of other states. So in the course of your discussion, Kingsley, I would like you to take a look at some of these battleground states, and let's see how the whole drama will unfold.
All right. If you go to the first column, there, Akwa Ibom is also one of those states, even though it's a two-horse race there. You have 45 candidates, but some analysts are saying a two-horse race.
Oh.
That's Akwa Ibom. That's number 3 there in alphabetical order, by the way.
Akwa Ibom. Okay, yeah, this is Akwa Ibom,
yes. Akwa
Ibom State. Let's go to red. All right, the Akwa Ibom State, is also another, it's another state we should look out for. We've talked about Kaduna State, Governor El-Rufai, Lagos State. Jimmy Agbaje, do you think he stands a chance?
Oh, well, that's where the voters are already at the polling station. So it's for him. And, of course, the other candidates who are on the ballot to see how things go. Well, Cecil, thanks a lot. As you said, we will return to our analysts, who, of course, will be discussing some of those details. But just, Cecil, we'll let you retire briefly, and let's come back to AIG Ogunyawo, because earlier AIG Ogunyawo was talking about some security incidents right on the eve of the election. So we'd like him to run through those incidents one more time. We talked earlier about Borno, Cross River, as well as the unfortunate loss of life of a police officer in Sokoto. AIG, just give us a situation report with regard to what's playing out on the field.
Thank you very much. As at last count, I think the states that where we have incidents have increased to 12. On 7th, there was a fatality, a campaign fatality. I think campaign supporters clash between APC and PDP, and during which an APC supporter was knocked down by a vehicle, and he died. In that incident, some arrests have been made, and the vehicle impounded. There was a boat mishap in Ondo State, and from the report I just got, in Igbokoda, so there is not likely to be voting there because 4 card readers and other materials were lost in the boat mishap, but no life was lost. We have an issue in Kwara that the CP tried to solve too, issue of accreditation by parties agents, in which we believe it is INEC that accredits. And the INEC has confirmed some of the agents not to have been those they accredited. So some arrests have been made too. We have a non-intention incident in Kogi. That's a Unguwa Fawa unit in Lokoja. Their trucks destroy some materials. But in Mapuro, Mopamuro, in Kaba area, the ballot paper and resources of Ankpa local government were mistakenly brought to Mopa. So there will be no election according to INEC in that area too. The election will be shifted to tomorrow because it will be impossible to start transferring materials. In Bayelsa, there are incidents of lack of vehicles to convey materials. I hope that one will be resolved before the voting close. I've already mentioned the issue of Sokoto, then the Ebonyi issue too.
Yeah, could you just go over what happened in Sokoto, what happened in Ebonyi, what happened in
In Sokoto yesterday, police officers were going to the area of deployment and they were ambushed by bandits. And in that shootout, an ASP was killed, lost his life. The others they carried on. Election will hold because reinforcement has been sent to the area. In Ebonyi, like I said, attacked overnight. That is in Okposi, Orizo, and Eka. Those are in Eza North of Ebonyi Central Senatorial Zone. So it is INEC that will decide whether they will be able to replace the materials before the end of voting. In Odukpani too, in Cross River, electoral materials were hijacked. No arrest made so far. The issue of the one in Ebonyi, the policemen who are on guard there are being questioned. Just like the case in Enugu, where 2 bags containing sensitive materials were taken away. In units 2 and 3 at Tumabo in Nsuka area, about 03:39 hours of this morning. 7 police officers, as I said, are being questioned, and the presiding officer's statement is being obtained under caution too. So far, those are the incidents we have. We hope our patrol team will continue to ensure they are able to curtail the excesses of some of these talks.
All right. Thank you very much, AIG Ogunyanwo. Oluwole Osaze, you've listened to some of the accounts detailed by the AIG with regard. These are apparently, live updates as to what is happening around the country. What can you reconfirm for us before we go over to our Ibadan Network Center?
Yes, I think I did make reference to the Ebonyi incident, and of course those materials cannot be replaced until a couple of days. But that of Kogi, that particular state constituency, they have no governorship election. We cannot proceed because we engaged the stakeholders and they did confirm that, look, this mislabeling, they are concerned about the mislabeling. Now, in which case we said, okay, fine. What we agreed with them is that the elections will take place tomorrow because the right properly labeled ones will be sent back to them. But every other incident here has referred to the IG, has referred to concerning INEC and its activities.
Okay. Sazel, sorry, we have to interject at this moment and go over to our correspondent who is joining us from Abeokuta. Yeah, Abeokuta, of course, is the capital of Ogun State. We understand the governor is about to vote, but Abeokuta, of course, is all the more interesting, as my colleague Cecil was pointing out. Ogun State is one of the battleground states for today's governorship and state House of Assembly elections. Some 4 front runners, of course, plus others who are also on the ballot. So Ogun State is pretty interesting in terms of the outlook, and that's the governor of the state there who is who is in the process of being accredited and then casting his vote at his polling station.
Get back to you. Yes, I have here with me I have here with me Comrade Michael Lawson, a domestic observer. How would you describe the voting exercise so far?
Thank you very much. The voting exercise today has been very peaceful. Unlike the general expectation that today's election was going to be violent, and from all the polling booths we've visited, it's been very, very peaceful. I think the politicians have spoken to themselves. I think the security agencies have put in place a very wonderful security architecture to ensure that the election of today remains very peaceful. So kudos to the politicians this time around, and kudos to the security agencies led by the Nigerian police, of course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In this election, there are 41 governorship candidates. We have 9 federal constituencies in this Ogun State, and we have 26 state constituencies. We have 26 state constituencies, and the total number of candidates that are vying for the State National Assembly is 526. With me, I have a journalist who is covering this event in person of Mr. Dimeji Kayode Adedeji. How would you describe the process so far?
It has been so peaceful and orderly. The security put in place is also imperfect. At the same time, I would say that the turnout is also encouraging. Compared with the previous elections, you can see larger number of voters coming out to vote this time around.
Okay, thank you very much. Like I told you, we have 41 governorship candidates vying for only one seat of the governorship in the state. Federal constituency, we have 9. State constituency, we have 26. The total number of candidates for the State House of Assembly, we have a total number of 526. We'll get back to you as the event unfolds.
Thank you so much from Abeokuta there, where you are getting the situation report, and we're back here in Ibadan. And let me say, after all permutations, intrigues, anxiety, as well as suspense over how the governorship and state assemblies election will be, the D-Day March 9 has finally come. And reassuringly, Independent National Electoral Commission actually lived up to expectation in most of the polling units in Oyo, Ogun, as well as Kwara States. And as far as availability and early arrival of polling materials are concerned, the turnout is, however, another issue entirely. And you will ask, any reported cases of ballot box snatching? We have recorded one at Orita Akmeni in Ibadan here. So from Ibadan Network Center, we'll be keeping you abreast of situation as the day goes along. I have 2 guests with me here who actually have not voted because they have to be here, but they have promised me that as soon as they leave here, they will be casting their ballot. First is the State Director of National Orientation Agency, Dolapo Dumu.
It's nice to be here. Thank you very much. Good morning, Nigeria.
Are you reassuring Nigerians that you go and cast your ballot after this interview?
I'm still on duty.
Okay. Also, we have Professor Isaac Olawale Albert, Institute for Peace and Strategic Studies, University of Ibadan.
Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this national decision making. Good morning, Nigerians.
We have some reports before we go into the nitty-gritty of discussions. Eligible voters in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, have actually expressed satisfaction over the peaceful conduct of the ongoing governorship and State House of Assembly election. Let's join Fataya D. Eloja.
If there is anything Bus Stop Gate area is noted for, it is brisk business. But the only business going on here, right here now, is the gubernatorial and House of Assembly election. What is the situation here like?
It's fine.
Thank you. And the assistant presiding officer here?
He's come here, no problem. They are cooperating with us.
The smart card reader?
Everything is working perfectly.
The election is going on as it is prepared.
and it is well as it is.
You're satisfied?
Yes, I'm satisfied.
The election is going smoothly, no problem. People came from different areas and vote wisely.
So we pray for free, fair, and credible election. The bus stop gate road in Ibadan is usually a very, very busy road. Passing through it is like a camel passing through the eye of a needle. But with the enforcement of restriction of movement, only those directly connected with the conduct of election today are allowed to move freely.
Thank you so much, Fatai. And reports just reaching us indicates that some unidentified thugs have snatched away 4 ballot boxes in some polling centers at Orita, Akpeni in Ibadan. One of the voters in the area, who incidentally is also a lawmaker in Oyo State House of Assembly, Akim Ademola Ige, representing Ibadan Southeast area, said the thugs, who were fully armed, took away the ballot boxes in the presence of some policemen attached to the polling units, and they're calling on the police to go to the area as well as other areas in Ibadan where there are cases of hoodlums parading themselves in voting areas, having an intention of fomenting trouble. That will be part of the issues we'll be discussing in the course of the program. But I still have some reports for you, and also from Ibadan North and Ibadan Northeast comes another report that voting commenced early, but with a low turnout of voters. Remi Afonja brings us the situation report.
Polling units visited in Ibadan North local government. Voting is already in progress, while electoral officers arrived early to ensure smooth takeoff of the exercise. This is Sabo in Ibadan, where voters were seen going about their lawful business, that is to ensure that they cast their ballot in this ongoing election. The situation is the same at Ibadan North local government area of Oyo State, where eligible voters were in orderly manner, just to ensure.
And the report I'm getting is that the turnout is slightly impressive, better than what happened the last time we voted. So we're happy, and I pray that everything will be like this throughout the period of voting, throughout the period of sorting, of counting, of collating, and that ultimately the result will be announced. So that's what we are looking out for.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. But let me thank you too, all of the men of the media. Thank you, thank you. You are deepening democracy by what you do. Everybody knows now that you cannot do anything without being captured, on camera like this. So thank you, well done.
So, as event unfolds, we'll keep you updated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Governor Ibikunle Amoso of Ogun State also expressing satisfaction with the conduct of the exercise so far. Also, another report coming in indicates that voters in Ward 6, Ijem area along Alakia Airport Road are calling on INEC to replace the malfunctioned card readers deployed to the ward. One of the voters, Wale Akintoye, said they have been waiting since 8 o'clock in the morning to cast their ballot, but up till now, the officers who took the malfunctioned card reader machine to INEC office for replacement is yet to be back. We still have some other reports for you, as Great Bamidele actually compiled situation report of election exercise across the zone. Do not forget that this is Ibadan Network Center, where we have Ogun, Oyo, and Kwara State as part of the zone. Over to Grace.
From Ogbomoso, Adeni Itaiwo and Dayo Ogushola report that INEC officials arrived on time to set up as voting commenced early without issues.
People are here and then for so long. I'm very sure, very soon, we will see people coming,
And from Osun State, Femi Afariogun reports that although the voting process commenced early, turnout was low. Also, Tope Alabi in Osun State reports that voting commenced peacefully in Ibokun, one of the flashpoints where violent clashes were recorded in the last election.
Yes, and the INEC officials, they have been okay. They have been up to their task. I think they came early, and the setup was nice. They were quick in setting up their equipment, and it was okay. But I just fear for the lack of security agents at this voting area.
Why? As you see now, everything is going on. It's going smoothly, and we are waiting for accreditation. After the accreditation, we will start to vote. So I hope the INEC will do everything together to possible to make everything good.
Meanwhile, Abdullahi Elewetu in Asa local government area of Kwara Central feeds us with the situation of things as the voting exercise begins.
How is the exercise, the election going on here in Akwa?
Kehinde Omolosho, also from Kwara, speaks with the resident electoral commissioner INEC Kwara State, Atahiru Malami, who is monitoring the process.
Presidential National Assembly election, we have the problem of late arrival of our officials, like the coppers. But we have to address that on Monday by having a meeting with the youth. And I told them we cannot afford to go for this governorship and report late. And I even made additional provision of funds for them to hire more vehicles. And that is why you see the outcome. It's coming out outstanding now. I hope it's all over the state, which I'm confident.
The elderly were not left out of the electioneering process, as Deborah Agbola spoke with the elderly on their impression.
Thank you, and that was a compilation of reports from some of the centers in the zone. But let's also let you know, too, that the Minister of Communications, Adebayo Shitu, was in Shaki. Former Governor Adebayo Alawa Akala, also from Ogbomoso, and one of the major contenders in the Oyo State governorship election, Seyi Makinde in Ibadan, have all exercised their franchise.
Our message is that our people should continue to vote, in consonance with the
This town is a very peaceful politically. We don't, there is nothing like causing trouble here in the world. It's very peaceful. Thank God that people are doing now. I know by after
We saw that the INEC officials, they came in early. They were here before 8 o'clock. And voting is going on okay.
Voting is going on. We are also on standby with the Emir of Kano, and any moment from now, we will also be getting to Kano to give you an update on the Emir of Kano also casting his ballot. But while we are waiting, Emir of Kano, let me also let you know that we need to go back to that report by Remi Afonja on the situation report from Ibadan North and also Ibadan North East.
units visited in Ibadan North local government, voting is already in progress, while electoral officers arrived early to ensure smooth takeoff of the exercise. This is Sabo in Ibadan, where voters were seen going about their lawful business, that is to ensure that they cast their ballot in this ongoing election. The situation is the same at Ibadan North local government area of Oyo State, where eligible voters were in queue in orderly manner just to ensure that they perform their civic responsibility, while those who have done so remain around various polling units just to ensure their vote count. Some of the problems we discovered at these various units was the complaint about low turnout of the electorate.
As you can see, everywhere the election is peaceful. So far, I've just voted and cast my ballot, but the problem is about the turnout. Unlike last 2 weeks, we don't know, maybe some people are still going to come out at this moment. But for now, you can yourself, the turnout have been very disappointing. So that's one of the things we are facing right now. It has been peaceful so far.
From the what I'm seeing this morning, it's quite different from the one we have seen during the presidential election. Most of our people are still at home. They are still mobilizing them to come and vote, because this is the right of the people to come and vote. When you vote, you know your leader and you know what you vote for. But sitting down at home will not tell you what you have done. Even though knowing the right leader for you will give you the maximum, so will give you the maximum pledge for you to know that yes, you have something to say. Because it's the government of the people by the people. For the people. Yes, it's the people that will vote. Any person that gives you either APC, PDP or ADP, anyone, we are just wishing that God should give us the good one among them.
Situation reports from various centers and polling units in Ibadan, Ogun State and Kwara State. 4 ballot boxes were snatched at Oritakpeni in Ibadan.
Well, I don't consider that to be good news, but I want to regard it as an isolated situation. Isolated in the sense that in the past we witnessed more violence across the state. So if the only report we have for now is just Akpeni, to me, I would say, it's manageable. Now, that is an invitation now to security agencies to quickly upgrade their alert system towards ensuring that the other parts of the state are not affected by this type of ugly situation.
And so, State Director Noah, what really is the situation report you are getting? I know you've been monitoring and you have some of your men outside there. What are we having? What's the feelers like?
Thank you very much. For us at the moment that we're coming here, everything was calm and peaceful. We didn't record any violence. We didn't see any violence. Although in some areas, in some local governments like Oyo East, Oyo Ibom North and stuff like that, people were a little bit, they were delayed in coming out. But I now get a report that it's improving. But we have some other local governments where voters have been there as early as 6:30, 7:30. And everything is going on fine. And good enough, INEC has a lot of improvement on the setting up the polling centers on time. Some before 8, they were ready. Some 8:05, 8:10, they were ready for voters to come. And I see that everything is being orderly and peaceful this time around.
And let's also talk about this. 54,549 were the rejected votes in the last presidential election. Are we likely to witness such again, or did Noah maybe go into it?
We also saw it, and it was a concern to us at National Orientation Agency, and we took it up with the stakeholders committee of the state, where we deliberated on this issue and advocated that political party leaders should take it up at the political level, while we take it up at the masses level. We've been on radio, on TV, everywhere, to still let the people know how to properly vote. I think the problem here is because we have longer ballot paper, and of course the political parties are many. So it became a problem identifying which is which. The colors were not totally different from each other. We have very similar colors. And you know, back into the community, our people are still expecting to see maybe name of candidates, and that's what registered their, memory. And we have been trying to tell them that you can only see the party logo and the acronym of the party, and then do the voting. But unfortunately, our people are not still, lately there have been a lot of crisscrossing, and, some might not even know where the leader is. So it became a problem to know where to vote. And I must agree that out of anxiety, some didn't really watch very well. After printing one, they now find out that, oh, that's an error. Decide to print another one and makes it 2, and that vote cannot count. It becomes a void vote.
In case you're just joining us, this is the Ibadan Network Center, where we're bringing to you situation report on the ongoing Oyo State governorship and state assemblies election. Let me also let you know that in Oyo State we have 42 governorship candidates, 7 are females. We equally have 659 candidates vying for 32 seats in the assembly. We are with 1,607 voting points, 4,783 voting units. Let me come to you now, Professor. We witnessed early arrival of electoral material this time around. For instance, when I was coming to the office as early as 6 o'clock this morning, I discovered that many people were already there. Even INEC officials, by 6:30, they were already at their polling unit. Your reaction to this?
Well, I think we are learning our lessons quite quickly. Because when we had the presidential election, there were several problems. And as you observed, when I was coming here this morning, I observed that things are better. We have not actually addressed the issue of security agencies, how well are they organized today, as we're coming. I saw them, in orderly fashions, and I think the outcomes of today's electoral processes will definitely be better than what we saw on February 23.
So shortly before I get back to Abuja, State Director, what would you now say are your expectations as the election continues?
I expect that the peace will be sustained, and I expect that more people will come out, because I know that some will be watching to see the trend as it goes. Some might be expecting that maybe there'll be one problem or the other. And now that we see that everywhere is peaceful, they will be encouraged to come out. And people like to wait until, the time is moving towards the expiration of the exercise before they come out. But I must say that I'm so delighted that there's this much interest in the success of this election. It is commendable.
Kingsley, I wouldn't know if you are having any question for my guests here in Ibadan. But I have a question for some of your guests there. One particularly for our security officer who is there. This issue of ballot box snatching, and equally too, we noticed that just some few days ago, in one of the states, INEC office was bombed. Why are we still witnessing this at this period in time? That is one. 2, 42 candidates are vying for governorship election in Oyo State. We all know that. But I want to let you know that here in Oyo State in 2014-15 elections, it was about 4 of them actually competed, and that's Seyi Makinde on the platform of SDP, Alawa Akala, Labour Party, Taiwo Otegbe Action Alliance, and Olaide Olaiwola Kowa. And then we had only 15 candidates. Now we are having 42. What is so attractive in the governorship seat? These are the 2 questions I will be posing for your guests there.
All right, Femi Johnson, thank you very much. I don't have any question immediately for the 2 guests who are with you at our Ibadan Network Center. But the questions that you have asked of our guests, obviously I will give them the opportunity of responding. The Assistant Inspector General of Police, Gunyawo, has given us a rundown of some of the security incidents that have occurred. So he would take that first question. But of course, the INEC director cannot respond to why the Office of Governorship would appear to be very attractive. Niya Kisiju might respond to that. And then, of course, have that hooked up to what we also saw during the presidential election, where you had 73 presidential candidates, probably the highest number that we have ever seen if you were to go back even to the Second Republic. All right. Femi Johnson was with us from Jos. We'd like to thank you. We might have the opportunity of returning to you later on in the course of the Nigeria Decides coverage of the second round of elections in Nigeria. Femi, thanks a lot. Okay, so now back to our studios here. Let me give the opportunity to AIG Ogunyawo to respond. Why are we having this recurrent incidents of arson on INEC offices and property?
Thank you very much. I think beyond voter education, we need moral education to ensure peaceful election and to ensure national development. And I think that is where all Nigerians need to key into that project. As security agencies, we will try as much as possible to always protect lives and property within our capability. But we cannot do this. We can't do this without the support of people. There are occasions that you get overwhelmed. You have a situation where you post 6 security agents in a place, maybe about 20 people, 20 gunmen came. You only try as much as possible to repel where you can, because it is important you remain alive to be able to react. So, but beyond that, I think we need moral education. We should, from now on, try to educate our political leaders, including our voters too, that for us to develop as a nation, we need to ensure an enable environment. We spend so much money in curtailing violence during election and have little or nothing to develop the nation with. I think that is the area the media has to maybe take the bull by its horn and be the lead agency in that wise.
All right, AIG Okunyawo, thank you very much. Niya Kisiju, I would like, this is a matter that we will return to, obviously, because AIG has had the opportunity of going through the details of some of the security incidents that we've had here on the eve of the election of today. So, Niya Ogunsuji, tell us, why is it that INEC is suddenly the butt of all kinds of assaults and attacks, more particularly arson?
Well, the arson aspect is what takes me by surprise. I must confess, I was not contemplating such, in this cycle of election. We've not had much of that recorded historically. It's as if it's a new thing. I was actually quite encouraged by what INEC had been able to do in the area of curtailing what I call wholesale rigging. And that, to me, is a major concern. Had been a major concern for electoral outcomes. So if INEC had been able to curtail what we call wholesale rigging to a large extent, what is wholesale rigging? A number of people coming together to write results, in absolute disregard for those who voted and all that. And in that, you can put thousands of results together, and it has consequences, on the outcome of the election. And this compared to retail rigging. Retail rigging is snatching of ballot boxes, trying to thumbprint ballot papers and all that. And for such, it's clear that you don't really have much consequences, because you're talking of units, in terms of units, 500, 200 and all that. So I think the compulsion on the usage of card readers had reduced to a large extent wholesale rigging. But this matter of arson is what I don't understand. And I think beyond the election, as it were, the security agency should have to go into an investigation, a forensic investigation of the motivation, especially. And then if you also look at the locations these are happening, Ebonyi, for instance, is not a battleground state. You want to wonder why it's happening in Ebonyi. What are the factors? What are the elements at play that a set of people will decide to put fire to a particular to the INEC office there? So I cannot explain seriously. Seriously.
Well, I mean, you've explained. You've explained. Let's ask Ozzy. Ozzy, has INEC ever witnessed the kind of assaults and attacks that we have seen, in recent weeks? Again, in terms of arson.
Well, the truth is that in the past there have been sporadic and far between attacks on our facilities, but I am not aware, I've been there for more than 20 years now, I'm not aware of any attack on our RAC centers, for example. RAC centers are not really, they are INEC facilities in the sense that they are public buildings used by INEC temporarily for the purpose of moving personnel and materials closer to the voting points and polling units. I don't recall any such incidents. There are those who come and snatch or who approach to try and persuade our people one way or the other to do certain things, many of them untoward. But we've never really had occasions where gunmen will come, dispossess the security men or make everybody run for cover and then overwhelm the security presence and then take over or destroy materials. It's unfathomable, and I cannot understand what the idea is. We've lost so many card readers and other important and expensive documents and equipment in the process. In the build-up to the elections, it's unprecedented to have so many offices attacked and burned down, and in an organized manner. Previously, in the past, spontaneously you see, or rather apparently spontaneous reactions to certain things that communities or certain hoodlums don't like. But all of a sudden, security has taken a whole new, or insecurity has taken a whole new dimension, unparalleled, unmatched in our past history as a country.
Well, yeah, thank you very much. I'm sure this is a matter that will have to be interrogated after the elections are over. We started on a small scale. We heard what happened in Plateau, in the local government, and then went to Anambra, just on the eve of the elections that were shifted. We saw Abia, then Akwa Ibom, now Ebonyi, and perhaps there could be a lot more. This is a clear case of a brazen attack on an institution of state. Well, gentlemen, we have a number of reports from our various correspondents who are in different parts of the country. First, let's go over to Tessie, who's giving us a lowdown on what's happening in Delta.
I'm standing here in a meeting with Kwara local government area of Delta State on routes Obiaruku and Warri houses, going about our normal duties. Stumble into some residents of Ogun State still going about their normal business. Behind me, you see the shops are opened and they are going about the normal business of buying and selling, despite the warning from INEC that they should carry out their civic responsibility, and after that, go back home and stay responsibly. But the people here are going about their normal business. That's the situation here. Over to you in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Tessie. There's an issue there that, of course, our guest here will respond to. Why, if there is a restriction on movement, persons are said to be going about their normal businesses. We'll have the opportunity of taking that. But in the meantime, let's go back to Emmanuel Akila, who is in Guber.
This is Ward 010 in Jakadafari, Gombe local government, Gombe State, northeast Nigeria, where voting has started already. Electoral officials and all materials arrived this polling unit in the early hours of the day. And by 8 o'clock, the voting started. And with me here are some of the voters who have cast their ballots, who would want to tell me about the experience that they have had so far. Yalla bai zan so sunanka. Sunana Barakari Muhammad Jakadafari Gombe. To me zaka faɗa game da kuri'a ka da ka? Alhamdulillah, wannan mun yi zaɓe lafiya kuma komai da tafiya kiliya, babu wani matsala. An zo an fara aiki cikin nasara. Allah ya sa a gama cikin nasara. Allah ya sa kuma kuri'a mu je aiki abin da muka zaɓa a tabbatar mai shi. To madalla. The voters said the process was simple and easy, and you hope that it continues like that up to the end. And I have another person here who will tell me his name and the experience of his voting. Yalla bai sunanka? Sunana Muhammad Sulaiman. To ko me zaka faɗa mana game da wannan zaɓe da kai? Zaɓe alhamdulillah, an zaɓe lafiya ba wani abu, kuma na mafata na ƙarshe ma a gama shi lafiya. To madalla. Mun gode. That is how the process is going on here at Ward 010 in Gombe local government, Gombe State, northeast Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel Akila, reporting from Gombe. Now, we if we have Benny Adams, who is in Barnawa in Kaduna, he has this update on what's happening.
Here in Kaduna South, talking about Barnawa complex in Kaduna Metropolis, is that at exactly 8 a.m. the process started. It is about each prospective voter here choosing one candidate out of the 38 governorship candidates across the parties, as well as 398 members of the House of Assembly. With me here is Mr. Shabanyan, who is the first person to be attended to. You've just casted your ballots. What do you expect for the next 4 years?
What I expect is for Kaduna State to live where it is to the next level. The state has been divided for too long, and we, the residents of Kaduna State, we are not happy with what is happening. What we seek for is good leadership, good, purposeful, and meaningful leadership. That is all.
And we should look at the possibility of voting from our homes through improved technology or digital expression of the election.
Shabanyan Abraxton is just one out of many citizens of Kaduna State that expects the next 4 years to be better than it is today. This is the situation here at the Barnawa complex, where we have 4 polling units. It's over to you in the studio for the continuation of Nigeria Decides.
Thank you very much, Benny Adams, for that report, particularly the interaction with those who have already cast their votes. Let's join our correspondent, who is not too far from where we are here in Nigeria's Federal Capital Territory. He's in Maitama, and that's Victor Azu. Victor, tell us what's happening.
We are here at the polling unit 027, Maitama Model Secondary School, here in the Abuja Municipal Area Council. All is going well. Voting has already started, and everything is quite orderly here. The voters are doing their bit in a very peaceful manner. The officers in charge of this unit are also doing their bit. It's so easy here that even the security personnel here are very much at ease. But there seems to be a little worry. The polling presiding officer is looking a bit stressed out, which he says is as a result of having to do a lot of voter education. And I really want her to talk about her experience here at the Maitama Model Secondary School. So, Jennifer, please tell us, what has it been like here?
Everything has been going on peacefully. We started very early. We were here at least 10 minutes after 7, and by 8 we already started the process. And as you can see, everything is going on perfectly, so there's no issue. About the voters' education, before we started, we gave them orientation on how it should be done, and I'm sure there have been a lot of radio jingle, television advertisement on how the process should be. But that does not mean that we will not educate them on the process so that they won't make mistake.
But as it is now, are they, catching up in terms of the orientation that has been given and all the awareness that has been created? Are they meeting up? Are they doing it right?
So far, they are.
All right. Away from the Model Secondary School here in Maitama, we have arrived polling unit 028 at the Maitama 3rd Junction, Ghana Usman Street, to be precise. And just like we saw at the Model Secondary School, voting is also ongoing here, and in a very peaceful and orderly manner too. But in the meantime, we have one of the voters who has just exercised his franchise to share his experience on how smooth it has all gone for him, or if there was indeed any hitch. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Please tell us, what was it like casting your ballot this morning?
My name is Haruna Umar.
Okay.
I came here to my polling unit exactly 8:45 exactly. So on arrival, to my surprise, I didn't meet crowd like the presidential election.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And so it's a second place, and everything, like you heard him say, is moving on, quite smoothly.
Well, thank you very much, Victor Azu. Now we'll go over to Dauda Mohammed in Mina, capital of Niger State.
We've been going around major polling units in the Niger State capital, and we are presently at Makunkele in Boso local government area. We're at the area court polling unit where we have 1,970 registered voters. With me is one of voters that has already been able to cast his ballot. How was the voting process for you this morning?
Election that they do, you see turnout, people come well, but this overall population.
As you just heard from Ibrahim Adamu, his own opinion is that there's low voter turnout in this particular polling unit. But as we go on, we will go and bring you more reports from other polling units around the state. Over to you, studio.
All right, thank you very much, Dauda Mohammed, reporting from Mina. Now we're going over to Anambra State, and our correspondent Chinyere Okoye is at a location in a town or a city that is, of course, very significant as one of the major theaters during the Nigerian Civil War. That's Abagana.
I am right now at Oyo Ward 3, Unit 1 and 2 in Abagana, Njikoka local government area of Anambra State, and it's exactly 3 minutes to 8 a.m. As you can see, the ad hoc staff are getting set, putting things in the proper perspective for the kickoff of the election at 8 a.m. However, the area is still very scanty. The electorates are yet to come out to exercise their franchise. Let's hear from the ad hoc staff their level of preparedness for the kickoff of the exercise at the stipulated time.
We are ready, though I'm not seeing the voters around, but I guess they will come. The last election we did, they trooped en masse to exercise their franchise, so I guess they will do that.
Like I said, like this time last election, we had a lot of crowd there waiting for us to come. We were all here before us, but today they are not much here, so we don't know what's happening. I believe they will soon be around.
Before election that time, people were full here. People were full here already. We then started casting everything, voting by last election.
Also at Igwebike Primary School, Abagana Ward 3, Unit 8, the story is not different. As at 25 minutes to 9 a.m., the ad hoc staff, they are ready with all their materials intact. But where are the voters?
We've not started. We are lacking some tables and chairs. And the communities, the villagers are not yet around. Even the party agents, they are nowhere to be found.
From Abagana and Njikoka local government area of Anambra State, Chinyere Okoye. Back to the studios.
Thank you very much, Chinyere, for that report there. Now, Calabar South is next, and here is Justina Etim.
In Calabar South, the turnout in this polling unit is quite impressive, and security has been beefed up in this area for the conduct of the gubernatorial and State House of Assembly elections. With me here is one of the eligible voters who will comment on the situation here.
Yeah,
good morning, sir.
Thank you so much.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Reverend Basi Daniel.
Okay, can you tell us what have you observed so far?
Yeah, we're still waiting to start, but the turnout is impressive, even though I had expected a little bit more, I mean, after the presidential election. But we're still waiting to start.
All right, what's your expectation?
I think it will be quite exciting. People are asking, a couple of people around. They said they will still be coming. It's early, and we are believing God that more people will come.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much there, Justina from Calabar South. Back to our correspondents in Abuja. Here is Doindia again with the latest reports.
Thank you for joining me once again. I'm still at Area 11 trying to get the situation reports around this area. But like I reported earlier, there is low turnout of voters around this area, and I'm still trying to move about to see if I can get more polling units and voters that are coming out to be part of this exercise. Interestingly, I just met one of the residents of this area area who has something to say about the development. Good morning. Can you tell us your name?
Good morning. My name is Ramat Sarki.
Okay, madam, how come you're not voting?
My voter card, I didn't register my voter card in Abuja here. I did it in Gombe State.
Okay, how come you didn't travel to Gombe?
I traveled for presidential election, so I don't have enough to go back to Gombe by now again.
But during the presidential elections, we heard that some airlines and transport companies gave rebates on the transport fare, which of course gave some of the voters the willingness to travel. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I have something like that, but I use my own transport to transport myself to Gombe.
Okay, and you don't have enough to go there this time around?
Yes, I don't have enough to go back by this time.
Okay, we want to thank you for giving us your time to be part of this interview.
Okay, you are welcome.
Well, I'm still moving around to still get more respondents and voters, and if possible, see the situation around the FCT Abuja. Well, for now, those are the information still available to me, but I assure you that I will keep you updated as events unfold. Yeah, it's back to you.
Thank you very much, Doyin there, for the latest report that you've given us from around the city in Abuja. Now, back to our guests in the studios, AIG Gunya. We also have Nia Kinsiji as well as Wale Ozi. Wale Ozi, let's come back. In terms of the security incidents that the AIG ticked off for us, there was one unfortunate incident he talked about. Apparently, there was a boat that capsized in Igbokota in Ondo State. What is the latest that you have about that, assuming you've been in touch with your office?
Yes, we got reports from our office in Ondo State that there was a mishap, and one of the officials was a bit injured, was stabilized and taken to a larger medical facility for treatment. Fortunately, there were no other serious injuries reported. But we lost materials, obviously, in the areas. In addition to the other polling units where Ilaje and Ugo were two in that riverine areas of Ondo State where there were materials snatched by hoodlums. So I hope I'm not just reporting negative stories today, but the truth is that the vast majority of places voting has been going on peacefully and it's been okay, but these isolated cases have to be flagged off, a number of them, and it's quite disturbing over about 12, 13 states, and it's quite disturbing to us.
Well, part of the report that one of our correspondents gave to us, and you have also seen that in the visuals, persons are said to be going about their normal activities. On a day when there is restriction on movement from 6 to 6, this is a nationwide election, it's not an off-cycle election. Yeah. What should apply ordinarily in this? I mean, you saw our correspondent in Abuja going to some location where they were already pounding yam and preparing okra soup and, bagri soup, obviously.
Okay. Well, the truth of the matter is that in a democracy, certain basic freedoms are allowed and are promoted, The fact that elections are going on doesn't mean that everybody must sit indoors. What we don't know is whether those people have voted or whether they intend to vote. People are encouraged. Our democracy is not such that, as in other countries like Australia, where it's mandatory for you to vote. In any case, some people had a report of somebody getting there as early as 4 a.m., another person at 7 a.m. So those people, for example, will have voted, and probably because they had other things to do. It doesn't preclude you from doing you're going about your legitimate business, quite honestly, especially where you have exercised your franchise. The security agents cannot arrest you. Even if you choose not to exercise your franchise, you cannot be arrested if you decide to open shop. You're not likely to get so many people coming to patronize you, by the way, so it's foolhardy for you to do that. But if you have any other thing to do, we expect medical personnel, for example, to be on duty. We expect certain power workers. They can vote and then go about their what you call normal duties. And we hope that we'll get to a point in this country where people can vote and still go about their normal duties would not be as disruptive as things are. So I am not one of those on a personal level who discourages people from going about their normal duty. What is frowned on is to go and be disruptive or be wandering around aimlessly or without purpose or with a deviant purpose. Those are the kind of things that we should actually be flagging and we should frown on. Not what we shouldn't encourage our security agents to go about arresting or harassing innocent citizens who probably have exercised their franchise.
That's right. I mean, your point is noted. Just the issue has to do with the fact that there is a lockdown. If those persons are on foot, I'm sure they won't have any issues with the security agents.
Yeah, but quite honestly, to be fair to the security agents, this concept of lockdown is actually not theirs. It's actually a creation of the media and other commentators. All they say is that there will be restriction. They don't say there's a wholesale ban on movements. There is restriction on movements, and you have to go with purpose. And the main purpose for today, the main purpose, not probably the only purpose, the main purpose is to go and cast your votes. And in doing so, don't disrupt others who are doing so. But I'm sure the AIG can speak more on this.
AIG.
Thank you. I think the main reason for restriction is to prevent people from, especially from moving from one polling booth to another to do a sort of maybe multiple voting. It's a constitutional right, freedom of movement. So that takes precedent over any other act. And like he said, most especially if you open your shop and nobody is patronizing you, nobody will ask you before you go back to your house. But once you sit down, you are not disrupting anything. It will be foolhardy for any security agent to go where you are peaceful and start saying he wants to arrest you. So I think they are just exercising their franchise.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's turn to something that is a little bit more political. In terms of the reports that we've been getting, in some places you hear, oh, voter turnout is okay, is good. Elsewhere, I mean, there is a clear indication that the voter turnout is probably low. But is it necessarily the case that voters have been sufficiently sensitized as to the importance of the elections at the subnational level? I'm asking this question against the background of what we know only too well, that there's too much focus on the center, that's to say the president and the National Assembly, and yet when you look at some of the dismal numbers about our national development, those numbers issue from the subnational levels. So have the voters been sufficiently sensitized to recognize that, look, in choosing a governor, whether 29 or House of Assembly members, whatever numbers that they are, this is one opportunity to make, as it were, a break in the democratic process and ensure that the so-called dividends of democracy are assured.
It's true. You just made a firmed-up position, and I think where we need reduction most is at the level of our subnationals and the local governments too. It's obvious, and I was thinking that Nigerians are aware of the importance of the subnationals to our lives, to our advancement and our progress, because that is the level of government that is nearest to the people. And of course, when you also now include the local government, there's no way you feel federal presence in your states, in your local government, in your ward, or even near your polling unit. The first point of contact in terms of government presence is your local government. The next point, the next level of contact is the states. Before you, some people would throughout their lives, for instance, would not come near Abuja, will not know where Abuja is throughout their life in the country, as it were. So the essential thing, I think there's a need for continuous education and continuous orientations of Nigerians on the importance of the state government, how the state government impacts on their life, impacts on their progression, and of course will impact on their children, because it's not just about now. If your children is not exposed to proper good education, it is not likely going forward you will have a generation of proactive, well-equipped people to handle future challenges. And it starts with education. Education by our constitution is also the responsibility of the local government, not only the local government, but also the state government. If you don't have a governor that has a progressive program on education, you will have issues with your children. You know, now, and of course, in terms of birth and death certificates, for instance, those are also in the jurisdiction of the state. There are what you call the how do you put it now? The back streets, by the back roads, that the federal government can never step into. The roads that you build your house, the roads that you are a tenant, the house that you are a tenant in, the roads of those local governments can never be developed by the state, by the federal government. It is not possible. It is only the states in conjunction with the local government or the local government in conjunction with the state that can provide this kind of roads. Beyond the roads, one thing of personal sadness for me has been provision of water. When we were growing up, going to the tap, either at the school or wherever you lived, you could access potable water. But in contemporary Nigeria, over the last 15, 20 years, it's as if the new usual is what do you call it? This pothole, you know. One, it has its own environmental issues. It has its own health matters and all that. And it's as if every household must have its own pothole. Meanwhile, that is the responsibility of the state to produce potable pipe-borne water. It has implication for our health. It has implication for our environment. And you can start talking of so many other responsibilities that a good, responsible state government, you know, should provide. That it is not within the responsibility orbit of the federal government.
Why aren't we having the right focus on these tiers of government, particularly, say, the state governor and the State House of Assembly, so that when it is election time, you can have the kind of heavy debate you have about the presidency and the kind of advertorials or the kind of messaging that will sensitize voters as to say the necessity or the importance of those offices and why voters should go a certain way and not the other. Whose failure is this? The media, or civil society, or just politicians taking advantage of lack of attention?
Well, I am in a way a media practitioner. I want to put first that responsibility at the doorstep of the media. It is the social responsibility of the media to conscientize Nigerians, you know, over time. On first, and I keep saying that, the significance, the importance of the office of the citizen. Over a long period of time, perhaps even since our independence, we have only seen the average Nigerian voter as a pawn, you know, in the larger chess game in the country. And that is why we throw all manners of fault lines on the office of the citizen. Fault lines of tribalism, fault lines of religion, fault lines of money and all that. So it isn't until we get to properly equip the Nigerian citizen of its responsibility to first his state as a progression of his own life.
All right, you will have the opportunity of returning to this issue subsequently in the program. But we are going over to our Lagos Network Center now, and Bayo is sitting by to join us. All right, Nia, I think I have to get back to you. We had poor connection to our Lagos Network Center there. You were talking about, whose responsibility is it? I mean, now you've talked one aspect about the media, but civil society organizations, various advocacy groups. Yeah. I mean, you have quite, a number that focus on issues pertaining to our national condition, but at the subnational level, they seem to be mute. You have the instance, for instance, where state independent electoral commissions conduct elections, and the ruling party, wins it, if not flat 100%, but at least 99.9999%.
Well, I still put it at the doors of the media because it's still about communication. the CSOs would want to amplify whatever they have, to a larger population, to a larger community. Of course, there are a number of CSOs that are community-focused. And in being community-focused, there is still, especially in the urban areas, there are still challenges of engaging one-on-one, with residents of particular communities. So in a way, you still need the media to do the amplification. And it's about the orientation of the media too. What kind of space, for instance, do you provide for such engagement, for such advocacy? How many total minutes in your broadcast hours do you provide for citizen community engagement? How long is the space, length, breadth, columns do you provide in your newspapers, for this community engagement? It's as if we have become so commercial, in our media outlook, so that we'll just look at what first will attract readership, and as a result of that readership, lead to advertisement revenue, and of course, copies sold and all that. So I think if the media needs to also start a reorientation process where we start focusing on the Nigerian people, and it is important to empower the Nigerian people about the power of the office of the citizen, and it starts with that vote that we cast. If we have 35–40% of qualified registered voters coming out, to vote, it speaks so much about capacity, of the individual citizen. So I think going from here, we should appeal to the media, not just to talk about sensational things, but to also engage, about educating, empowering the Nigerian citizen on how to use the power of the office of the citizen.
All right, Niyi, thank you very much. We're going back to one of our reporters from Sokoto, that's Usman Jubrila.
Good afternoon, Kingsley. As Nigerians go to the polls to elect governors and members of the State Assembly, Halilu Muhammad in Maradun, Zamfara State, has a situation report in some polling units.
Good morning, studio. This is Rumfar Malam Hayatu in Maradun North of Maradun local government area of Zamfara State. The polling unit has a total number of 1,076 registered voters, and as you can see, voting has already commenced in this polling unit at exactly 8:30 in the morning, as against the last 2 weeks during the presidential and national assembly elections, when at this very time election materials were not even on ground. But at exactly 8 o'clock this morning, election has commenced, and with me is one of the voters who has just cast his vote. Can you tell us your name, please? My name is Yes. What is the situation here in as you said now, the commencement of the voting is a process. Yes. As you said just now, the representative of the INEC has already come here. That's the situation here at Malam Hayatu in Maradun North, the local government area. As I have said earlier, election has already commenced, and people are waiting patiently to exercise their franchise. We'll keep you updated on the situation here and other places we intend to visit as the voting progresses. Thank you.
Our next report says a resident electoral commissioner in Sokoto State, Abubakar Sadiq Musa, says INEC will ensure strict adherence to electoral guidelines in the conduct of governorship and state assembly elections. Muhammad Nasir was live with the REC.
Gubernatorial and state assembly election has commenced in earnest in Sokoto State. With me here is the resident electoral commissioner of Sokoto State, who is monitoring the election at some polling unit. Sir, can we know what are you here doing?
Well, I'm going around checking the level of the exercise, whether polling units have opened by 8 as instructed or not. And I'm happy all the polling units are open by 8 o'clock.
So at some polling unit, there is misunderstanding between agents of the party. Do you meet some of these misunderstandings?
Yeah, wherever I go, you can see me, you have seen me, I've been trying to settle issues now between the political party agents. We have a rule, and the rule says all political party agents are supposed to stay by the side. They cannot interfere with the process. And that's what I'm making them understand, that they cannot interfere with the process.
And some polling unit, there is lack of adequate security, and there are misunderstandings at the polling unit. What can you say about this?
As we are going around, we are trying to address those challenges of security. The security are just being distributed now. Before, by the next 1 hour, I'm sure all securities will be at the polling units.
That has been the Resident Electoral Commissioner in Sokoto State, who is monitoring the election to ensure properly conduct of the exercise. Back to studio for the continuation of the program.
Thank you, Muhammad Nasser. To discuss some issues with regards to the governorship and state assembly elections, we have in the studio Professor Bello Daudumbada, who is from Usman Nfodio University, Sokoto, and a public affairs analyst. Professor, you are welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, viewers.
And we have Dagana Yakubu Yusuf, who is a director and chief lecturer with the history department of Shehu Shagari College of Education. Sir, you are welcome.
Thank you, viewers.
And we also have Lema Sambo Ali, member Nigeria Bar Association, Election Working Group, Sokoto branch. You are welcome.
Thank you.
I will start with you, Professor. Nigerians are electing their governors and members of the State Assembly. What is your impression on the conduct of the election?
Well, my impression is, first of all, as we have seen, many of the polling units have really opened at 8 o'clock here in the state. And so far, so good from the reports we are receiving. People are allowed to choose their own governors, to choose members of their own state assemblies. So what we are seeing at the beginning is really a good beginning. So our hope is this will be maintained. The peace atmosphere we are witnessing will continue to be maintained. And we hope up to the end of it, up to the time when they will be counting their votes. This is our hope. But at the beginning, as we can see, it's really commendable when you find Rep himself going from one polling unit to the other and from different local governments, trying to monitor happenings in some of these and trying to settle issues. And I think the security people are also doing their best. So it's so far.
Okay. Dagana, the members of the state assemblies, what are their responsibilities?
Members of a state assembly, they are the lawmakers at the state level. And part of their responsibility has to do with providing law that will assist in the development of the states. And at the same time, ensuring, peace in their states, as well as providing the dividends of democracy, across, the state. And they are expected to work in harmony with the federal government so that the overall development of the nation could be achieved peacefully. Okay. These are basic things that are expected to do.
Okay. Lema, what should be the expectation of the electorate?
Well, I think for now the biggest expectation of the electorate is that their votes should count and they should be given the leaders they choose. That is their first expectation. And the second expectation will be that whoever is chosen as a leader for the state will, in actual fact, roll out the dividends of democracy that will benefit the society at large. This, in my own view, are the two expectations of the electorates from the leaders that they will elect in these elections.
Okay, Professor, let me come back to you. In Sokoto State, there are 51 gubernatorial candidates contesting for the governorship seat. What is your reaction to this development?
Well, I think 51, but there are two main political contenders, two main political parties. That is the ruling party, APC, and the PDP. PDP is the ruling party in the state, and the APC is the ruling party at the federal level. I think these are the two main parties and the two main candidates that are really well known in the state. You see, the issue is finding so many candidates. I think it's one of the real headache of INEC, that any party can just wake up and they claim that is a registered party and they will contest for the presidential election, contest for the gubernatorial election. I think it's one of the problems. I think INEC should really find a way, perhaps even if it is imposing money for big money for registration. Otherwise, part of the delay of even releasing the results. You could see during the presidential election, it will take the chief returning officer of a state calling names of different political parties, more than 70, contesting for the presidential. And when you come to Sokoto now, we begin to go with about 51 parties, and you keep on calling from one party to the other. In reality, they were unable to even go around. Some of them could not even go around in one local government. And you really find, yes, it is the beauty of democracy. But when you are not able to sell your own agenda to convince people of what really why they should vote for you, then what is the essence? Is it just because you want to make a name, or what is it? Okay, this is the real problem.
Okay, Dagana, what's the significance of this process?
Well, the significance of this electoral process, I think, is quite a huge one, especially looking at where we have been coming from. Until 2015, we knew that our election had always been marked by a great deal of irregularities, violence, often result to several deaths. And I think for now, with what INEC is doing and with the new Electoral Act, that is 2010 as amended, I think we see INEC now demonstrating their independence. Independence in the sense that, they show us the program, ahead of the time. For instance, they do, voters registration, and they announce to the nation, state by state, the number of people that vote. And as we are coming to do, cast election, they did accreditation, and they show also the figure. So at the end of the day, it is these figures that determines, the vote. Okay. And if anybody want to contest, INEC has something to show.
Okay, before we continue, let's check more reports to have what we analyze on. Usman Zubairu is at one of the polling units embodying the local government of Sokoto South senatorial districts and tells us more on the election exercise in the area.
We're here at Milgo-Matisha, one of the polling units in Bodinga local government. As you can see, already the voters are already in queue, waiting for 8 o'clock to commence and start casting their vote, as their accreditation and voting will commence by 8 o'clock. As you can see, the turnout of people here is very impressive, and people are waiting anxiously to exercise their franchise. Here with me is one of the voters in this polling unit who is going to share with us how the conduct of this exercise is going to take place. Malam Musa, you are one of the voters in this polling unit, and you came early to exercise your franchise. Why did you decide to come early?
So I decided to come early here purposely for me to cast the vote earlier and stay and wait for the counting results.
So how do you see the preparation of the INEC as the officials have arrived here?
So what we can say here is that we appreciate the effort of the INEC for the bringing material to our polling units earlier and wait for the time to commence the voting.
That is Malam Musa, one of the voters in this Milgo-Matisha polling unit, who is among the voters that are waiting for the commencement of the election exercise. Back to the studio for the continuation of Nigeria this side.
Thank you, Usman Zubairu. We are going to our next report. From Sabon Birni in Sokoto East Senatorial District, Shehu Muhammad Datti reports that voting commenced on time.
Hello, studios. Good morning. This is Sabon Birni local government area 1 unit from Sokoto East Senatorial District. This polling unit has over 1,000 electors here, and I have with me one of them who will be speaking with me on the process of election here. We'll be speaking and also and I will translate what he say. Wannan ko za ka gaya mana me ya sunan wannan wata ku?
A wannan sunan wata mu ana ce mata Women Center. Tana da sama ga ainihin mutum dubu masu kada.
Ya wai irin da yake gudana?
Irin da yake sai alhamdulillah yana gudana cikin ka'ida. Domin mutane sun yi ta kuma da aka kira cikin lokaci sun bi layi sannan kuma ma'aikatan da sun yi cikin lokaci sun fara aikin su kuma da aka bukata.
To dangane da abin da ke masu
alhamdulillah gaskiya da mutane suka yi tun sun ya samu karɓa kira da kiran da aka yi ta rediyo da kawai ta sannan masu aikin zaɓe su ma kuma sun bi ka'ida da hukumar zaɓe ta basu suna aikin su ne kamata abin da muke fata Allah ya sa wannan shi muke fata kuma muna fatan jama'a su nutsu su ba da haɗin kai da kuma da kamar da suka ba da haɗin kai wajen zaɓe lokacin da aka sanar da hukunci a sakamakon zaɓe kowa shi haƙuri da ƙaddara da Allah ya aiko wanda Allah ya ba nasara a haƙuri a zuwa
what the prospective voter is saying is that all the INEC officials and the electorate are out exercising their work peacefully without any heat. Equally, the electorate are here and exercising their franchise devoid of any heat. Their hope is that the election will be conducted peacefully as a clear call to the politicians. We equally have women gathered here to exercise their projects. It's back to you in the studios.
Thank you, Shehu Dati. Let me go back to Lema. Reports from our correspondents indicates early arrival of election materials. What will you say with this development?
Well, to be frank, it is something that I can attest to. Before coming here, I had passed through my polling unit and I compared with what I have seen during the last presidential elections, whereby my polling unit did not start voting until after 12 p.m. But this morning when I arrived, in fact, the polling officers and polling materials were there on site even before 8 a.m. The setup at 8 a.m. as required by law and guidelines of the Independent National Electoral Commission. And that is the report I have received from our deployed team of observers spread all over the state, that in many polling units, the polling stations opened and commenced the exercise at 8 a.m. This, I believe, must have been as a result of improvements made by the Independent National Electoral Commission. And that is actually based on experiences they have had with the last presidential elections. And I commend INEC for starting these elections. And that is why we always have to learn. We have to build upon what we have learned. Mm-hmm. And I can say that INEC is learning and is equally building upon what it has learned during the last elections. Okay. Equally, voters also to be commended for being patient and turning out at the right time to exercise their franchise.
Okay, thank you, Ann Lima. Professor Bello Daudumbala, thank you for participating in the Nigeria State Studios. Dagana Yakubu Yusuf, thank you for coming. Lema, thank you for coming. That is how far we can take from our Sokoto here back to Abuja. Kingsley, over to you.
All right, but thank you very much, our anchor in Sokoto, Usman Jibrila, for the reports. Now, we're not sure yet if we can go over to our correspondent in Yola, Adamawa, but once we're able to have that connection, we'll go over to our correspondent in Yola. But in the meantime, let's return to our three guests with us in the Abuja studios, Osaze Ozi, AIG, Ogunyawo, and Neye Akinsidi. Gentlemen, I want to first begin with the INEC Director of Voter Education and Publicity, who also is a lawyer. Look, just give us a sense of what is happening at the INEC headquarters on account of the deluge of cases that INEC has to deal with. Up until maybe 2 nights or so ago, you were hearing, I was reading reports of appellate court decisions indicating that a name that had been orders removed by lower court had now been reinstated, 2 or 3 states and some other. How does INEC cope with all of these cases and orders and orders and orders?
Indeed, with a great deal of difficulty, I must say. It's one of the most challenging aspects of our work as election managers. An EMB, we have a very large and virile legal department. I don't know whether it ought to be so, and certainly it's not quite the same way as other EMBs in the world. So vibrant, and it's our EMB that our legal department that has produced 2 senior advocates in the last few years to show you the volume of cases that we undertake, and we have extremely short-staffed but extremely hard-working lawyers who are always in court. We spend as much time in courts as we do planning elections in the boardrooms, and that is sad commentary on the state of our elections. I don't think there's any EMB that is as faced with such a litigious, happy group. But that in itself is not necessarily bad, because it is better that people go to court, because that is the dispute resolution mechanism entrenched in our system. So going to court in itself is not bad, but you don't go to court for every frivolity for frivolities. You don't go where there's meaningful disputes and where the internal party mechanism for settling disputes is in place. You may not need to go to court as much as we do. Well, we've had well over 600 cases dealing with party primaries alone. Not dealing with elections per se, but dealing with who is the rightful candidates of parties. 60 cases in about 3-4 months. That is very, very difficult. And of course, our in-house counsel cannot cope with that, so we have to farm out a lot of this to external solicitors, and you know what that will cost. Legal fees. We're not amongst the highest paying establishments, organizations in the public service, but the numbers that we have, billions of naira are committed to legal fees. So these are some of the issues, money that can be well spent in other aspects of our development, even for election management issues. So it's quite a bit of a problem, and we are so diverted. You cannot take decisions up till, as I told you yesterday, less than 24 hours to the elections, by about 12 hours to commencement of polls, the whole commission had to have a meeting because of the deluge of court orders that had come. We're careful to obey all court orders, because quite honestly, there's the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. Everybody should do their own in a democratic setting. It's important that we respect the rule of law. Elections are an important part of democracy, but they are building blocks. They're not the only aspects of democracy. So respect for institutions, respect for each arm of government is an important component of democracy, as you well know. So look, let us not run foul of the law out of commission or omission. Let us study all the judgments. And we have to get legal experts to study the judgments, find out exactly what each and every order and ruling says, so that we don't run foul of the law. Up till the early hours of this morning, the chairman was concerned and had to be consulting lawyers. Look, another came very late last night. What do we do? What does it specifically say? What can we do? What can we not do? Is this a post-election matter? Is this a matter in the right tribunal or court and things like that? And what does it say? How far does it go? How do we communicate the effect of this order on the voters? Will they understand? What will be the effect? So all these things, apart from the strict judicial and legalism involved, you have to, the impacts of such and how it affects the administration of electoral justice has to be taken into consideration. How do you tell other people? One of the others, for example, several of the others were given ex parte. In other words, INEC or the other respondents did not have the opportunity of speaking or stating their positions. Will people understand that? So these are some of the issues. Even the case of whether a reg should be deployed or not deployed went to court. There are all sorts of issues that go to court, some even after elections have been concluded. Some by Supreme Court, some by courts, but some by strange courts. The Lagos one I referred to, for example, was a case involving a constituency in Lagos but determined in Abuja. So these are all the kind of issues and challenges that the election management body has to face and has to deal with. It's a big challenge.
Well, thanks a lot. You know, sometimes when I read about the ex parte orders being given, I mean, an ex parte injunction is an equitable relief.
Yes,
in other words, when there is a fear that the rest, that is the subject matter, might be destroyed if the order were not given, then you proceed to give it. But you do recall also in our jurisdiction that at some point, on account of the rampant abuses that ex parte orders were subjected to, the then Chief Justice, Mohammed Uwais, of course, as part of his practice direction, issued very strict directives as to when to apply, for, and then indeed give an expert order. But it would appear that that era is gone, and then we are back to the kind of things that we are seeing now. As I said, observers of the electoral process in Nigeria obviously are concerned, and this also has an impact on the voter. Niye, before we go over to Lagos, if Lagos signal is clear, what does this do? Today you tell me that I'm on the ballot. Tomorrow you say I'm no longer on the ballot. One moment, I'm not on the ballot. Another moment, if I'm a voter going to the polling unit, how does that, impact me?
It's so confusing. I was actually thinking that there should be a threshold. We can't allow this confusion, to go on because if the courts has ultimate power, there should be a timeline to it. You don't expect, for instance, specifically the Taraba. I remember the governorship candidate of APC in Taraba was stopped by the ruling of the High Court, and I think 48 hours after, Thursday precisely, and that's just 2 days to the election, the appeal court, Court of Appeal, ruled otherwise. Now, for whoever was following or whoever was going to vote for somebody, that was the confusion. And of course, how would even INEC respond to that in the first instance? Well, thankfully, INEC had told us that it's the logo, it's a party logo. But I also know that in the conduct of this election, there was an order that the party logo should not reflect, on the ballots, on the ballot papers. Only for about 48 hours. In the case of Zamfara, 48 hours to the presidential election, that was overturned again. So I think there's a whole lot of confusion, and there's a need to streamline this in terms of timeline. If the court would have to make a ruling, please allow INEC 2-3 weeks, to also adjust to some of these rulings.
All right, Niya Kisijo, thank you very much. Our colleague Bayo in Lagos, if you're ready, this is over to you.
Thank you, Kingsley. Welcome to Nigeria Decides Studio from the Lagos National Center. My name is Bayo Adewusi. Voting is ongoing all over the country in the gubernatorial and House of Assembly elections. Initial reports in Lagos suggest that voters are trickling into voting centers, probably a reflection of voter apathy. Voter apathy and other electoral issues will engage our attention as we speak with our different discussants in the course of the day. But first, some reports. Voters have started casting their ballot at centers in Obalende, Lagos. Jennifer Igwe and Awal Yusuf Jibo report that turnout of voters vary from one location to the other.
Right now at Ward 10, Unit 15, Obalende, where officials are still setting up and making preparations, waiting for those who will come to cast their ballot. And we have some people who are already gathered and waiting for them to be through with their preparation so they can cast their ballot. So you're here already waiting to vote?
Yes.
So why are you here this early?
Because I just want to come and do my accreditation at the same time vote so I can go home and rest.
So what do you think about the activities? Do you think they've started late or what?
No, they didn't start late. I think it was better than last week, which they started late, but this week is still better.
Okay. So what's the voting like for you? What was it for you the last time, and what do you expect this time?
Me, I came here last week. I did my accreditation at the same time. I voted at the same time, so everything was very easy and everything was done on time. But this time, I think it's going to take time before they can set up their stand, set up the chairs and every other thing before we can start voting.
For how long have you been waiting?
No, than 10 or 15 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm talking to, I have two elderly women here who also waiting to cast their ballots. Mama, around which time now you come out here?
It's not too long now when I come.
Okay. So what do you think about the process so far?
They are doing well now. We'll soon start now.
Okay, madam.
They don't delay. They didn't delay. Because last 2 weeks when you come here, they are here already. So we voted and go house. So this week now, we are setting and we have to wait. When they finish, I vote, I go house.
Okay. Mama, what about you?
Well, we are just coming now, but now they are still setting.
After after a while, then we start. Then we vote and we go.
But even for elderly people, it's not a stress for people to wait.
Yes, we now immediately then starts. Now we are going to stand in the front. Then we answer us, then we go.
Okay. Now that's what's happening right here at this polling unit in Obalende. We'll have other centers where my colleague will be giving us updates on activities there.
Obalende is a densely populated area in Ikoyi, Lagos. Jennifer, do you know Obalende has a lot of commercial activities going on?
Oh yes, on a daily basis, a lot happens here, buying and selling by diverse groups. And they have strong multicultural ethnic groups here.
Yes, predominantly we have the Hausas and Yorubas. With me is Umar Musa.
Yes.
Voting is yet to start.
We don't know when we are starting. But we are early in the morning. We are here around since 6 o'clock. We are here. We are waiting for them.
Okay. What of the other elections? Last week's elections, had voting started by this time?
No, we're starting from around 10 o'clock.
Okay. Okay. And since when have you been here?
We are living here. I'm living here. Yes.
Okay. What time did you come out?
I come around 6 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, Omar. Thank you very much, Omar. I also have Oluwakayode Abiodun.
Yes, please.
Yes, so what's happening really?
Well, you can see the crowd are out for the governorship election for today, the governorship and the House of Assembly election. That's why we are all out. And I think up 2 weeks ago, the population was even more than this for the presidential and the set. Based on 3 elections, presidential, senatorial, and the reps, people are more out than this. But I still believe before the day runs out, the turnout will be as much bigger than you expect, because this is the indigenous election, the state election, the local government, the governorship election, and the House of Assembly, which belongs to us in the state. The crowd will still be more than this. I'm quite sure of that.
Well, Jennifer.
Well, it's interesting to note that in spite of the election going on here, they're still buying and selling. All the food vendors are on ground today doing their normal business, those selling fruits. This place is just like the normal working day when a lot of activities happen here.
Well, Awal and Jennifer, thank you for that report. INEC ad hoc staff at Amuwo Odofin have expressed dissatisfaction over the non-payment of their allowances. Thomas Ogbetere reports.
We are in Amuwo Odofin local government area where the presiding officers have collected their materials to proceed to their various polling units so that the voting exercise proper may start. But there is a development here in Amuwo Odofin where the people, the ad hoc, the INEC ad hoc staff are protesting the non-payment of 110,000 naira. I just want them to throw more light on why they are protesting and what it means, what the 10,000 naira is all about.
Getting here this morning, we heard that we are entitled to some amount of 10,000 naira being paid for feeding allowance or something. And to my own understanding, I believe the 10,000 naira is inconclusive. Both the first one and this parental one that we are doing now. But they gave us just a sum of 5,000 naira. That is why we are protesting. So we are expecting more 5,000 naira to be paid to us before we leave this track center.
It's because of the money we are sleeping on the ground. If we have had so much money in our houses, we wouldn't have come outside here to sleep on the ground and on the playground without any mattress or anything.
Still in Amuwo Odofin area where there were some challenges where the ad hoc staff were protesting the non-payment of 10,000 naira. But with the intervention of the local government chairman, it has been resolved. And people, the ad hoc staff have promised that they are going straight to the police station to commence the exercise.
And we made our intention known, and thank God for Mr. Chairman, he came and he was able to ameliorate the situation. Also, part of the problems he has actually helped us to iron out is the problem of late payment. Most of us who worked with INEC at the last presidential election, we are yet to be credited, including myself.
And I want to also hear from the chairman how he intends to shift his work.
I have an office, I have a name, I have an image, and I've not been in their shoe. So every worker is entitled to his wages. So the Bible says, so I can stand on that position that they will get what is due to them.
The issue has been resolved based on trust and for the fact that they want to also exhibit the fact that they are patriotic Nigerians and who are doing back in history.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Joining me in the studio right now is our regular analyst, Professor Segun Bolarinwa. He's a professor of international relations and strategic studies at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Bolarinwa, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
You are not only a professor, you are an accredited observer in the course of this election. You've been around Lagos State today. What did you come away with?
Well, generally, what we have seen at some polling units across the state, in some places where I visited, is that there is this voter apathy. Many people did not come out in time. You get to some polling units, you see only the INEC and the ballot boxes there, nobody is there. In some places, you'll see like 3, 4, 5 people, unlike what we witnessed during the February 23rd Presidential and National Assembly elections. Today, there is voter apathy. Not many people are out there to come and vote.
Why is there voter apathy? Because that always amazes me. Lagos State has the highest number of collection of PVCs, over 5 million. So what are they doing with the PVCs if you will not come out and vote?
Well, I think people just got those their PVCs for their other uses and all of that. But I believe that the voter apathy cannot be far-fetched from people's interest in whatever that is being done. They may not be interested. Some may say they want to rest at home. Some may say, what is my take in this and all of that. But majorly, people have collected the PVC. Lagos actually had about 5.5 million PVCs collected in Lagos alone. There's no state that's beating that.
And that can swing the election of any candidate in any direction.
Yes, if all these people can come out and vote, I think it will determine the result, can swing it either way or wherever it goes to. But majorly, many people collected these PVCs for other uses, maybe personal uses, maybe banking activities, or other offices. You know, in Nigeria, they will say you must present a valid ID card, maybe driver's license, or international passport, or your PVC, or a permanent voter's card, and all those things are those things they will ask for. So people got it in order to use it for those cantines or whatever, not really to come out and vote or anything. And in this part of Nigeria, we are so fond of having PVCs and not coming out to vote. If you look at voting trend in the north now, from other studies, other centers we have seen.
Even from the images we see on television.
Yes, you see, look at Kaduna, look at Sokoto, look at Zamfara, look at other states we have seen. People have trooped out in large numbers. But here in this part of the world, people are really not coming out to vote.
All right, I hear our time is almost up, but I have a question. I have a question for the representative there in Abuja. Ngogo John Adams, compiled from reports in other parts of Lagos.
Smoothly as voters conducted themselves orderly.
And I have here one of the electorates who has just cast his ballot, Mr. Ikuchendu. Thank you, sir. Tell us about the voting process.
The voting process went well. It's an easy one.
Adiola Omokive, who monitored the process in Victoria Garden City, reports that the turnout was poor compared to the presidential and National Assembly elections. From Lagos mainland, Abolade Salami reports that the exercise was hitch-free as the card readers performed optimally.
I have Mr. Samuel, who has just exercised his franchise. Mr. Samuel, you just exercised your franchise. Tell us, how is the process?
I love how the place is. It's very quiet and very okay.
Jen Ojuku, who covered Apapa, reports that the long queues that characterized the presidential and National Assembly elections in the area were missing despite the early arrival of INEC ad hoc staff and increased number of security personnel. Ken Egbeluge also reports from Lagos Island and Koshofe that the exercise was peaceful. In Lagos, Hingino John Adams, NTA News.
Thank you for that report. Kingsley, I was going to ask that the representative of INEC on your panel please clarify the issue of the non-payment of some of these ad hoc staff.
All right, Bayo, thank you very much. Wole Ozie is still with us here in the studios. Wole, our anchor in Lagos, Bayo Adewuze, is asking why some ad hoc staff, apparently in the Ikeja area, haven't been paid, and therefore there appears to be a work to rule, which is impeding the flow of your work.
Yes, there's been some misunderstanding as to what they were entitled to, and in many cases, several of them have been paid. I think I made allusions to that earlier. Several have been paid. Some say they hadn't received their alerts. So there are the issues of did you fill your necessary forms, because the allowances are actually paid by the central bank, domiciled in the central bank, and e-payment was just paid straight to their accounts regarding the allowances. But things like training allowance and feeding and transport are paid, I believe, in cash. And there was dispute as to, while our officials said they had been paid, they thought no. For the aborted election, that was what was paid. So they're entitled to a different thing for the next set of elections. But fortunately, I think that has been resolved now. The allowances, we don't have anything at this point directly to do with it. We have passed the mandate on to the central bank for the bank to pay straight. And we engaged the NYSC authorities to try to explain things. And I think things have been calmed down, and I believe it has been resolved.
Okay, Bayo Adewuze, Lagos, I hope you're satisfied with the response by Wole Ozie with us here in the studios. Do you have more issues?
Thank you. Thank you. That resolves the issue.
Bayo Adewuze there, our anchor in Lagos. Thank you very much. We'll hope to get back to you later on in the course of Nigeria Decides. Now, back to our guests in the studios again. I'll return to Wole Ozie. We are having, for the purpose of repetition, the governorship election. The governors will be elected in 29 states of the Federation. And in the 36 states of the Federation, you'll be having the state houses of assembly elections, plus, of course, supplementary elections for those that were inconclusive on the 23rd of February. But how does a candidate emerge elected as governor of a state? What are the constitutional requirements, similar in many ways to that of a president?
Yes, I think you've answered the question. In many ways, the template is basically the same. The requirements are basically the same. Not only must the candidate score the highest number of votes cast in the election, so he has to score the highest valid votes cast, but he must also obtain a spread. What we mean by that is that he has to have a threshold. He must score 25% in at least 2/3 of the local governments in the particular states. So one, you must score the highest number of votes, and if it's a state with 21 local governments, you must have 25%, minimum 25% in at least 14 of those local governments. So the fact that the simpliciter has scored the highest number of lawful votes doesn't automatically translate to him being governor. If a candidate with the highest number of votes does not have that 25% spread, maybe he has certain strongholds, and out of 21 local governments, he had 99% in 10 local governments and had the highest number of votes, he still will not be returned as governor unless and until we'll go back and conduct a runoff election between the person with the highest number of votes and the person with the widest spread. So we'll go back for what we call a rerun election. Fortunately or unfortunately, that has never occurred in any presidential or governorship election since that was introduced in 1999, as we came back to democracy in 1999. So people should be conscious of that. And of course, rightly you said there are 29 governorship elections, 27 states, including Kogi, Bayelsa, Edo, Anambra, Ondo, Osun, and Ekiti, are not having governorship elections because of judicial interventions in the system. In 1999, everybody had, all 36 states had. And of course, we cannot forget the FCT elections to be chairman of the council, the same provisions apply as well. Not only must you score the highest number of lawful votes cast, but you must have a spread amongst the wards in the place.
Thank you very much. The other leg of it is that there is actually an opportunity for two reruns.
Yes,
two reruns in the governorship, assuming in the first election that we're having today, any of the candidates in any of the states doesn't satisfy the requirements already articulated by Sazazu with reference to the constitutional provisions, you then go for a rerun. And if there is still no winner emerging from that because same requirements apply, then you go for a flat election where a simple majority would prevail. But there's another leg to what is playing out today. We have 91 registered political parties. And for those who probably are still not aware, there is an amendment to the Constitution, part of the fourth alteration to the Constitution, that has given INEC the powers to deregister political parties that do not meet certain requirements. So maybe you want to just give us some hint as to why today's elections ordinarily should be crucial for some political parties that did so poorly or badly on the 23rd of February. This probably might be their last chance of survival.
Yes, indeed. I believe it was Section 89. The Electoral Act amendment actually did introduce the power, gave power to INEC to deregister political parties who don't meet certain thresholds. But, and acting on that power, INEC deregistered some political parties, but of course they went to court. And the courts, in some cases, held that, well, that power is circumscribed by the Act, yes, but it's unconstitutional in certain regards. So with the fourth alteration, the power was introduced into the Constitution. And if I may digress just a little bit, but the relevant digression is the fact that every living thing has a method of coming into being biologically or by law. So a company, for example, if you are incorporated under the Companies and Allied Matters Act, you come into being. But the law also provides for how you die or how you cease to exist, and that's by liquidation, for example, or winding up. It was only political parties where the Constitution provided for their coming into being. They were only legal persons who somehow there was no means of how they will end their life. So that is an aberration. A biological human being comes with conception and being given birth to, and when you die, the law also provided for administration of your estate. But it was different for political parties. So that's why the fundamentals for, look, if you come into being, for example, there are conditions set for which you can be registered. Why is there no condition for which, if you do no longer meet the conditions for registration, there has to be a way of liquidating you, of you dying off. So that is why this introduction was going, look, these are the conditions for registration. If you do no longer meet the conditions for registration, for example, you don't have a headquarters in the FCT as required by the Constitution, then you have no right to continue to exist. So that is why they introduced this. That's one leg of that amendment. The second leg is that if you do not have, and that's more relevant to your question, if you do not have a certain, capture a certain number of votes in these elections, then you can be deregistered. Apart from that first leg, that's the second arm of it. And partly that may be due, some parties may not know this, but that may be due, many others do, the high number of sponsored candidates in this election. Because if you're a political party and you do not sponsor candidates, then why are you a political party? That's the essence of incorporation as a political party. And you know, under Section 221 of the Constitution, if you're not a political party, no association, by whatever name so-called, can canvass for votes or sponsor candidates in an election, unless you are registered and with the INEC as a political party. So that's it, basically.
All right, Oluwole, thank you very much for that advisory one more time. INEC has the powers by virtue of the amendment to the Constitution to the registered parties, and it's very well explained it. A party is born, a party grows, a party lives, and a party could also go out of existence, depending on the appropriate law that is applied. Now, we know that the voting period is from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m., which is a deadline for voting. But our correspondent, Mia Ogede, has an update.
This is the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC Situation Room located within the International Conference Center in Abuja, Nigeria. This is where top officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and security chiefs interface with their field officers. And when reports are not too impressive, they react and bring situations under control. The chairman of INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, arrived at the situation room, and after about 2 hours, the image maker of the commission, Festus Okoye, briefed journalists on whether the polls will be extended beyond the 2 p.m. official hour. And this was his reaction.
No, we are not, in relation to this particular election, we are not anticipating any extension. The report we got from all over the country was that in most of the polling units, polls open at exactly 8 o'clock. And by 8 o'clock, people have started voting. Most of our ad hoc staff reported to the polling units as early as 6 a.m. This morning, which is a marked improvement from what happened during the presidential and national assembly elections. So for this election, we are not anticipating any form of extension. And none of the resident electoral commissioners has raised the issue of extension with the commission. We are monitoring the process. Progress. We are also monitoring the situation in almost all the states of the Federation. And where we have few challenges, those challenges have been escalated and we have dealt with them. In a few polling units, there were just very, very minute polling units. There were issues with the smart card readers, and they were dealt with expeditiously. So some of those glitches we recorded during the National Assembly presidential elections are not present in this particular election.
Asked on the incident that took place in Ogun State early hours of today, the INEC spokesman, Festus Okoye, was quite angry with the situation where some INEC offices are being attacked. He said INEC is not a political party and incidents of that nature are quite condemnable. He also expressed confidence of some of the officers, especially coalition officers at the state levels, that they will not compromise standard as given to them by the independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. That is the situation right now at the Independent National Electoral Commission headquarters in Abuja. We will bring you more as events unfold.
Thank you very much, Mia Ogidi there, for giving us an update from INEC. And it's Nigeria decides on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. We're having additional reports now, this time from NTA Abuja, and here is Fatima. All right, we're sorry there that we had some audio glitch from Fatima Umar Buba, who was supposed to give us an update with regard to what the local station has gathered in the course of today's coverage of the second round of voting in Nigeria's general elections. I understand that our Benin Network Center is ready. If it is, we go over to Benin.
All right, thank you very much, Kingsley. A total of 7,803,218 Nigerians are expected to be at their polling stations exercising their right to vote in the states that make up this zone, that is in NTA zoning arrangement. These are Edo, Delta, Ondo, and Ekiti. And here is a breakdown. Edo has 2,219,778 voters. Delta, 2,845,274 voters, while Ondo, 1,828,219 voters, and Ekiti, 909,947 residents were registered. It is the second round of the general elections in the country, and Delta is standing out in this, as it is the only state here having a full complement of those contesting. The other three states have staggered elections occasioned by court judgments. I have here in the studio Professor Edir Agbe, Dean, Faculty of Arts and Orator, University of Benin. So you're welcome to Nigeria.
Good afternoon, Nigerians. Yeah.
All right. Also, Mr. Tony Abolo, a media consultant.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before we begin to discuss what we are here for today, let's join Becky Kasimauna, who packaged the state of readiness for the governorship and House of Assembly elections earlier in Delta State.
This is the famous Okponam Road in Asaba Delta State. It is not as busy as it used to be. Electorates are actually moving down to the various polling units to cast their ballots, to pick the best candidate of their choice, the person that will change the situation of things in the state positively. By my right-hand side is where the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC Delta State headquarters, is located. Security operatives are already on ground to forestall any breach of peace. Right at the premises of INEC, everywhere seems to be a little bit calm, which shows that they've all gone out for the preparation of today's election. This, obviously, is to ensure that all arrangements in terms of logistics and adequate deployment of ad hoc staff is prim and proper and all goes well. Let me quickly remind you that Delta State is the only state in the zone of 4 states by NTA's arrangement that is having the gubernatorial election. The other states of Edo, Ekiti, and Ondo will conduct the House of Assembly elections. 50 parties are feeding standard bearers for the governorship seat, while 526 contestants will slug it out for 29 seats. That is the outlook here for now.
Yes, thank you very much there, Becky. And still in the Delta State, Governor Kowa has voted at Umi Primary School, Ward 2, Owalero, in Kano North local government area.
Election materials arrived early in this polling booth. As early as 8 a.m., voting and accreditation have started at Omi Primary School, Ward 2, Owalero, in the Kano North local government area. Governor Kowa is here to cast his ballot.
By the grace of God, I will make victorious. I've partnered with the Electors, I've worked with them, and I guess that by God's grace, there are a lot of them are going to cast their votes for me. The only thing we're trying to work to ensure is that those who plan to use thugs to disrupt elections, that the security agencies are on top of that, and I hope by God's grace that with the support of their sister agencies, that the police will be able to curtail them.
Eligible voters have come out to exercise their franchise. Security operatives are at alert to forestall any occurrence of violence. That's the situation from here at Omi Primary School, Owalero. So far, the exercise has been peaceful and orderly.
Thank you, Reformer. And also in Delta State, the Deputy Governor, Kingsley Otuaro, voted in Warri, southwest of Delta State. And coming to Edo, Governor Godwin Obaseki has cast his ballot in Owedo, Ward 4, Unit 19, Emokbai Primary School. Let's join Goodluck Enaini.
Governor Obaseki, who joined the queue on arrival, was accredited at 14 minutes past 10 this morning before casting his ballot. He commended voters for good conduct and applauded security agents for ensuring orderliness.
The ballot boxes are already full. I guess what the difference here is that you have only one election day, so the process is much smoother and quicker. But in terms of turnout, I believe it's we're going to see a turnout that's slightly more than what we saw the last elections.
Officials of the EFCC were at the polling center to monitor the exercise and check vote buying and selling. The center witnessed low turnout of voters compared to the presidential and National Assembly elections held on the 23rd of last month.
And the Deputy Governor of Edo State, Philip Shaibu, also voted at Azama Primary School, Ward 11, Unit 5, in El Sako West local government area.
No, generally everywhere you can see calm, and with I've called many centers, even the other local government. The reports I'm getting is that everywhere is peaceful, and the INEC came out on time, like they promised, and it shows that there is a great improvement to what we had 2 weeks ago.
From Ondo State, Governor Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, alongside his wife Betty, have cast his ballot in Owo local government area of the state. He decried low turnout of voters and appealed to the people to come out to vote. Doris Olumoko reports.
Thank you very much. This is Ijebu 2, Unit 6, Ward 5 in
Ijebu, our local government area of Ondo State. At this venue, we have 2 polling units. They are demarcated into 2 Unit A and Unit B. Here in Unit A, we have about 650 registered voters, while in Unit B, we have 450 registered voters. Now, Governor of Ondo State, Mr. Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, alongside his wife, cast their ballots in Unit A. After going through their accreditation, the card readers worked perfectly, and His Excellency and his wife cast their ballots.
Well, I mean, for me, the process is going on fine. The turnout in my unit here does not look impressive. I believe if you are going to hear this before the end of the polling, I want to appeal to our people to come out. We don't need to do anything, because some people have told me that why don't you get PHCN to put off all the lights so that people can leave their television, they will come out. But we are not going to do that. I'm not going to call PHCN to put off all the lights. But I'm appealing to everybody in Ondo State to come out and vote massively. All I know is that the polling is going on well. I know that if I got a bit mixed up with the ballot paper, identifying where my party is, it will have, for me, it will apply to illiterate more. The ballot paper looks too unwieldy, and I'm sure that our National Assembly have to do something about this number of parties that we have.
All right, we now join Kevin Ogbeche in Uele North for the situation of accreditation and voting there.
Thank you for joining me. We are here at Ogarisi Primary School, Ugeli, in Ugeli North local government area of Delta State. Particularly here, I'm in Unit 11, Ward 6. And as you can see, a lot of things are really working here. Voting is ongoing. I have one of the observers who is here. Please, let's meet you. Your name?
My name is Joseph Umokoro.
Okay.
I'm observer, domestic observer to the INEC. As you can see, this is a collation center, and the unit in the Ogarisi Primary School, Unit 11 was 6. They started voting around 8 o'clock. As you can see, the voting is still going on, and everything is working in place.
Okay, thank you very much. You've heard from one of the observers who is here observing what's happening. We'll get you more reports as states of vote here. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelvin. And Evie Omori was out early, and she called the movement leading to accreditation and voting in the places visited.
Here at Idake Primary School, Ward 8, Unit 12 to 17, voting process has commenced. Already materials have been distributed to other parts of the local government in Ego, and also voters are on the queue trying to cast their ballot. Surprisingly, the Commissioner for Information is just here, is about to cast his ballot. So what would you say about the exercise? It's quite early and they've started here.
Yes, I think it's peaceful. They started well, in line with our own legitimate expectation. INEC has done well in this. Accreditation and voting going simultaneously. As you can see, people are orderly. I think at the end, this is the beauty of democracy. And people believe more in the power of the ballot now, rather than the power flowing from the bullet.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Let's talk to another voter. How long have you been here, madam?
Just about since 7 o'clock this morning, we just came. As you can see, you see a lot of people there's not much turnout, but there are people here. But yes, it's peaceful. There's no problem.
Okay, thank you. Well, compared to in Oredo local government, the turnout here is quite impressive, and security presence as well as party agents, they are on standby to ensure that the whole process comes out well. I'm very sure you're much aware that the only election holding in Edo State is the House of Assembly election. And now this is Ward 6 in Ivaike Market area, and the city member of the House of Assembly is currently here casting his ballot. How would you rate the exercise?
Well, I would say it's been brilliant, and I want to congratulate INEC. They are doing a very good job, although the turnout is quite low. But I can see the security personnel and everything is on ground. so good.
So what do you think is responsible for the low turnout today?
Well, I think basically people are disenfranchised, those that had opportunities of voting for the other party during the presidential and all that. They've seen that a particular party which I belong to won, and then what's the point coming out? But in any case, I think the weather is favorable, but we still don't know. It's still early. Let's see how it goes.
This is Ward 4 in Ego, where Units 6, 7, and 8 are currently here. The electorates are casting their ballots. Others are on standby waiting for their turn. And we have the National Union of Road Transport Workers, Edo State chairman here, and Mr. Olaye. Sir, I want to ask, you just came in or?
No, I've been here since morning.
Okay. Then the low turnout now, what would you attribute it to? Is it that people could not travel down to their various polling units?
No. It's not because of people could not travel. The belief is that, that of presidency, so many people is having interest. This has to do with House of Assembly in Edo State. There's no governorship.
Well, the elder process after this one now is very calm and peaceful. My observation is that things are working well. I've even interacted with all the people in charge of the poll. They told me everything is calm, and so far so well. By my observation too, everything is calm. And I believe that if we continue like this, it will be okay, because even so far so well, I have not seen buying and selling of vote as we used to experience some other areas. And I believe quite well that this one will turn out to be very, very good.
Well, that's it from this ward. Subsequently, we'll bring you details from other local governments and even other wards too. In Oyo local government area particularly, here at the Ministry of Education, the situation is always different as it comprises 28 polling units here in the state. And also I have someone who just cast his ballots that will tell me about the process. How was the process done?
Well, the process started well. There's a low turnout.
Kind of crowd?
Yes, a low turnout compared to presidential election that was held about a few weeks ago. And my rumor mill, I have not ascertained it, that there's a vote buying, and that will not go for a democratic setting. And because if you buy me tomorrow the money will finish. How will I continue? But the only thing, let people vote their conscience so that Nigeria can move forward democratically. It's my prayer for Nigerians.
The security presence here is highly visible, and of course Nigerians used the opportunity to make brisk business.
All right, thank you very much, Yvier, for that report. And now, Prof.
Yeah.
The issue of low turnout of voters is dominating majorly all the reports across the country. You've seen those from other parts of the country and now in Edo State. Yeah. What would be your reaction?
Well, my first take, of course, will be that for Edo State, there is clearly the fact that we are not holding the gubernatorial election in this particular cycle. But we have seen in other locations where that is happening, that is where there is governorship elections, that people are coming out to exercise their votes. One other thing we must bear in mind here is that some of the reports we have been getting, they seem to be time-bound. When I say time-bound, they were the early reports that we're getting. So we cannot really finally say that it was that there was that poor turnout, as it were. But having said that, it is obvious that when we look at the amount of resources deployed for mobilization when it came to the presidential and the National Assembly, compared to the resources available to run elections at the state level, you discover that they cannot be at par. Why I'm saying that is that even just watching the adverts that were going around town, you see these mighty big boards that were there for the presidential, that were there for the national, the campaign rallies that were held, the mega rallies, they were all for presidential and national. But when it came to the state, after the last elections that were held, everything was not in municipal.
They lost steam.
Exactly. And then added to that, we might not like it, but you know that there's a lot of resources that go to mobilizing the people to come out and vote. And we heard A lot of resources were deployed for the mobilization of the electorate for the national elections and the presidential. But at this level, most of those running for the national for the assembly here, I'm not sure they are so economically buoyant to be able to provide the resources in question. And finally, I think one of the commentators there referred to it. Once you release results after a particular election, there could be an element of being disenchanted with the outcome of the result. So we take it now, for example, that those that went out to vote at the last elections, if their presidential candidate did not win, there could not be a question of what is the need for me going out now. We also have to recognize that in this state, results were such that some candidates are expected that they will win, did not make it. And so maybe their supporters too will get this illusion. So the aftermath of the results that came out last time around could have also now led to certain voters being no longer so committed to the exercise, believing that for them, as far as their candidate did not win, rightly or wrongly, they could interpret it to mean that their vote did not really count as it were.
All right, Mr. Are you on the same page?
Of course I do. But just to add on to what Prof has just been saying, you would notice that in that mega rallies and all of that, it was just an assemblage of people. What was the message? There was no content. All you heard more was, we will capture, we will take. Okay, we'll capture, we'll take. That does not mean politics.
By all the political parties?
Yeah, by and large, all the political parties. We're not trying to separate anyone. So because there was no content in the message, it didn't conscientize the people. It didn't motivate them to say, look, let me keep going on to vote. So people are not coming out. Then the disenchantment that has come from the last presidential and National Assembly results seem to have made people think, rightly or wrongly, that their votes don't count. So why must I come out this time? Added to that is the fact, to my mind, is who are the kind of candidates? The old politics used to have people of noble character. These days, you are not too sure of who is coming out, because even the personality does motivate people. So if you're not getting the right candidates with the right image and can have the charisma to move the people, then you'll have a low turnout like this.
Okay, don't you think there is still another factor, you know? During the last elections, there was this a public holiday declared by various governments on Friday for people to travel, but it was missing in some states. Don't you think that could have been a factor as well?
No, I don't see how that can affect anybody. On the contrary, it should make you more readily available to come and vote, because you are asked to go and rest. And so you can now take your time.
No, this time around there was no yes. There was
okay,
none.
Yes. This time there was no.
In Edo,
there was no. But that is not a factor. I don't think so. It's not a factor at all. It's not a factor at all.
Okay.
People, I think, decided on their own that it looks as if votes don't count, and therefore let me sit back. Much more than anything else.
All right, they're done with that. Okay, let's take more voting reports from Akure, for instance, from Olubukola Aduwo. She's standing by now to give us details. All right, that report is still being prepared.
This has not affected in any way the turnout of voters in most of the polling units visited in Ondo East local government area of the state, as people, eligible voters, came out to vote for candidates of their choice that will represent their constituencies in the State House of Assembly. I am here at Unit 3, Ward 3, Wasimi 1, where voters are conducting themselves in orderly manner. Security officials are also on ground performing their responsibilities. INEC officials too arrived on time with both sensitive and non-sensitive materials. The card reader here is working well as at the time of this report. Some of the voters will give us their impression about the electoral process so far.
The election is free and fair, no molesting, no embarrassment from any of the armed forces or the security officers. Everything is okay.
To your family here,
We are brothers, and we do cooperate when something like this comes up, so we don't have a problem.
Very close to Wasimi is Ireje, still in Ondo East local government area of the state, a community few kilometers away from Akwa, the state capital. This is Unit 2, Ward 7 Ireje, and the turnout of voters here is impressive. The atmosphere is calm and peaceful generally.
We have encouraged our people to choose freely. You vote as you think best. I have voted, you can see, and we do not intimidate anyone. We thank NTA for being a part of bringing what is happening in the nooks and crannies of Ondo East to the wider audience.
Everybody is doing the right thing.
This is the situation report in these polling units. All right. Thank you very much, that electorate, for telling us. Thank you. Yes, we have really done a lot in this direction. All right, Tama Ilogo is standing by with more details on the voting process in Asaba.
This is Obeke Square, Ward 6, Unit 9, 10, and 11. We just met a 19-year-old woman who came to exercise her franchise. Mama, how are you today?
I'm fine.
Good morning.
Only this leg they pain me. These two legs.
But you were able to come out to vote?
You have to walk a stick by who?
Have you done your voting?
Yes.
How do you see the process?
Well, I don't put now. Anyone will enter, make it help us for this Asaba. Make Asaba good. I be the thing where we dey vote.
How are you?
Fine.
You have voted?
Yes, I have voted.
Why did you decide to come out despite your age?
I decided to come out for Nigeria to progress.
How do you see the process?
It's fine. Everything is going well.
It's been very peaceful, smooth, and you can see everywhere is quiet. The only problem we think we have is just the low turnout today, but it's been smooth, and INEC people came very early.
The voting has been going on very well. It's peaceful. It's not less than 10 minutes I came here, and I'm done with my own. The crowd is not much. Everything is going on well.
So far, the exercise has been very coordinated in Asaba here, the Delta State capital.
All right. Thank you very much, Thelma. Now, to round off, let's take. What's your assessment, Professor, on the, your general assessment of the election so far from all key players?
Well, I think from all the reports that we've received, this is a remarkable improvement on what occurred the last February 23rd elections, and that is kudos to INEC's promptness. Most of the hard workers, from what we've heard, arrived in their various locations early enough. And then, of course, materials are also available. And then, of course, the conduct of the electorate, from what we have received so far, has been quite peaceful and commendable. This, we must say, has been a good report from our area, especially Edo State, from what happened in the last election, and even the adjoining states as well, where the elections largely were peaceful and properly conducted. And then, of course, some of the clips we just saw now were quite heartwarming. Very
from the elderly, yes.
Elderly committed, believing that through the exercise of their franchise, their fortunes can be changed for the better. That is cardinal to what we have been preaching about democracy.
That whoever wins,
should be allowed to rule. And we keep telling people that these elections are tenure bound. And when you say they are tenure bound, it is the fact that unlike life presidency, life governorship, life House of Assembly membership, in another 4 years, people will go to the polls again. There is accountability, there is a chance to change the people, and then those that may not win now can win next. I think that spirit of the preciseness of the fact that we have tenure in terms of these elections should get the key players to be more understanding, to be more receptive to outcomes. Because when it comes to democracy, we should recognize that we may all be striving for a goal, but we may not all hit it at the same time. Yeah. So on that note, I think we must commend our people for the way they have been comporting themselves. And I want to add on a personal note that even though we are talking of the low turnout, it's unfortunate that maybe many variables would have contributed to it. But at the end of the day, it is the votes of those that came out that will determine. And it will not be left for those that did not go and exercise their franchise to deal with that moral body that I failed to exercise my votes.
Thank you very much, Professor Diaragbe and Mr. Tony Abolo.
All I will want to add is that we must first of all commend the electorate. The behavior, at least in Edo State, has been extremely good. It was very cooperative. People did come out, even if it's not in large numbers, but the conduct was quite peaceful, and we're happy that it was really, really peaceful, unlike all the apprehensions. The only thing one may add is that when, for security reasons, there's so much military presence, who knows whether this also scared...
In some areas.
It scared people from coming out.
Okay,
so
do we have...
No, not so much. Okay. But we must begin to de-emphasize military presence in our elections. And that also goes to the conduct of the politicians themselves, not to be too aggressive, because it's the aggression and lack of decision about who gets the power, who gets nominated, who goes for the vote, matters to the eventual conduct of the election. So we hope that demilitarizing our politics, removing military from our politics, will go a long way in making sure that we have the example of Ghana, where you can go to vote and go to work. Not this business of total holidays, doing nothing, and then what happens?
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We now return to Abuja for the continuation of Nigeria Decides. And Kingsley, it's back to you.
Well, thank you very much there from Benin City, along, of course, with your guests, Professor Agbai and Tony Abolo. Back to us here in the Abuja studios, and just before we go over to Makode, I have just one last question for Oluwole Uzi, who is INEC Director of Voter Education and Publicity. Now, tell us, what's the update of what you have in Enugu? And after 2 o'clock, what also happens?
Okay, thank you. At a certain time, I think some people were spreading rumors that the elections had been postponed in Enugu, but of course that is not correct. It's just a rumor, wild rumor. It has no foundations at all in truth. The elections are ongoing, and at about 2 o'clock, in about 20-25 minutes, the polls will close. And after the close of polls, then we'll start the next phase of this election, which is the sorting, the counting, and then the announcements of results. The scores of each participating political party and candidates will be announced publicly and will be entered into what we call the result sheet, which is what we call the EC8A. And a copy, EC60, will be pasted at each polling unit so that anybody can see and know and take a photograph and do anything to record the votes scored for each party in their own polling unit. People are encouraged to remain behind to watch the whole process as long as they stay within a reasonable distance and they don't disrupt the process. And that will happen everywhere where the election took place today. The sorting, the counting, and the announcement of results. And then we'll go to the next stage, which is the ward collation, RA Collation Center. And the result from all the polling units in the particular ward will be collated and again announced. And will go on like that, state constituency collation, and the result declared for the states assemblies. And then at the states collation, local government and state collation, the results for the governorship election will be announced at that point.
All right, Sazel, thank you very much. AIG Gunyawo, any update with regard to the security situation, very briefly?
Well, so far, the election has been very peaceful. But just as a last word, I need to state that we can have a peaceful election if we take weapons out of our society. And the only way to do that is to make the punishment for unlawful possession of firearms deterrent. Not the current situation where we have, for example, in the criminal code, 40 naira fine or to pay double the price of the weapon. I'm of the opinion that some of these offenses should not have option of fine as punishment. I think if we have weapons out of our society, we'll have a free and violent-free election.
All right. It's on that note, we'd like to appreciate Assistant Inspector General of Police Peter Ogunyawo, who's been with us for some hours now. Thank you for your time and good morning, Nigeria. On Nigeria Decides.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay. And we also would like to thank Oluwole Osaze-Ozi, that's the INEC Director of Voter
education, and publicity, who's, of course, always with us on that program. But today is Nigeria Decides. Indeed. Thank you very much. We will be returning Niyi Akinsiju on the next team of guests that will be joining us on Nigeria Decides. But I'll be joined, and of course, by Mohammed Kudu Abubakar to continue with Nigeria Decides. And that's after we return from Ademola Adeoye, who is our next anchor from Makurdi.
You're welcome to Makurdi Network Studios, where we have some guests here, and also to tell you how far the election has been going here in Makurdi and the situation report. But before we give you some of the situation reports that were brought from the field by some of our correspondents, let me introduce some of the guests that we have here that will be discussing the elections, today's elections. I have with me the immediate right, Mr. Godwin Nwobodo, who is the Deputy Inspector General of Police for the election North Central. Mr. Nwobodo, you're welcome to Nigeria Decides.
Thank you very much.
Also, Mr. Lugard Osenwegwe, Assistant Commandant General, Civil Defense Corps, Zone. You're welcome to Nigeria Decides.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, and the third person I have here with me is Mr. Domhil Barko, Comptroller Immigration, Acting Zonal Coordinator, Zone A. Welcome to Nigeria Decides.
Thank you very much.
So, gentlemen, let's kick the ball rolling. Now, we've had issues, we have reports coming to us about burning of electoral materials, especially at Mbalom Council Ward in Guber East local government area. The DIG, what is the situation there right now?
Well, the situation there is peaceful. Like you said, we had the burning of some ballot materials there this morning, but we were able to recover some that we have been auditing in conjunction with INEC. It's not the whole material that were burnt, and INEC, of course, has taken notice. We have also, as a result of that, upped our manpower in that location. So generally speaking, the area is quite peaceful now. And of course, like I said, INEC has noted what happened in that place, and I believe a decision will be taken by INEC.
Okay, have you been able to apprehend the perpetrators of this act? I mean, because, I mean, they should be made to face the full wrath of the law.
Of course, the normal thing is for the police to go after anybody who has committed crime, and we are doing that. But for now, is anybody in particular?
Nobody yet?
None.
Okay, Mr. Lugard, now, your collaboration with other government agencies, how has it been?
It has been robust. It has been of good head. Normally, you know, constitutionally, the work of election is owned by the police. Mm-hmm. In every election, all other agencies are to synergize and collaborate and assist. So we have been doing that, and it has been a very nice one, and we have all worked in a good harmony. The last election and even this election, I did all my monitoring with the AIG. I've been deployed by the police to different polling units, and we supervise them together. And if there's any arrest, even if we made the arrest, we hand them over to the police.
To the police. Now, Mr. Bako, you are the Comptroller Immigration Zone H. Zone H. Okay. What has been the, the border was closed yesterday, Friday, and will be reopened later today. Have your men been able to check the people crossing the border to come and disrupt the election?
It's obvious. Our men have been checking the border very well. There is no any infraction to the laid down rule for the closure of the borders. It still stands. We have no report
from any quarter that there are foreigners coming in to vote.
Okay. All right. Now, before we continue our discussion, let's take some of these situation reports that were brought by some of our correspondents. It says, for the governorship and House of Assembly elections, most polling units in Makurdi metropolis commenced accreditation and voting simultaneously much earlier compared to that of the last presidential and National Assembly elections. Correspondent Dino Joshua Justus reports that prospective voters expressed satisfaction with the security arrangement this time around.
As early as 8 o'clock in the voters turn out in their numbers for accreditation and voting. In all the 5 polling units visited, they attested to the fact that there were no security challenges and that they had all their materials ready except in 1 unit.
Ink pad, biro as well. We had informed them on the lack of the materials. This is Kwara quarters 2. Code 010. They have about 1,128 registered voters in this unit. Here they started on time. I am with the polling officer, Aladi. Can you tell us what are your challenges so far, or you don't have any challenge?
We don't have any challenge for so far. For so far, the election is free and fair. There is no any problem in it.
While acknowledging the early turnout of voters, some of the ad hoc expressed reservations that though it was too early to judge, but when compared with turnout same time during presidential and National Assembly election about 2 weeks ago, it looked too low.
I think we started earlier today than the other time, and the turn-up of today is very poor compared to the presidential.
The attendance for now is not much like the other day, but we are expecting people to come out and cast their votes.
Some of the voters commended both the INEC and police for the adequate provision of materials and security this time around.
There is no threat. I will believe there will be no threat. Our prayers is the right person should win.
Very okay. The security are very calm. There's no any problem here.
Benue Christian is a popular business center in Makurdi. All we see around is no vehicular movement. This is in compliance with the stay-at-home order. In the Makurdi metropolis so far, there is no record of any security breach. And the people, they say they are happy with the security arrangement this time around. In Makurdi,
the All Progressives Congress APC governorship candidate, Emmanuel Jime, cast his ballot at one of the polling units in North Bank area of Makurdi local government area. Godwin Enalegu reports that he expressed satisfaction with the conduct of the elections so far.
This is the polling unit where the governorship All Progressives Congress Emmanuel Jime cast his vote. He speaks about the voting process at his polling unit here in North Bank, Makurdi.
Voting was peaceful. So that for me, in that particular polling unit, gives me cause for optimism that Nigerians, I believe, actually know what they want.
The turnout was impressive and peaceful at some of the polling stations visited.
This is Ayawa polling station. As you can see, the turnout is normal, security is on ground, everything here is peaceful. I have a voter with me here who can give us update of the voting in this place. Please, can we hear from you?
Yes, as you can see, they are very peaceful. Void of rancor and pandemonium.
I believe my people decided, they have come out to vote us, and they have voted us in the MS. And by special grace of God, at the end of the day,
we have no challenge so far because the voting process is okay. And the election is fair and fair so far.
We don't get any problem. Everything there on time.
Back to the studio for continuation of Nigeria Decides.
Voting in Unzoro Council Ward of Bajimba, Guma Local Government Area, Benue State, went on smoothly in spite of reported cases of attacks by gunmen on a community, Shamio, on the outskirts of the town. Correspondent Ben Ayam reports that Governor Samuel Otom and his wife joined others to exercise their franchise.
Bajimba is the headquarters of Guma local government and also the headquarters of Nzoruf Council Ward. 10 out of the 14 polling units in this council ward are voting here. That is because of the heightened security situation in the area. That is why the Independent National Electoral Commission has brought these polling units together. We also got reports last night that there was security incident in a town on the outskirts of this local government headquarters, that is Shamio. With me here, police that has been deployed specifically to oversee elections. He is Amin Pai Sali.
So far you can see the turnout. The turnout is still very, very heavy. And the spirit of the people is still that of wanting to come and cast their votes. And that is what we're doing to make sure that the vote and whatever they voted for is actually counts.
Governor Samuel Otom and his wife, Eunice, voted at the government secondary school, Bajimba.
Despite all the challenges that are here, security-wise, everything, we appreciate INEC for timely delivery of sensitive and non-sensitive materials. And
the electoral officer of the local government and other voters exercise as peaceful.
The car readers are working. People have turned up, as you can see. So for now, I think everything is going on very fine.
Everything went smoothly. Even the card reader, everything was very successful.
I am impressed with the voting exercise so far. Everyone is coming out to vote. And so far, there is no disorganization, there's no disruption.
Well, that's some of the reports from the field brought back by some of our correspondents. And I still have with me the Zone H, that is for the North Central, Mr. Godwin Wobodo. Now, I want you to react to this a report that we got that some attack on EFCC patrol team at North Bank in Makodi. I don't know if you've heard of that today.
No such report has reached me.
Okay. You've not, because we the report just reaching us says there were attacks on EFCC patrol team at North Bank in Makodi.
No such reports.
You have not gotten that report yet. But let's look at the number of personnel, deployed to the state. Some have even argued that probably the low could be as a result of the number of police security personnel deployed to the state. So, what's your reaction to that?
My reaction is that security is never too much. At no point in time will you say that security is too much, a particular security provided is too much. I've always said that as far as security is concerned, it's better to err on the part of surplusage than to err on the part of inadequacy. If we do not provide this level of security, we will also be blamed that we don't have adequate security for the voters, and that's why they did not show up. There is no principle or law, natural science or social science that equates that dictates that when you have too much security, people will not come out. I think the very fact that the people are even sure of their security enhances their confidence in the system, and that will encourage them to come out and vote, because what we are supposed to do is to provide a level playing ground, adequate security both for the electorate, INEC, and electoral materials. You can even see that in a particular place this morning, ballot materials were snatched.
Yeah.
Supposing we don't have this level of security, what happens?
Now, is that the reason why it's deployed 5 additional police commissioners to Benue State? I mean, is it because Benue State is one of the flashpoints for this election?
Certainly, Benue is one of the flashpoints, no doubt. And it will be wrong for us to fold our hands and allow the elections to go awry in Benue State. At the level of Commissioner of Police, you should know that such a level of officers are very highly responsible officers. And if we have them supervising at that level, then I think it's a lot better for the country, for the state, and for us in the responsibility we have to discharge as chief manager, so to say, or the lead agency in terms of security, election security management.
Okay, let me ask the Civil Defense, the Assistant Commandant Civil Defense Corps, Mr. Lugard. Now, what has been your observation? Because from the field, we have seen that the situation is generally calm, and people, were casting their ballots, in a peaceful atmosphere and all that. Your men, have they been able to give you the report from the field?
Yes. Since 8 o'clock, we've been receiving reports from my men, and that wherever they are, seems to be calm and fine. They've also reported low turnout too, that there have been low turnout, but that is not because the security is more tight or is much more in the arena. But what I'm seeing is maybe that is the way they like it. I don't know.
So you've not. Okay. Now, the immigration officer, the controller immigration. Now, besides the border that you're checkmating the people that are coming in, what about those that are already in the state? How are you trying to fish them out so that they don't, participate in this election? Are you working with INEC?
Obviously, we are working with INEC to fish out anybody who is a non-Nigerian not to vote. Before now, we have done so. We received voters' card from non-Nigerians that dared registered. We forwarded it to the national headquarters. And even now, we are on it. We will not relent until the voting.
How do you fish them out? Because some of their names are like, because most of them from the northern region,
yes,
and the names are just like the ones we have in the house, very similar. And they spoke the same language across the border.
Of course.
So how do you fish them out? How you identify that, okay, this is a non-Nigerian, this is Nigerian, and how would you be able to do that?
It is our job.
Okay. You have a list?
Even from the intonation of the house how they speak,
okay,
they differ a lot. Okay. So the moment we engage you, we'll be able to catch you through your tongues, the way you pronounce certain words. Nigerians' Hausa is a little bit different from the Nigerian Hausa, and so also in the vast of West Africa. The moment you speak, you'll be surprised that in a bus, in a taxi, Nigerian immigration will apprehend and stop a bus, search, and bring out a 998. You'll be shocked. And we have been trained to do that. Even from the physique of the person will be able to detect who a Nigerian is. And I may let you know that even in Nigeria, certain physiques are peculiar with certain people somewhere. Some people somewhere are tall, some people somewhere are short, some people somewhere, the way they look, it differs from others, even in Nigeria. And so if a non-Nigerian is coming in into this country and is attempting to vote, we will obviously fish him out. And that is our job.
Do you have enough personnel on ground to check out for you?
Well,
you have enough personnel.
We may voting units.
Okay.
That is because shortage of manpower.
Okay.
But where we are, we will make our impact.
So, but no reported cases yet?
No reported cases, yes.
Okay, the DIG now, Mr. Anwogodo, let's look at the issue of the challenges recorded in the last election, and also, since you are DIG North Central, not only Benue, but also Jos and Adamawa and Kogi. Okay, so have you been able to get a report from the other states?
Yes, I've been in touch with commissioners of police in Plateau, in Nasarawa, and sending hourly CITREP, and they send CITREP to me as things occur.
Okay.
So I'm in touch with them, and I've been getting, generally speaking, elections have been going on in all the states within the North Central smoothly.
Okay. Now, the issue of weapons, bringing weapons to the polling units and all that has also been a topic for debate, because a lot of people say it scares away, eligible voters from the polling units. Your men, you allow them to, what do you tell them when it comes to carrying weapons to?
Our men don't, police officers don't carry weapons to the polling units or polling centers. That's the position of the law. And so as law enforcers, we will do what the law says we should do. So we don't carry weapons to, our men do not carry weapons to polling units or polling centers or whatever. But then you will also realize that we have to place men strategically to ensure a very conducive atmosphere, general conducive atmosphere for the elections.
So between you and the INEC, who gives instruction as regards security operations during the elections?
It's whatever we do in conjunction with INEC.
Okay.
Because INEC is the Independent National Electoral Commission. They election. We just manage security. We do provide them, security both for the personnel, for the electoral materials, and of course, we also ensure that the electorates have the confidence to turn out for the elections. So it's a collaborative effort. We do this in conjunction with INEC.
Okay. Okay, let me just take these two situation reports that just came in from the Benue South. From the Benue South Senatorial District comes a report that people turned out early, unlike the previous elections. However, the turnout is low in most of the polling units visited. Chigili Magaji reportation and voting is going on smoothly without cases of card reader malfunctioning. There is also security presence there. And from Benue Northeast District situation, voters in large numbers turn out in Vandikia and at Usongo under Benue Northeast Senatorial District of Benue State to exercise their civic responsibility. There is also heavy security presence to ensure that the people are orderly and there is no breach of peace and violence at the polling units in the course of these elections. Let me now take your last words so that we can go over to our Abuja Network Center. But let me start with Barco. Okay, you are the controller immigration zone A. So what's your last word? What do you have to say to the voters out there?
Well, I wish them successful voting. I wish us security-wise, I wish them to have finished.
And if they see anybody that is not Nigerian, what should they do?
Well, we will not allow anybody who is not a Nigerian to vote.
Okay.
And so the instruction have been given to them. Our officers on the field, with the aid of the police, will apprehend the person.
Okay. Mr. Lugard, what do you have to say? What I
have to say in essence is that the election is almost 2 o'clock, and it's still wise after the election, they should remain calm and allow their vote to be counted, and everybody should maintain law and order.
Okay.
So that we will have peace in this country.
Okay. DIG, very soon the voting door will be shut, and there will be collation and sorting out of the votes and all that. And that is one area in which, you know, the people will resort to all manner of things. Have you put in place to ensure that during collation and announcement and all the movements of, you know, ballot boxes, there is safety for especially the rank of officials?
Our men are under the directive to know that the election continues until announcement of results.
Yeah.
So the men will not leave or abandon their posts just because polling has ended. This is just polling. It is polling that just ended now.
Yeah.
Collation will now start, and of course, subsequently, an announcement of results. So they have directive to remain. Their duty doesn't end until the announcement of results. So that's one of the things we have in place to ensure we continue to have the relative peace we have enjoyed while people were casting their ballots, even up to the point of collation. I would also like to say, perhaps by way of also a parting shot, that, you see, if we are dissatisfied with what we have now in terms of the electoral system, the law is an instrument of social engineering. We can, and also, if it's an instrument of social engineering, we can equally re-engineer it.
Okay.
So we can re-engineer the system. I told somebody recently that we have reduced highway. I'm not talking of armed, but highway robberies, because we now have ATM cards. We have less home invasion robberies now because people don't longer keep money.
Okay.
And then, of course, so many other things. So you can innovate. Okay. You can improve on what you have so that our elections can even become less rancorous.
Less rancorous.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Godwin Wobodo. That is the Deputy Inspector General of Police, North Central, for the election. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming on Nigeria Decides. We still hope to see you much later, maybe after this timeout, because we still have more time to come to Makurdi. Well, that's how far, that's the beat we can take for now from Makurdi Network Center. We'll now go back to Abuja studios, where Kudu is standing by.
Thank you so very much for that illuminating discussions and up-to-date reports on the ongoing governorship and state assembly elections from Makurdi. Demola, it was a good outing. Here, back to the Nigeria Decide studio, we say thank you to Kinsley, who has been here much earlier, and I am Muhammad Kudu Abubakar. Ni Akinsuju is still here with us, an investment expert. He's still here. He has been here much earlier. And joining us in the studio newly are Professor Nazifi Abdullahi Darma, Department of Economics, University of Abuja. He's a Professor of Development Economics. You're welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
All right. Also here is Jesse John, Program Manager, Inclusive Friends Association. Is an NGO that has focus on persons with disabilities. And, of course, is an INEC observer.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, gentlemen, these are the people that will make, or rather personalities or experts that will, for the next few hours, analyze updates and reports for us with respect to the ongoing elections. It's almost 2 o'clock now, and going by INEC's declaration, casting of ballots should end across the country in all the polling units. And then we are told what will be taking place from now henceforth will be sorting, counting, and announcement of results, or rather total votes cast across all the polling units. Thereafter, the results will be collated at the wards, and the local government areas. And finally, the results will be announced at the state levels by the various coalition officers in partnership or collaboration with the INEC resident electoral commissioners across the states. We will come back to the Nigeria State studio here in Abuja, but now let us join Donald Everejo in our Port Harcourt Nigeria State studio. Donald, over to you. What's happening there?
Sitting by waiting, we have a report that the governor, Nyesom Wike, and his wife ballot in Ward 9 at Unit 9 in Obiakpo. Ogedi Nyekwere reports.
Alongside his wife, Suzette Wike, have just cast their ballot. He said the turnout in this particular unit is impressive.
Hoping that it will continue to be like this. You know that sometimes the voting will go on very smoothly. It's at the Collation Center where we are being very watchful and very, very careful. But for now, we're quite satisfied.
The governor expressed optimism. The process is going.
Council area, correspondent Emmanuel Lene is on the ground.
We are here in Unit 22, Ward 16 here in Uzoba, Obiakpo local government area. Voting commenced here exactly 8 p.m. and the process has been going on smoothly so far. Some of the voters who have cast their ballot are already here. Let's talk to one of them and find out how the situation has been so far. Good morning, sir. Good morning. What is your name, sir?
Chief Evan.
How will you describe the process here so far for now?
You don't come back at this day.
Everything is fine. When did the materials arrive?
They arrived 7:30 they were here.
And when did the voting come?
Moment to pay, they didn't waste time. Everything's moving on normal.
For corner making with okay, that is the situation right here, and the process so far has been going on smoothly, and everything for now is going on normal. They are also commended the INEC for the peaceful conduct of the election so far.
Our correspondent Marjorie says voting is ongoing in Opobo under a peaceful atmosphere.
All right, elections are already ongoing here in Opobo town. As early as 8 o'clock, voting has already commenced. The atmosphere here is calm and the people are exercising their franchise. We'll have with Mama Nice, who has just cast her ballot, who would like to get a reaction from her. Mama, how do you see the election here in Opobo?
I see the election very clear and very good. And by the grace of God, the clear was very good. And even in this palace, and lovely, and I like it, and I love my Lord who make it possible to be like this today. I am grateful to my God, and I say, may glory, honor, praises, adoration be to my Lord in Jesus.
Amen. All right, let's also get the thoughts of another electorate here in Opobo town who has also exercised his franchise. Sir, could you just tell us how the process was as you voted in this place?
I've just casted my vote shortly after His Majesty did cast King Jaga's Palace, where we did our initial voting. And the process, as long as I know, for now, has been very peaceful. And I want to pray that it's going to be transparent till the end. Our intention is to come and exercise our franchise, which we have done in.
Even in the last election, Opobo town here was very, very peaceful and calm. Behind us here, there's another voting point. People are also casting their ballot. Down there, there's also another voting point. What is certain is that elections have already commenced here in Opobo town, and the although voter turnout appears to be relatively low. It's back to you in the studio. We'll keep updating you with developments from Okobotang.
Reports reaching our desk say in Kano local government area, materials have not moved from the registration area center rack. Our reporter Babri Nweke says chaotic and it's unclear when the process would begin. In Biara community in Kokana, armed men carted away materials while the electorate was still voting. In Akwa Ibom State, the governor, Udo Emmanuel, has action with the conduct of the governorship and State House of Assembly elections across the state. The governor was speaking shortly after casting his ballot. Let's join Clement Barikui for the report.
At our Ward 1 Unit 1 in Una local government area of Akwa Ibom State. This is the polling unit. Akwa Ibom State, and he has just finished casting the ballot. We have in this unit 400 registered voters. One of the challenges noticed in the presidential and national assembly elections here was the inability of the card reader to authenticate voters, and this has been addressed today, and the exercise is going on smoothly. These are on ground to ensure that there is peace and order here.
Let me first of all appreciate Akwa Ibom people for coming out early this morning to cast their votes. In terms of preliminary reports, I think it's still a bit early. Situation. I'll get in touch with the situation room and know what is happening, but so far so good. At least the accreditation, the authentication had been smoother today based on my own personal experience. But I think I need to check with others and know the situation all over the state. It's not enough for me to assess based on my unit. I want to believe around midday a more authentic report on this. But kudos to INEC for improving the card reading system, at least authentication and verification processes went quite smoothly. Let's also still urge those who are still at home, those who are a little bit skeptical, that they should come out and vote. In this area, everywhere is peaceful. But I'm going to call around all the local government areas to get the situation report. So by noon, you guys check back. I'll give you a situation report all over the state. Thank you.
That was Akwa Ibom State Governor Udo Emmanuel. Accreditation and voting are going on simultaneously in polling Okuma local government area of Bayelsa State. Eligible voters came out to exercise their franchise. Fred Owefu monitored the situation in Ward 3, Unit 3 at Uti.
In the matter of this, there's no violence, there's peaceful, and we are waiting for the voters to come and vote. So this is the deputy government unit, and we see that a lot of military officers there to protect the area so that nobody will come and do any violence here.
We need to get over to Owerri, where we'll be joining our reporter for a live report on the situation there.
Distinguished Senator Hope Uzodinma is about casting his vote. He's being accredited, and immediately after the accreditation, he will cast his vote. He's come here at Uzomuma, polling unit 101 in Oru East local government area. 010 polling unit in Oru East local government area. The weather is clement and people are happy coming to exercise their franchise. Has he done it? Has he? Yes, he has cast. It's about casting his vote. Distinguished Senator Uzodimma is about casting his vote. You can see him doing that, exercising his civic right. Party agents are watching, they are here. Everywhere is calm. The crowd is waiting patiently for the distinguished senator to come out from exercising this all-important civic responsibility. It's now casting. Please, we are covering it. We are streaming live. Excuse me. He's putting his papers into the ballot box. Sir, we are streaming.
So how will you assess people are going to cast their votes without any molestation? And INEC has conducted the exercise in a very orderly manner. So I commend both INEC and I also commend the security agencies. And in conclusion, I think our democracy is working.
Would you give us any significant
There are so many
difference between the last election, presidential elections, and now?
Of course, you know, life itself is an evolution. So as we progress, we'll make remarkable improvements. And we don't expect the last election to be better than this. And consistent with our expectations, I think they have done better. They did better than they did last time.
There are so many candidates. There are so many candidates eyeing the seat of the governor. What informed your decision?
Because of the opinion poll and the excitement that have greeted the entire state, that Hope Uzodimma is coming out to be the governor.
The governorship candidate of the APC has just exercised his civic responsibility. He was accredited and immediately he voted. Sir, how do you feel about today's exercise? What's your impression?
Well, I think I'm very impressed and honestly speaking, I'm satisfied.
Record studio where I have been joined by three of our guests. First on our list on my left is the INEC's head of voter education in River State, Mr. Edwin Enabo. Well, good afternoon. I also have on my immediate right a lawyer and human rights advocate, Mr. Thank you. And on my far right, Dr. Jackson Omenazu, Chancellor, International Society for Social Justice and Human Rights.
Good afternoon, Nigerians.
I'll turn first to the INEC head of voter education, Mr. Edwin Enabo. We hear about the inability of the officials to deliver voting materials in Kano local government. Do you have an explanation to what has happened?
That's not a true situation. What actually happened there is the materials are there, and from reports we are hearing, we are having pockets of protesters in the INEC office about supposedly names of officials that are supposed to act as collation officers, and because of that they are trying to hold up the process of the election. The materials are there. All materials got to all the local government areas yesterday, and it's just this problem we are having. I think it's degenerating now, but maybe the security people should have told us that they will be on top of it.
So hopefully elections will hold there?
Yes, hopefully, I'm sure.
Now, this business about resistance to the process, we're finding where people are stopping the exercise to. What's your take? What do you think can be done to prevent people who are hijacking the process? The elections were supposed to have started at 8.
And up till this time.
Yeah.
I think it's a very worrisome situation. That's why some people, some of us think or feels that we shouldn't have security, centers. But with a situation like this, it becomes imperative that we should employ security, especially armed ones, because they are protesting. I think the INEC man didn't put it very well, because they are protesting the same group of people who, from what we gather, the same group of the collation officers, as it were, in the last election. They are the same people now they are protesting again, that they should not be this time. So I don't know why. The same group of people that was there in the last election, they are the same group of people that today now you say you don't want them again. And for me, I think a situation like that is why we need security. Because if armed securities are the policemen or the civil defense people that are there, they are not armed. But I think if they are armed, even if they are not shooting anybody, just stand by the side, just with their gun. The bone face is looking at everybody. You will not come close, and an election will take place. But again, we should also start thinking of other alternative means of voting, going full. Like I just stay in my house, I just punch my phone, and I vote. I just punch like I voted in NBA. That was how we voted last year. Although they've come up with the idea that it was rigged and all that. Not everything, nothing is foolproof. You can be manipulated. Even American election has been, recent findings that it was also manipulated. We need security to be able to do like that.
Fine, Mr. Jackson, Dr. Jackson, sorry. This has gone beyond the protest. They are taking action, and that action means election is not holding. A protest should be a call for action to be taken. INEC has sent the same list of people who conducted the elections there last time to the place. Today, people are taking cause the process not to happen.
What is important here is, do Nigerians have the right to say election will not hold? Because the pocket of people who are doing this and are not doing it for the interest of the generator of those who are supposed to vote in that particular polling in your area. You want to disenfranchise your fellow citizen because or the other. And that brings us back to the level of lawlessness that has taken over River State. It's alarming and worrisome. You can see that if you go through the report properly, we see that the people trying to disrupt the electoral process are not up to 10. And that voting unit may have 500 and above. And the conduct of less than 10 persons will deny 500 persons from not exercising their franchise. It's an affront to the law. And the best thing is to get them arrested and prosecute them. Because allowing people commit crime and walk away with it is why we are where we are today.
Do you need help in this regard? Does your organization need help? Or you take it as a fait accompli? The people are protested, so we just watch them. Other people are being denied their right to vote.
Well, really, the security agencies are there to ensure, because the reason for having security units is to make sure voters come and cast their votes without let or hindrance. And in a situation like this, they are there to make sure they vote, and if it's beyond them, they know what to do.
Have you received reports about other disruptive activities like?
Well, we are having pockets of that around the states. It's inevitable. For example, another flashpoint we have in the state is that where there is somebody who has turned himself into an authority for the purpose of snatching and disrupting the electoral process. Security agencies, they know him, and this time they will try to stop him or limit the extent of his disruption.
Your commission said recently, a couple of days back, that in areas where people reject any part of the process for reasons that are not cogent,
that's what it means.
What is going to happen in Kano, for instance?
Kano, for instance, as we said, the election is going on. It will go on there. And the process is that if by 2 o'clock there's no election as a result of some violence or disturbance, that poll is closed. And if there's any need, there will be another election on another day.
Yeah. Lawyer, barrister, we're looking at these kinds of conducts and the absence of action from the authorities, from the state, to deal with this. It would appear that these fellows who try to disrupt the elections are getting away with their acts. Every time we're held hostage by people who think they don't like the process, and for that reason the election cannot hold.
I think it has to do with the story in the Bible of the 2 women that were sleeping, and one in the morning, one of the babies died. Solomon said, well, we are going to share the baby. And the other woman said, oh, cut the baby into 2. And Solomon now said, you said I should cut the baby simply because the baby does not belong to you, and he gave the baby to the other woman. That's what we are saying. If I will not win, let there not be election. Then, straight to your question, it's as a result of lack of sanctions. Lack of sanctions, because these people belong to one political party or the other. And immediately you arrest them and been involved in it. The courts will come, release them, and they are all released. So next time they continue in it, because both parties, all of them plans to disrupt the election, especially in areas where they don't have strongholds, so that those places will be cancelled, so that their own area where they have strongholds will now count and they win election. It's a strategy, which is so sad, simply because people are not punished.
Yes. So it would appear that we know the troublemakers, we know the people who are behind all of these things, but the small fry always tend to be arrested. Even those ones don't get punished. To our knowledge, we don't get to see people for election disruption. Would it be different? Do you think it should be different this time?
See, the problem we have is, honestly, this sad situation started in a full-blown scale 2015 in this state. And then we are looking at, just like this morning, in Roma Parel here, a group of your fellow brothers' house, destroy everything, Honorable Chief believe well, destroy everything in the compound, including the old mother's house, smash all the vehicles in the compound, destroy everything, and walk away. And they know these boys. Nobody will say, police, these boys, this is the offense they have committed. Whether on a not, they are resistant to laws that is prevalent in our constitution. Where you commit such crime, you should be punished. They did it in order to disorganize him so that by the time he's looking at how to arrange his house, elections will be over, we don't come and vote. And nobody in his compound will come and vote anymore because somebody have destroyed his car and destroyed his property. We don't have the mind to come out of. These are all criminal strategies. We have not seen any of our brothers or sisters or cousins or nephews in this state that is behind bars serving 12 years imprisonment for electoral brigandage. Until we begin to see it happen. Where is this young man? They say, he went to snap ballot box, so he was caught and he's in prison. Others will not learn. Look, in this state today, there are contractors, and which is very sad.
Must be very frustrating for you, Mr.
Very, very, very frustrating. Because the commission has put in a lot of resources for voter education. We have engaged almost all sectors of the electorate, trying to get them to violence trend. But we keep on seeing them, the same thing, by so doing, they are like demarketing the state. And the sad part about it is that even the indigenes and, the people in the state themselves, they seem to welcome it. They welcome it and they are accepting it as part of elections in this state.
Well, on that very sad note, we'll draw the curtains here from Port Harcourt. If we're going to come on the air again, it will be because Abuja makes access to us. In the meantime, let me thank Mr. Anambra from INEC. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Higher King,
thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Jackson.
It's a pleasure.
Minazu, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Kudu, thank you very much. That's the much we can get from Port Harcourt at the moment.
Thank you so very much, Donald, for the interesting discussion there, especially the honest discussions, particularly on the issue of violence in the electoral process in and around River State and other places. My guests are still here, but before the discussions, we will take this situation report, an update on the just concluded polling in parts of the federal captured territory from Ignatius Unko. Well, we are told the report is not ready. Gentlemen, let's look at the issues, particularly the one that emanated from our Port Harcourt end. The issue of violence in the entire gamut of the electoral process appears to be the focus of the last center there. Professor, you are a professor of economics, development economics. Of course, Niyi is an investment expert, and Jesse John is a program manager of an observer of the elections. Certainly, this issue should be very pertinent to all of you. Let me start with Professor Dharma.
Well, good evening, good afternoon, Nigerians. I think what has happened in Rivers and what is happening right now, sincerely speaking, is an extremely negative and sad commentary on us as Nigerians. But realistically, it is a manifestation of a deep-rooted disease. And that deep-rooted disease is leadership failure and the recruitment process that is attached to it. There is always an element of decorum associated with certain responsibilities vested on individuals. There's a difference between Mr. Wike as an ordinary person and Mr. Wike as governor of River State. Why should River State be the flashpoint in the last 12 or so years in electioneering process? Why is it that political contest is extremely violent in River State? Why is it that lives are constantly lost during electioneering in River State much better than any other state of the Federation? But significantly also, the fact that the rule of law is subjugated, there is an element of brigandage promotion through lack of punishing people for clear violations of our laid-down rules and regulations, and that is why people develop a thick skin for impunity. When the election process are done, some people are arrested, their godfathers will go around, lobby, release them, and then it is business as usual. Another election will come. And that is why I think it is expedient for the president to have given that order earlier before the commencement of the election. Because for too long, innocent Nigerians have lost their lives in rivers and other places simply because they are coming out to exercise their electoral franchise right as citizens. So I think the most important thing is for the security agencies to be firm. Anybody, irrespective of party affiliation, who try to disrupt the election process, the laid down rules and regulations should be applied on him, and no matter who is involved and whatever is his position, I think the applicable law should be applied on him
thank you,
without
Professor
any...
We will leave it there for now. We will very quickly take a very latest update of collation and sorting of votes cast from our reporter in Lagos. Jennifer Igwe, we understand, has the latest update. Over to you, Jennifer.
Voting ended at precisely 2 o'clock at most of the polling centers in Obalende, Lagos. And most of the centers around here have done their sorting and their counting, like the center I am right now, M Ward in Obalende. But in some centers, sorting can't be done because of the tension around there, because this area is a densely populated neighborhood, and so the security officials have come around to try to ensure that, to douse the tension around here before sorting and counting can happen at some of the centers. But at this M Ward in Obalende, counting has begun. 13, 14, 15, 16, 18. This neighborhood has many ethnic groups, and we have a lot of young people here. Earlier on, they almost had a fight between different groups before the security personnel arrived to stop what would have turned into a major conflict. But some centers we have people conducting themselves well and a bit coordinated, and people are hanging around patiently waiting, and also part of the process of counting. Okay, studio, back to you.
Thank you, Jennifer Igwe, with that latest development. Like we said, formerly election or casting of ballot had been stopped all over the polling units across the country. And with Jennifer Igwe's report, that we have seen the sorting and counting of ballots in Obalende in Lagos. She spoke about tension in some areas. Certainly there will be tensions as voters and general public become apprehensive of the likely results. We have Jesse John here, who is a program manager with Inclusive Friends Association. What sort of contingency measures do you think should be taken by INEC and security agencies as this sorting and counting is going on now across the country?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Earlier today, we recorded a very unfortunate incident in Obaginde Ward, somewhere around central Kogi, where one of our observers, a person with visual impairment, was beaten up by some thugs. You know, that has not been reported yet, but we try to escalate it within our network, and to say that that is very disheartening. We cannot have a segment of our population who have been marginalized for so long, and for the first time some of them are trying to come out, you know, to participate in the process. Then they are being victimized in the process. It tells one thing, which is how useful it is for us to have security at the polls. Because one, I cannot go to the poll to cast a ballot and I lose my life in the process. So instead of going to the poll, I'd rather sit back at home. That is the signal we get. So it is very important that even as the collation continues in those polling units that are already done with casting the ballot, it is very important that security is of utmost priority, because we cannot watch our votes if we are not being protected.
Yeah, Ni, you may have to come in there. I know yesterday we had in our Lagos Nigeria State studio, they had the Lagos State Police Commissioner, where he declared that the Inspector General of Police had given them orders all across the country to have patrol teams very near each and every polling unit so that they can always move in immediately when there is any likelihood of crisis or violence or what have you. Are we saying these patrol teams are not forthcoming or what?
Well, we also know the density, of our population, and of course the spread, of our geography. Someone says the Nigerian state is a huge real estate, So I still give the consideration to our security agencies. The ratio of personnel to the population is still limited. We have to give consideration to that. But going forward, we should not be talking of violence. In an election in 2019, it's unfortunate. Because if we go back into history, it is violence in election that gave birth, or rather that even truncated the First Republic, the nation's First Republic. It's specifically about violence in election. And we are talking how many years after, and we are still making a song and a dance over violence in election.
Yeah, let's very quickly, we'll come back to you, but let's very quickly take this report by Ignatius Nko. We understand he has also an update on counting, sorting out, and possibly announcement of results across some areas within the Federal Capital Territory.
Well, the picture from some of the polling centers we visited before this one is almost the same. Here in Amak Ward 002, and then from what you see behind me, it appears to be an impressive queue. But some people who spoke to us, who actually voted in the last presidential and National Assembly election, says, well, the number of voters here is not as much as those who turned out in the last election. But though they are worried, but they are still optimistic that before the end of the voting process, that the number might increase. But something very significant about the polling center here in Jua is the fact that there is quite an impressive turnout of women, especially nursing mothers. Usually nursing mothers most times stay behind because of some domestic chores, and then those who are at the moment taking care of their younger ones. But in today's election, the women trooped out to be counted. Actually, we'll find out that this polling center is just directly opposite the palace of the traditional ruler of Jiwa Chiefdom, who came out, he cast his vote, and then he spoke to us. He told us, on the process of speaking to us, he advised candidates and their supporters to ensure that they embrace whatever result that INEC might announce at the end of the day, especially as INEC has put all motion in place to ensure a transparent and fair and credible electoral process. The chairman, the current chairman of AMAC, also voted here. He also dished some advice to candidates and their supporters.
When you lost, everybody that lost, you should accept the defeat. God bestow power to whom he wants.
Nobody should feel bad because, of course, you win today, you lose tomorrow. You lose today, you win tomorrow. It may not be a win-win thing all the days.
Well, that is the situation here at Amak Ward 002. At the moment, this is what we've seen and observed while the voting is ongoing. We'll still come back to you if there is any development from this polling center.
Thank you, Ignatius. Actually, Ignatius' report is not about sorting or counting of ballots. It's actually about the vote cast already, which had taken place much earlier this morning in Amak was 002. Gentlemen, two statements struck me there. The chairman of there and the emir of Jua, where they talked about election not being a win-win situation all the time for all the candidates or for all persons. Prof, take it up from there.
Well, I think political contest is such that it provides a basis for individual electorate to choose between multiple individuals that stand for any elective post based on the presentation of their manifestos and their program of action. And at any point in time, there will only be one winner. There may be multiple losers. But the most important thing is for the process to be transparent enough so that the winner will work diligently and the loser will also accept defeat based on the realities on ground. But importantly also, and particularly in the context of our own politics, it is important for winners not to see themselves as ultimate winners without working in partnership with those who are potential losers or who have lost. Because when you have a political contest and multiple contenders have programs of action, it is possible that some of the losers may have exceptionally good program of action that you may need to borrow or to partnership with them so that at the end of the day you have quality, good governance, which is the ultimate objective as far as the electoral process and the electioneering is concerned.
Yeah, Nee.
You know, I think Prof had landed properly on that because essentially democracy is competition, in other words. Competition to the extent to which you can sell your ideas, your programs. But again, it's limited. There's a direct linkage between what you are selling and the prevalent sentiments on ground at that point in time. So you may actually have a good idea, strong programs, pushed by powerful marketing channels and forces, but the prevailing sentiments at that point in time may not accept nor align with those your values. And at that point in time, you failed. You may now come in another electoral cycle, another 4 years thereafter. The same thing that was rejected
will now be what will be
celebrated and accepted.
Exactly.
So when we say, yes, if you win, you can lose today, and you win another time. That essentially is what we're talking about. It's about the prevailing sentiment at that point in time. You know, and what that translates to is, look, I've done my bit in this cycle. If it's not accepted by the people because you are serving the people, you go back again and say the same and say the same thing another 4 years.
Or you re-strategize.
Or you re-strategize.
Jesse, John, we will come to you, but after going to our Enugu Decide studio, where Benny Modi is standing by. Benny, good afternoon. What is the latest? Are votes been sorted and counted in Enugu?
Good afternoon. Counting and vote is in some areas it's going on, and while the voting is still going on too in some other areas. I have two guests in the studio. An analyst in the person of Osita Okechukwu. Sir, you're welcome to our studio.
Good afternoon, Nigeria.
And a constitutional lawyer and national legal advisor, Police Community Relations Committee, Force Headquarters, Abuja. He is Dr. Godstime Okafor.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. But first, we'll take a couple of reports. Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi of Enugu State has joined others in the state to cast his ballot at Amube Ward 1, Oba, in Udenu local government area of Enugu State. Susan Eze reports.
Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi joined other voters to exercise his franchise. He expressed hopes that the exercise will end well.
Enugu State is in the hands. In all we do in Enugu State, we give God due glory, honor, and adoration. And by the special grace of God, this election will end in grace.
The crowd here is thinning down because as people cast their ballots, they have the choice to either stay behind or go home. Since accreditation and voting are going on simultaneously, the INEC officials are still here. They are waiting for more people to come out, and they say they will not leave until the time is up. Back to the studio now.
Meanwhile, Governor David Umahi has expressed satisfaction on the conduct of the 2019 governorship and House of Assembly elections in Ebonyi State. He said this after voting in Onuofoku polling unit, Uburu, Ohauzara Council area. Kingsley Okoro reports.
The distribution of voting material started at 7:30 a.m., while accreditation and voting, which was done simultaneously, commenced at 8 a.m. Governor David Umahi, while commending the peaceful conduct of the elections in Ebonyi State, called on the security agencies to investigate the 2 polling units where some electoral materials were destroyed in the Zanot local government area of the state.
Say that the process is excellent. I can say I'm very satisfied with the entire process that he has put in place in Ebonyi State and Southeast at large. If there is any failure anywhere, it's not the problem of INEC. It's the problem of desperate politicians.
Some of the electorate who cast their ballots pointed out that some of the challenge noticed in the card reader machines in the previous elections has been resolved.
This morning, I would say that there is peace. People are calm. There is no intimidation.
This research is very wonderful and it's good. The INEC, they come on time.
But that everything is peaceful. The exercise is okay.
Is or herself very orderly. I've voted, as you can see, and you can see people are queuing up gently.
The Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Oboneya Onu, cast his ballot at Obiosda New Market Square.
We'll be receiving very disturbing reports from across the state. Reports of intimidation, violence, beating up people.
It's now time to talk with my guests. I'll come to you first, Osita Okechukwu. How would you rate the process?
To be honest with you, I covered over 10 polling units, and I would say it is seamless and also very refreshing for the fact that the people realize that to vote today is to vote the House of Assembly person who will make laws and the governor who governs the state. Because they say politics is local. Local in the sense that there are laws made by the National Assembly that is not as effective on the ground here as the ones made by the House of Assembly of Enugu State, or that of Boy, or that of Anambra, or that of Imo, or that of Abia States in this region. So I'm happy that there's no event, to the best of my knowledge. It was seamless. We started early by low voter turnout, which I understand because while we were mobilizing yesterday, some of the farmers said the rain started early this year. They are going to go to the farm first. Before it is 2 o'clock, they will be back to the polling unit. So for me, my little observation is that it went smoothly, and the people were very excited to, in fact, of some who were saying that some who are running for House of Assembly did not come either from the zone where it was zoned. Vote for the person. I said, whichever one you're voting, the most important thing is that they realize that at the local units, the laws are very important, and whatever you're doing, it's not only the federal government of Nigeria that is administering the country. The country has 3 tiers, and the most important tier is the one that is local, that produces the House of Assembly of a state, that makes law for the citizens and indigents of that state, and that of the governor, that makes the budget that concerns both the teachers, the nurses of the state. Most of the teachers here are not federal teachers. Most of the nurses are not federal nurses. So I think today's election is very important that locally Enugu was not actually graded as a flashpoint.
No.
So you can understand why there's not much use.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Okechukwu. Yeah, let me take you now. You know, we've gotten reports that there was this low voter turnout, and this is one election that touches directly the grassroots, and you'll expect them to come out in their numbers. What's your take on this?
Yes, thank you very much. It's expected, this very low voter turnout or apathy in view of what happened in the last election. You know, in the last election, people came out in their numbers to exercise their franchise. The passion was there, the enthusiasm was there. At the long run, when the counting process started, some were disappointed in the numbers. And it says that you can only tell a blind person that oil is not in the soup, not salt and pepper. If in a polling booth, 500 people are there, and later from the result, you now hear that this party got 700, you begin to wonder, is it not 300 people that registered in that very unit? How did you generate up to 700? So because of that, you expect voter apathy today. Some people concluded that their votes don't count. Their votes don't count, so it's just a waste of time. Let me stay at home. So, but Nigerians and the INEC will convince the electors that their vote counts by their transparency and everything. If the process is very seamless and people have confidence in the process, then there will be no apathy whatsoever.
You don't think it's inadequate voter education that caused this?
I don't think so, because to me, people were sensitized very well before and during the election. People know the heat has been on since November, December, January. The heat has been on. But I can attribute it to two factors. One, the 11th hour shift of the election process, that very postponement of the election by INEC. Many people have already traveled, ready to vote. It was cancelled. They now came back. Some money to go back again. So all these are factors we have to consider. So voter apathy will continue until we get it right in this part of the world.
Yeah, let me come to you again. We've noticed that most of the polling units, INEC was right on time. Everything was going on smoothly. Do you think most of the challenges that the previous election, that's the presidential and the NAS election, most of the challenges that were thrown up were addressed by INEC to give us this?
I think we must commend INEC for the fact that if you have done something before and there is an improvement on the second one. But let's also be very honest with ourselves. If you do the calculation of the results in the Southeast region, both at that election, unlike what Mr. Kafo is saying, there was low turnout. In Edo State, for instance, 1.9 million people registered as voters, 1.7 million collected PVCs, and only 452,000 voted in the National Assembly and presidential election. The same thing in Anambra. Totality of the votes in Anambra is not up to 600,000 in that 23rd of February election. Totality of votes, if you go down, the whole Southeast registered over 10 million persons. Not up to 3 million voted in that National Assembly election. There is, throughout the world, there's what they call the recession in democracy. Turnout both in the UK, both in the US, it continues happening, even in the Athenian democracy. But the good luck is that what the law says is that if 10 persons in and whoever is declared the winner has what they call the spread and the majority of the votes. That's what the Constitution says. So the point is not about the previous election. INEC did so well in that one as well. I was in the Collation Center of that election in Enugu State. I didn't see any report of violence. I didn't see any report of ballot box snatching in more than 2 points. In over 4,145 polling units in Enugu State. So when you do the average law, that election was also good. Let nobody condemn it. The point is that we have to ask ourselves, like the farmers that went to farm today, why did they choose today to go early to farm? They will tell you that there was rain, that rain this year is earlier than it used to be, that sometimes rain comes by April. But this time around, rain started in February. And if you're a farmer, that is your harvest. You are trying to produce, to go for what you eat.
But it's just for one day, just today, to go out and vote.
It might be.
If you don't go to the farm today, you can still
they go with their kids who are in school. Don't forget that most of them do not have money to hire farm workers. That they go with their family. But for whatever it is, what I'm saying.
They can still do that another day.
The most important thing is that it's seamless, violent-free in Enugu State, where I am, and I think as well that is also predominantly or substantially seamless in the other states.
Yes, it's been reported though that it's just
I think
peaceful
that's what
everywhere.
we go for. That's what we go for.
Precisely.
How well organized, how free and fair is the election is important, and we must commend the card reader. Because those who are living in the past of 1.2 million in Enugu State, 1.3 million in Anambra, 1.6 in Imo, forgot that those were done in the hotel room. But today you must produce your PVC. You must be cross-checked whether actually you are.
So we commend INEC for all that. It's kudos to
Whoever
INEC.
invented the card reader had advanced democracy in the country.
And they're improving, by the day.
Why not? Why not?
So yes, there's a worrying trend that gets everybody worried, really. These fire incidents with INEC offices is becoming it's sad for a nation to keep going through this now and again. Is this another way of scuttling the process?
I think you better refer to.
Maybe you'll take it.
Well, it beats my imagination when I hear about violence in election, because I have been privileged to observe elections in developed countries. I've been to US during the election. I've been to Montreal, Canada. I've been to UK. You don't see this kind of violence during election. Ballot box snatching and burning of offices. Why? Because our politicians see politics as a business, see politics as do or die. It doesn't supposed to be so. Why? They see it because of unenlightenment. They don't believe in God, because if you believe in God, you must know that God has a hand in the election. The Bible says that without vision, the people perish. And also the Bible in Romans 13:1-5, it said that you subject yourself to authorities, because there is no authority except by God. No authority except by God. You cannot win election by your own power. If there is no support from God, you can't win any election. See what happened in US. Trump, a man from nowhere, nobody believed that Trump, even his party, Republican, initially, didn't believe he could win. Trump was the first person in US who came where no ex-president supported him. All the former presidents, nobody endorsed Trump. Even Barack Obama, he put his weight on Hillary Clinton. But what happened? Hillary Clinton lost the election. Trump won. And Trump has done something.
Dr. Kafo, let me just come in here. With all this fire thing we've been hearing, which is really disturbing, as at now, there's no convictions. Nobody's been arrested.
Good.
Isn't that... It's What do you say about the whole...
What I said, the law is here. Not that the law did not provide for conviction. The Electoral Acts, the law are very clearly, there are clear provisions of the law that if you do this, you go for so and so period imprisonment. But the
So in the absence of that now, it will continue. Is that what you're saying?
No, it will not continue. I think this time around, the law has been beefed up and security has been beefed up. I believe that those that act now must be apprehended. And once they are apprehended, they will be used as scapegoat.
But the law is the same. Law of arson mustn't be in the Electoral Act differently. Anybody that commits arson under the statute book of the country has a jail sentence.
Yes.
I think that's what you're saying. But what we are saying is that in any electoral process throughout history, the gauge of the electoral process is when you measure where there are infractions, where there are breaches. If it's less than 5%, substantially that election is free and fair. It's just like a lot of people saying, oh, the presidential election was mad. I would say no.
Okay.
Somebody got 1.something million in 2 states.
Mr. Ochoku, I'm afraid our time is up.
1 million.
I'm afraid our time is up.
In 600,000.
I'm afraid our time is up.
In the Delta.
On a party note, what do you think the expectations of the people should be today?
On a party note, we thank the Nigerian people for their faith in democracy, because our faith in democracy is increasing, and I know it will continue to increase. I will also plead for those who win, either Mr. President, the governors, to continue to advance the dividends of democracy.
Thank you so much. And just a very few...
my party note, election should not be do or die.
Thank you.
Politicians should bring God factor.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming. Kudu, I'm handing over to you.
Yeah, Benny, thank you so much for an interesting discussion there with your 2 guests. My 3 guests are still here with me, and we listened to you very, very well, and we are taking off for where you left. The issue of voter turnout, or rather low voter turnout across the country, particularly it appears to be more prevalent in the southeast, but Oscar Ikechukwu, there, the Director General of the Voice of Nigeria, and in this case, almost an election observer, put it across succinctly, where he quoted the number of registered voters, the turnout across the states in the southeast, and what have you. But my concern here, I have a professor of development economics, an election observer, and an investment expert. My concern is not even the low turnout per se, but how do let's make a connection between low turnout and good governance. I'll start with you, Nii.
Well, the basis of good governance is consciousness, public consciousness, and that translates to high turnout during elections. So when you have low turnout, it means that there's a disconnect, however you want to put it, between the people and government, you know. And of course, one of the biggest headache for election in Nigeria is the threat or the reality of rigging. And it is said that you only rig, or rigging is made possible when you have a situation or circumstance of low turnout. So low turnout itself also gives voice to impunity in government. Because when just a small percentage of the population voted for a particular government, it does mean that that government has its own free reign. It is not accountable to a larger percentage of the people. And it is even said in political studies that an individual that does not vote for a particular, that does not vote during a particular democratic dispensation should not have a stake or does not have a stake in the government, you know, of that dispensation. So it has a huge implication, both for individual voters and for government and governance itself. And I think going forward, Nigeria, I've always said that the most important office identified in the Nigerian Constitution is the office of the citizen. it is not only identified, it comes with basic functionalities and duties and responsibilities highlighted in the Nigerian Constitution, the 1990 Constitution, and that there is a need for Nigerian citizens to appreciate their capability, their capacity, and their relevance at every election
There is a need for Nigerian citizens to appreciate their capacity and capabilities. We will leave you there with that. We'll come back to the issues, but let's very quickly look at the situation report, or listen to the situation report by Ismail Musa on the need for security across all the polling units, and he's bringing out a situation report within the Federal Capital Territory.
Thank you, Studio. The security situation in most of the polling units visited is calm, with noticeable presence of different security agencies, providing enabling environment for voters to perform their civic duties. With me here are party agents. Sir, what's the security situation here, please?
Well, the security situation here, as you can see, is calm. It is Unit 12, 012. We have no problem. We are covered up with the security, and the security here are well doing.
You can see the securities, all of them, they are sitting down comfortably. There's no any problem here.
Security agencies are well represented, and peace, calm, but the only problem is really very low turnout.
Similarly, different parts of the Federal Capital Territory visited are calm, starting from Kuje, Airport Road, Lugbe, City Gate, and the Metropolis, with noticeable presence of security personnel in strategic location. Some enforcing the restriction of movement order.
The security men are actually relaxed because the turnout is kind of low, unlike the previous election where we had too many people, so they had to be more vigilant about the whole process. So I'm actually coming from Apo resettlement, and there's something I observed. There's something particular about that place. The security situation there is very tight. As a matter of fact, they are not just allowing any car pass through, like in some other places I've been to. When they stop you, you identify yourself properly to know if, okay, you're going to vote or not. If you're not going to vote, definitely you'll be arrested. From
Anambra State to FCT in general, the security is so tight that even before they allow you entrance to this town, you have to show your PVC. Right from Kubo Aziz, you can see the military men are there, checkmating all the vehicles coming into the town. So the security situation of this of FCT is so tight that, unlike before, it was porous.
It's back to you, Studio, while I continue to take stock of the security situation in and around the Federal Capital Territory. Thank you.
Thank you, Ismail. Security situation tight, but what we need to know from you later is what is the security situation as the sorting, counting, and announcement of results of ballots cast is going on. Meanwhile, let's join Olainka Ojo, who has situation report on the transport situation within the Federal Capital Territory.
Friday, a day to the governorship and state houses of assemblies elections, motor parks, train stations, and the airport witnessed a large turnout of passengers. But today, the story is different. Taking a drive around the city of Abuja, most especially the commercial hubs that usually witness upsurge of traffic, the motor parks, train stations, and international airports in Abuja witnessed a lot of lure. No thanks to the restriction on movement due to the second leg of the 2019 general elections.
No movement, as they say, no movement now till 6 o'clock.
Few commercial vehicles were seen plying the road, with some apprehended by security operatives on election duty, like Salisu Lawal, who claimed ignorance about the exercise in the FCT.
I thought the restriction is only in the states, excluding Abuja.
In their resolve to exercise their franchise, we came across several people trekking to their polling units. One of them, who lives in Lugbe, Thomas Chinedu says he believes that one of the ways to entrench constitutional democracy is through participation.
Coming from Lugbe as it's not really easy to get a car, to get a vehicle down to Area 3 here. So I'm going to Area 2 shopping center.
They, however, lauded the compliance on the restriction of movement by residents of the FCT.
Well, from the transport situation by Olaka Joe, we go to Ekene Ndule's report on the Red Cross Society who are on duty in Awka.
Welcome to Achara in Awka North local government area of Anambra State. This is Egede Primary School, Achara 3, and we have 2 polling units in this particular area with about over 1,000 registered voters, and from our observations, things are moving on very smoothly. We also came across the chairman of the Red Cross Society in Anambra State, Professor Peter Kachi. Let's get his observation on how things are moving in this area. Okay, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay, sir, you are the chairman of the Red Cross Society in Anambra State. Okay, what is your role in today's election?
Our role is to provide first aid, and our monitoring is provision of first aid monitoring. We monitor the states, we monitor everywhere. Where there is an emergency, we respond to emergency because Red Cross is the #1 emergency all over the world. And we have the ingredient of emergency, which is rapid response. That is why you're seeing us here. And we have structures in the 21 local government of Anambra State where we provide first aid. As I speak to you now, I'm coming from other local governments. We have empowered them, we make drugs available to them, we make other materials and other things available to them to sustain the people within their own locality. Right now we are here because we want to provide first aid.
Okay.
We want to know what is happening here, and if there is any mishap, we provide first aid. But in all the places we have gone, we find out that things were very smooth. There is no problem so far, and nobody has been exposed to any danger. And there's no victim for us, so we are happy.
Okay, that was Professor Peter Kachi, the chairman of the Red Cross Society in Anambra State. And as you heard from him, things are moving on smoothly. There has not been any case of emergency so far. We'll bring you more reports as we cover other polling units here in Anambra State. It's back to you there in the studio.
Well, from Awka in Anambra State, we go to Delta State, where we are told sorting and counting of ballots is now ongoing. Tessie Coker has the report.
This is Unit 3, where the voting exercise has been concluded. Right about now, the collation is taking place, and I will keep you posted as the situation unfolds.
Well, we have seen sorting and counting in Delta State there. We now also go to an update on sorting and counting of ballots from Ado Ekiti, where Taiwo Osho is standing by.
This is polling unit 13, Ward 11, Ado Ekiti, the capital of the state. And here, sorting and counting of votes has started, and security agents on ground to monitor the whole process, while party agents are also here with voters standing around to see how the whole process will go, and they are waiting to know the number of votes garnered by each political party that contested this election. And that is the situation from here at Olaoluwa Muslim Grammar School in Ado Ekiti, the capital of Ekiti State. I am Tayo Osho, NTA News.
Well, we have sorting and counting also going on in Ondo State, in Akure, where Doris is standing by to give us that update.
ABC. Voting has been concluded here in Unit 1, Ward 6, in Ifon, Osel local government area of Ondo State. The sorting of ballots is going on under the watch of some party agents. They are here supervising the sorting of the ballots. And we learned that voting started here on schedule, and so far it was peaceful and candidates worked perfectly. We have one of the party agents here who will give us more insight into the voting process at this ward here today. Let's get to what's your name?
My name's Oluyomi Taye David.
Okay, you are a party agent.
Of course, the ward returning officer for ADC.
Okay.
For ADC.
Okay, so far, what has been the process here this morning?
Well, fantastic. As at the time, it was scheduled as in based on electoral process. They started earlier, as in 7, and the voting process was going smoothly. And the atmospheric condition was so peaceful in the beginning of the election.
Sorting of votes is still going on, and we'll be here. For now, it's back to you.
Thank you, Doris. We now have Victor Azu's report, also on sorting and counting of ballots across the Federal Capital Territory.
The elections have been on for hours now, and expectedly, the situation rooms are buzzing. Now we have arrived at the Connected Development Situation Room. It's an NGO, a civil society organization too. And Hamzat Lawal has an update on what his app, Usabe, has been telling him concerning the election. Hamzat, good to see you again. So what is Usabe saying at this time?
Oh, Usabe is a real-time situation report that our over 5,000 observers on the field are sending in reports on incidents that seeks to undermine INEC's credibility to ensure that we have a free, fair, transparent, and peaceful election. So far, we've received reports around security incidents where hoodlums tried to attack polling units. But interestingly, when we sent this report to our security partners, they've been able to mobilize Joint Security Task Force and have calmed down the situation in Kano, in Taraba, and in Oyo State. But then also, we've witnessed low turnout of voters. It's quite unfortunate and really sad. All over the country, there have been low turnout of voters, and most of the ad hoc staff are even sleeping at the polling unit.
And so what would you think is responsible for the low voter turnout?
I think that citizens were not adequately mobilized, in the sense that we should know that these elections, the governorship and state assembly elections, and for the FCT, the council elections, are even much more important than the presidential and national assembly elections, because these are the people that are meant to ensure that citizens enjoy the dividends of democracy. But it is quite sad that today a lot of citizens do not turn out to vote. Even at polling units 2 weeks ago, where you have over 4,000 registered voters and you have over 3,000 who turn out, today they're even less than 500.
All right, thank you very much, Hamzat, for your time. That's the situation from his own situation room, and so off we go to another situation room from where we will be bringing you updates as the developments unfold.
Thank you, Victor Azu. We like that report from the Situation Room, and we believe you will get us more Situation Room reports and updates. My guests are still here. Ni, we were on you, where you were trying to establish the nexus between low voter turnout and the fact that a citizen cannot now complain after having had the government as it were that emerges.
Yeah. And the obvious manifestation is a situation where you have governors turning into tingots and virtually controlling every resource in the state without intervention by the citizen. You know, of course, we also see in the Nigerian situation where you have the governors also controlling absolutely the state houses of assembly in a way that they become more or less a rubber stamp. You know. And again, what would have been the mediator in the relationship between the executive and the legislative at the level of government in the state is citizen action. Citizen action reflected or manifested in voting.
Citizen action. Sorry to cut you, but we are being told to go quickly to Kaduna, Nigeria South studio to join Dogunyaro, who is our anchor there, and with discussions and updates on the elections held early this morning.
Thank you, Mohammed. Welcome to Nigeria Decide at the Kaduna Network Center. With me in the studio, we have Galadima Zubairu Soba, the State Director, National Orientation Agency, Kaduna State. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Nigeria. Good evening.
We'll be discussing the elections that took place and the situation reports. Like all over the country, as at 2 p.m. voting stopped. We have a situation report whereby Governor Ahmed El-Rufai cast his ballot at the Ungosarki polling unit. Muhammad Umar Ajingi covered this report for us.
After casting his ballot, Governor Nasir Ahmed El-Rufai commended the INEC for timely distribution of election materials across the over 5,000 polling units in the state and the peaceful conduct of electorate while exercising their civic responsibility.
INEC arrangement, the logistical arrangements are much better. They have improved significantly. I want to commend and congratulate INEC for the excellent work done so far. And the reports I'm getting from across the state in all our 5,000 plus polling units is that the arrangements are similar. Logistics have improved, materials are on time, and there are no major issues with the card reader all across the state.
The governor also expressed satisfaction with the security arrangement put in place at the polling units, with at least 3 different security outfits observing the electoral process. As at the time of filing in this report, a good number of electorate have voted for candidates of their choice.
Malin Galadima, as at 2 p.m., voting has ended all over the country. But what about those on the queue? Do they go back home and not vote, or can vote continue?
No, as provided in the Electoral Act, everybody that is supposed to vote and is on the line before the hours of 2 p.m. is expected to be attended to. Therefore, all those who are on the queue before 2, they will have the right to vote from 2 up to whatever time they are completely exhausted from the queue.
No matter how long the queue.
No matter how long, even if it takes up to tomorrow, they will still vote.
I can see from your cap you're also a domestic election observer. Can you just give us a brief situation report of what you observed around town?
Yes, in Kaduna, the election is very peaceful. Therefore, it is commendable. Nigerians came out to vote, and there is a report from across the 23 local government areas that in every local government there was peace and there was adequate material provided for the elections. The one other commendable thing from the action of INEC is that all those issues of late arrival of materials and officials has been a thing of the past. Gladly, this time around, materials and officials of INEC, all the ad hoc staff and others, were on time. Some of them were even at the polling units before the official time of 8 o'clock. They set up and waited for 8 o'clock for the voting to start.
As you have stated, we have seen an improvement on INEC function during this election, but unfortunately all over the country we seem to have a lot of voter apathy. What could be responsible for people not turning out to vote?
Yes, there is this vicious cycle of voter apathy nationwide. In Kaduna State also, there was low voter turnout, but we are better here because if you go, the number of voters as at 10 o'clock, 2 hours after the commencement, in some stations, you find that about 80 people, 60 people have voted. Therefore, it's not really apathy per se, because this time around, the working of instruments like the smart card reader has improved. Therefore, the reasons for people to chalk up at polling units has been cleared, because as you come, there is a functional card reader, you get accredited and you vote and you leave the area, and that's why there is no preponderance of voters around chalking up the whole place. Truly, the issue of voter apathy has been a worldwide phenomenon. You will agree with me that the mobilization for voters to come out and partake in the voting has been left to government alone. The National Orientation Agency, sometimes the INEC, and some non-governmental organizations were busy mobilizing people, asking them to come and vote en masse. But the political parties and the politicians do not understand that apart from looking for support for your members and other supporters to come out, there is also a clear need for you to tell them to vote. It's not only to support you as a party or as a candidate of a party, but to come out and vote, because support is not enough. Support will be of no value if they don't come out to cast their vote. And
now, speaking of the mobilization and the sensitization that was left to you, INEC, and to INEC and NOAA, we saw a better turnout in the presidential elections. Now, what we are seeing is about a quarter of those who turn out at a polling unit to vote for the president. Could it be that even you, on your part, you did a better job during the presidential elections than during this election?
No. You see, there is this issue that the presidential election really took the day, stole the show. So some people will tell you that we have a president in place, therefore I don't mind whoever becomes the governor, though the governor and the state assembly is nearer, they are nearer to the people. And in terms of delivery of dividend of democracy, they are more. But I also ascribe it to reaction of some of the state governments. Really, people, if the government do not meet their aspirations, they are discouraged to come out and vote. That is also a reason for the apathy we have.
So should we believe or say that the office of the president is the most significant office? The governors, the House of Assembly, down are of no use to the people?
No. You cannot compare them in terms of significance. Each of all these offices are significant, but they have different roles to play. But we all know that if the head is doing the right thing, others are likely to follow. But in every 12, there is a Judas. Therefore, it's not every state government that fall in line, because they have their different idiosyncrasies that they practice. But really, it goes without saying that the office of the president is most significant in terms of giving direction to governance, giving direction to policies, of state policies, and such things. Now, the state governments are also important, just like the local government areas. Yes, but it's a reaction to what obtains in the state. People might say, I don't care whoever becomes the governor, or since I have the president. One way or the other, the president will provide direction, will provide leadership, and therefore I may not need to go out and vote. But there is also the issue of elites. Elites do not vote at all. From experience and in the field, we now notice that the preponderance of those who are voters, who are on the queue from the local government areas up to the state capitals, you see that they are the average Nigerians who are not the elite. The elite find the voting day a holiday. They lie down, they sleep, because hardly will you go to a polling unit and see those that are termed elites. Even in the GRAs, count the number of turnout in the GRAs. They are not impressive at all.
As an organization charged with mobilizing and enlightenment, do you think you could have done better?
Of course. Life is about improvement. We improve every time because issues change, the dynamics of governance and also operations of offices, of course, change. Now that we have more people to contend with, we have more difficult terrain, and the funding coming from the government is leaner and leaner by the day. Therefore, like the National Orientation Agency, with better funding, of course, performance will be enhanced, performance will be better. Therefore, if you get all these intervening variables into place, of course, there is room for improvement.
Thank you, Mr. Galadima Asbaru, State Director, National Orientation Agency. We will take a report on the collation and counting of votes from Abdullahi Muhammad in one of the polling units.
counting the ballot right over there. Yes, counting has also started, and you can see around there's a lot of people who have been hanging around here to ensure that this time comes. And here the time is, they are watching as each of the ballots is being counted. Studios, over to you.
That was collating and sorting from here in Kaduna. We'll now join Johannes live in Kano for also collating and sorting of votes.
This is Fadja Ward, Delhi Polling Unit 001. Already, Council has completed. They are sorting the ballot papers here at Fadja Ward, Delhi 001. This is done under the supervision of security agents and party agents of various political parties. The place here is calm and peaceful. Everything is going on smoothly. Electorates are patiently waiting to see the ballots they have cast. Thank you. That is all here in Fadja Ward 001 Delhi Polling Unit.
From Johannes live in Kano. Marlon Galadima, you can see that collation and sorting has started. And the remarkable thing between the two collation and sorting, both in Kano and Kaduna, is everything is being done peacefully, just like the presidential elections. Have we progressed from rude disorderliness and mistrust that has always trailed elections?
This is a great departure past where rowdiness and lawlessness took sway. Now the citizens are better informed, are better enlightened, are better educated, and they now know the civic responsibility on them. Ordinarily, Nigerians are law-abiding, and with efforts from the National Orientation Agency, you can see the results. People are orderly, people are peaceful. Therefore, our efforts are not in vain, and we hope to sustain the effort, and by the grace of God, Nigeria's democracy has come to stay.
Is the system improving in such a way that Nigerians can now put their trust absolutely?
Of course. You see, this thing is contributory. If everybody gives his or her own quota, the government does its bits, the civil society does its bits, and our friends, the international community, also continue to contribute. Of course, the sky is our beginning. We will be better for it, and you can see that the future is bright.
One of the things that we fear after elections is post-election violence. What has the National Orientation Agency done to make sure this doesn't happen in this election exactly?
Apart from the sustained voter education we have instituted right across the country, particularly here in Kaduna State, we also have a package to sustain the voter education, particularly to keep the peace, to nurture the peace, and have peace even after the elections. In Kaduna State, we have programs throughout the 255 wards of talking to ourselves, of accepting the results, that everybody who has grievance should go to the grievance resolution mechanism set up by the government, such as the tribunals and the courts. And with this, we hope peace will be maintained.
Thank you, Galadima Zuberi, State Director, National Orientation Agency here in Kaduna. Muhammad, back to you in Abuja. That is our contribution from Kaduna Network Center.
Thank you very much, Amina, for a very thought-provoking discussions there. My guests are still here, particularly me, an investment expert who's talking about the nexus between low voter turnout and good governance.
Well, I think generally it's established that voters turnout and good governance are Siamese twins. You know, if you have witnessed high voters turnout, there is every possibility, likelihood that you have good governance, because the beneficiary of that turnout would be responsible and accountable to the people. Well, again, I think we cannot also dismiss some external factors, that impacts on the voters' turnout. One, it's, of course, continuous education of the Nigerian populace. Second is this huge talk down on the Nigerian space by politicians, a kind of creating fear, scaremongering. Over the last 3-5 days, what we've been hearing has been, militarization, so much scaremongering. And when you have scaremongering, usually precipitated by politicians, what you get in return is of course, the scare of coming out by average voters. I think politicians should also help, in mellowing down their communications at times like this, that rather than scare the populace, they should encourage. The communication should be about encouraging people to go out and vote.
Generally, what are your general thoughts, or rather, if you like, final thoughts? Because you've been here since morning. We've been to so many centers with you. You have seen elections going on. You have seen sorting out of ballots and counting going on. On the whole, in 1 minute, what will you say are your thoughts?
Well, I think so far so good. There's no upheaval recorded. What we have seen or experienced have been more or less snatches of violence here and there. That won't describe the character of the election, as it were. We have also seen collation and counting of votes starting, and up to this time, there's still peace. Reporters have been reporting peaceful conduct by voters and all that. So I think generally it's a peaceful election. Yes, we may say voters' turnout had been low, but again, it is also relative. I am very sure some other states will be recording high voters' turnout. There are some states that will record low voters' turnout again as a result of what happened in February 23. There are some states already that are given, that there is not enough motivation for voters to come out, because it's like, this belongs to this party, as it were.
Thank you so very much for your contributions and comments, observations, and analysis today of the governorship and state assembly elections across 29 states of the country. Nia Akisuju is an investment expert, and we appreciate your contributions.
Thanks so much.
My guest, Professor Nazifi Abdullahi Darma, Professor of Development Economics, and Jesse John, Program Manager, Inclusive Friends Association, an observer, an NGO with a focus on persons with disabilities, are still going to be here with me. But Ni is going to stand out, and but now, as Ni goes, they are going to be here, and then we will, of course, be joining our NTA Abuja studio, where Bilkisu is standing by to give us an update. Or rather, I'm told Bilkisu and NTA Abuja aren't ready yet. So we will continue with our discussions as Jesse John, Program Manager, Inclusive Friends Association. You were talking about, or rather, we had this incident in Kogi State, you said. Tell us about the update you have had from your observers on the field, and of course your comments about the nexus between the general low turnout of voters that we have recorded across the country with respect to link or nexus to good governance. But first, let's hear what is going on. What is the latest of that your observer in your NGO that you said was attacked?
Okay, thank you very much. Like I was saying earlier, that's at Obangede Ward, Kogi Central, specifically, where our own observer went to observe, and as at that time, election materials had not yet arrived fully at the polling unit, specifically ballot papers were not there. And while they were waiting for that, we also have other observers that confirmed this. Another observer was there from the Nigerian Bar Association, and thugs came and sent them away from the polling unit. So incidentally, they couldn't wait or to observe what was happening at that polling unit. We also have cases that was recorded in Ibonyi, Umugaru Ward 2, where about 13 polling units were affected. Polling unit materials were destroyed. So these kind of cases, what they do is that they undermine the process. It's like we are trying to grow this democracy. We celebrate today that Nigeria is 19, 20 years of unbroken democracy, but yet it's like we're having a case of an overgrown baby. While you're growing in age, certain instruments or certain mechanisms that are supposed to tell that we are growing are not fully checked. So what we're having rather is this case of voter apathy, for instance, because people are scared of going to that polling unit where they are not sure that, one, they're going to cast their ballots and their ballots are going to count. From what we saw in February 23, we've seen a massive decline. Across several polling units that we've already collated, we see a massive decline in the number of people that come out to vote. And beyond people understanding their role as citizens and as electorates, the role or the place of the office of the citizen cannot be emphasized, but also we must understand a few things. One, how well are these people educated? That despite the odds, that first, that democracy is a process, and the process is not a means to an end. I mean, it's something that you keep working on. One, we are celebrating today that we have uninterrupted democracy, but yet we have high level of what I would say illiteracy on the part of the electorate. What are their responsibilities? So it's not just about even mobilizing people to come and vote. Do people understand why they need to vote in the first place? These are key issues that, we have to bring to the front burner. And I must also appraise the civil society organizations that are working tirelessly regarding voter education. For instance, Inclusive Friends working to see that we have more and more persons with disabilities, not just voting, but also working closely with INEC to see that materials are produced in accessible formats. And we must also commend the Independent National Electoral Commission, for making these very elections more and more accessible for persons with disabilities. Not only have we recorded in the past election, the presidential election, Braille ballot guides, we have also seen the deployment of Form EC30 PWD, written instructions for voters with disabilities. We have also continually seen that priority was given to persons with disabilities to vote. But each time you have a violent eruption at the polling unit, what you're trying to do is that you're trying to scare people. Secondly, the education of the citizens or the electorate is very paramount. And thirdly, why observer groups like YAGA watch over the vote and campaigns like Vote Not Fight are tirelessly working with the youth is because, one, the youth can either be perpetrators or they can be victims whenever those violence occur. And that is why the importance of the important role that the civil society is playing in the process must be appreciated. Now, having said that also, is also to look at the issue of credibility of the process and the confidence that is building in the minds of people. Why we must have probably seen a decline from what we saw from the presidential election till now is how are we sure that our votes are counting? When you mix with people and you hear conversations, it's like, okay, this thing has been decided already. Now we must understand that except the people have confidence in the process, except the people have a feeling that our voices matter and our votes count, we will continually see decline, or we'll continually see a reduced participation of citizens. But of course, there's need for a lot and serious sensitization so that people are aware that their roles as citizens, they have huge responsibilities, to perform within the electoral process and during elections, of course.
Yes, certainly. Jesse John, thank you so much for this your initial comments. But Professor Dharma, what are your comments, particularly that this falls within the, if you like, special focus of your expertise?
Well, thank you very much, Muhammad Kudu. It is unfortunate, but the extreme apathy that has been shown is a clear manifestation of general disorientation of the voter population about absence of good governance. And you cannot be able to contextualize this without having a proper understanding of what are the key components that make up good governance. If you look at the issue of participatory process in decision-making, if you look at the concept of consensus orientation in terms of defining needs and delivering them through an organized process like national development planning, if you look at the accountability process, particularly at the subnational level, if you look about the responsiveness of government to needs and wants of people, and therefore acting in line with those, if you look at the issue of equity and inclusiveness in the governance process, and if you look also at the issue of how resources are effectively and efficiently managed, and finally, if you look at the issue of rule of law, you will be able to see that the absence or the low performance as far as the subnational entities are concerned in these 8 key indices of good governance perhaps may provide a better explanation as to why people are apathetic, particularly if you look at the total number of registered voters, total number of people that collected their PBCs, which is reduced relative to the number of registered voters, total number of accredited voters, and total number of actual voters in the last presidential...
Or actual persons who voted.
Who voted in the last National Assembly election. It will tell you that there is an innate disconnection between the ability to vote or the enthusiasm to vote and what is delivered as far as the 8 basic principles of good governance are concerned. But this is even more worse at the subnational level, in the sense that the judiciary in the subnational level, with the exception of the proposed amendment to the Constitution, the state houses of assembly are actually never representative of the needs and aspirations of the people at the grassroots that are actually supposed to troop out and vote. If you look at also the issue of the illegality, dissipation of resources, and outright stealing of public fund that happen in virtually most of the states under the guise of the joint account system, you could be able to understand why people are extremely apathetic at the subnational level. And importantly also is that much as we believe that democracy empower people to come out and vote, the same democracy should also empower individuals and groups and civil society organizations to ask fundamental questions as to how their resources are being spent. In Nigeria today, you can hardly find a single state governor coming out publicly, either monthly or quarterly, to provide an account, to provide details of what his state has earned and what his state has spent in terms of providing resources for the people. So, in as much as the process of inclusive governance, participatory process, judicial utilization of resources, coordinated development framework, synchronized relationship in governance process between the state government and the local government is absent, then you could be able to find a realistic understanding and probably explanatory reasons behind the apathetic nature of people not wanting to go out en masse to vote because they believe that the governance process is not all-inclusive and that their votes don't matter irrespective of the possible outcome associated with the governance process. Much as we have not changed the narrative, as far as these defined principles of good governance are concerned, we will likely to continue and see a pathetic nature of voting, particularly at subnational level. So I think it is also important that post-election, we must be able to have an extreme and intensive post-mortem in order to evaluate what has gone right and what has gone wrong, and then how do we bring about all the necessary stakeholders to sit down and review the process and then introduce specific legislations and then amendments to the electoral law in such a way that it provides a basis for good governance and participation. And importantly is the fact that political party and its recruitment process is the foundation of governance and leadership in Nigeria. But the reality is that most of the political parties, particularly the two big political parties, do not have semblance of internal democracy. And if you don't have internal democracy in the political parties, where it is the foundation for leadership recruitment process, you cannot be able to attract the best into the leadership process. And if you don't have the ability to attract good people into governance, then the perpetuation of bad governance will continue. So it is important that the leadership structure, the governance framework, and the processes in the political parties should be such that it will entrench good governance. And the first thing to do to entrench good governance in the political parties is to make sure that there are specific provisions in the Electoral Act to make it compulsory that every elective post to be contested under any political party should be by direct primary. If you have indirect primaries, you will have leaders at ward level, at state level, at local government level, at national level, in political parties, corruptly collecting money and imposing individuals on the citizens. If you believe you are a very good councillor, you are a very good local chairman, local government chairman, Sabi, you are a good governor, you are a good president or senator or House of Reps, if you believe you are good, you shouldn't fear any direct primary election, because the essence is that you are trying to provide the best for your party and let your party give that chance to the best to emerge so that it can enhance its electoral fortunes and processes in the general elections.
Well, Professor, these are very good anecdotes and suggestions and recommendations. But like you said, they are post-election issues that we will have to interrogate further. But let me very quickly introduce one personality who just joined us. He's someone that is a known face on television, Jack Ekpele, CEO and Chairman, Foundation of the Albino Foundation, Convener, Disability Inclusion. You're welcome. And we have been discussing several issues, of course, related to the elections held early this morning for the governorship and state assemblies in 29 states of the country. And of course, Jesse John, who is the program manager of Inclusive Friends Association, has been here with us, and his association and NGO deals with persons with disabilities. I know he's someone you know very well.
Yes.
So let's bring you into this discussion. We are looking at the issue of low turnout of voters, and the nexus between low turnout and good governance. Professor here has brought about, or rather brought forward several issues and made recommendations. And I saw you were nodding and listening as he was speaking. Yes. When we say low turnout, certainly we're talking about the general voter population. But here we also don't seem to find so many persons with disability coming out. Jesse just told us of an incident in Kogi where a person with disability went to vote early this morning. The election had not even started in his polling unit, but he was attacked. But what experiences have you had this morning?
Well, it will interest you to know that at 58, I only voted for the first time today.
Interesting.
Yes, I am 58 years old, and this is my first voting experience.
Why?
And the reason is not far-fetched. The reason is simply because the environment has not been conducive for me to vote. It is no longer a news that I have just been diagnosed of skin cancer. Well, I had a successful surgery. However, the reason is because of undue exposure to the sun. And so when you have any process that does not take care of the citizenry, that will not allow them to have a conducive atmosphere to, participate in civic duties like the election, then you would definitely have apathy on the side of the vulnerable group. And I want to say that, I'm grateful that eventually INEC had given us the priority voting rights. And that's why I voted today. However, if I answer your question directly, it's disheartening what I saw, because I've been in the field since morning. The low turnout of persons with disability is alarming. It is something that will make people...
This is in spite of INEC's efforts.
In spite of all the efforts of INEC, Inclusive Friends, Albino Foundation, Jonapede, and every other organization. And I'll tell you from my experience, something is wrong somewhere. It's either somebody did not use what was available, or somebody is ignorant of how to use what was available. I mean, the chairman spoke to me personally and publicly about the availability of magnifying glasses. Well, I voted today. I had to squint to vote. That's one. Number two, I had to expose myself in the same sun that is responsible for the skin cancer that I'm coming out of. And of course, I saw two persons with albinism going through the same thing. One of them was standing in the hot sun in the line. So when you find out that the system is not conducive for you to participate, the best thing to do, the simple thing to do, is stay home and not get involved.
So at the end of the day, you end up getting a government that is not representative of all the people.
I wouldn't single-handedly blame it on government.
No, I mean a government emerging.
Yes.
What I mean by a government, or elected officials who are not representative of the entire strata of society.
There are three basic things that helps both organization and a nation. One is structure, the second is system, the third is synergy. Structure is the foundation on which a system runs. Systems are processes. Synergy are partnership. When these three things are not playing out in harmony, you will never get result. In this case, there was a structure. We worked with INEC. We developed the framework. The framework was adjudged. As a matter of fact, in one or two meetings that I've gone outside the country and presented that framework, is adjudged the best practice. It met every standard. One thing is to have a framework. Another thing is to walk the framework. I think somewhere, somehow, somebody is not working on this framework. And that's why we're getting the...
Who is that somebody? Which organization is that?
Well, it could be systemic problem. It could be bureaucratic problem. It could also be lack of resources problem. Let me say this. INEC will be deceiving herself to believe that you can procure all the material that is required to meet the needs of the vulnerable group. It is practically impossible. Let them come out openly and frankly. We do not have these resources. We don't have the right and the quality, quantity of magnifying glasses so that both government and development partners can come to their aid. The Braille the wonderful work your organization did. The only thing I saw today was the presidential ballot braille. There was nothing for the governorship. Secondly, the people who had them put them under their table just didn't know what to do. And you know, the hideous thing, it's heartbreaking, what I saw today. They still allow the visually impaired, totally blind individuals to be guided by somebody, and that person votes on their behalf. That's a total gross disfranchisement. It is not the individual who voted, it's somebody else that voted. Take, for instance, this individual that is guiding you does not like a particular political party. Even if you tell him to vote, he's not going to vote, because you can tell a blind man that there is no oil in the soup, but you can't tell him there is no salt. So I think that's a major problem. Remember, most of the good framework that we have developed are not reflective in the Electoral Act. So because it's not there. So we do have a gap.
You didn't lobby the National Assembly, or
no,
did not?
It was done. The Electoral Act has already gone before the framework came out.
Another post-election issue then.
Exactly.
Now, J.K. Pele, we will continue our discussions. Let's very quickly go to our NTA Abuja studios, where Fatima Umar Buba is standing by. Well, okay, I'm told Fatima is not ready to join us. So let's continue with our discussion.
Yes. Well, Professor has said it aptly. We need to go back to the drawing board. And the drawing board is the right crop of leadership. The president is doing his best, but he must rise to the occasion and choose the right team who will deliver his vision. I guarantee you, I have not met him in person, but I know that he meant well. But the success of a particular leader is tied to the people around him. The president,
tied to his team.
Exactly. The president must cease trying to be a political leader. He must begin to be a people's leader. He has a heart for the people. There's no doubt about that. He has a heart for the people, but the politicians are trying to push him around. He must go back to the basics and look them in the eyes and say, it's the people that brought me here, and it's the people that I will serve.
Now, let's begin, Jesse John here. You had Jake Ekpele, very profound statements, particularly on the issue of the structure and the lack of synergy. As someone who a program manager of Inclusive Friends Association, what are your takes?
Okay, I think regarding synergy, one, he has spoken even in terms of relationship of organizations, civil society organizations, trying to work and see how the process can be improved, where he mentioned the framework on PWD participation and several things that have...
What is PWD?
Persons with disabilities.
Yes, you know, it's not everybody that knows that.
That being said, you asked him a question, what about the legislation? Now, these are things, these are efforts by civil society organizations and the organizations of persons with disabilities and even INEC to provide a more inclusive process, electoral process, even in the absence of the Electoral Act supporting it. For instance,
or rather been accommodated by the Electoral Act.
For instance, Section 56, subsection 2 of the Electoral Act says INEC may provide materials, assistive materials, or assistive election devices to support persons with disabilities to vote.
So that provision
clause leaves it at the mercy of INEC whether or not to do. But the good thing is, we have INEC responding.
So you wanted to be amended to read shall provide?
Shall provide. So these are things that we're carrying in the post-election phase, and that is why the synergy with other electoral stakeholders is very important, like the National Assembly. Beyond even just the Electoral Act amendment, we have, for instance, the Persons with Disability Prohibition Act. Now it has been passed and is now an act. The second phase right now is the implementation, which we're looking at a timeline. Now there is a huge time for a collaborative effort between the civil society organizations, persons living with disabilities, disabled persons organizations, and the National Assembly and various ministries and agencies to see how all of those can be implemented. He mentioned something, his experience. He went and there were some persons that were under the sun, exposed under the sun, persons with albinism. INEC will say these polling units, they don't provide them. They just make selection from the various public buildings that are being provided, mostly by, you have public schools and sometimes public square. That is where the venues are situated. And when you look at those election venues, they are largely inaccessible for wheelchair users, for persons, whether visually impaired persons using cane. Some of them have very rough terrains. Now, these are areas of collaborations between the civil society, the National Assembly, various ministries and agencies. For instance, the education system. How many of these schools have structures that are accessible? Which is why today we are crying of polling units not accessible. Most of these polling units are in public buildings, and most of the public buildings are schools. Incidentally, you are shutting children with disabilities, and the population is high. You're shutting them from accessing education when they do not have the education.
Jesse, we will continue with this. Let's very quickly link up with Owerri, where Kate Osunwa is standing by to give us an update on sorting and counting of ballots.
We are in polling unit 009, Concord area, Owerri, Imo State. Voting concluded by 2 p.m. As you can see, counting is ongoing in the eyes of party agents and others concerned. May we get from some of the voters how the process has been?
Yeah, my name is Tony Ojuku. I'm the Executive Secretary of National Human Rights Commission. We came here since morning to observe how the processes are going on. It started very well. In the morning, there was a little dispute about the number of voting materials that was given to the polling officials. But INEC quickly came and clarified the situation, and voting proceeded smoothly around 10 o'clock. The turnout here was not wonderful. There seems to have been voter apathy here. But outside that, voting went on smoothly. A lot of people exercised their franchise without any intimidation, without any coaxing. The agents were here, all representing the various political parties, and you can see people are very anxious to protect their vote here. Since they finished voting earlier on, accreditation was going on simultaneously with voting, and since people finished voting here, they stayed behind to protect their votes. You can see counting is going on now. They finished voting since 2 o'clock, but people are still here now, making sure that their vote counts.
May we get from another voter? Tell us what is so on ground here.
My names are Prince Bernard Ibwejesi Akaleke, and this is my booth 009 Concord, Owerri. The process has been so quiet, and the party agents have been cooperating, and things have been moving well. You know, everybody is happy with the peace atmosphere that has been existing since the inception of this, except a little misunderstanding that voters on calculation of voters' paper, and was resolved by the EO. Then I think there's no problem. Everybody is happy. The vote is, you can see, we are counting the vote now. Thank you.
Thank you. As you saw, the voters here showed their happiness in trying to elect their leaders in the state. From Concord area, Owerri, Kate Osunwa, NTA News.
Thank you, Kate, for that update. And my guests are still here. Of course, Professor Nazifi Abdullahi Darman, Department of Economics, University of Abuja, a professor of development economics, has been here with us in the past couple of hours, and he will be standing down and as we of course, go to NTA Abuja. And by the time we come back from NTA Abuja, I will also be Musbao Danwahab will be taken over from me. So for now, let's join NTA Abuja studios for the continuation of Nigeria State studio, where the sites where Guber is standing by to give us some updates on the area council elections across the Federal Capital Territory.
Well, thank you very much, Mohammed Kudu Abakar. It is Fatima Umar Buba. Thank you for joining us in NTA Abuja Channel 5 studios of Nigeria Decides. Well, the D-Day is here, elections all over, and we had our reporters dispatched earlier this morning to the 6 area councils. To be precise, 62 wards. And presently, we have situation reports from them, and most especially counting and collation of votes. But we'll begin with former Ojinta, who caught up with the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, monitoring the process in some polling units within the city center, Abuja.
Many thanks, studio, for joining me here at Ward 026 of Meitama Model Primary School, where we have the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, alongside some national commissioners and the resident electoral commissioner for the FCT, monitoring the elections at this ward. The chairman, Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, was also at the AYA Junction polling point, as well as the Lugbe Primary School voting point, where he monitored actual counting.
Maitama, and here we are in Lugbe. We have had a feel of the process in metropolitan Abuja and the suburb. My first impression is that it's all peaceful and orderly. So I commend the work of the staff of the commission, and also commend the work of the security agencies. On the turnout of voters, this is consistent with the election held 3 years ago for the area councils in the FCT. Generally speaking, there is a low voter turnout. The last time it was a little over 10%. But from what I've seen so far, the turnout is likely to be higher this time around in the FCT. Basically, what the people of the federal capital did today is to vote for their councillors and chairmen of the 6 area councils. The federal capital territory is large. It's not just metropolitan Abuja, but it also includes the area councils and outlying districts. So we are confident that the turnout is high.
That was the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, after monitoring some polling units within the Federal Capital Territory. Is back to the studios.
Thank you very much, Ifoma Ojinta. Even though she would be our guest on Nigeria Decides from the studio, you get to meet her one-on-one. And from our Kuje Area Council, we have Abdullahi Suleiman Yaji, who reports that sorting and counting of votes has started. He had earlier reported that Pasali Ward 004A in Kuje witnessed a large turnout of female voters. So let's now join him for an update from there.
And hear the cheers and claps from vigilant members of the community and voters who have come out to the Amebo Ward 004P voting unit to watch and actually see the process being done. That is the counting and sorting of ballot boxes by the INEC officials. It's back to your studio.
Thank you very much, Abdullahi Suleiman Yaji. And also our correspondent, Abdullahi Yaji, also says counting of votes has commenced at AU Suleiman polling unit 003 in Abaji, Southeast Ward of the Council. Abdullahi had earlier reported that there was an impressive turnout of voters at Abaji Area Council, which is the farthest area council in the territory. close to Lokoja, and that voting started early enough and ended up exactly 2 p.m. Let's see the counting process at the polling units.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was the counting and sorting from Abaji there. Well, Ifoma Ojinta also had the INEC, was at the INEC situation room, and let's have the update from there before we commence with our discussions with her.
I'm at the FCT INEC situation room, where some INEC officials are actually doing their thing. I have a staff of INEC with me here to tell me how they have fared so far at the FCT INEC situation room. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, madam.
Please, your name.
My name is Tengwa Awuhe.
Okay, so how has it been today at the situation room? What is the latest?
Yeah, so far we've had good reports from the field. Basically, the Electoral Operations Support Center tracks compliance and threat level out there in the field. And we've been calling them right from yesterday when they were supposed to deploy to the RAs. And then today, as they opened PUs for voting and, accreditation and voting. And we had very good outing today. We also had minimal issues of threats. Card reader issues were not much today, and even those that arose in the field, we had them trashed out. We did not have any incident of violence, so to say. So it's been good.
You've heard from the INEC official. They seem to be having a field day, no much to do, no hitch, The election, as he said, went on smoothly. And that's the situation at the FCT INEC situation room. He's back to the studios.
Yes, he's back to the studios, and we also have her right here in the studios. Good to have you.
Good to be here, Fatima.
You have been all over at Asokoro earlier today, at the situation room, at INEC. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
So can you tell us, reporting on the electoral process, so what is your assessment generally? Okay,
first and foremost, I would want to say, as usual, in the FCT, we usually record a very peaceful electoral process. So for today, I can assure you that we had slight hitch, or little or no hitch at all. And as usual, I would say, in the city center, I have been in the city center since morning, and we've been having reports of low turnout of voters. It's not different from the past years. I've had to cover about 3 area council elections, and I can tell you that, the area council election, which is like the local government elections in other parts of the country, is the closest, tier of government to the people. And then you have massive turnout of voters, especially at the rural areas. Okay. So from the reports we got earlier from Kuje, Gwagwalada, was an impressive turnout. But in the city center, it was not so. But I was wondering, because I had thought, because the peculiarity of AMAC as an area council, where you have different people from different ethnic groups, vying for the chairmanship position and that of the councillorship, I had expected that a lot of people want to come out to, support somebody coming from their own tribe. Because I know that we have somebody from Bayelsa in the political party vying for the chairmanship in AMAC. We have somebody from, I think, Anambra or Imo also. But I'm really, really very surprised that we recorded a low turnout
within the area, within AMAC, okay, the city center. So how has it been covering the FCT INEC? Because it's your bit, you've been covering that for quite some time now. So tell us about it.
For the past 10 years, I've been covering
a decade.
FCT INEC.
So how has it been?
it's challenging, but, you know, quite interesting. You know, I've had to, in the last few days, I've had to spend hours, even midnight, you know, probably when we're waiting for sensitive materials. I practically slept at the FCT and the office. But I love challenges, and so far, so good.
Okay.
we've been doing it. We thank God for His grace.
Wow, thank you very much. It's been good speaking with you. And that was Ifoma Ojinta, our senior political correspondent. Well, that's it from here. We have more updates. When we have more updates and latest reports, would definitely dish it out from this end. But it's back to Musbao and Wahab.
Party, thanks a lot for the update from within the Federal Capital Territory. This is the Nigeria Decide studio of the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, and we are in Abuja here, just resuming duty now. I am Musbao and Wahab. Muhammad Kudu Abubakar has been taking you around the country, and that will continue. In this session, I have a gentleman and a lady here already, and Jesse John, Program Manager, Inclusive Friends Association, is still in the studio. And we have Mr. Jake Ekpele, CEO and founder of Albino Foundation.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot for being in the studio.
Yes,
and I have, so fresh from the Situation Room, that's Esther, Barrister Esther Uzoma, co-convener Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have been taking our followers, we've been following the situation really, and they have been following us to get updates. And now we want to feel from Esther, who is just coming in from fresh from the Situation Room. So what has been... Yeah, already. So what has been the situation? What have you observed so far?
Yes, Nigerians came out. You know, we generally, the Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room, we issued our statement just a few minutes ago. We noted, you know, that it appears Nigerians don't really have interest in the governorship and area council elections. For logistics, it appears across board, INEC, you know, the deployment for logistics, we didn't get, you know, any complaints in that direction. No
That's good to know.
That's good to know. No failure of card readers, materials were there. And
that's what you got from across the country.
That is correct, because we deployed across the 29 states where the elections were. And then the ad hoc staff, you know, the police, we also observed that they were not there. They had no complaints about their welfare. All right. And then INEC, the ad hoc staff, we also asked them, you know, they were all in good hands. Generally, you know, this is on a general note. However, we noticed the disturbing trend of vote buying.
Vote buying and selling.
Vote trading. And we also noted that the prices, you know, has really gone down. You know, votes
the value has reduced.
Yes, votes are selling for as low as 100, 200. The highest was about 500, you know. It was also disturbing that the citizens were even asking, who is even buying these votes? All right. So
that they know where to talk.
Yes, yes. You know, so it was, oh, no. Vote buying flagrantly across, you know, in the states. In FCT here, there was one gallant INEC staff that actually apprehended one Mr. Isong in Maitama Model Primary School. He apprehended a man who had multiple PVCs. He was given to people, you know, he just came in with, you know, so carefully yes, so he caught him and then alerted the police and they took the man away. He's currently being investigated. We we are singling out John Isong to, you know, congratulate. We loved that, you know, the patriotism. You know, security agencies were there. You know, he was an INEC official, but when he saw that something was going wrong, you know, everybody, he said, no, this is wrong. You know, he raised the alarm. We celebrate that citizen, and we encourage Nigerian citizens to know that this is our election, this is our country, this is our process. It doesn't belong to any other person. Besides that, also, the vote buying, we also had reports, the violence. The desperation among the political class is terrible. And this is, you know, heightened by the fact that it appears there's a parallel security systems are confronting heavily with the state forces of cohesion. See people wearing military uniform. You can't say where they are from. I'm telling you. You will see people wearing police uniform. If at the end of the day, with all the paraphernalia, eventually you find out that they are not policemen. You know, this is a disturbing trend, gunshots, deaths.
That's actually disturbing, and it's against what the acting IG said earlier.
Exactly.
That, policemen are going to wear, a different identification to let them know the authentic security personnel.
It's terrible. It's terrible. You know, this is, we are seeing some persons, the political class, who are deliberately wearing out this country. They are deliberately defecating in our common pool, the political class. Their excesses must be curtailed. You know, they are making a mess of the efforts that good citizens are putting into nation building. The political class, they do not take any prisoners. You know, we condemn their excesses. I don't know, why would you come with a police station with guns? Because you want to win an election and do what? You know, so it was widespread. Ballot snatching, you know, Rivers again, Bayelsa. These are disturbing trends that we notice.
It's actually disturbing. We can allow you to go on and on.
Yes.
You are loaded, I can say. But from what Barrister Esther has just mentioned, a lot of them have lack of interest that you talked about.
Yes,
so we've heard reports from our various reporters from across the country, and various reasons were given. So from your men on the field, from your observers, what were the reasons given for lack of interest?
This lack of interest, we are still analyzing it, because at the presidential elections, we also had the presence of the military and the security. There was also heavy deployment, you see, and that did not propel, you know, apathy. So why the reasons, you know, eventually when we have the data and the facts and analyze it, but placing it side by side, now we're having governorship and area council elections. We still have all those security men that were deployed before. Why is there apathy? Because we had these other people before. Because some persons have argued that it was a presence of heavy deployment of military that necessitated this apathy. I doubt it, because they were there on February 23rd, and there was no apathy. Why now? I will think, if you ask me, I will say that the disconnect with governance is huge. It has no doubt on the Nigerian citizen that governorship election is more critical. Politics, they say, is local. Governance is local. Development is local. You must feel it at your level. It has not sunk in heavily that this is where our own food is cooked. You know, so everybody still has eyes on that, and then they neglect what is happening, you know, at the local government, and then and another thing is this: the overbearing presence of state governors. The governors are lots. The governors, you know, all eyes are on the federal government, but the citizens do not take time to interrogate their own governor, interrogate the budget, interrogate the implementation. So that disconnect, you know, a lot, that's the work has to be done. Another thing, you know, to provoke the citizens. Listen, The time you cannot sit under a mango tree and expect good governance. It doesn't happen like that. Be involved in the process. Well, involvement in the process is what legitimizes the process. So this disconnect, you know, that gap must be filled.
It must be filled,
yes.
Actually. Thanks a lot, Barrister. I won't allow, I don't want to drain you yet. So let me come to Jake Ekpele. She's just told us a lot from the Situation Room. You have also been there. Now,
that's right.
She suggested that the exercise of political class should be curtailed. So how do we begin to curtail this exercise when we're having a lack of interest? Voters' apathy is there. It's wide across the country.
Well, the people class needs to rise up.
That's right.
And make them accountable. Make them accountable. Go after them. Insist, you know, that they remain accountable to the people. Listen, the people have power. We still have the power.
Are they using that power?
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. You're talking about voters are apathy. The people, there's a disconnect between the rich and the poor.
That's right.
The poor man is interested in sitting at home and just manage his one square meal and don't care about what happened. Unfortunately, they don't know that whatever decision that this political class, that brings this political class into an office will affect them, will affect their children. That's right. You know, I think also one very important issue that undermines this process is we don't have a strategic voter education. We don't have a strategic, what we do is sporadic, ad hoc. We need to go back to the drawing table and look at what is our strategy for voter education. My community is still absolutely ignorant. Yes, you're pushing them to come out and participate, you know, and this system of trying to get us to vote for you must stop. It is time for us to rise up and be voted for.
Right. Thanks a lot. So, voter education, here we have it again. Jesse John, JJ, by the way, that sounds so simple to me.
Yeah, so I think there's a confluence of where we are all going, and which is in the post-election phase is actually a good period to address some of these things. We have some of the elections that will be coming sometimes later in the year. Now, there is something very critical. Why are we having people not coming out to vote? How many people understand why they should vote in the first place?
Exactly.
So you mobilize people to go and vote. Do they really understand why they are voting? Today we have the case where people are asking for 100 naira, 500 naira to give. So that is to tell you that there is no single value attached to that vote, because people are beginning to think that perhaps the vote doesn't even count, so I can just give it out. But the truth is, if the vote doesn't count, no one will buy it from you.
That's right.
If the vote doesn't count, no one will buy it from you. So I think the political consciousness is a culture that we have to start building. We have to keep building. And civil society have been doing a lot of work. And like we said earlier on, there is need for that synergy between various election stakeholders. INEC, National Orientation Agency, because we just have 2-3 weeks to elections, then you begin to see jingles or ads asking citizens to come out and vote. Have we taken time, months, years before an election to plan really on why you should vote as a citizen? Right. Do you just have a PVC as a means of identification or for bank purposes, banking purposes?
Transaction purposes.
So, yes, you look at the numbers of PVCs that have been collected, numbers of people that have registered, and you look at numbers of people that have been accredited and people that actually voted. So it will tell you that if we had so number, look at the percentages that we had, for instance, in the presidential election, and look at what we're having today. So you will see a huge gap. But perhaps it should begin to raise, certain questions surrounding, do people really understand why they
should vote? Esther, I will come to you, but at this point, we're going to dissect this. Right. It's a big issue that we need to talk about. But for now, let's quickly join my graders in the northeast, where Mohammed Abdullah is standing by to give us some update from that part of the country.
Thank you, Ms. Bao. Hello and welcome to Maiduguri studio of Nigeria Decides. It is election day, a fine day for residents of Maiduguri as presidential and National Assembly polls marked with early morning bomb blasts. This time around, there is no security threat whatsoever. At the moment, sorting, counting, and collation are on course in some polling centers across the state. Let's take a look at Pauline Kujevana's report on counting and collation.
A round with resident electoral commissioner to polling units within Maiduguri Metropolitan Council, Jere local government and internally displaced persons camps hosting IDPs from Kukawa local government area shows massive turnout only within the IDPs camps.
The card readers have been reconfigured and they have worked well. You can see there are no complaints like the other time. So I believe that if we have challenges, they are very, very minor challenges.
What about the issue of apathy, since the turnout is very low compared to last?
It's very difficult to assess the level of apathy. The level of people coming here to vote or who came to vote, certainly the level is almost like the way we have seen during the presidential and National Assembly elections.
On the attack on Mafa local government area this morning, the REC speaks on the restoration of normalcy and election conducted in the area.
We have confirmed that they have proceeded with their elections already. So we are just waiting for a full report about what actually transpired in Mafa.
With the commencement of counting, some electorate expressed dismay over the low turnout and hoped for good outcome of the exercise.
Indeed, the conduct of the election was, the turnout was very poor indeed compared to the previous election.
Alhamdulillah, mun gode jama'a kamar yadda suka yi kokari suka fita. Ya fadinta da kewaye ban ga wani wuri da muka samu ana rikici ba.
Other people have it in mind that since the president has been elected, so that's the most important. So they just feel reluctant about the governorship election.
All of us came out to make sure that we vote the right candidate for our state, Borno.
Election almost in all the places visited was peacefully conducted and in orderly manner, with security operatives on ground to ensure law and order.
Thank you, Pauline. Reports reaching us indicate people turned up as early as 7 a.m. to some polling centers waiting for election officials to arrive for commencement of casting of ballots. Security is tight and everything is going according to schedule. Let's take this next report by Naomi Apoku.
Today's election day is different in Maiduguri as residents walk up to no security threats, walking freely to their polling stations to exercise their franchise. This is Mustafa Kachella polling unit 017 of MMC, Borno Central Senatorial District, where about 400 eligible voters are expected to cast their ballots. Behind me is a queue that's been here since 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, actually, as you can see, the queue is very peaceful. And then we're all here in the queue, as you said, as early as 7 o'clock, waiting for the officials to come.
We are here to elect our candidate, a credible candidate, a candidate that we think will going to be beneficial to our state.
This is Mogali's IDP's camp hosting people from Abadam local government area of Borno North Senatorial District with 10 wards constituting 269 polling units. It may interest you to note that IDPs come all the way from Niger Republic to cast their ballots. With me is one of the residents of Abadam local government area coming all the way from Niger Republic.
I came from Niger Republic to exercise my civil rights. The journey is so tight, and you know when you are doing something, it is good. Whether you are in bad condition, you have to come and ride your civil rights. That's why we are here.
The conduct of the election is very peaceful and our people are very excited because they know they are exercising their civil rights and they want to bring in government that will take care of them.
As you see this crowd, we are really organized.
A lot of arrangement has been made to ensure that they have voted. So you can see the arrangement is good. People are very much enthusiastic to come and cast their votes.
I'm at the Arabic village IDP's camp where people from Kuka local government area are taking refuge. Here we have 2 wards and 99 polling units.
Card reader is picking up the cards, but sometimes there are certain fingerprints that don't pick up, so we go through manual authentication.
The turnout is very appreciative, and our people came out from different areas of Maiduguri to come and vote. It's their legitimate duty.
The atmosphere in the voting centers for the Abadam refugees coming from neighboring Niger and IDPs from Kuka local government remained peaceful, with turnout of the displaced persons encouraging. Major streets in the metropolis are quiet, vehicles complying with the restriction in movement except for those on essential services. There is strong presence of security personnel to ensure law and order is maintained.
In another report, Borno State Governor Kashim Shettima has cast his ballots for the governorship and House of Assembly elections. The governor, who is completing his second term of 8 years in office, exercised his franchise at the Alhaji Kuka polling unit in Maiduguri, the Borno State capital. Mohammed Goni reports.
Thank you, studio. This is Alhaji Kuka polling unit 023 of Lamisalaja Bamari Ward of the Maiduguri Metropolitan Council. It has 453 registered voters. As you can see, the turnout is low as compared to the National Assembly and presidential election. However, the process is ongoing.
Governor Kashim Shettima cast his ballot at Alhaji Kuka polling unit, after which he described the exercise as satisfactory. The governor added that though the turnout was low in the morning, exercise progresses.
As in most elections, women in this unit outnumber the men.
A female voter said the large turnout of women was informed by their desire to improve the laws of the society, even as they look forward to return of peace to Borno. Meanwhile, the APC governorship candidate, Professor Babagana Umar Azim, has also cast his ballot at Ajariwan unit of Mapa in Mapa local government area, where he commended the voters' turnout in spite of security challenges in the area. He was accompanied by Governor Kashim Shettima and Senator Babakaka Bashir Garbai.
The turnout is impressive, and we must commend the effort of the INEC at all levels.
The turnout of voters in Mapa was impressive, as both male and female turned out in their numbers.
From Alhaji Kuka polling unit of Lamisalaja Bamari Ward of the Maiduguri Metropolitan Council, is back to studio.
Goni, and our sincere apologies for the glitches in that report. Most polling units across Borno Central Zone recorded low turnout of voters for the governorship and state assembly elections. Abubakar Mohamed Musa will tell us more on the exercise.
Thank you, studio. This is Abba Ibrahim 1004 polling unit in Shori north of Maiduguri Metropolis. And as if the governorship and state assembly are not holding here, there are not much people on queue as expected. However, I have with me one of the electoral officers here who will talk to us on this issue.
All right, thank you, sir. Actually, as you can see, the election process has already started because we've been here since around 7 o'clock, mounted all the necessary electoral materials for the election. And however, the people are turning out gradually. Hopefully, we're trusting that by later in the day, they will all come out and participate in the electoral process.
A visit to Shettima Hassan 1 polling unit in Lamisla Jabamari Ward and that of Alhaj Bun Sharif in Gwengi 1, among other areas within Maiduguri Metropolis, shows few people with the ad hoc staff of INEC fully on ground to attend to them. Those who declined to speak to NTA News on camera, however, explained that they have less interest in the governorship and state assembly polls.
I am currently at Bula Mamadou Tamsuma 2 polling unit 015 of Gwengi Ward in Maiduguri Metropolis. And honestly, there is nothing like apathy here because the people are not only anxious to exercise their franchise, but have assured to collaborate with security personnel towards avoiding any form of irregularity that may arise. However, I have with me a presiding officer who will talk to us about that. How will you describe the conduct of the exercise so far?
It's so impressive and well done because the security personnel and the agents here really helped us in organizing the place. And likewise, the voters are on their queues. They are here to vote.
Some electorates said the absence of people for the exercise has not deterred them from performing their civic responsibility.
We've voted, and then you've seen people voting in the queue. Actually, the conduct is very peaceful and transparent.
We are together with the elders of the area, and including our boys, including all people of our street. We are conduct our vote successfully. But the problem is that we are looking, those people are not coming out to the election, but presently, immediately when you visit to our immediately when you arrive to our polling units, as we have seen, you have come together.
So far, the conduct of the governorship and state assembly polls across Borno Central Zone can best be described as peaceful. At Government House Maiduguri Polling Unit 1 and 2, with registered voters of 1,202, which accredited over 400 voters 2 weeks ago, this time around recorded low turnout. The ratio was more male voters to female counterparts who were below 10 on queue. Similar turnout of voters was observed at Guber Primary School Polling Unit 0071 and 2, which has a total registered voters of 1,296, but hours into voting, barely 100 had come out to cast their ballots. NTA News came across this senior citizen, Hawa Muhammad, in her 80s, who said she decided to complete the exercise she started a fortnight ago and wondered why the younger ones would stay away. In Maiduguri, Abubakar Muhammad Musa, NTA News.
And on election security, Maiduguri, the Borno State capital, has remained calm and peaceful with no breach of security throughout the voting period. The Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of administration, Usman Tili, monitored the exercise in Maiduguri, the Borno State capital. Memuna Garba reports.
Security operatives in Maiduguri are not relenting in ensuring nothing disrupts the conduct of the governorship and state assembly elections. Voting is going on peacefully within the state capital, with security being strengthened to ensure the successful conduct of the election. I'm with DIG in charge of administration, Usman Tili, who is going around to monitor the conduct of the exercise here in Maiduguri. Sir, what are your observations so far?
So far, madam, so far so good. We have cooperation of the public. They are behaving in orderly manner. There is no cause for alarm. You can be a witness that everything is going on smoothly. People are conducting themselves in an orderly manner, and I am sent by the Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Abubakar Adamu, to take over or to oversee the North-East Zone. Today in Maiduguri. Yesterday I was in Yobe, and by special grace of God, I proceeded to Gombe. If all what is happening in Maiduguri is happening everywhere, we have succeeded, and by special grace of God, we will succeed, because people have shown us they are interested in discharging their right according to the law. And all things, the places I visited in Maiduguri, every polling unit, there was a sort of massive turn-up. People are behaving in orderly manner, no cause for alarm. Thank you.
That was DIG Usman Tili, reassuring residents of Maiduguri of police readiness to a violence-free elections. It's back to you, studio.
Thank you, Memuna. Let's go in for some analysis of the situation on ground with the panel of discussants. And we begin with the head voter education and publicity, INEC Borno State, Mr. Mika Lakumna. How did the elections day break, and what is the current situation at the polling stations across the state?
Thank you, Mohammed Umar, Mohammed Ibrahim. Actually, from our experience last time when we had the presidential election, we kept on building on some of the places or some of the areas that we had challenges. We worked all around to see that all those aspects have been put into the right perspective. Let me begin by saying that all through the week, we had to put a lot of preparation, especially the reactivation of the camps. There are camps where our officers, the poll officials, and the security personnel spent the night in order to see that a refresher training was conducted, as well as the sharing of the sensitive and non-sensitive materials over the night. And in the morning, very early in the morning, I was out to about 98 polling units myself before 7 o'clock to see that these men are on site. And exactly by that time, I have found out that in nearly all the 98 polling units I visited, our men were on ground. That is to ensure that we do not repeat any mistake of the past. We have updated ourselves and we have warned our officials not in any way to sabotage by coming late or doing something that is contrary. And as it is now, the polls in most of the PUs are over. What is taking place is sorting and counting, and as well in some of the polling units, they are heading for the collation center at the RA. So this is exactly the position as it is as of now that I'm speaking.
Okay, thank you, Head Voter Education. Also in the studio, DSP Edet Okon, who is the Police Public Relations Officer, Nigerian Police for Borno State. Can you update us on the security situation, especially at the polling centers?
Yeah, security-wise, there has been no problem at any of the polling units throughout the states. You know, we did a massive deployment of security agents to the polling units and even on the roads to make sure that the vehicular movement is restricted, just like we released in our press statement on Thursday, that there will be total ban on vehicular movement. We did that today, and it has helped a lot. Even the people that tried to flout that order they have been arrested. There have been a couple of arrests, and even there has been an arrest on someone that possessed a number of PVCs, of which he's not supposed to. About 75 PVCs, was discovered on one person. He was arrested. So generally, the situation has been peaceful. Borno State has been calm. The voting exercise has gone as planned, and there's been no eruption of any kind.
Okay, nothing to worry about at polling units. State Director Noah, how will you describe turnout of people or casting of ballots? What do you think account for the apathy on the part of the electorates?
Well, the voter turnout or the reduction in number of voters, especially in this cosmopolitan area, was not expected. We reviewed the situation from the last election. We noticed especially people coming to Maiduguri, Jere, mostly elitists, There are people who can easily go back home and relax. But the ordinary voter, the common man and woman have turned out massively. We have reports from LGS that indicates there is a massive turnout of people. You'll be surprised, some LGS can spring some surprises. In LGS, especially in southern Borno and some part, as reported, this phenomena of apathy exists only in central Borno, in central Borno State. And even the central is MMC and Jere to some extent. And even in that place, sometimes we have problem of location. Some voters, from experience the other time, you find people who are choked in one place. But this time around, they have identified their units. So it is easy. You don't find people congested in one place. This could have reduced the number of people you see at a particular unit. But there are some units, if you go into some localities, even within MMC and Jere, you find there are a number of people. Definitely. So what accounted for this? There are people who come from Lagos and this, and you find they don't have the desire again to travel 2-3 times to come and cast vote. These are, I think, the small distance we have. Otherwise, still the turnout is not bad as far as we are concerned.
Okay, let's turn to INEC. Do you have reports of card reader failure where people allowed accreditation and casting of ballots without the card reader?
No, it has always been said that no usage of card reader is 0 votes. So in all areas where there were challenges, our RAT techs, who are the technicians, swept in immediately, and then car readers were activated and there was no problem. Car readers were used in all the polling units that we have so far supervised, and we have not had any serious challenge of a car reader failure.
Okay. From the police then, there's a rumor of an incident of an attack in Mafa. How true is it? We have not had a formal report from the police or any security formation.
Yeah, there has been an attack or attacks on Mafa. It actually started on Wednesday night. The insurgents actually attacked the security formations.
Okay.
The police team there, represented by SARS, that's what you call crack, and the military men, they repelled the attack. In short, they had to recover some armored vehicle from the insurgents. They recovered some general purpose machine guns, about 3 of them.
Okay.
4 AK-47s were recovered, and assorted ammunitions were recovered from the insurgents at Mafa. That was on Wednesday night. And yesterday too, there was a convoy of security personnel that wanted to move to Kamburu, Ngala. The insurgents came out again to lay ambush on them, but the security men successfully repelled them also.
Okay. Thank you. So the 2 attacks were repelled.
Yeah.
From distribution of voters, Noah, the youth seem to be in the lead from many areas. What has happened to the women and elderly persons? Have we done enough in terms of voter orientation?
Yeah, naturally, the youth takes lead in most activities like this. You find a greater number of youth. But if women and the elderly are not here in this particular election, it has to do with their situation. You know, this an insurgent-ridden state. So, and the victim or the most affected are women and the elderly, and they don't take too much pain to come out. But I'm happy you observed that this the youth are in good number. They have come out, and even in this case, I want to point out that it is only these areas where the voters are permanently resident. The turnout did not affect them significantly. It is only where you have, because of the nature of our situation, voters have to move from distance to come to cast their vote somewhere. But in local government that are relatively peaceful, people are staying there. Both old, young, and women voted.
Okay.
That's the report we got.
Okay, that's impressive. That will be all for now from Maiduguri Studio of Nigeria Decides. As we look forward to the end of sorting, counting, and collation, we will keep you posted on activities taking place. Ms. Bao is back to you in Abuja.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. It's good to know that Borno State generally is peaceful at the moment, going by what you've just told us and from your panel of guests there. We appreciate that. It is general in Borno State. Peace is peaceful. The atmosphere is peaceful. But another thing that is general now is voter apathy. So it's obviously a big thing that
that's right.
That is spreading across the country. Will it be a kind of perception on the part of electorate that even if I go to this to partake in this exercise, it will not count? Is it a perception?
It can be. Because if we have 84 million voters, you know, for one to arrive at that conclusion, at least you talk to, at least sample their opinion, okay? So that when you say it's because they think their votes don't count, you just, the truth of the matter is this, you know, across this country, particularly in the rural areas, the impression or the presumption we have that they don't know what governance means, I question it. The politics they play in the local areas, for instance, or among the people we think are illiterates, their politics is impeccable. Look at the Nigerian Union of Road Transport Workers. Look at the level and discipline. They play their politics with Machiavellian efficiency. They're not literates, but they understand politics. If you come to the Southeast, during August meeting, and you come to, you know, August meeting is prevalent in the Southeast. Jake, you understand what I mean? If you come from abroad, that is, you don't live in the village, and you come with that abroad attitude to that local women's meeting, oh my goodness, they will teach you the politics. So, you see, the truth of the matter is this. They know what is in their interest. They know. The local communities know what is in their interest.
So what is missing?
The problem is this. What propels us to have that vision of our Nigeria? Has it down or not? It's not about whether votes count or don't count. You know, because this pattern eventually, perhaps, when we do the final analysis, but I think it will suggest that generally, during governorship, the turnout in gubernatorial is usually not as much as presidential. What we need is a galvanizing force. Somebody must harness our diversity. Somebody has to do that.
How do we begin?
Well, we have to begin by, because if you go to that local level, when they say, oh, this our son is running, if they have a son they love so much, you see them coming out to deliver that son. Okay? But if, for instance, by any reason whatsoever, the wrong people emerge at that local level, you find them, you know, let's leave these people. Okay? Because so we interrogate the party structure. How transparent is it? Because that is the first contact. When it is not transparent and it does not reflect the general will, it provokes apathy. You know, and then also we must have systems that work. What do I mean? Our justice system must be such that, you know, justice must not only be done like they say, let everybody see that justice has been done. What do we do when people, you know, are flagrant or flagrantly disobey laws? What do we do to them? That faith, you know, is what propels people to be patriotic. So we need the political class. They are the ones who love to, you know, divide us. They look for where the fault lines are, and then they enlarge it. The political class will tell me about, they are the ones who pander ethnic bigotry. The political class are the ones who pander their currency. You see that is ethnic bigotry, religious, they will always raise a platform for themselves to divide the populace.
To their own extent.
They are the ones who will preach the gospel of hate. The political class. They do not take prisoners. No holds barred. They have no rules of engagement. It is a very worrisome class. And when they come, these are the things they do to ensure they're the ones who preach this divisive gospel. The political class.
Political class, divisive. Okay, that's coming from Barrister Esther anyway. But what was on the table before we went to Maiduguri was voter education. Now, where do we begin these? From the media to the commission itself, talking about INEC now, and then civil society organization.
I think the media has done her best in terms of support to the process. There's a disconnect between, take for instance, there was an issue, which I wouldn't want to mention, that happened in INEC, that had no business being escalated the way it was escalated. The lack of wrong messaging made a non-issue became a national issue. Wrong messaging, you know. So there's a need to go back to the drawing board, re-examine our communication strategy, re-examine the content of what we're trying to communicate to the people who needs it, know whether the people that you're trying to reach, you are really reaching them and they understand you, you know. Then the issue of data. Yes. Data is the heart, is the engine that drives the economy, the social sector, development. Data is life. We are making effort to develop this data. Are we really serious in using what is developed? How can you tell, what would you tell me? Why is it that all the effort we made, INEC, where the information was in their hand, in every polling unit, these are the persons with disability. I keep going back to my community.
Of course, you need to do that.
Yes. These are the numbers. Yes, this is where they are. Do you have the information? Do you have the material to deploy? Yes. How come today we didn't see those materials?
Okay, I was coming to that, actually. But, okay, let me allow you to land on that. You voted for the first time, like you said, off camera.
58 years.
For the first time. So what was your experience like?
Well, it was discouraging because I showed you the picture. Unfortunately, the camera cannot take it. You know, I had to squint. I had to bury my eyes in the papers, in the ballot papers. You know, 1. 2, I stood in the sun, hot sun. 99.9% reason for skin cancer is the sun. And it takes just 10 minutes for me to burn, for anybody with albinism to burn in the sun. 10 minutes. Wow. 10 minutes, you have carried an effect that is likely to transmit to skin cancer. 10 minutes. Wow. Today, I'm just recovering from skin cancer. You know why? It wasn't because I didn't know what to do, but these are cumulative effects of what I have, the neglect that I had suffered growing up, that are now throwing up. You understand? So the thing is, the right information, the right communication material, and then, listen, sir, the people who don't know this job should step down for people who know the job.
All right, we'll continue with that, Mr. Ekwele. We'll continue on that note. I still have Jesse John also in the studio. For now, let's take a quick break. We'll be back in just a moment.
Nigeria is a very important country in Africa, and it's important to show to Africa that democracy is something really important.
Democracy has come. It has come to stay.
We are going to have a very peaceful, fast, transparent, and free and fair election.
We have a good hope for Nigeria.
It's a matter of transparency.
We need to vote our future.
I'm voting. I have my card here already.
I'm sure this is going to be a success at the end of the day by the special grace of God.
Just advise everyone to take it easy, be calm. It's a game.
No violence.
When we embrace peace, all of us will enjoy. We will enjoy the dividends of democracy.
Nigeria is a very important country in Africa, and it's important to show.
I'm at Unit 6, Ward 4, Obanla in Akwa South, local government area of Ondo State.
This is polling Unit 18 at Ongwardania with the local government area, Kano South.
With the distribution of these sensitive materials to all the polling units in Anambra State.
This is Ward 10, Unit 3 of Ijan, in Going local government area of Ekiti South Central District.
Ward 8 in Calabar Municipality of Kwara State.
Election has commenced here in Lagos State.
In Herogana, in the local government.
Thanks a lot for staying tuned into the Nigeria Decide studio of the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. We're in Abuja here. I have Jesse John right beside me, Program Manager, Inclusive Friends Association. And of course, Jake Ekwele, CEO and Foundation, Barrister Esther Uzoma is still in the studio as well. We've been following this situation, and you just need to follow us. Now, we want to take a report on collation of ballots within the Federal Capital Territory. Ignatius Nko is standing by with that report.
Well, this is the final phase of the electoral process, and this is a very significant stage because this leads to the credibility of any electioneering process. Well, here in Wuse Zone 2 ward that has about the collation, counting of results have all taken place. And in fact, one or two of the units have already announced its results, the number of votes scored by each candidate here. And then, well, there are some dissenting voices. Some of the party agents, people who are representing their various political parties, are becoming uncomfortable. Well, this is because after the counting of the ballots, some of the party agents were insisting on being part of the calculation of the figures, which, well, according to the electoral officers, is not in tandem with the provisions of the electoral process. But then eventually, some of these party representatives had to, give way and allow the electoral officers to do their proper calculation. So far, I've seen quite a number of party agents here and election observers here, which is in line with the provisions of the Electoral Act, which also is to ensure credibility of the electoral process. And I have some of the party agents here that want to talk to us on the observation of the process, especially the collation and counting of the ballots. I have Paul here with me. He's one of the party agents. Paul, how will you describe this process, especially the collation stage?
Yeah, basically, it's wonderful turnout. People actually, they were able to come out to franchise their rights. A lot of them, they are wonderfully, actually, they conduct themselves very well. And also I want to say, basically, in terms of voting system or pattern democratically in Nigeria, some people will be happy about the outcomes of it, some people will not. But as you can see it here, there is some excitement in the life of some other people, while there are other people, they are objecting what actually transpired here. But everything went on well. Everything went on successfully. People conduct themselves very well. And by the grace of God, we are coming to the last lap of this general election 2019.
But in your own point of view, why do you think some of these people behind you are really not happy and trying to express grievance?
Yeah, as I've said, basically some people, they are happy about the outcome. Some people, they are not happy. They feel that their candidate is not actually winning. So other ones that they actually see their candidate are winning, they are very happy. So you can see there is always an expression towards this particular exercise.
Okay, thank you very much, Paul.
I appreciate you. Thank you. We thank God for helping us to come for the final conclusions of this general election, peacefully and transparently. We thank God for that.
All right. All right. I have one of my friends here too. Please, can you tell us how do you see this the collation of the results?
Thank you. It's very good. It's okay.
Okay. You like the process?
Yeah, I like it.
You saw the process. It was quite transparent.
Yes, sir. It's correct. I read. So I'm happy.
Okay. All right. Yeah, well, these are some of the party agents that actually observe the collation process. We still have another party agent here who is here to express his feeling about the process, especially the collation of results. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
How do you feel about the collation process of this vote?
It is well. We can't ask people. We cannot blame ourselves, you know. People try to come up to vote, and here is very peacefully. There is no problem around here. We did it very nice. How people came out for.
Okay. Well, that is actually the feelings of some of the people who observe this election here, especially the party agents who are major stakeholders in the electoral process. In this particular ward, which is on 2 polling units, they've almost concluded their collation and counting of results. As in other polling units, the collation and counting of votes are still ongoing. While the process were ongoing, we discovered some young Nigerians who have not gotten to the age of voting, who have really been here with keen interest. And that moved me. And I wanted to, one of them is young Umar. And I wanted to know why Umar is here. Umar, how are you?
I'm fine.
Well, Umar, you're not up to the voting age. And what are you doing here?
I'm here because I cannot wait to reach the vote time. I want to reach 18. I cannot wait. I'm eager, very, very eager.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the expression of young Umar indicates the level of political consciousness Nigerians are beginning to cultivate. If at this young age, Umar can't wait to get to 18 to start to decide who becomes his leader. I think it's very significant to know that Nigeria is actually evolving into a mature political system. That is the situation here.
Thank you very much, Ignatius Unko. We can see that young Shabe is ready, is eager to vote. We're still within the Federal Capital Territory. Let's join Doyin Dia now to give us a report on sorting and counting of ballots.
Sorting and counting going on here at Unit 020 at Area 11, Gariki, not too far away from the Nigerian Television Authority headquarters here in Area 11, just as it is in accordance with INEC regulations that voting should start at exactly 2 p.m. I have some of the agents here who witnessed the collation and sorting of the ballots that were casted by voters. I have one of them here. Can I know your name? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Abdul Qadir Abdurrahman.
You're an agent?
Yes, I'm an APC agent.
Okay, can you tell us your experience?
So far, so good. The election has been peacefully. The INEC conduct the election. It was transparent. The electorate come out early as possible, as 8 o'clock. They cast their vote, and most of the agents, most of the electorate waited for their vote, which was counted in their presence. Though the turnout was so low. That is what we witnessed in polling unit 020 in City Center Ward.
Okay, thank you so much. I also have another agent here standing by. Please, can we know your name?
Yeah, I'm Kerry from Plateau State. I'm an agent.
Okay, so far, what's your experience?
So far, so good. I enjoy this polling unit because the peaceful coordination of this very polling unit is very much more coordinated. And what I mean by coordinated, there is no violence, there is no crisis, there is no bloodshedding, and it was peacefully. The officers coordinate with us, and even though the electorates, most especially the youth corpus, they did it so smartly, and I like that.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, reports reaching us from our reporters from other parts of the Federal Capital Territory indicates that election has been so peaceful and well coordinated, just as we have presence of security agents here too at this ward, Unit 020 in Area 11, Gariki, Abuja. And of course, remember, this is the Federal Capital Territory. Unlike other states of the Federation where we have the gubernatorial elections taking place, that is not taking place here in the FCT. What we have is election into the area council development areas. And so far, it has been peaceful and well coordinated here, though we experienced low turnout of voters. But generally, those who responded to our question says they are pleased with the development so far.
Thank you very much, Doyin Dia. Now, still within the Federal Capital Territory, let's join Adebola Brookslyn Sunday, who is also ready to give us reports on sorting and collation or counting of ballots.
This is Garki Primary School, Julius Seni polling unit 005 with 2,918 registered voters. It has 6 voting points, and officials and other key players have to wait.
They have to wait till 2 o'clock. That's the procedure.
26, 27, 28.
And when it was time for sorting, collating, and counting, it took only a few minutes for the officials to tabulate and record the outcome. And in accordance with the provisions of the law, voters will have to wait for INEC to get the final results.
Thanks a lot, Adebola Brookslyn Sunday. Now, let's go away from the Federal Capital Territory to down southwest, where Femi Afari-Ogun is standing by to give us a report too on sorting and counting of ballots from that part. That reports subsequently. We're back to the studio where my guest is seated, and they've been doing a great job from Barrister Esther to Jack Epele and then John. JJ, that's my own. All right, coming to you now, JJ. we've gone across the country and we've seen that a lot of elderly people came out to participate in this election, and some of them said what really touched me, that they are out to decide the future of their children. This is not being replicated by our young guys out there, like we say.
Yes.
Does that bother you?
A lot, because why it bothers me is this. Most of the people today that we are complaining that are thugs, most of them are youths.
That's right.
So when you do not utilize the youth population, they would actually become a menace to the process.
That's right.
So one thing is to say, okay, we have a lot of initiatives right now that are ongoing, even like the Vote Not Fight campaign. But so much has to be done for those youths to understand their place. And I argue with some people, when the first message into a youth is, don't allow yourself to be used. Can we begin to change the narrative? I know idea is something that is a culture building. You build it one at a time. But can we begin to talk from a positive perspective rather than looking at the youth? Because most times the narrative is, let's talk to them so that they don't cause trouble. But I think there is also need for that positive narrative of you can actually take up the space and begin to make positive differences. Right now also I know that there has been a lot of consciousness arising from the youth population, and the beauty of every democracy is thriving in the recognition of the diversity. The youth is one huge segment of our population that we have. And when you talk about the vibrancy, the future is supposed to be a strength. But thank God that we are beginning to have the consciousness rising. But so much has to be done. Because if you do not get these people to do the right thing, they are going to be tools. And today, what we're experiencing today is because we have some people who are very agile, full of life and spirit, and they are now used.
We are supposed to leverage on that, and we will continue on that note. But for now, let's quickly join Rose Gia in Mina, Niger State, for update from Niger State. All right, we apologize for the lack of audio from our Mina network center. We'll fix that and we'll get them back for you and try to get an update from that. I think it's quite necessary. Back to the studio. Barrister Esther. Okay, you're going to land on your points.
That's
his constituency, right?
And I would say it's interesting because for the first time, why this election is probably described or conversation are upgoing that it is not probably the elections that we wanted or that we even deserve as a country. It's first because of the consciousness that is rising. And we have actually moved in terms of youth engagement. Conversations that before now were not held, questions that youth cannot ask, we are beginning to see youth asking those questions.
That's on the social media.
Yeah, so
why not go to the
not just in the social media. Now, for instance, even in the political parties. For instance, one of the major problems that we have, for instance, the passage of the Not Too Young to Run Act, which opened like a floodgate, we have a problem. They have established some of those already. How are these political parties? Do we have internal democracy? What are the processes? We are yet to see a clear political party that gives room for a clear, direct primaries. Now, you know that if at that level you're taken out, and the two major political parties, there is no gateway for these young people, it is difficult to do anything.
You see my problem with that argument? I'm a student of power. Yeah. And one thing, the basic thing about power is that power begets power. Yeah. Power makes itself more powerful. Power seeks its own omnipotence. Power reproduces in accordance to its likeness. The political parties will not make it easier for the youths. Nobody will legislate themselves to a disadvantage. They will not do that. And that is also the problem we're having with affirmative action, but that's another conversation. You see, let's think about the people who ruled this country before. They were in their 30s. Yeah, just think about it. You see, for the Nigerian youth, INEC says about 51% of registered persons are young people, 51 or 41. Until that mass action, you see, mass action, you see, one of the things that is emerging from these elections is that it doesn't matter the party you are in if the people support you. Mass action is critical. I agree we are making inroads. At least we are talking about it. We're having that conversation. I was in the Kenenamani Committee for Electoral Reforms. Everywhere we went across the country, the not too young to run people came there with their bills, with their placards, insisting that it should be part of the constitutional amendment. Everywhere we went, they were there. Young people, you see. So until we stop exporting young people as stocks from Akwa Ibom, from Edo to Akwa Ibom, until we stop exporting young people as prostitutes from Nigeria to the streets of Europe, until it is to the advantage of the political class that Nigerian is disoriented. They are not interested in making you know what is happening. Truly, they are not. Because once you are kept in perpetual ignorance, they are kept in perpetual power. And that is the philosophy of power everywhere. Power seeks in Haba. You mean power will make you powerful to come and take power from power?
So they have to just look for
mass action is critical.
Okay, Barrister Esther is so passionate with this project Nigeria. Now, we have this young population, the strength of a young population, but then these young people are not leveraging on it.
Yes.
And then we are supposed to have a transition in the political class. That obviously is not coming as it were. So are you not worried, Jake Epele, about the vacuum that is apparently coming?
I'm a lover of young people, but here's what I'm perceiving.
Okay.
We have a crop of people who wants position without a purpose. We have a young, very determined group of people who are also learning from these same corrupt old brigades that all they wanted is to have the resources that power can produce and not willing to serve the people.
The niceties.
The truth is, it is purpose that defines position and not the other way around.
That's right.
The problem with the Nigerian youth is they need to understand that leadership and the quest to occupy an office is a calling. It is not for you to go there and I have a cousin young man I brought in to work for me, and all he wanted was, all this project money are here, and you're telling me you don't have money. I just came back from medication. I refuse, and I say it here on the public television, I refuse to take money from my organization to go and take care of myself. People were saying to me, you're a fool, you will die. I didn't die. There are Nigerians who God touched their heart, and they saw that I wanted to run on a pathway of integrity. Few people gave me money to go and take care of myself. So you see, we need to teach this generation that integrity pays. We need to teach them. Many of them, once the office, I can guarantee you they will get in there and do the same thing that this crop of politicians are doing.
But there's a problem.
Reinvention of leadership.
Yeah. You see, the Nigerian youth, there's so much information flowing in. All right? that information flowing in, some of them is calculated to miseducate the youth.
All right.
You know, they watch James Bond and they want to be like James Bond. Young people, look at the pre-nursery students who told them about Ben 10. But every child knows about Ben 10. Every child is focused on Cartoon Network. Subliminal languages. Subliminal. That is why the Broadcasting Corporation is doing a great job. Kids shouldn't see everything. Subliminal languages, you know, mold. People want to become what they see. And you find the Nigerian you want to be like the American gangster that they show also is smoking weed, pants drawn down, have $1 million, have $1 million. All the songs they hear is always about women and dollar, and you understand. And so they grow up not having a sense of nationhood. Who teaches that? It is having a sense of, look at that young man saying, I want to vote, I want to vote. It's not every young people or young person that is waiting for a time when they will vote. Because of what they are watching. Whoever controls the images controls our self-esteem. We want to become what we watch. So that is the tragedy of the Nigerian youth. The very few that you see that escape that quagmire, you see, are the ones who will now, like our friend here, JJ, talking about nationhood. But I'm telling you, the ones we also saw being exported from Edo, they're also in his age group. So they were exported from Edo to Akwa Ibom to go and do Togre. They are not even aware. So what are they watching? What is the child watching? The child cannot be interested in cartoon all day and suddenly grows up to seek nationalism. I want to do Big Ben 10 now. Flip your hand, phone will appear. Yes. Those are subliminal languages.
Yeah, you know, gentlemen, see, to get a man to derail from his vision, simple, distorts his image.
Very well. Very important.
So, you know, it just goes back. It goes back.
He wants to defend his constitution.
No. It goes back to what I established earlier, which was the political consciousness that needs to be cultured. We just can't wake up one day and we expect things to change. Just like the democracy too is a process right now that we're evolving. We have, uninterrupted 19, 20 years, but the processes are still evolving. Not democratic. But it's a process. And that is why I earlier said that there is need for a real work in terms of raising that consciousness in the minds of the youth. Because to talk about 10 years after now, 15 years after now, we won't have those people right now that are taking over or that are ruling, having them that relevant in the system. So that very new phase that we want to see, it can't happen. But if these people do not understand, yes. And the good thing is, it has begun. Okay, we hope that will manifest. But we need to rejoin Mina now, where Rose Gia is standing by to give us update from Niger State. Rose, are you ready for us now?
We are ready. Municipal. We are ready. Municipal. We are ready. Thank you, Municipal. Welcome to Mina Studios of Nigeria Decides. As it is now, elections have held in the 4,950 polling units across the 25 local government areas of Niger State. Sorting, collation, and counting of ballots are ongoing. It is interesting to know that 31 candidates, including 2 females, contested the governorship seat, while 371 candidates from 27 political parties contested the 27 seats at the State House of Assembly. In the studio to x-ray the elections are the gentleman, the INEC Resident Electoral Commissioner in Niger State, Professor Samuel Egu, to my right, and on my left is Mrs. Miruman. She is a barrister at law. But before we x-ray the conduct of the elections in Niger State, we want to link up with our reporters on the field. Let's link up with Kwantagora, where Governor Abubakar Sani Bello cast his ballot and commended the electorate and the state for maturity exhibited. Former head of state, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, sued for peace after declaring the results later. He cast his ballot at the Hilltop Water Tank voting center, Mina.
We are presently at the uphill water tank polling unit, which has 1,679 registered voters. And presently, sorting of ballot papers are ongoing at the moment now. But before then, earlier in the day, former military head of state, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, was among those that came to exercise his civic responsibility alongside his family members. And this was what he had to say to politicians participating in the process.
So far, so good. I have seen that we are maintaining peace and order. We should continue. And also, when the result is announced, we should please accept. And also, we should, in celebrating the victory, we should take lesson for the presidential victory celebration where people lost their lives. And also the people who lost in their mourning, they should also take it as one of those expected results in the election. Not all are not winners, some lose, some win.
And yes, that was General Abdulsalami Abubakar giving his own advice to the electorate. Over to you now, studio.
Thank you, Dauda. Jones Ajayi, also from Bida, reports that elections were peaceful.
6:30 in the morning, the INEC ad hoc staff were seen leaving the premises of Government College Bida, where they collected their electoral materials to their various polling units. The electoral officer Bida local government area, Mohammed Rabi Yakubu, said the sensitive and non-sensitive materials were received promptly, hence the early dispatch. Bida local government has 14 registration areas, 159 polling units, and 2 state House of Assembly constituencies. The INEC ad hoc staff were seen ready and waiting for 8 o'clock to commence the voting process, while the electorate were on queue, waiting for the appointed time to vote. The presiding officers who spoke to NTA News from various polling units said the card readers were performing optimally, while the electorate were also orderly. NTA News, however, observed that while some of the polling units were crowded, others witnessed low turnout compared to the presidential and National Assembly election held 2 weeks ago. The situation was generally peaceful as the electorate were seen taking their turns to get accredited and subsequently cast their ballots. The governorship candidate of the Action Democratic Party ADP, Isa Kawu, and the deputy governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Mohammed Kudu Ndayako, both commended the conduct of the election.
Well, like the last one, it's been smooth and quick, but I've been told that there are some problems in a few polling stations. The turnout is not as much as it was during the presidential election, but people are still coming out.
Former Minister of Information, Professor Jerry Ghana, was at his country home, Busu, in Navo local government area, to cast his ballot at the Busu ward.
Been peaceful, orderly, and impressive in terms of the turnout.
NTA News noticed that the restriction of movement within Bida Township was slack, but was strictly adhered to at the toll gate as articulated vehicles were denied entrance to Bida. Jones Ajayi, NTA News.
Thank you very much, Jones, for that contribution. Back to the studio now, we have the INEC Resident Electoral Commissioner, Professor Samuel Egu, who has crisscrossed parts of Niger State today to see things for himself. We want to have your general assessment of what you made of ground.
Yeah, thank you, Rose. I think what happened today essentially was a demonstration by the people of Niger that they have become very mature in terms of the culture of peaceful election. They demonstrated that 2 Saturdays ago, and today was a tremendous improvement on that. Because of the logistics we put in place, I went out as early as 7, and I'm happy to report that throughout metropolitan Minna, our polling units opened, and the INEC officials and materials waited for voters, which was a complete reversal of what happened 2 weeks ago. But more importantly, in all the units that I touched in Minna, and also in Shiroro, particularly Kuta and Shiroro town, we didn't have any incident of smart card malfunctioning, although reports came from some distant local governments, 1 or 2 that were quickly resolved. We also saw voter fatigue in terms of the number of people that came out today. But by and large, our polling units opened early, voting commenced very early, and the kind of tension associated with delay, we didn't find it today. And I must also say that I will give a pass mark to the people of Niger State, because that is a collective assessment that I've arrived at after we toured Minna and Shiroro today in company of the police commissioner and all the leaders of the security community in Niger. And I think this is a very big statement about the commitment to the values of democracy. As you rightly pointed out, sorting, announcement and counting, they are all going on, and we are waiting for that. But more importantly, we have also had some useful discussions about the need for maximum security for the rack centers where the collation will take place. And I'm happy to report that the security community in Niger is quite alert to this responsibility. And I'm happy also to report that the commendation of youth corpers was overwhelming, because I took time to talk to voters on the queue. I took time to ask them questions about the comparison they have of what happened today and what happened 2 Saturdays ago. And all of them were unanimous in concluding that in terms of the functionality of the smart card readers, in terms of the ability or capacity of the corpers, to handle them, things went fine. And also, the people we deployed to attend to smart card readers that had problems did very well. And all of this is linked to the implementation of the INEC plan, that from yesterday, we moved into the rack centers early and conduct refresher training. I saw the result of that manifested in their performance today, and it is to the credit of democracy and the exemplary conduct of the people of Niger that we had the kind of experience we had today.
Okay, I want to take you on the voter apathy.
Yeah.
What do you think is responsible? Because the governorship election and the House of Assembly election are both grassroots elections where people are expected to really be enthusiastic to come out. What do you think is responsible for the voter apathy?
Well, it is difficult to suggest one single factor that can account for voter apathy. But in terms of the 2019 elections, you will agree with me that practically speaking, today was like the 3rd election, because everybody came out in the first election that was postponed. They came out 2 Saturdays ago, and so fatigue has set in. But that will not be the only factor to explain why there's voter apathy. I think there are also issues of people's memory about the way democracy has performed in the last 20 years. And I'm referring to what have been the concrete deliveries of democracy to the people. Because what excites people is not the ritual of going out every 4 years. It is the ability of democracy to put bread and butter on their table that makes democracy meaningful in survival. So I think, and this is not about Niger alone, you know, it's a very big issue across the country. And I think as we are getting our procedural democracy right, let us begin to think of deepening governance and deepening democracy so that people who vote on 4-year basis can see something concrete coming out of that. Then they will be excited, whether it is in the sun or in the rain, whether they are called upon to vote 5 times in a week, they will come out and demonstrate that civic responsibility. So there's a link, I think, between voter turnout and what they perceive to be the delivery capacity of our democratic system.
I want to take Barrister Meruman on the same issue. What do you think is responsible for the low turnout of voters today?
Well, thank you.
They are grassroots elections.
Well, I think I will very much align myself with what the Commissioner has said here. I think it's probably what one will say, the disappointment, you know, on the part of the electorate. Like he said, is it about voting? Does my vote really count? Do they really take cognizance of what is of concern to me as a citizen of this country? And I think probably to a large extent, some others will say they are disappointed. And as such, what does it matter if I vote or if I don't vote? I think some of this count to why people refuse to come out, you know, in large numbers to vote this time around. That's what I think. Even though one would want to see them, but why was it different during the presidential? Well, I think there was so much anxiety being the first one, you know, and then being the presidential election. Now it is coming down to the nitty-gritties, what affects you directly now as your state. So you feel that, well, you should have a stake there. But perhaps for me, if you ask me, I think it's the fact that people are not really encouraged with what they see as dividends of democracy, and perhaps it's responsible for this tone. One of the reasons for the poor turnout.
Thank you very much. INEC Rec, I want to ask, we have 4,000 IDPs in Niger State, located in Pandogari and Kagara. What is their fate as it concerns this election?
In both the presidential / National Assembly election and the governorship and state assembly election today, we were able to provide opportunity for those people displaced from a total of 11 polling units. They voted in Kagara primary school and they voted in Pandogari. And we had to do a stakeholders meeting for all the people concerned to arrive at consensus for IDP voting. Even though we were not part of the IDP voting arrangement from the beginning, once we were faced with that situation of banditry, we consulted INEC headquarters and they said, since there's a framework there, we can use the framework, and that's what we did. So they voted today, and they are very happy.
Time is not our friend, but there's this particular question I want you to respond to. We understand a candidate vying for a seat at the State House of Assembly died few hours to elections today. Can you confirm that? Yeah, news came to us about this time yesterday that Adamu Musa of Advanced Congress of Democrats died in an accident, and we got in touch with both his party and headquarters to say, even in the case of, in the face of this death, are you prepared to continue with the election? And if you are prepared, can you give us a substitute? And they did that very promptly. And so we didn't have to postpone election for that constituency today. So it is true, it is no more rumor, it happens. Adamu Musa has been replaced by Abubakar Musa of ACD. That's interesting. Just before we close, we wanted to assess women participation in politics.
Well, I think for Niger State, if you ask me, I would actually say it's quite impressive. Even though the turnout is poor, but a lot of women came out, particularly in my polling unit, Tudunwada. I think a lot of women came out. It's encouraging. They are very patriotic, and they are, you know, they really want to exercise their franchise, and which they did. The turnout of women, honestly, in Niger State, I think it's not bad.
Thank you very much. Professor Samuel, thank you, Barrister.
Yeah, thank you, Rose, after waiting for so long.
And that will be it. Municipal from Mina, we return back to the studios in Abuja as we await collation and counting of ballots.
All right.
Nigeria is a very important country in Africa, and it's important to show to Africa that democracy is something really important.
Democracy has come. It has come to stay.
We are going to have a very peaceful, fast, transparent, and free and fair election.
We have a good hope for Nigeria.
It's a matter of transparency.
We need to vote our future.
I'm voting. I have my card here already.
I'm sure this is going to be a success at the end of the day by the special grace of God.
Just advise everyone to take it easy, be calm. It's a game.
No violence.
When we embrace peace, all of us will enjoy. We will enjoy the dividends of democracy.
I'm at Unit 6, Ward 4, Obanla in Akwa South, local government area of Ondo State.
This is polling Unit 18 at Ungwardania with the local government area, Kano South.
With the distribution of these sensitive materials to all the polling units in Anambra State.
This is Ward 10, Unit 3 of Ijan, in Going local government area of Ekiti South Central District.
Ward 8 in Calabar Municipality of Kwara State.
Election has commenced here in Lagos State.
In Herogana, in the local government.
Thank you for being with us on Nigeria Decides on the Nigerian Television Authority. We just returned from Mina, Niger State, where Rose Gia took us through the happenings in that state. We've been following this situation, and of course, you just have to follow us to get all the update from across the country. Our website is www.nta.ng, and Twitter, follow us on twitter.com/NTA News Now. Facebook, facebook.com, NTA Network News. And if you have any inquiry to give to us, observations, direct them to us via email address enquiries@nta.ng. Now, let's quickly join Ifoma who is standing by to join us from the northeast.
Set and all ready, but while we are expecting the result to start rolling in, I have with me here the Resident Electoral Commissioner Akwa Ibom, Mike Ikini. He's going to give us his impression of the exercise today. So, what's the election like in Akwa Ibom State?
Thank you. We started this process this month. My very first impression has been the performance of the Commission this month, when we were sure that 2 hours before the opening of the poll, as you all witnessed, we were already at the various polling units. So that was quite good and very excellent. And subsequently, we've also been following, getting reports of how, with respect to the opening of the poll, went across the state. In the afternoon, because other reports about development in various places, and some also advance report that we are getting. We don't have the full reports here. We are getting some of this report. And so we are right here in our new facility for the Governorship Collation Center, which of course we'll be using since the upper start of the presidential and national assembly election. So it is the center, and at the moment, activities are going on in the various wards where collation is going on, and the various state collation center, across the state. We have 26 state constituencies, and of course we have the outstanding federal constituency of Oro and Udungu federal constituency. And of course, finally, the whole governorship collation will take place here. So right here we are in the office taking reports, monitoring what is going on, and looking forward to seeing the collation officer or back to the state for that exercise.
Okay, sir. Talking about reports, we have gotten information from some local government areas that have recorded violent activities. What will happen in such areas?
Well, the rule of the commission is very clear, and over and again, we've been reading that to everybody that contestants in election, politicians cannot be allowed to force a fait accompli on the commission by deliberately going out to resist deployment of men and material by way of obstruction, which we consider as an adverse factor. And of course, the required response, as we have told the pool official, is to do the needful in respect of that. Mental variables need proceed and complete the process. If, as we have also heard now, in the same notorious local government, in the last election, where the use of cardiac again had been resisted, of course, that's an adverse behavior, and what we normally do in terms of required response is to enter zero. So wherever the corridor is resisted, not allowed to be used, or where men and materials are not allowed to enter a community by the action of this community, of course, the rule is very clear. So that's what we're looking forward to getting all of that back to state, but at least all the returns with respect to the 26th state constituency will be declared at those state constituency centers.
Okay, sir. Considering the fire incident at Ibesipo and Sultan Island office, what's the situation like in that area?
I'm sure most of the media in Ogun State the place today, and we demonstrated capacity to respond to situations like that. I've already been telling people that INEC has what we call both rational and emergent. Whenever there's a problem, we have the capacity to respond. Within yesterday, when that 14% court, for 12 minutes, we had reproduced the entire register for that location. Similar and more important is the fact that wherever 198 corridors were bound, we from the reserve, we have here, and also from the neighboring state, we were able to configure 198 corridor, and in addition to almost 100 extra corridors. So we responded very well. And of course, don't forget that the fire incident did not affect the ballot papers as well as the leadership that were still kept at the CBN at the time the fire incident occurred. So that was why today we were able to mobilize since yesterday with other 30 local governments. So the 31 local government of Akwa Ibom State, we are all out today in the entire 2,900 polling unit plus our 1,353, making a total of 4,353 voting points where the SSI went on today. So we are waiting for the various outcomes in the various state constituency, and of course, this is going to be the grand finale where we are going to have the governorship collation event.
When are we expecting that to start?
As soon as it starts coming, of course, we will do that, because the returning officer, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, Professor Faraday Robinson, has been on ground. So we are waiting for them to come. All of us will be here to go through that letters.
Before we round up, would you give us the situation for the security situation in Akwa Ibom State generally?
Well, before the election, there was all kinds of apocalyptic projections with respect to the security situation here. From what we are getting, I think I'd rather want to wait because we have.
All right, from Ifoma there, an interview session with INEC official. We apologize actually for that poor audio. And now from southeast, we're going to southwest, particularly Oyo State, where Femi Afariogun is standing by in Iwo, precisely to give us updates on sorting and counting of ballots.
This is Baptist High School, Kidibo, Iwo, inside this particular school, we have 3 polling booths, and sorting as counting has finished at all the 3 booths here in this school. I have with me a party agent who was involved in the process. Can you tell us what has been the process here so far?
Well, the process here is going on smoothly. No problem as we started since morning. So everything has been going on well.
So how will you rate INEC?
The INEC, they have done well. They have done well. They did well because this time around, nobody is playing us. They did what they're supposed to do. And we are very okay with them.
Thank you very much. What I also observe here is at a particular booth here where we have 471 registered voters, only 132 votes were cast. And I hand over back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks a lot, Femi Afariogun Eniwo, Oyo State. Now let's go to Anambra. The process is also on. It's sorting and counting. Let's get update from there. All right, we'll bring that report subsequently as we move on. And now coming back to the studio, I have Barrister Esther still seated here, loaded with a lot. She has a book here. That's laws governing elections in Nigeria. She's going to tell us about some things, some gray areas that we need to clear on this program. And I see have JJ, that's simple for me, and Mr. Jake Ekwele. All right, let's come to your constituency, Mr. Ekwele. You participated and you encountered this challenge. By the way, Mr. Ekwele is also convener of disability inclusion. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. From the feelers you got across the country, what has been the experience of the people living with disability?
Well, seated here, I'm getting reports from Osho, from especially where we have office. We're on ground in Osho, we're on ground in Ekiti. And I'm getting reports from the observers we deployed. The same thing that we're experiencing here is the same thing that they're experiencing there. You know, voter apathy, the people are not coming out to vote. There are no electoral material that relates to our community, like deployment of magnifiers. I don't want even to talk about total voting system. It's a mirage, you know, and all that, you know. And this is very worrisome because we got INEC to emphatically say that these materials were available. And I believe it's possible they were available, but why is it that they were not deployed?
Okay, I'm aware that INEC also made arrangements to allow people living with
disability,
particularly visually impaired.
Priority voting.
Okay, priority
they
voting.
did.
What about that?
They did. A couple of places we went and we interacted with people. They did. They got that. As a matter of fact, in one polling unit where a person with albinism was standing in the sun, in the hot sun, as soon as I went and told the PO about the fact that, he said, "Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. Let him come straight to the front." And I was there when she voted and left, you know. So it's just, take for instance, the issue of access, you know. The chairman, in most of the interactions we had with him, we came to a conclusion for a simple process that doesn't take money to implement. If the ballot boxes are in places where across the gutter, agree within the party agent, move the ballot box to where the person...
Accessible place.
Exactly. And then take it back to where it was. The first issue was, oh, well, I don't want them to feel that somebody is going to snatch a ballot box. And I said to him, let the party agent collectively agree that this is being done to intervene for this vulnerable, underserved individual. You know, once that agreement is there, Nigerians are kind-hearted people. Once everybody knows that this is the purpose, they will adhere to it, you know. So it's unfortunate, and I think the major problem, I keep going back to this issue of data. Data was transmitted to INEC. I think the chairman needs to probably, after this, in their postmortem, find out why that data was not used. One of the national commissioners, and I won't want to mention them, is also surprised that her department actually used some of the material. Why is it that other departments did not use it? Something is wrong somewhere, and we have to address it in order to fix it. Otherwise, we'll be like an insane person who keeps throwing bottle up and putting his head and thinking that it will not break his head.
You've reported this situation to INEC.
Yes.
What did you get?
This afternoon, I was in the situation room. I chatted. Incidentally, they are very friendly people. Most of them, including the chairman, takes calls from common people. They are very friendly. They are eager to implement. But let me also be very honest with you, and I say it here. INEC is one institution that have shown commitment to inclusion. I don't think any institution in this country can equal them.
NTA can do that.
All right.
I agree.
All right.
I agree. Well, unknown to you, your current DG was one of the persons who encouraged me to start the foundation.
There you say.
Yeah, that is true.
Kudos to NTA.
Yeah, it's on record. And let me also say that I won't be what I am today without God and NTA.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Providing
much.
the platform.
So you've been inclusive.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I'll make a comment regarding that. From the last presidential election, we recorded about 53% of the polling units. They were actually located on flat surfaces. Unlike what we saw.
Platforms.
Yeah, unlike what we saw during the off-cycle seasons. And even today, we had cases where some of the ballot boxes and cubicles were still on top of the corridors, but in fewer cases, they were brought down for persons with disabilities to cast their votes. I have some records, some pictures, even from Plateau State, even where Grace Jerry voted. The voting cubicle and the ballot box was brought down to her level to cast her vote. So INEC has progressed from where we were regarding where and what ballot box are actually placed and ballot voting cubicles. So the process is improving in that regard, yeah. It's all right. Okay, we hope and expect more improvements as we go on with this democratic rule. Now, Barrister Esther Uzoma came in with reports on vote buying, violence, lack of interest by electorate. Now, let's take them one by one. We are coming to voter trading now, and with your books here, I want us to see, what does the law say about vote trading?
Yes, the law prohibits vote trading. Generally, the architecture of elections prohibits certain conducts, both for officials of INEC and then also for citizens. For officials of INEC, Section 123 of the Act prohibits dereliction of duty. Remember when Chairman was briefing us, he was complaining about persons, officials who were complicit, of this offense. They had materials, they had resources, they just simply decided not to deploy. So eventually, he also told us about maybe some arrests they made that now propelled others to participate, in the February 23rd. So for the part of INEC, dereliction of duty, Section 123, it's an offense, punishment by imprisonment or payment of fine.
Okay, we'll continue with this lecture.
All right,
trust
fantastic.
me. Okay, let's quickly go to Benin, where Ogo Chukwukaona is waiting to give us some update from the South. All right, Ogo Chukwuka, you're on. Can you update us from the South?
Yes, thank you very much. We are much ready here. voting has ended, and sorting and collation already going on. And we have here in the studio the State Director of the NOA, that is National Orientation Agency, Grace Ewere-Seka. But before we get to her to talk about the major problem of the day, which was a low turnout of voters, let's take some reports from our team of reporters who are still in the field, monitoring, collation, and counting in polling centers. Let's hear from Odiro Arutere in Warri and Austin Edemodu in Anambra Northeast local government area of Delta State.
Counting is ongoing right here in Ward 6, Unit 6 and 7, Kavajina Primary School, Warri.
This is Ward 13, Unit 6, 7, 8, here in Ubodu, in Anambra North local government area, where counting is ongoing behind me over there. And it has been a peaceful and orderly exercise here. I have with me one of the voters who has something to say about the process so far. Tell us, sir, how would you describe the election here in Ubodu?
It's peaceful. We have no problem, and the community has been very peaceful from time. So as you can see now, we are.
Right, you heard from him, it has been a peaceful exercise. So counting continues here in this particular unit, and we expect collation to happen at local government level. That is the situation here in Ubodu, in Anambra North local government area.
Ogboro Arutere there and Austin Edemodu from Delta State. And now in Edo State, sorting and counting at wards and units are winding down already as results from some polling units in Ego and Oedo local government areas have been moved to the collation centers. Ivie Mori was at the centers in Ego and Oedo. Ivie, what's the situation there?
This is Egose Grammar School in Ego local government area of Edo State. Behind me is the Collation Center, where all results across Ego constituency will be brought to. Now, inside most locations, most schools, most polling units, and wards where the election held, they have brought the results here, and then they are waiting for all of them to be complete before collation starts. Let's go and see what they have in there. Well, as expected, sorting is over. The results have arrived at this collation center. INEC officials, they are trying to register and put things together before other results come. As it comes, we will definitely keep you updated. While Ego is already having results from 6 wards in the local government, the case here at Oedo local government is totally different. Not even one ward or even results from any polling unit is here. So what do you think is responsible for the delay?
You know, Oedo is very large. Each ward will have about 38 or approximately 40 polling units. So before they collate all these ones at the ward level, it takes a lot of time and it's quite cumbersome.
All results from Oedo West and Oedo East constituency will be sorted out here, and then the winner will be announced.
All right, thank you very much, Ivie, from the institution at Oedo and Ego. And now Obehi Otoba Precise reports from Uwonde local government area that expectedly counting commenced after voting ended.
The second phase of the election process has started in Ilobe Primary School, Ward 8, Unit 3. After a successful accreditation and voting process, they have started the collation of votes. I am presently with one of the eligible voters that voted here, and he will tell us how the process went so far.
Yeah, I voted this morning at about 8:45 a.m. The turnout was actually quite poor, I guess as a result of maybe voter apathy, but it was generally peaceful, and we are currently counting, and we believe very strongly that the legislative houses would form a bedrock of our democracy, and we are hoping that in the near future there will be higher turnout for legislative elections.
It's peaceful, it's calm. By your own observation, there is no, I don't think you have seen a policeman or any forced person here. But I think what you have observed, that we have also observed here, is that you have disciplined voters.
28, 29.
Under the watchful eyes of party agents and eligible voters, the process of the collation of votes is ongoing in Guber Primary School, Ward 8, Unit 2. How is the process going?
Well, we started as early as 7 o'clock in the morning. The INEC officials were right on time, and accreditation of voters and voting started immediately. It has been ongoing peacefully. It ended quite early, but they had to wait till 2 o'clock until the legal hour for the voting to conclude.
We have over 1,000 eligible voters registered here to cast their ballot. I've been round most of the polling units in Hude local government area, although the turnout has not been so impressive, but the process has been generally peaceful and well conducted. It's back to you in the studio.
All right, and also from Ile-Oluji, Ukeibo local government area of Ondo State, Olubukola Aduo reports that collation and sorting have since commenced. Also, Doris Olumoko in our local government area of Ondo State, attention has shifted from polling units to the collection centers. Doris, I will now hear from Doris at this point.
Thank you very much. In Owo, attention has shifted from polling units to various collation centers. We are now at Government Primary School Owo, which is the collation center for about 27 polling units. We have most of the presiding officers who are here bringing in collected results from their various polling units. And I have with me the collation officer here for some of the wards who will tell us the business so far.
I'm working as a collation officer. So what I'm doing is I'm collecting results from the different polling units, and I'll collect at what level, then take it back to the local governments for collation.
Results are coming in the next 1 or 2 hours. We should be doing that.
Everything here at the Government Primary School Owo is going on smoothly in terms of the collation of results. From this ward collation center, the activities will now shift to Mapo Hall in Owo, which is the local government collation center. I will continue to track this and keep you up on speed as events unfold here. For now, it's back to you.
Doris Olumoko in Ondo State. All right, I earlier introduced guests today. Grace Ewe Eseka, Director, National Orientation Agency, Edo State. Welcome. So I was monitoring. You were on the field?
Yes. I was actually within Uredu local government area.
Okay, so how was it?
It was very peaceful. Most electors conducted themselves very well and all that. And INEC officials came very early, and the materials were adequate.
All right,
so everything was very, very peaceful. The only challenge we saw was that the turnout was really very low for some places.
Not impressive.
Not impressive as it used to be. You know, I went to Georgida Primary School. That used to be very large, you know, with very high number of voters, but it was scanty. Well, in most cases, voters just come in and after voting, they leave. That idea of staying for the result to be counted was no longer there. They just come and leave. Another place where the turnout was somehow impressive was Emokpai Primary School. It was impressive there.
What about the Ministry of Education, which has over 20 polling units there? Were you there?
No, some of my colleagues went there. I went to Greater Tomorrow Secondary School, Ebenezer Secondary School, Hagwere Primary School.
Okay, so generally you had your men also monitoring. Yes. So what they found out in different polling units, for instance, what was the outcome?
The outcome was the same.
The same.
The same.
So how would you?
Peaceful.
Okay, but talking about the low turnout of voters, yes. What would we attribute it to after the Enlightenment, exercisation campaigns embarked upon by NOAA, INEC, and even some political parties? And does it mean that there was not enough, you know?
Publicity also?
Yes.
No, there was enough publicity. The 1 or 2, 3 people I actually interviewed said, you know, that they don't think the election was as important as the first one. I said, no, it shouldn't have been like that, you know. And because the governor is not voting, the Edo State is not, the governorship election is not in Edo State, you know, it also told
was a factor.
Yes, it's a factor on the number of those who turned out.
Okay, but taking it away from Edo State, we had other reports from almost all the states in the country, you know, the turnout wasn't as expected. Yeah. So, generally speaking, what would have been the problem? Because we had governorship elections in those
states. Yes.
So, and it's the same story. So, what would have been the factor?
That
yes, what would have
manifested the low turnout of voters. Well, now one of the things I think would have been it's always like that. When the presidential election has been done, you know, has been carried out, people will think any other
elections don't matter.
Does not actually matter.
And this is actually grassroots.
This is the election for grassroots, because those the members of the House of Assembly are going to represent us, you know. So I have been actually talking to them. Even we had to start, you know, talking to those who open their stores, you know, to to go and vote before coming back to their stores. And one Igbo woman actually obliged, you know, and one lady I saw frying akara came to actually vote, you know, and they said they were thinking it was not that important. And I said, no, it is as important as any other election, because these are the people that are going to, they are the grassroots, they are the ones representing you. They are closest to you, you know. So they are the ones that are going to carry whatever your petitions are, whatever your demands are, they will carry it and deliberate, you know, in the House, you know, for it to be passed.
So would you agree that your agency has a lot to do in subsequent elections? Well, if somebody is saying, well, I don't think an election of this magnitude is minute, I mean, does it mean there is a lot of work?
You know, as our National Electoral Agency, our role is actually to sensitize the people. You know, it's their consciousness we are sensitizing, actually, you know. Using persuasive methods. We don't use force.
Yes.
Using persuasive methods.
Meet
you know,
them in their language they understand.
Yes, in language they understand. And continuously, you know, for them to actually abide. Okay. And so I think, we will do more.
Yes, not only waiting only when elections...
No. We are not going to rely on that. We are going to do the continuous thing. And we're not going to relent until, you know, the least person understands what we were actually saying.
Meeting them in a language they understand. Yeah. All right, so generally, would you say the process so far has been very good? Very good.
I want to give kudos to INEC and to the security agencies. They were all there. You know, most of the places I actually observed, you know, they were 3 in each unit. So that was huge. I was also a participant observer. I voted, you know, so it was good. This time around, it was perfect.
Okay, so do you think there are areas we need improvement? Just like a word of advice to other key players, INEC, security. What about security? Was it enough this time around?
Yeah, security was enough this time around. It was enough. It was enough. In the places I visited, it was enough. And my field officers also said the same thing, that security, they were there. Actually, the police and immigration, they were all there.
Immigration or security and civil defense?
Civil defense was there also. Then road safety, they were at the ring road. They were at the ring road, and the army, they were there. And that is the report all over the states, that the security was adequate. And INEC officials, they played their role just as. But one thing I actually told them to do was this idea of folding the ballot papers.
Okay, to avoid vote.
Yes, to avoid because the incidence of voided votes. You know, we are actually participated in helping them to vote. You know, some of them that were where I voted.
Okay, so we're not going to experience, you know, in the presidential and national assembly elections, it was
huge.
Yes, huge.
In this election that we did now, I don't think the rate of incident of voided votes will be high. I don't think it will be high. It will be very, very low.
All right. Thank you very much, Ma. Grace Ewereseka, Director, National Orientation Agency, Edo State. All right. Earlier in the day, the National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Adams Oshomole, commended the process and said it was good so far.
Okay, even if you can't sit, I will send it to you. Yeah, press down. If it is really like an This one. This one, Mike. This one, Mike.
Many people did well. They came here everywhere around this area. I understand they decided exactly at 8 o'clock, which is very, very commendable because, you know, last time they were a little slow, but this time they came on time. But on the whole, from what I hear, I think INEC has made what I can call perfect arrangement. If anything goes wrong, it will be at the level of security, because it is only when there's no security that these bad boys can try to distort the will of the people. But I'm very grateful.
Adams Oshomole, APC National Chairman there, commending INEC and Nigerians generally for being orderly. All right, we still have the NOA Director in the house, and just by way of closing. So now, collation, then announcement of results. We are expecting the announcement of results. So is NOAA participating? Are you going to monitor this, especially the collation this night, yes, and the subsequently announcement of results, you know, post-election violence and all that? So does NOAA have, does it have a role to play in this?
Yes, we are actually appealing to the consciousness of the people not to accept the result the way, you know, it has been collated and all that, and the announcement by INEC that they shall allow peace to reign in the state, just as we are known to be peaceful people. So that after the election, that we should continue to be peaceful, and we'll continue to do our work. We will not relent. We will not be armchair officers. We continue to go out to mobilize people and to their sensitization. We'll carry out the sensitization and talk to them concerning peace. That is what we're going to do. Okay. So we are asking everybody to be peaceful, to love themselves, and accept the results that will be announced by INEC.
All right. Thank you very much. So much from the Benin Network Center. We now return to Abuja. I know we have guests there, and they have a lot itching to talk about at this point.
Very well, Ogo Chukwukaona, thanks a lot. We still have our guests seated. And not only guests this time around, I'm being joined by my colleague, Henry John, who is going to take over after now, as I say my goodbye on the show. The Nigeria Decide studio continues. Henry, what's the next move?
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Bao. Interesting discussion with the guests so far.
Very well.
Yes,
trust me, you're going to enjoy them.
Of course. I'm looking forward to spend the next few hours with them, talking about, you know, all that has taken place in the
across
elections.
The country.
Yes, the presidential, and of course, what happened today. We also have reports coming from other parts of the country. That's, of course,
as a starting point.
Yes, we'll be feeding you with. It's still Nigeria Decides on Nigeria's largest television network. And Just before we take the next report, which is coming all the way from Ilorin, would continue, with some of the issues raised in Benin City. One of the respondents there actually talked about the fact that they had disciplined voters. And, I want to know, because we're looking at the fact that we had very few people turn out for this election, and then we're having some people disciplined and some people not disciplined. Before we look at other issues, in your own term, who is a disciplined voter?
If we look at it in the general concept of the meaning of discipline, it simply means the person who conducts himself within the set standards. So now, if you now translate it to the voter, it will mean that voter who comes to the polling unit and complies with the state guidelines and regulations for the conduct of elections.
And self-vote.
What?
And does not self-vote.
Yes, because the INEC regulations, does not smile at people who sell or buy votes. So that voter, therefore, is a person who comes early. It's a person who is not displaying any political party logo. It's the person who is not canvassing for votes. It's the person who stays within the limited area. It's the person who doesn't blast music or use megaphone, because these are all prohibited conducts, during voting. I think that's the person
who is a disciplined voter. All right, that brings us to the next report. Of course, I'm sure that Lai Mohammed was disciplined today when he went to cast his vote in Ilorin. Let's take that report. We'll be right back.
This polling unit is polling unit 6. As early as 7:30, 7:45, the INEC officials were on ground, ready to set the ball rolling. And from those we have spoken to so far, there has not been any problem.
It's very good. They follow it orderly.
There's no any problem. Everything goes smoothly.
I don't think there will be any problem.
These chiefs from Oro Town took upon themselves to move from one polling unit to another, ensuring that all goes well without any hitch.
We thank God it has been going on very smoothly. We don't envisage any problem here. We are very peaceful people.
As soon as the minister arrived, he went through the process of accreditation, which came out successful, with the card reader conspicuously displaying his photograph. He then proceeded to thumbprint before dropping the ballot paper in each of the boxes made available. The minister then spoke of his impression.
Well, it's too early now to make a comparison between 2 weeks ago and today. But if anything, I think, it depends on the time you are voting. But I think the turnout here might, I'm not too sure, might be more than the one we had 2 weeks ago.
And to the people, he said,
they should vote, they should stay, be vigilant, ensure that votes are counted, and the umpires should please make sure that votes count.
From Oro Town in Kwara State, Anthony Forson, NTA News.
It's now time to get the report from Bauchi, where the Bauchi governor actually voted.
Thank you, studio. Right now we are at Makamad B, polling unit 078 here in Bauchi Metropolis, Northeast Nigeria. This polling unit is where Governor Mohammed Abubakar Bauchi State his ballot.
Right now, Governor Muhammad Abubakar, in company of his wives, are right here at the polling unit, taking part in the election process, that is the accreditation and the casting of ballots.
The process was very smooth. You could see within a short period of time, my two wives were accredited and I was accredited, and I have voted. So there's an improvement on the process from the last time.
Well, this is the situation here at Makamadi polling unit 0078, where Governor Mohammed Abubakar, in company of his wives and other voters, have cast their ballots. It's over to you in the studio.
The eastern part of the country, where Governor Obiano actually voted, actually Anambra now. Let's take them.
At polling unit 001 Aguleri, Governor Willie Obiano and his wife, who cast their ballots, described the exercise as hitch-free, while urging electorals to defend their votes.
This voting center is very peaceful, and people are very anxious to vote. The queue is long. I hope it will be like that in all the polling booths. I encourage the youth to stay by, watch their votes counted, and also follow through to the collation centers and make sure that their vote counts.
Also at Unit 001, Utocha Ward 1, and Unit 007 and 011 Aguleri Ward 1, electorals who came to exercise their franchise commended INEC for early arrival of voting materials at the polling centers, while urging them to ensure that their votes count.
Early in the morning, we had a challenge of the card reader, but it has been rectified, and voting has started. And if you look back, you could see the crowd. A lot of people came out today. I mean, it's quite an improvement, especially in the voter turnout. Like the previous one, there was a lot of voter apathy. Wouldn't know, but this is a great improvement.
There's an improvement, especially on the card reader, because they came and the time of starting, we started exactly 8 a.m. and we are moving on well.
The youth are ready to vote and also protect their vote, and that is what is actually happening here. That is why you see these young men around here to make sure they vote and their vote is counted.
All right, thank you so much for that report all the way from Anambra. We shall now take some other reports from other parts of the country now.
Did well. They came here everywhere around this area. I understand they decided exactly at 8 o'clock, which is very, very commendable because, last time they were a little slow, but this time they came on time. As you can also see, the turnout was quite heavy, but we have one or two few reported incidents where I believe, from the result of last week, it was clear that the whole of this area, they were 99% APC. So I believe PDP leaders sent us to cause disruption in the next village, where we got 99.9% last election. And they brought talks and they were shooting and they tried to disrupt the process. But fortunately, the people were determined, and I understand voting has resumed. But on the whole, from what I hear, I think INEC has made what I can call perfect arrangement. If anything goes wrong, it will be at the level of security, because it is only when there is no security that these bad boys can try to distort the will of the people. But I'm very grateful.
We are right here with the Honorable Minister for Petroleum Resources, who has come to cast his ballot here on Chubu in Anambra North local government area. Minister, you've come here to cast your ballot. How would you describe the process so far?
So far peaceful, orderly, timely. Didn't take me 5 minutes. Go through the card reader material to get your ballot paper vote out. Peaceful. The community is likely very peaceful area anyway. So unless people begin to activate them, we usually do the right now. So far they do the right thing.
All right, we saw the chairman of the All Progressives Congress there commenting on the elections, talking about the presidential and, of course, the governorship and the House of Assembly election today in Edo State. Actually, governorship is not included in Edo State because I think theirs will be next year. All right, now time to get the comments of Musliu Obanikuru as regards this election coming all the way from Lagos.
This is one of the riverine areas of Lagos State. Ikari, Alabiro, Amu ward of in local government area. Here we can see that the election has been going on and is peaceful. And we want to speak to one of the electorate on ground. He is the former Minister of Defense, Mr. Musliu Obanikoro.
How are you?
Fine, thank you, sir. How do you assess the election?
Well, so far so good. And the turnout today is a bit more impressive than the one we recorded last week. So we are happy, it's orderly, it's peaceful, and the machine seems to be cooperating more today. If you stand to inherit something, it makes sense for you to guard and guide it, protect it with everything that you've got. So all these things that we are doing now, they are the ones that will benefit more than our generation. So it is important for them also to cultivate the habit of orderly and peaceful conduct.
We are visiting another voting exercise, and right now I commend the INEC for a well-done job, because what we are visiting here is another exercise, and it's more or less a perfect job being done. So we don't have any cause for alarm at all.
Quiet, it's simple. People are, participating in the electioneering, and they are voting, they are leaving. Some are standing to see the aftermath of the result of the election. But so far, it's impressive.
So far, so good. It's been very much okay than the previous one we've been having, because the card reader is working perfectly okay. No, everywhere is peaceful. Everybody is doing their thing in accordance.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, ma'am.
Now, we're still here in the riverine area, Ikari, Alabiro, Amu ward of in local government area of Lagos State. Security personnel on ground. Over to you in the studio.
All right, thank you so much for those comments and, of course, reports from Lagos. Next is coming from Abuja, and, of course, counting and sorting has begun in Garki.
This is Unit 002 in Garki Village Ward 2. It's a process that began with accreditation and voting simultaneously in the morning, and the process is actually winding down as officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission, which is INEC, they are almost concluded. They are through with the sorting, and now counting of the ballot paper is on the way.
Chairmanship election, SDP, 1, 2, 3.
I think the most important point I noticed here is the calm of the atmosphere. So everybody casted his or her vote in a very peaceful way. There's nothing like coerce.
Can you tell us what you have observed since morning till the process when the counting is on now?
Okay, we cast our election very fine, no fight, nothing, and even the party agent, as we see them, they are like down, they sit down there very well, no any violence or something like that. We thank God, even for how INEC they arrange their procedure, we satisfy it.
Well, besides the counting again, the eagle eyes of the party agents are there. They are keenly watching the whole process, and eventually the winner will be announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission, which has the statutory function to announce the election results.
Thanks, Kunle Adeyeye. We now go straight to Sokoto, where counting and sorting is also going on.
This is the Takatuku Model Primary School polling unit 003. Voting has been completed by 2:15 when all voters on the queue have finished casting their votes. Sorting of votes according to political parties has also been completed. The counting process has commenced. With me, the are already starting counting of the ballot papers, as cast by the eligible voters at this polling unit.
3 invalid.
Your name?
Sunday Blessing.
Sunday Blessing. You are?
The presiding officer of 003, Modern Primary School, Takatu.
You closed casting of votes by which time?
We closed 2:33 p.m.
2:33
p.m.
Not a quarter after 2?
No, 2:33 p.m.
2:33 p.m.
Yes, sir.
And all the little voters on queue have...
Was accredited and they voted.
Okay. Did you experience any problem along the line during the process?
No, every voters were according to rules. They voted according to rules.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So no any hitch, no challenge?
There was no hitch, there was no challenge, there was no crisis.
Police,
the securities were doing their jobs as
all party
required.
agents have been cooperating?
Yes, sir. They were all cooperative.
Okay. Thank you. As voting in other polling units at this Takatuku Model Primary School is ongoing, this is the situation at 003 polling unit. Back to you in the studios.
All right, thank you so much, Sokoto. We now move over to Lagos Island, where Jennifer Igwe is standing by. All right, looks like we do not have signals yet from Lagos. We're still moving around the country and moving straight to Kaduna South now. We hear that counting and sorting has ended.
Thank you very much, Studio. Collation have started here in NS, talking about polling unit 023 in Kaduna South Barnawa complex. Though party agents are here, we have members of the security outfit as well as INEC officials conducting the exercise as it should. It is expected that we should have a high turnout of people observing this process, but this is to say voting actually ended hours before now, but collation could not start till about 2 p.m. I have with me Mr. John. He is a domestic observer. Mr. John, what have you seen here? What have you observed going on from the start of this exercise to this very moment?
It's okay, thank you very much. Unlike the general elections, like 3 weeks ago, the presidential election, I mean, a lot of delays in the morning from INEC staff. That did not happen today. But on the whole, for now and for today, honestly, it's peaceful. The people that turned out, at least they voted peacefully. And as you can see, they're already counting here.
And I can hear from the background here, someone said that the counting is over, and I can hear someone said, no magu magu, no uru uru, which is to say, in no chua chua, which is to say, in polling unit 023, it's been certified that the conduct was peaceful, satisfied, and credibly.
Yeah, that's what I have to say. Peaceful and satisfactory.
Well,
that's my take.
Thank you very much, Mr. John. Like we've heard at polling unit 023 here, the process of collation has been concluded. It is expected that from here they are going to move to the Central Collation Center, where these results will be collated and sent to the central point, talking about the INEC headquarters before the announcement of this result. But before then, we've had well-meaning Nigerians or citizens of Kaduna State calling for peaceful conduct of this.
That report was from Kaduna South, where collation and counting and sorting have ended. We're still taking you around the country, letting you know developments in different parts as regards the governorship and House of Assembly elections that went down today. Still Africa's largest television network, and at this point, we are moving to Ibadan, Oyo State, where collation and counting have also ended.
At Ward 8, Unit 4, Oluyole Dada, balloting was done rancor-free, and now electorates are still conducting themselves in an orderly manner as the votes are being sorted and counted. Sir, what's your opinion on the conduct of the people here and the umpire?
The election is free and fair, and the umpires they have done well. Whoever emerges, good luck to him. And whoever loses, well, good luck again to him.
People should just accept the verdict because the exercise has gone accordingly without any hitches.
It's been peaceful all the way, and the advice has gone to the people that we should embrace the spirit of sportsmanship. It's on this note that I want to hand you over back to the studio.
So much. Let's now move to Kano. Let's get an update as regards collation.
Thank you very much. We are now in polling unit number 2 in Dambata West, Dambata local government area of Kano State. Voting has already been concluded here, and collation of results has commenced. They have already done with the collation and counting of governorship ballot papers, and now they are doing it for the State House of Assembly election. This is the situation in most of the polling units in this local government area and the neighboring Makoda, Doakin Tofa, and Minjibur local government areas. So the next point is to take these results from this place to the Ward Collation Center and subsequently to the local government collation center where the final results will be announced. So this is the situation from here in Dambata local government area where the election has been completed and counting of ballot papers or collation of results is also nearing completion.
All right, Zamfara is next. Let's find out what point they are now as regards the election.
Most of the polling units across Zamfara Central Senatorial District opened as early as 8 a.m. with an impressive turnout of voters.
It commenced exactly 8 o'clock. Okay. We have tried to go to the rack, brought out our sensitive materials, bring it here down. We started voting somewhere around 8:15 morning. So, and the process is very peaceful as well.
Unlike the previous week, this week there is a lot of improvements. They have started as early as 8.
Zamfara State APC governorship candidate Mokhtar Shehu Idris, who cast his ballot at Bariki polling units in Tudunwada ward of Gusau local government area, expressed satisfaction with the exercise.
I must commend INEC for today's preparation. They have demonstrated their preparedness once again. The polling units were fully ready by 8 o'clock.
The security arrangement was also generally adjudged as excellent.
I'm currently standing here along Gusau Sokoto Zaria Major Road, and security-wise, the arrangement put in place today is obviously better than the one put in place the other time when presidential and national assembly elections were conducted. With me is an eligible voter. What is your assessment of the security arrangement today?
Actually, from all indications, there is adequate arrangement for security everywhere. The order that people should not go out unnecessarily during elections is being followed. Everywhere you go, only the people on election duty you can see out. And security men are busy trying to stop people moving around unnecessarily. So actually there is adequate arrangement made for successful conduct of this election.
Meanwhile, sorting and counting of ballot cast have already commenced at a number of polling units within Gusau Metropolis.
Thank you for that report from Zamfara, where, of course, like you heard, there was relative peace. But we have a security report coming from Imo State, and the report says some fake soldiers have been arrested. Let's see this.
I am Kingsley Onanimi. I'm right now at the office of Imo State Municipal Police, CP Tasiru Galadant, to confirm directly from him on the arrest of suspected fake soldiers and policemen in the course of the governorship election. CP, sir, how true is the story?
At 9 o'clock this morning, 5 persons in T-shirt or no T-shirt with police color at both shoulders and a pickup with police emblem claiming to be police were sighted at Okoya polling units, Edo South, and they called the attention of the DPO along with the soldiers. They were able to arrest the 5 of them, and they turned out to be fake police. At the same bend again at Umobom by 12:00 hours, that is 12 noon, the attention of the police and the military was equally called with the presence of Marine Navy, that is military, and they were all arrested. They equally turned out to be fake. All of them were conveyed by using the Green Maria from the prisons down to State CID by the SAS personnel and prison personnel, as we are all working as a team and as one body to ensure that we have a credible, safe and secure elections in Imo State. The suspects are at State CID. We can see them and interview them and confirm further. We equally have some scheme sheets and some pockets of issues relating to electoral malpractices and some, crime and criminalities. Investigation is ongoing, while generally the elections is calm, peaceful, and ongoing.
Okay. Thank you, CP Dasogaladanchi. We've just heard directly from the horse's mouth on the arrest of fake soldiers and fake policemen who were asked to disrupt the peaceful election that is going on in the state. For now, everywhere is calm, as both the police and other security agencies are on top of the situation.
All right, thank you so much for that report from Imo State. Just before we take the next report, which is coming from Kwara State, I'd like to thank Barrister Esther Uzoma, co-convener, Nigeria Civil Society Situation, for your time and for sharing your thoughts with us as regards the election.
Thank you. My pleasure always. Thank you.
All right, we have to let you go now, but of course, some other person, also from the Nigerian Civil Society Situation, would be joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
All right, so let's now go straight to Ilorin and let's have a feel of the situation there.
Reports from the 3 senatorial districts of Kwara State indicate that the exercise was relatively peaceful, but with hitches in some parts of Ilorin Central. It was, however, observed that voters' turnout was low compared to the presidential and National Assembly elections. Stakeholders in the state expressed their opinions on the exercise.
Seamless. It went very well. In terms of the voting, INEC has done very well in that.
Well, so far, so good. The INEC officials arrived on time. The materials came on time. Voting went and it was going on smoothly.
This time round, they are using the card reader. We've said that they must use the card reader. I use the card reader, so I've not got reports from across in the state to know that, but it's important that that is done so that there can be a more credible election.
We are very hopeful. So we did a lot of work, and people got convinced that it should.
The Independent National Electoral Commission in Kwara State was commended for the successful conduct of the election.
All right, we just saw the Senate President of the 8th Assembly there commenting on the election. The next report we're about to see is that of the, if you like, all right, the PDP presidential candidate, and that's talking about Atiku, and this is coming from Yola Adamawa.
It was a peaceful atmosphere generally in Yola. The weather condition was about 40 degrees Celsius, but the people were determined to express their will through the ballot for the governorship and state assembly election. And the PDP presidential candidate, Wazirin Adamawa, Atiku Abubakar, is not an exception. The PDP presidential candidate, after accreditation, cast his ballot to the candidates of his choice, and after which has this to say.
It requires, I think, the coming together of all Nigerians and also the leadership, to be able to redress all the challenges that we faced in the last elections.
The FCT Minister, Mohammed Musa Bello, and Senator-elect Adamawa Central, Aishatu Ahmed Binani, also performed their civic responsibility at their respective polling unit and assessed the exercise this way.
You can see everybody has come out to do his or her civic responsibility. And I'm so pleased that as gradually as we continue to hold elections, democracy is going to take root in Nigeria.
Very orderly, and there is no problem. The only challenge that we have seen is the low turnout.
NTA News observed low turnout of voters in most of the polling units visited. In Yola, Ladibala, NTA News.
All right, thank you so much, Ladibala, all the way from Yola. We saw Atiku Abubakar there, sharing his thoughts as regards the election. Joining me now, as I mentioned earlier, in place of Barrister Uzodinma is Dr. Jude Ohanile, member, Steering Committee, Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, I'm sure you watched some of the reports. I'd like to begin with you. Of course, I'll come to you, gentlemen, much later. You're just coming from the situation room, so of course, I'm sure you have new reports as regards the voting process all across the country today. So first, share with us, what are your views about the election that went down today?
Well, the election today is slightly better than what we saw on the 23rd of February. And the timing in terms of deployment of material was slightly better on the basis of the deployment by INEC. And then, of course, it did appear the voters weren't as enthusiastic as they were during the presidential and National Assembly elections. The turnout from what we're seeing wasn't as good as the 23rd, and that is something we need to interrogate. And essentially, the early part of the day was relatively peaceful. But as the election progressed in certain locations across the country, there were incidences of violence, incidences of ballot box snatching, incidences of destruction of polling materials. And of course, even incidences of death has been recorded in some locations across the country. And of course, in Lagos, there was also the huge issue of protests by the ad hoc staff who were protesting over their pay, which delayed voting in some major locations in Lagos. That in some locations, up to after 3 p.m., they hadn't moved materials. So these are some of the challenges that propped up in the course of today's election. And we are hoping that INEC will address those as provided for in their regulations.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Jude. I'd like to come to JC John now. I'm sure you heard him, talk about some of the challenges faced, today. But you watched some of the reports played here, and you noticed that some of the key actors in the political scene who condemned the election, the presidential election, are commending this particular one, not looking at some of the challenges he has mentioned. What do you think is responsible for that?
Okay, firstly, INEC has actually showed great improvements from what we saw on 23rd of February. Unlike what we saw previously, today, most of the polls were actually, polling places were opened, and the materials had even arrived, and voters were not there to cast their votes. So that is one indicator, that the lessons have been learned. And we are hoping that even after now, all the lessons learned should be brought to the table so that a proper review can, work out for better elections subsequently. Because we have so much expectations, Nigerians have so much expectations, and that was why the attention in this election turned out the way it did. And for some of the political actors, it just tells you the twist to the political elites that we have. Same people who 2 weeks ago were decrying the deplorable state, in quotes, of INEC, are today saying we have 100%. It tells you something. If I am winning, I don't need to shout or I don't need to cry. That is just the clear indication. But that is just to tell you how the political elite actually think. They are people with not even just double face, a lot of phases. And that is why you're seeing that reaction from them today. But overall, we've seen great improvements from what we saw during the presidential election and what just happened today. And for me, it's just that people should learn to manage their expectations, because some of the cases that we saw, people would just learn to manage their expectations. And citizens should understand that any action that they take in polling units can actually make things worse than what they were expecting. Some of those places that had disruption of the polling materials, some that were destroyed, the likelihood is that some of those places would have to redo the whole process again. So those are challenges that exist, and we should understand that certain actions can actually result to taking us back through the whole process. And, we've been crying about one thing. We want progress from what we must have had, what we've had, in the previous elections. And people should just learn to manage their expectations, and all the lessons learned should be brought to bear so that we have better experiences moving forward.
All right, thank you so much. We shall be looking at some of the solutions, to some of the challenges already highlighted, and of course, how we can move forward, considering the fact that there will be other elections in the country. At this point, let's now join Jennifer Igwe, who is standing by in Lagos Island, to give us an update of the situation over there. Jennifer, it's over to you.
This is Ward 18 and 19, Lagos Island local government area in Lagos State. Now, under these wards, we have about 52 polling units, and ad hoc staff from these units have converged here and have submitted the results from their centers to the collation officers here. Now, we spoke to one of the collation officers earlier, and he said in the next 2 hours, about 2 hours, they would have collated all the results and submit to the local government office for the final collation. Now, it's interesting to know that everything here is going on well, and the officials said because it is going on smoothly, they will definitely submit to the local government in the next 2 hours. Back to you, studio.
All right, thank you so much, Jennifer, for that update. Let's now go straight to Yobe to also have a feel of what's happening at the moment.
Everything went on smoothly. Both the card reader, the security agents were all on the ground, while the party agents were already on ground to witness the counting of the ballots. They are right now counting the ballots which were cast by the electorate. Joining me is an official of the INEC who is going to speak to us on this development. Can you tell us what happened? Did you encounter any challenges? No, we did not encounter any challenges. Both the APC's voters and the PDP voters, they give us good operations. So also the PDP agents and the FEC agents, also both of them, they give us operation. Did you encounter challenges of card reader? No, we didn't encounter any challenges of card reader. But the problem is that there are some fingers that it will not authenticate. We just do it manually. That is the only problem that we have been facing from the card readers. Do you have any challenges of that? No, we don't get any challenges. Part of that. Now that is the situation here. We will continue to keep you updated as things unfold. Thank you.
All right, thank you from Yobe State. You just heard what exactly is happening right now. It's still Nigeria Decides, and I still have my guests with me, just men. But I'm sure that I'm in charge as a woman here. All right, so now I would like to ask you, Jake, you just heard from Dr. Jude, coming fresh from the situation room, talking about latest developments and looking at all that we've discussed so far. Voter apathy is one of the key issues, looking at today's election. We didn't have that during the presidential election. Outside some of the reasons we've discussed earlier, could you also pinpoint some other reasons why some people didn't turn out,
Well, we've talked about voter education, which is it's inevitable. But again, let's talk about sensitization of the individual voters, getting them to know why they should vote. Most individuals are just totally indifferent about the political system. Many of them are looking for food, 3 square meal, and don't even believe in the process, So there's a need for proper orientation of the individual voters, overhaul of the system. The political structure is overwhelming. It's laughable to see how a country of Nigeria can run with over close to 100 political parties. I think we need to unbundle these. Some of them didn't, obviously, they did not perform well. There's a clause in the Electoral Act that says if you don't win certain number of states or perform in a given area, you should be deregistered. And I think this is a time for the Legislative Assembly to come up with a legislation that says, I want to see us go back to the days of 2 political parties system. You either belong here or you belong here, or you're independent. I think we need to take care of all those things, because if the structure is not well defined and beneficiary to the people that should be part of it, they're not going to get involved. So while we're blaming INEC for voter education, the people are not well sensitized, and they are not going to get involved in the political process.
All right, thank you. So from Jake, I move to some of the issues he raised.
Yeah, somewhat. I agree with Jake that we need to juggle how a party gets onto the ballot. I don't agree that we should reduce the number of parties. We're in a multi-party democracy. People have the right to decide what to associate with. But then it's important for us to have a minimum standard as to how you get onto the ballot. Because it's not all political parties that must be on the ballot. Because this ballot we used in this election was very clumsy. You're talking about 70-something candidates. And you see that if you look at the result patterns, and some of the acronyms are so similar. If you look at some of the results some parties got in the presidential election, they got it because some people made mistake with the next party. There's this very interesting thing I was looking at. You see parties getting some higher votes among those other parties just because of how close they are to the major parties, So the idea is that as a people, we need to interrogate that. But in terms of the voter turnout today, the sense I have is that it has a lot more to do with perception.
Okay.
And perception might be different from reality, but perception is everything. Because we had an election on the 23rd, and as we have continued to insist, usually whenever there is a contentious election in Nigeria, it is only INEC and the winner that says the election is credible. Because essentially no other person has the capacity to determine whether it's credible or not. Because the process is not transparent. You can't see through it. So citizens only know the vote they got in their polling unit, just like the collation is going on now across the country, and people are announcing the result at their polling units. That is the only numbers they know.
Exactly.
Now, when they move to the ward level, those numbers are collapsed. And the number they know disappears. So it's a big issue for them to believe that it is what they did at the polling unit that finally cascades to the final collation. And we've told INEC, it's clear. What you need to do is, when you release these results, publish a spreadsheet that will have the results polling unit by polling unit, with all the addition you did at the ward level to get the ward total, how you move the ward total to the LGA total, and all of that. So people can see that their number in the collated result. The current INEC chair did accept that that made a lot of sense to him, and we're expecting that they will do that. It's not late yet. We need to see that. So citizens can see that it was what they voted that led to the final result. There is a strong perception now across the nation that some people believe that what they did wasn't what gave the result. And when you have that perception, participation becomes a problem. You know, because we had an election and shortly we are having another one. So you see that that one was heavy in terms of participation, and this is low. And then, of course, violence is also a part of it, because a lot of people who saw some of the violence that happened on the 23rd and went viral are a bit afraid today, you know, for some of them not to come out, because they also think it may happen in their own location. So we need to address this issue of result transparency and the issue of violence in election to be able to encourage participation and voter turnout.
All right, thank you so much, Jude. I have gentlemen with me in the studio. Their names all begin with J.
That's true.
I have Jake, I have JC, I have Jude. They're still right here with me. We shall go on a short break now. We shall be right back with more discussions. Okay, it looks like we're not ready for a breather yet, so it means I have to engage the gentlemen some more. All right, so I like some of the solutions you raised, to voter apathy, talking about the fact that the process needs to be more transparent. So if I voted in a particular polling unit and I saw a particular figure, I want to be sure that that's actually translated, to the overall figure at the end of the day. All right. Now, looking away from that, the transparency, do you actually think, for me, I think that voter apathy is more on the side of the youths, and I'm talking to you now because you're a young person. Do you actually think that the issues he raised are the reasons why young people are not participating, as much as they should in our elections?
High indications, yes. Yes, because when you carry so much enthusiasm and you go through a process, and with the advent of the social media, it permits a lot of people to transmit what figure I must have recorded from my polling unit. I transmit it. Okay, this is my polling unit. Then in the end, the figure that is being read out does not correlate. What that transparency would do is that it will validate or verify if actually these were my numbers, coupled with this B's number, C number, and this was the result. That is a huge factor. Now, the youth is such a vibrant community. When something doesn't seem to be working, it doesn't seem like something that they should continue doing. And these particular elections had so much, the youth had so much expectations. But how much of these expectations were met? That is one question. Going forward, if they do not find reasons to believe that the first process gave them what they imputed, that would actually result to voter apathy. Today we saw some people pounding some things. We saw a lot of people doing a lot of different things. For some of the youth, it's better I just stay indoors, I do my work and see how I can get the next money, instead of going to vote and I'm not sure that in the end this result is going to reflect whatever it is that. And when that population is not engaged properly, today we have the university system, we have the problems all over there. So you have a lot of even displaced youths. And we're talking about thuggery today, we're talking about these pockets of violence that I've experienced. Who are the people doing this? Some young of them people. Are actually young people. Some of them are actually university undergraduates too. So you find out that when people do not believe that this process or this system is really working with us, there is that natural tendency of withdrawing. And that is what we are seeing right now.
All right, thank you. But I still do not, I'm a young person. I still do not think that that's enough reason, because it's like you're giving up on your future, technically, if we do not continue to push until we get what we want. I know that Jake is not in my...
I'm not, but the solution is simple. nobody cares to pursue a future when they don't have the right structure. Take, for instance, my community. You know, if you don't provide a conducive environment for me to participate in a process, I will not participate. I voted for the first time today, and I'm 58. The environment have not been conducive for me to participate, and I've been running away from it. So I was lured into today's activity thinking that I was going to have the right environment. I didn't get it. So I struggled to perform my civic right. Now tell me, if there's a future election, you have to work hard twice to convince me to go back and participate. So also honesty and integrity of the system and the structures in place is important. If you don't give my community the right access, they will never want to be part of the process because it's going to take a lot. I've said it here before a while ago. Just 10 minutes, a person with albinism is burnt in the sun. 10 minutes. Sunscreen wouldn't help you that much. You know, so when you know you're going to be down with skin cancer as a result of cumulative burning in the sun, undue exposure, you're not going to go and do that, you know. Again, let us also consider the economic factor, the issue of not even more of economics, but more of the fact that some of these polling units are not very close to where the voters are residing. So some will have to do a long walk. If I didn't have a vehicle, if I didn't have the exemption status, from my house to where I vote is a distance. I have to embark on that forced exercise to get to that point. And by the time you get there, and then you don't find what will make it conducive for you to participate, you might even abandon the whole process and start walking back home. You know, so when we want to introduce inclusivity in the process, let's ensure that we don't have exclusive. That makes it more complicated.
But come to think of it, I'm worried because I agree that these are issues. But looking at what you suffer, you know, if a wrong leader is elected by a group of people who, you know, do not understand what, you know, politics is about, what governance is about, you know, if the common person who is willing to go the long distance, who is willing to, you know, do anything, doesn't care if there's violence, just because he wants a particular candidate in a particular position, if this set of people continue to elect our leaders, we continue to suffer. So it means that because you do not want to trek a long distance just one day, which is the election day, for the next 4 years, you would continue to suffer from a government that you were not a part of electing. Do you think that's the way out?
You're taking us another route. A nation, any leader that a nation gets is the leader that nation deserves. Period. The leader you get is the nation, is the leader you deserve, because you put that leader in position.
I'm talking about you.
You're talking about us making sacrifice.
Yes, because you said you voted for the first time today.
Yes.
And you're 58. So
yes.
It means for 57 years of your life, you've been led by people that, you know, you just
unfortunately
didn't have a choice about.
57, 58 years of my life, I've been putting myself in danger. I just got surgery of skin cancer. That's the danger.
Okay, but let's talk about let's talk about the young person now. Let's talk about the young person.
For the young person too, I would love to say something now. Now, when you look at certain people with disabilities, generally, sometimes you do not understand what they go through if you're not in their position. And you have a history of, even at the point of registration, first your data is not captured and your type of disability, so automatically you know that there won't be any good plan for you to vote in that election. you tried to get through the registration process. Someone had to carry you up to go and register, and afterwards you go to the polling unit, you find several barriers. For visually impaired persons, you have a situation whereby you cannot tell if Party A is the actual party you're voting, but you're depending or relying on someone to help you thumbprint without the Braille ballot guide, which was just introduced. Now, that is a situation where you would find yourself doing something that you're not even sure that after passing through all the hurdles. So let's not be quick to look at the process as though it is accommodating for everyone. People pass through a lot of ordeals to get there. Now, for the youth, we have a lot of things that are not working. And we have certain things that are working in this nation, and the youth have been able to identify with that. One of such is entertainment. Why sometimes people sit down and the first thing is you want to castigate a youth for probably going into entertainment. Sometimes, just when someone is starting, we call them upcoming. Just when they are starting, it doesn't look like there's any future in what they're doing. Incidentally, somehow, they get this thing done and they blow. Now, that is what they have come to identify as that thing that first gives them relevance, secondly, provides for them. Incidentally, they also provide for other people. Now, you look at the political arena, you have a system where, okay, people, even with the presidential, the just concluded elections, you have a lot of even celebrities who have even come online even to even run some certain campaigns, seizing the opportunity of the social media space. But after all of these is said and done, what are we getting? What's the energy we're getting from all of these young people? When you check the polls, when you check people's reactions, and if you went out during the presidential election, you will see some of the polling units had people in thousands. So you wonder, these same people came back and they were still venting their feelings. And looking at all of these things, you cannot keep going through a process. It's not everybody that believes in an idea and sticks to it. And the young population is not such that ideas don't really drive when they are not really seeing the results. It takes a very few people who are really driving and they are seeing the project beyond now. But mind you, this same young population is suffering with a lot of unemployment. Education system is going. A lot of things are not working. The question we keep asking ourselves, and I would also tell you, sometimes I ask myself the same questions. What is after now? What is after now? So, and I believe that is the question that a lot of young people ask themselves, and sometimes someone cannot really hold on so strong, to pass through all of these things. And when it's just showing in your face that what you're doing, you're not really seeing the transparency of the process. So confidence of the electorate is draining. And once the process, the transparency is not there, integrity of the process is questioned and confidence level is dropping.
A lot of people who want to participate, a lot of people who want to, are not even sure that at the end of the day, what actually the system should produce is the expectation of the people who voted. Take, for instance, if a lot of people are at home because they say, I don't want to vote, because at the end of the day, you may vote, but the numbers will be doctored, and somebody else will emerge.
Okay. Well, thank you, JC and Jake. But I'm going to let you go shortly. But I want to say that I agree that people living with disability are peculiar, and maybe some of the issues should be looked at. I agree totally. But if we do not continue to push, then this whole system will continue to repeat itself. Now, if the young people stay back,
if you know what I had gone through to get to where I am today, then you know that I'm one person who will never give up. I don't give up.
Okay, but on the part of the young people, it looks like they're giving up. You made that statement. You said the young people in the country.
Now, right now, we even have certain movements and conversations are ongoing. Before now, the questions that we're beginning to ask on the table, we never had them. So now there's an opportunity. The space is opening up for engagement. So I would say that in the post-election phase, there's a lot of work to be done.
Well, is it about talking or is it about action? Is it you just talk and then you don't act? Would that bring the change that we desire?
So it got me back to what I said earlier, which is when a people do not necessarily believe or so believe in the process, it takes a lot of convincing. Democracy is a process and is a culture. It's something you have to keep building. We are talking about 19, 20 years of unbroken. That is just timing. So we may end up just having like an overgrown baby, but the processes, the systems are not working. The systems need to work if everything will work well.
All right, thank you so much. We shall be finding out from Jude, who would remain with me, how the system can actually work. I have to let JC and Jake go. You've actually stayed a long time with us, and thank you so much for your thoughts and your opinion as regards the election. It's still Nigeria decides, and at this point we're going to Jos, where Caleb Gochin is standing by.
So you're in Abuja?
I just advise everyone to take it easy, be calm. It's a game. No violence.
When we embrace peace, all of us will enjoy. We will enjoy the dividends of democracy.
I'm at Unit 6, Ward 4, Obanla in Akwa South, local government area of Ondo State.
Electoral and state assembly elections has been described as an improved version of the presidential and national assembly elections earlier conducted. Abdul Wahab Abankanti monitored the elections in Jos North and Basa local government areas.
As early as 7:30 in the morning, voters started trooping to their registration centers to exercise their franchise. In each of the centers, INEC officials were readily at hand with all the necessary election materials. Accreditation and voting simultaneously commenced at about 8 a.m. in almost all the polling units visited. Issues of card reader malfunction and delay of arrival of election materials were not experienced in many centers, but low turnout of voters characterized the exercise at polling units, which some people attributed to voter apathy.
I think there's so much voter apathy. I know I'm a politician, but still, I think we politicians need to do more to encourage people to come out for vote. I think the next crop of people that will be elected will have to do a lot of work to make sure that they gain the people's confidence. Because if we look at it, we've been on the decline. So I'm even scared for 2023 how it's going to be like.
And the only thing is that people should come out and vote a lot so much so that they can make their choice clear.
While others view it from the angle of efficiency that made the process easier and faster.
But this time around, I can see an improvement. The polls started quite early in most places. There's a seeming low turnout, but it would appear that people are coming out in trickles, not like the way they came out the last time.
At some point, we thought there was low turnout, but it was the efficiency of the preparations by INEC that gave rise to the fact that people come in and process their voters' card and get ballot papers to do their vote in less than one minute. In fact, 30 seconds in some cases.
Also, supplementary election for the House of Representatives election for Jos North and Basa Federal Constituency is concurrently going on with that of gubernatorial and the state assembly elections in Kabong, Tudunwada Ward.
Similarly, eligible voters in Barkiladi, Jos South, and Riom local government areas of Plateau State have described the general conduct of elections as peaceful compared to the last presidential and National Assembly elections. This was a unanimous view of a cross-section of voters while exercising their franchise. Ijoma Ozomina has more.
The accreditation and voting process in most of the polling units in Jos South, Barkin-Ladi, and Riam local government areas commenced at 8 o'clock in the morning in an orderly manner. While casting their ballot in Jos South local government area, some electors noted the decorum displayed in this election is better than the last one, even in terms of prompt delivery of electoral materials to various destinations. In St. Mark's Primary School 002 and 013 polling units in Barkin-Ladi local government area, there seems to be voter apathy, as attested to by some voters. 1 and 2 polling units 006 and 009 has commenced counting of the votes due to low turnout of voters in Riom local government area. This here with us today is the Commissioner for Science and Tech to tell us exactly what is happening. Sir.
Yes, what is happening is we had challenge with this polling unit because of the displacement of the voters there, and so half of the people are here, half of the people are in the unit headquarters.
Electors in Danwal 007 Ghana Wurium local government area noted the nonchalant attitude of some officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission, which they say should be checked in future elections.
I hope it's the same everywhere in the state and the country. Otherwise, this is not as rowdy at the other time.
The crowd here during the last election was higher than what we witnessed today.
And people came out, were coming out to make sure that they do what is right. And again, we didn't have any serious challenge.
So far, the exercise has been good. It has been peaceful. All the INEC officials are here. They know what they are supposed to do. So it's just straightforward. For the few people that may not really understand English or such, they say the party they want, and the party agents put effort into helping them.
The voting process in Plateau State Central Zone was characterized by low turnout of voters, as reported by a Cameron Kaneng Ladoja.
The Deputy Governor, Professor Soni Tuden, while expressing dismay over the low turnout of voters, says the voting process is, however, peaceful.
I'm quite elated with the peaceful nature. There's been relative peace in this area, no crisis, nothing. And the security have been up and doing. The people have conducted themselves well.
At the Angwan Madaki 1 and 2 polling units in Mangu, Angwan Madaki Gidamai polling unit and Tongchar polling units all in Mangun, the voting process was smooth. Voters at Velbi in Panching and Muel 1 in Kanke say, though voters' turnout was low, the exercise was hitch-free.
This is Angwan Serki 2, 013 polling unit, and voting is over, and the officers are going through the ballot papers that have not been used and striking it out. But with me is Shadrach Paul, who was the presiding officer, and he says voters' turnout was low compared to 2 weeks ago, and he'll share with us his views. So, Mr. Shadrach, can you share with us, in your view, what would have happened?
Yeah, well, last 2 weeks, which is the presidential election, the turnout was more okay compared to today. The turnout was poor, but the voting went well and it was okay.
As our community members cooperate with the INEC staff and everything is going on successfully.
Fantastic, because since we came in, everything has been orderly and many people have casted their votes.
And as much as the body regulated, the body that is saddled with the responsibility of conducting these elections announced their result, I think the votes will count.
Meanwhile, counting was on at Takaiwan and Angwan 13 polling units in Bokos, where voters were waiting patiently after casting their ballots.
All right, we thank our correspondents for those reports that were packaged from the field. Professor Sani Muhammad Adam is the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration, University of Abuja. Welcome to Nigeria Decide Studio, Joel, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, and we also have Mrs. Magdalene Agom. She's the Chief Lecturer, Plateau State, Plateau Polytechnic. You're welcome, pardon.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so from those reports, you've heard positives almost everywhere, apart from the low turnout. So let's take them one after the other. The low turnout And then we also had someone who said it could be because of the efficiency of the machines and the preparedness of INEC to handle this particular elections. So, Professor, where or how do you assess this as a exercise?
For the seemingly successful conduct of the elections, one will agree that Professor Mahmoud has provided good leadership in INEC. Was proper deployment of material, both human and material resources. And secondly, with regards to voter apathy, it's normal because during the presidential election, the country was heavily divided. The campaigns were very divisive. People voted along religious, ethnic, sectional, and some primordial interests. And then thirdly, the way we conduct our party politics in Nigeria, it will seem there is a lack of ideology. There is virtually, if you look at it from every sense, there is not much difference between APC and PDP. People can easily cross carpet to the other just because the entire agenda is purely personal, not to serve the Nigerian society. And then, and that is why, of course, you can see now the passion has dropped. Rivalry is just within states, and people are becoming more and more disenchanted, not with the politics as it were, but even with the way our affairs have been run. Then from 1999 to today, I don't think we have made much progress democratically, because the provision of infrastructure and critical resources is very poor.
But I think from the selection, even from when people came out to indicate their interest, is the same people that brought them in there as their candidates. So what are we? Is it the same Nigerians that?
Again, you see, we are not. We are still lagging behind educationally, because if you observe during the presidential elections, in some states you had about 24,000, 34,000 invalid votes. There seems to be so many political parties. Most people don't even know the difference between APC and ADC and PDP and the rest of them. There are so many parties. I think we should come to an agreement whether we should have 2 or 3 political parties. That is one. Number two, those who are in power should realize that it's not enough for you to pay salaries and pension, and you think that is indices of success. People have to do more than that. Create jobs, create a basis for the economy to thrive, support artisans, etc. You know, we are still lagging behind because we are more of a consuming nation, and that is why when one of the politicians was saying he was going to sell NNPC, I don't know whether that will have meant the end of federal allocation, because at the end of the day, most states will not be able to operate.
All right, let's give Mrs. Agom the opportunity to also.
Yes, I think there is a latent issue underneath.
Nigerian Television Authority. For more information and news updates, visit our website at www.nta.ng, or you can follow us on Twitter at NTA News Now, or you can like us on Facebook at NTA Network News. Stay connected on our YouTube channel at www.youtube.com/NTA News Online. Watch our live stream at www.nta.ng/live.
Center. I'm sure we shall rejoin them as soon as everything is put under control. I still have with me here Dr. Jude Ohanele. He's a member, steering committee, Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room, and was still discussing some of the issues that the presidential and, of course, today's election, talking about the governorship and the state houses of assembly elections have actually raised again, and looking at how we can solve some of these problems in the future. Thank you so much, Doctor, for remaining with us.
Thank you, madam.
All right, before we joined the JOS Network Center, we're talking about voter apathy and looking specifically at young people not participating fully. Looking at registered voters in the country, we know that we have more young people who are registered. And something also strange in this election is that we're not seeing more women come out to vote. Of course, in the past, we had more women who were coming out to vote and few contesting, but it looks like it's a different twist now. We have more women contesting and then few women coming out to vote. So, looking at this issue, what are your thoughts about some of these problems?
Yeah, I'm not sure the number of women coming out to vote is really going down. It's just that based on the last numbers brought up by INEC, where it seems the number of men voters may be higher
than that of women.
Than that of women. But in terms of coming out, we don't have the disaggregated data yet, because it's not all those that are on the register that came to vote. And then when you disaggregate it, then you might have a clearer view. But the issue is that women participation in politics is something that we need to work on. The improvement in terms of women really running for offices is really not quite as impressive as one would expect. And of course, that is not unconnected with the very complicated political process that we have, as some of my colleagues that talked earlier had noted. You know, when you have a very violent political culture and also a political culture that is driven by money politics, it is really very difficult for women to have a headway. And for us as a people, we are losing every day that the women are out of the political space. And you know, it's not a mere coincidence that the countries in the world that have the highest standard of living are also those countries where there is seemingly equal representation of men and women in governance. You know, because there is a strength the women will bring to the table of governance, there is a strength the men will bring. And if you don't have these two together, you can't get the thing add up properly. So the more you have just men sitting around the table, that is also the more the social economy of the country will continue to go down, because there are things men cannot do. It is only women that can do them. So the earlier we understand this and have this sincere national conversation to make the political process more gender-friendly, so that a lot more women can get into the political space to make their own contribution, the better for all of us.
I like that statement. There are things that men cannot do that only women can do. By the way, yesterday was International Women's Day, yes. And I just hope that we have women watching and, of course, looking at how we can be a part of the system, you know, more than we are at the moment. Now, looking at some of the issues raised, you know, some of the issues we had in the first election after we returned to democracy in 1999, and then looking at the issues we're having now. Do you think we are advancing at all, looking at elections conduct in the country?
Actually, we've not really advanced reasonably, you know. I mean, we are still where we are. People are still snatching ballot boxes. People are still having a sense, yeah, that the result does not reflect their votes and all of that. So it's something we really need to rethink. And, you know, as was said earlier, the process, we must radically make it open and transparent. I mean, there is no alternative. People need to see the process. It has to be clear to them how these numbers are generated and they can see it. And that's why we've been very strong on the need for us to really make sure that there is a process of transmitting these results from the polling unit straight onto a national collation system that will be driven by technology, so that this whole layers of human factor, you know, is removed. I know it's a big issue, because for those who are benefiting from the procurement processes around this deployment of human beings in the process, it's going to be a major issue. But as a people, the country is much more important than the interests of individuals. We must move to that level. And then also our political elite. You know, somehow INEC made some improvement, because between 2011 and 2015, we saw some improvements, which we think we need to sustain. But then in terms of the political class, the politicians, members of political parties, leaders of political parties, we have not seen much improvement. You know, they have continuously continued to subvert the system. You people talked about voter education earlier. It's actually the job of the political parties to educate the voters. But that is not being done. Most of our political parties are essentially some weak networks of rigging machines. You know, people are plotting on how to subvert the process. And that's why you see that what they are trying to do is to make sure the carrier doesn't work, to make sure that the process doesn't get opened, to delay the enactment of the Electoral Act to when it becomes very, very late to do anything, you know, which we saw in the last National Assembly and all of that. So we need to move to the next level. And it is important that those who come in, courtesy of these ongoing elections, should be able to understand the urgency for us as a people to improve our processes in ways that people will have more confidence in what we are doing and people can participate actively in what we are doing. And the entire Africa is waiting for us. And you do know that, you know, 6 in every 10 people in West Africa is a Nigerian. So the ability of the sub-region to move is dependent on Nigeria moving. So we shouldn't keep the entire West Africa down by continuously doing the same thing year in, year out and getting all of these poor results we are getting. We must improve.
All right, we must improve, and you talk about moving to the next level. From what you've said, it means moving from this analog way of our election process and moving to a digital realm. Do you actually think that, you know, the voters, if we're having issues with the analog system, you know, voters still are not educated enough, do you think that if we have you know, a more digital system, do you think our voters are literate enough, you know, to be able to participate fully?
Yeah, of course. The idea is that you need to add technology incrementally. You know, for instance, the card reader. We've continued to have issues with it. And the sense is that, of course, there is always room for improvement. I think the software with which they are running that system is still not the best we can have. So it's important that we upgrade so that those who have valid PVCs are able to vote in a shorter time than what we have now. That is possible, and that is improvement on what we have. Now, in terms of transmitting results, you can still vote with ballot papers, but transmit the results electronically so that the whole layers of collation can be shut off into an electronic system that people can cross-check and verify, and then we're able to get our results earlier, in a better time, and citizens can, going on to certain portals created by INEC, can trace how the numbers added up. For instance, if I'm in a unit in a ward, you are in a different unit, all the other people in the team here are in different units, and at the end of the day, we can see that our results, mine added to yours, to his, to that, was what gave the ward total. The sense with which we will look at the result will be stronger, because I'll be convinced that if this election was rigged, it's not from my own polling unit. And if you are convinced yourself that your polling unit result is reflected, the other persons are, then the confidence in the system will come up. And when there is confidence in the system and people know that their votes count and will be counted, a lot more people will get involved in the process. So putting technology in an incremental way, you know, it's something that will be very useful. You know, and I mean, over time also, as we move into the future, is to move on to the electronic voting system so that it becomes easy. Just like what Jake said, you know, you wouldn't need to travel long distances to vote.
Exactly.
You know, so if you are somewhere by circumstances of work or whatever, and on voting day you are able to vote from where you are, because under a national registration system, you have a slot to vote. It will make it easier. But it's something we need to do incrementally. And the sense is that someday we will get there.
All right, someday we will get there. But looking at the elections, this 2019 elections, is there anything, you know, that you would say there was an improvement in compared to what we had in 2015? What you think that, you know, we're looking at getting better in subsequent elections. Comparing 2015 and what we have on the table now, 2019, was there any difference at all? Did you think there was an improvement, even a slight improvement?
Yeah, that's challenging for me, really, because I've not really seen any major improvement that one can lay hands on. Beyond the fact that, of course, INEC was able to give us the date of the election much more earlier. which I thought would have really helped them to get ready as at when the election. And with what they had done, we now know when we will do the 2023 election, if we plan, you know, and then we can plan ahead.
All right.
For me, that is something I thought was reasonable and has given us that whole, you know,
Okay,
stuff.
I'll come back to you quickly, Jude, but let's just join Jennifer in Lagos now quickly for an update. All right, looks like Jennifer is not ready for us. As soon as she's ready, we shall...
We are now at the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC Lagos Collation Center. Now this is where all the results from the polling units and collation centers in Lagos will be submitted for final collation of results for Lagos State. This is also where the results from Lagos State will be announced and governor-elect. Now, the NTA, we have a team positioned here to update you with information and happenings here. You can also see that other media have...
Thank you, Jennifer. We seem to be having issues with signals there, but I'm sure that will be rectified and we shall rejoin Jennifer. All right, Jude, before we try to join Jennifer, we're talking about the elections, and you actually said there's no difference, not significant difference from 2015 till 2015 and then what we have in 2019. Who would you hold responsible for this? Who exactly is responsible for this issues or the challenges that we've been facing, in other elections before now, 4 years after, we still have the same challenges? Who would you want to put the blame on?
Of course, the blame is on the major stakeholders. The blame is on INEC for saying they are ready and finally they weren't very ready, and we've seen it. The blame is on the political elite